Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 316, Chapter 315. The Fool's Tarot Meeting teases Katlia. Although Odis recalled that the Fountain of Youth seemed to be a hoax and a ritual prepared by the Undying King to ascend to the devil, he still used his flying magic to arrive on the future. At this moment, Katlia and the others were discussing the Fountain of Youth. Admiral of the Stars glanced at the staff of Gus in Odis's hand, sprinkled some colored powder, and outlined a scene for Odis from the ruins, on a ship. It was in a captain's cabin, but there was no one there, except for a fussack phrase on the wooden floor, Fountain of Youth. At the end of the word, the bloodstain suddenly bends and becomes longer, and there are obvious drag marks in the room. It's like someone wanted to leave some information about the Fountain of Youth, but as soon as they wrote a short phrase, they were dragged away by something. Please remember the Taiwan Novel Network a.bloodtype website for the fastest chapter updates. Odis said, I have heard some legends about the Fountain of Youth. Katlia understood his unspoken meaning. You don't believe in the existence of the Fountain of Youth? I believe it, Odis smiled. There may indeed be a Fountain of Youth, but 8 or 9 out of 10 times the water from the Fountain of Youth would bring great negative effects. To give you an example, if you could turn someone into a monster but gain immortality, would anyone be willing to try something like that? Anderson, who had been quite pleased just moments before, suddenly became somewhat disappointed. Can't we just keep up with some positive fantasies? However, he knew very well that what the mysterious admiral said was closer to the truth. Given the extraordinary and twisted nature of the Fountain of Youth, even if there were such a thing as the Fountain of Youth, there should be unacceptable negative effects. Let's not think about how the Fountain of Youth makes people ageless, Katlia said at this moment. Let's talk about the ship first. She paused for a moment and then said, if the crew of that ship were searching for the Fountain of Youth and died in danger, I don't think anyone would have enough motivation to leave the correct information for those who come after them before they die. After all, the people who found this place are most likely not his family members. Everyone was taken aback at first, then nodded in agreement, agreeing that the General of the Stars guess made a lot of sense. Katlia added, successful adventures often stem from thorough intelligence and adequate preparation, which are currently lacking. So she shouted the order, continue sailing and leave this area. Odis returned to his ship, and a dozen minutes later, the illogical falling and flying occurred again, but the prepared group was no longer as disheveled as when they arrived. Just as they returned to the normal azure sea, Odis, in the captain's cabin, saw through the hanging window a giant ship not far away. It was about 200 meters long, with its fore and hindquarters raised high like a crescent moon. Looking at the sails depicting black tombstones, Odis took a deep breath and said, the Death Note. As he spoke, he looked at Bernadette. I know what you're thinking, Bernadette said. I attacked this ship a long time ago, but at a crucial moment in the battle, an angel from the demon family suddenly descended and covered the Death Note as it left. She paused for a moment and then said, an effective attack can only be launched with at least 2 angels present. Okay. Odis took a deep breath. The 3 ships, including the Argo, sounded the alarm and were on high alert. Just then, the Death Note suddenly turned and left at a speed far exceeding that of the Argo and advanced 4. The crew members of the 3 ships were stunned, never expecting the Death Slayer to just run away like that. Odis knew perfectly well that this was because the Undying King felt threatened by the mysterious Queen, so he turned and ran away. I've been away for a few days, I had some things to take care of, Bernadette said, seemingly unconcerned. Odis nodded and said, I also want to go back to Cruz Island for a visit. Bernadette hummed in agreement, and suddenly illusory wings sprouted from her back. When the wings disappeared, she vanished as well. Odis greeted Rupert and Bevis, and also took the opportunity of a trip back to Cruz Island. Upon meeting First Mate Bazel, the latter immediately said, someone has sent you an invitation to the Pirate Conference, inviting you to be one of the hosts of the conference. Odis smiled. Who sent it? They're said to be under the command of Blackhand, Alva, Bazel reported. They were just delivered yesterday, and their ship just set sail from Cruz Island this morning. Odis glanced at Bazel, and the first mate immediately understood the captain's meaning. I left a mark on his ship. Let's go visit the friend who sent the invitation, Odis said with a smile. So Odis led Bazel into the spirit world, and after a few seconds of travel, the two arrived at a small ship. The sudden appearance of the 2 men startled the crew members on the ship, who quickly grabbed their weapons, surrounded the 2 men, and remained on high alert. Bazel said, I am Bazel, the first mate of the Argo, and I'm here to see Mr. Cheel. A man in his 40s, tall and large like a brown bear, emerged from the driver's seat. Mr. Bazel, is there anything else you need? This is the captain of the Argo, Bazel explained. Cheel was taken aback for a moment, then immediately forced a smile and said, Captain Gar, I thought I wouldn't be able to get the invitation to you. Odis said, tell Blackhand, Alva to meet at Byam Seaweed Bar at 8 o'clock tonight. I need to speak with him. Chill was stunned again. Captain Gal, your invitation is far too urgent. I had received intelligence beforehand that Alva was on Blue Mountain Island, Odis said. If he doesn't show up at the Seaweed Bar by 8 o'clock, I'll go look for him. But if that's the case, then it's not about discussing it with him. After saying this, Odis, supporting Bazel's shoulder, entered the spirit world once more. Chill paused for a couple of seconds before quickly turning back to write a letter to the captain. Odis and Bazel returned to Cruz Island, and Odis suddenly asked, what day of the week is it today? Sunday, Bazel replied. Odis thought to himself that the tarot meeting was tomorrow, and he remembered that Mr. Fool was going to give Katlia a warning at the meeting. Odis then inquired about the progress of the project on Bazel Cruz Island. The project was proceeding normally, but in the few days that Odis was away, about £10,000 had already been spent. Odis calculated that she only had about £15,000 to £16,000 left in savings, and at this rate of spending, she wouldn't last more than a few days. Fortunately, apart from the construction site at Lighthouse Hill, the building materials for the other projects have been basically purchased, and the daily expenses have started to decrease in the last 2 days. After a little consideration, Odis decided to wait until after the tarot meeting tomorrow, when he would receive some income, before considering the issue of open source. If all else fails, go back to your old ways and fight pirates. Pirate generals are hard to kill, but taking down a big pirate or something similar shouldn't be a problem. After learning about the situation on Cruz Island, Odis used travel to come to Byam. He asked Alan to prepare a gift, changed his appearance with the pendant that had the power of the Faceless Men, and then went to visit Bishop Dean at the Church of Tranquility. Bishop Dean warmly welcomed Odis and led him to a small reception room. After chatting for a while, Odis explained his purpose. Bishop, I will be going to Norhouse Island soon and will be entering the dangerous sea area for some reasons. Have the previous Pluto outpost been cleared out? Bishop Dean paused for a moment before saying, even if such a place is cleared out, it is still extremely dangerous. Of course I know, Odis smiled. I hope to set a trap there. Bishop Dean didn't ask who the traps were for, but after a moment's thought, he said, they've already been cleared, but the soldier who passed by earlier is nowhere to be found, so that area is still very dangerous. Odis recalled the scene of being chased by the demigod-level elf, and thought to himself, it would be great if that elf hadn't been eliminated. This could be a completely deceptive trap. After Odis obtained the information he wanted, he chatted with Bishop Dean for a few more minutes, and then had dinner with Alan early. During dinner, Odis couldn't help but lament her busy life, so many things awaited her as soon as she returned from the ruins of the War of the Gods. Around 8 o'clock, Odis arrived at the Seaweed Bar. As soon as he entered, the once bustling bar became completely silent. Because Odis entered with his original face, and at that time, he was General of Mysteries, Gar. Although the bounty was not high, the pirate general rarely appeared in Byam. Amidst the surprised, admiring, and fearful gazes of those around her, Odis headed straight for the bar counter. At the bar, a man in his 30s with a thick beard and a somewhat rugged appearance smiled and said, Captain Gal, hello. I didn't expect you to meet me in a place like this. This person is none other than Blackhand, Alva. The patrons also realized that this was a meeting between a pirate general and a great pirate. They all perked up and strained their ears to listen to the conversation. Even just remembering a part of this conversation could fetch a good price from an information broker. Odis said, this is mainly so that you can keep the appointment. You should feel safer in a crowded place. Alva smiled and said, that's true. Then he asked, what can I do for you? Instead of getting down to business, Odis ordered a beer, raised his hand, and the dazzling stardust appeared in his palm. To the astonishment of the patrons, they saw a thin layer of mist obscuring Admiral Mysterious and Blackhand Alva. After that, they could no longer hear the two people's conversation, which disappointed the drinkers, but they could do nothing about it. Several drinkers had already rushed out to find information brokers they knew, since the mere fact that Mysterious General had suddenly appeared in Byam was a piece of information that could be sold for money. In the mist, Odis said to Alva, I have something to discuss with you. Alva quickly replied, please speak. Odis got straight to the point, I hope this pirate convention will be held on Cruz Island. Alva thought for a moment before remembering that the current stronghold of the mysterious admiral seemed to be Cruz Island. This put him in a bit of a predicament. Captain Gal, this is against the rules. Generally speaking, the place where the pirate conference is held cannot be the stronghold of any pirate general. Not to mention, pirate general, even great pirates are unwilling to hold meetings in other people's territories. Rules are made by people, Odis said calmly, taking a sip of his drink. To put it simply, if this conference hadn't been held on Cruz Island, you would definitely have been attacked by the Navy while you were having the meeting. Alva paused for a moment before asking with a grim face, Captain Gal, have you ever heard of the King of the Five Seas? Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules set by the King of the Five Seas and being retaliated against? His background is that of Nast Solomon, the King of the Five Seas. In fact, the pirate conference was held under Nast's instruction and support. Based on the recognition of his strength, Alva would be very polite to Odis, but that doesn't mean he would be intimidated by Odis's threats. Odis smiled and said, "Then I'll change the organization that attacks the pirate conference to Elemental Dawn. How about that? You should be satisfied now, right?" Alva paused for a moment. Of course, he knew that the mysterious admiral had a dual background in both the Elemental Dawn and the Navy. After frowning and thinking for a second or two, Alva finally asked, "Captain Gal, why did you do this?" "I want the pirates to know about Cruz Island." Odis didn't hide anything. It will be a stable and fair place to sell stolen goods. The pirates' personal safety can be guaranteed there, and they can spend their money there with peace of mind. Alva paused for a moment, then said, "That island must be very desolate, right?" "Whether it's desolate or not, you can ask the subordinate who delivered the invitation." Odis finished his beer. "Not many pirates know that I have a base on Cruz Island now, so they won't be too resistant to it." He didn't give Alva a chance to continue bargaining, but simply stood up and said, "I'll wait for your news." Odis smiled and said, "Finally, let me give you a piece of advice. If this pirate conference isn't being held on Cruz Island, then don't bother holding it." Seeing that the mysterious admiral was about to leave, Alva quickly asked, "What benefits will I get?" As Odis walked out, he said, "The good thing is that your head is still on your neck. Your bounty is about 5,200 pounds, right? I'm a little short of money lately." As Alva watched the mysterious admiral leave, he realized that this could be a contest between the kings of the sea, or it could be a conspiracy by the Navy's high command. Whatever it may be, he has no right to make the decision himself and must report this matter to the King of the Five Seas immediately. After finishing his important business, Odis returned to the captain's cabin of the Argo and contacted Edwina with the crystal ball to discuss the upcoming itinerary. On Monday morning, a fleet consisting of the Argo, the Future, and the Golden Dream approached the port of Tascart. The fleet size nearly made the governor of the Tascart Islands faint. Just as he was preparing to ask the Navy for help, Rupert, the second officer of the Argo, arrived at the port and expressed his wish to rest and resupply in Tascart. The governor breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his life and official position were safe. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Tascart is a relatively large island in the Sunia Sea, and it was the easternmost colony of Lone, as well as an outpost against the Fuzak Empire. Such an island would be impossible for pirate ships to dock on. That was, generally speaking. At this time, the governor of Tascart Island was very welcoming of the pirate general, as long as he didn't come to attack Tascart Island. After the Future docked, it simply dropped off Klein and Anderson, while the Star Admiral led the Future and its crew away. Odis and Edwina informed the crew that they would rest there until the next morning. Anderson left the dock with Klein, who was wearing the face of Gehrman Sparrow. The strongest hunter, Anderson watched the Future leave quickly, and then saw the crew of the Argo and Golden Dream disembarking, chatting and laughing. He smiled and said, "Edwina and Captain Gar's management is more humane." Klein glanced in the direction of the port. "It seems they have other plans." "You noticed it too," Anderson said with a chuckle. "The fact that they're so openly anchored at the port is probably meant to let some people know that they've returned from the ruins of the Gods' War. Klein hummed in agreement and said nothing more. Or perhaps, since the tarot reading is scheduled for the afternoon, he might find out what new plans the mysterious admiral has. At this moment, Anderson looked around and saw that everyone's attention was drawn to the Argo and the Golden Dream, so he cleared his throat and said, "Could you lend me some money?" He explained, "You know, all my winnings and my cash sank to the bottom of that sea." Klein glanced at the strongest hunter, took out a 5-sol note, and handed it to him. Anderson reached for the money and said, "So little." "Only 5 sols. Klein said calmly, "Look carefully, this is £1 in cash." £1. Anderson rubbed his eyes, looked at the banknote from all angles, and finally smiled helplessly. "Okay, it's £1. Odis did not disembark. He remained in his workshop studying the Staff of Goose. Soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Odis's vision was covered by grey fog. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the magnificent hall that seemed to have been prepared for giants, on one side of the bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey's cheerful voice echoed through the magnificent palace. The Fool, Klein smiled and nodded in response. Next, the other members also exchanged greetings and salutations with each other. After the greetings were over, Klein looked at the priestess Catlia and said in a nonchalant tone, "Tell Bernadette that she can exchange certain things for some answers." Upon hearing that familiar name, Catlia knew that Mr. Fool knew everything, which overwhelmed her with a strong sense of fear, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The hermit Odis watched this scene quietly. He hadn't had a chance to warn Catlia before, mainly because he didn't intend to. It is true that Catlia's behavior was problematic. She didn't need to be so secretive, she could have communicated with the fool privately to tell him her needs. Klein is very likely to agree to establish some contact with Bernadette, because for the current fool, both Elemental Dawn and Mysterious Queen are very good channels. Gardner's actions are somewhat reminiscent of someone secretly eating snacks with their deskmate in class and getting caught by the teacher. For Odis, it was good that Catlia was taught a lesson, at least Klein wouldn't kill her or corrupt her. The other members were all speculating about who Bernadette was. Meanwhile, Justice Audrey and the hangman Alger guessed that the priestess must have used hints to reveal some things about the Tarot Society to the woman named Bernadette. Audrey was a little angry after guessing, while Alger was somewhat gloating. The son Derek didn't think too much about it, but he felt that the person mentioned by the fool must be extraordinary, so he asked with some curiosity, "The fool, who is Bernadette?" Klein remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he thought, "Good question. I thought it would be Justice asking such a question." For him, clarifying Bernadette's identity was a crucial step in putting pressure on the Star Admiral, so he casually stated, "The eldest daughter of Roselle, the owner of the Dawn, and the leader of the Elemental Dawn." The reason for using the Master of the Dawn instead of the Mysterious Queen is that Klein felt it was impossible for the fool to call Bernadette Queen. Alger felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the fool's reply, "Ha! Lady Priestess, so the rumors about your falling out with the Mysterious Queen were false." Bernadette maintained such an air of mystery that even the veteran pirate, Alger, didn't know the Mysterious Queen's name or background, only that she was a very beautiful woman. Then Alger felt much better, as if the depression he had felt for the past 3 months had suddenly disappeared. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. Emperor Roselle once said that those who play with fire will surely burn themselves, and, General of the Stars, you dare to challenge the insight of a god. At this moment, Catlia finally calmed down and regained her ability to think. She turned to look at the head of the bronze table and said, "Yes, I made some mistakes. I will not defend myself, they were indeed mistakes. Mr. Fool, whatever you do to me, even kill me, I am willing to accept." Alger, the hanged man, scoffed at this hypocrisy. "If Mr. Fool wants to punish you, what way can you resist?" Meanwhile, Audrey, the righteous one, discerned the hidden fear in Catlia from her subtle movements and choice of words. In her view, people who specifically emphasize that they are willing to be executed are often very afraid of dying. The other members, seeing the fool's calm demeanor, realized that the Tarot Club's activities had not been leaked, so they relaxed and waited to see what punishment the fool would impose. At this moment, seeing Mr. Fool remain silent for a moment, the priestess Catlia could not contain her unease and slightly raised her head to observe the being behind the thick grey fog. Suddenly, Catlia felt her glasses disappear, followed by the flow of illusory blood. Then she heard eerie, terrifying, depraved, and indescribable horrific roars echoing in her ears. This caused Catlia's senses to be instantly overwhelmed by extreme pain, and her body began to convulse and tremble uncontrollably. Her face, arms, and other exposed areas quickly developed fissures that revealed flesh and blood, from which black worms and white moths wriggled, soon forming indescribable eyes. Catlia's screams echoed above the grey mist, causing the other members to exchange bewildered glances, as if they could directly feel the pain she was enduring. The priestess's agony lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. Klein, seeing that things were going well, stopped simulating the true creator's ramblings. Regarding how to punish Admiral Star, Klein made many preparations. At that time, he first thought that the characteristics of being corrupted by the true creator's ramblings would make her suffer the true creator's ramblings, which was a good plan. However, the characteristics of the Master of Mysteries have been shattered through the channels of the Hermits, becoming harmless and used for advancement, and there are no longer any more ramblings of the true creator. Just then, Klein noticed that the iron box that had been containing the Master of Mystic Puppet trait had undergone a certain mutation. After becoming a Sequence 5, Klein was able to manipulate more of the grey fog's power. Guided by his spirituality, he used this iron box as a medium to restore, to some extent, the characteristics that had been corrupted by the true creator. This is a very strange discovery. That property seems to be a projection that cannot be used for advancement, but can only play a certain role in this grey fog. What Klein didn't know was that this was actually a skill possessed only by those at the level of ancient scholars. Because of the power of the Source Castle, he possessed a small amount of corresponding abilities, but this ability was far from the true summoning of historical poor images, and could only be used above the grey fog. However, such a reconstruction is more than enough to punish the priestess. Then it was just a matter of waiting for an opportunity. Klein knew that, given the priestess's habits, if she didn't hear his reply, she would definitely look up at him. So, the instant the Star Admiral looked over, he quickly removed Catlia's glasses and connected the true creator's ramblings with her Eye of Secrets ability. Once the punishment ended and the terrifying murmurs ceased, Catlia's trembling quickly subsided, the cracks in her flesh gradually closed, and she soon returned to normal. At this moment, Alger lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Do not look upon God." Upon hearing this, the other members also became solemn. Although Mr. Fool was usually unpretentious and almost always granted requests, giving people a very gentle feeling, he was still a god, an unfathomable god. Only Odis also became serious, but in his heart he thought, as expected of the anti-commissar, this praise made this punishment action seem to have been suddenly elevated. Klein was quite satisfied. He had originally wanted the world to say, "The gods cannot be deceived," or "The gods cannot be seen." However, it would be more effective for the hangman to say this, because the other members now basically know that the world is the fool's favorite, so it would be a bit awkward for the world to say it. For Klein, the Star Admiral's actions were somewhat below standard. Without being sure of Mr. Fool's attitude, she directly gave outside hints, which was too audacious, indicating that past lessons had not been learned enough. Then he thought of the situation in Catlia's dream. It seems quite normal for the Star General to behave like this. If a child is not taught, it is the mother's fault. Thinking this through, he looked around and calmly said, "That's settled then." Upon hearing this, Catlia, whose spirit had just recovered, breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, "I will remember your kindness." The fool in the grey fog nodded slightly and said nothing more. After a brief silence in the magnificent hall, the magician, Furs, was the first to speak. "Gentlemen, would you be interested in taking on a murder mission? The target is a key member of a cult." Recently, Furs was promoted to Sequence 7 astrologer, and her teacher, Dorian Gray, immediately gave her a Sequence 6 potion recipe, as well as a very nice magical item, Lemoner's spellbook. This made Furs want to do something for her teacher, so she thought of Louis Wayne, the traitor of the Abraham family. In Furs's view, the Hermit, the world, and the priestess all seemed to have the power to kill this traitor. Odis recalled the person Furs wanted to kill and was not particularly interested in the assassination. For the next period of time, he was busy planning the assassination of Duke Negan and had no energy to do other assassination missions. Besides, assassinations are dangerous, and he's not a professional assassin, so he should do as few as possible. Caldelia had just been punished and wasn't in the mood to take on this mission. So Audrey and the others turned their gaze to the world. Klein, manipulating the world, let out a hoarse laugh and said, "Where? What organization? What sequence is it? What are its characteristics and abilities?" Audrey suddenly realized, Mr. World is a little different than before. It's hard to explain, but he's not the same as before. Furs responded with delight. He is the messenger of the Aurora Order, and in Backlund, he is an extraordinary being on the apprentice path. He was formerly Sequence 6, and now he may be Sequence 5, but it's uncertain. Alger sat up straight immediately. Isn't Sequence 5 of this pathway the Traveler? It's going to be tough to kill. Chapter 317, Chapter 316 20 Angel Families. When Furs, the magician, saw that the world was ready to accept the assassination mission he had proposed, he began to give a detailed account of Louis Wayne, the traitor of the Abraham family. She said, "He can record the extraordinary abilities that others have used and used them once. He is good at escaping and is difficult to surround. He may also be able to travel through spiritual realms." Then she looked at the world, waiting for a response. After careful consideration, the fool Klein manipulated the world to say to Furs, "I can consider taking it over, but not in the near future, at least 2 months from now." 2 months later. Furs hesitated, wondering if he should ask the Hermit if he had time. Because of their shared experience exploring the ruins, Furs trusted the Hermit's abilities completely. However, the Hermit was clearly not very interested in this assassination attempt, and she didn't seem to have any qualities that could entice the other party. At this moment, Alger, the hanged man, cautiously interjected, "Magician, miss, do you really have to kill that Aurora Society's messenger with your own hands?" Furs smiled and said, "No, you see, I'm even considering asking Mr. World for help." Alger nodded and said, "The prerequisite for killing is finding that divine messenger. Can you find him?" "No, but I will investigate," Furs replied frankly. Alger scoffed and said, "If you can find out the whereabouts of that Aurora Society envoy, and you don't necessarily have to kill him yourself, why not just report his whereabouts to the church?" He spread his hands and said, "After the smog incident, no church is willing to let go of this kind of clue." Klein was somewhat taken aback, reported to the church. That sounded familiar. He immediately felt relieved. "Haha, I've influenced everyone." Report. Furs was also stunned. Alger smiled and continued, "This can be done like this, you investigate the target first, and if the world has time after you have some leads, you can ask him for help. If he doesn't have time, you can consider handing it over to the church. What do you think?" Furs considered it carefully and said, "Okay, I'll talk to Mr. World about the payment later." Once the world has given its approval, the matter can be considered settled. The Hermit Odis then initiated a second deal. "Which of you needs the true roots of the mistrends?" This was an extraordinary material obtained while exploring an island with an ancient church dedicated to the sun god. Two extraordinary creatures of sequence 7 were hunted at the time, one of which was the Dawn Rooster, whose red comb was one of the main materials for the Sun Priest. Today, Odis has been thinking about the issue of open source. He searched through the wilderness of knowledge and found that he didn't need these two main materials, so he might as well exchange them for gold pounds. The red crown of Dawn Rooster has been sold to Iceberg General for 620 pounds. The true root of the mistrayant is one of the main ingredients of the magician potion. Since no buyer has been found yet, Odis came to the Tarot Club to post a commission. 580 pounds. The priestess, Katlia, then said, "You can also ask me to handle it for you. I'll take 5% of the fee, but it may take 2 or 3 weeks to sell." "Let's make the deal now," Odis said. "It'll be 580 pounds. Just as Justice Audrey was about to raise her hand slightly to state her needs, Katlia spoke first. "I have a way to get the spinal cord of the black hunting lizard, but it will take 2 or 3 weeks and the price will be between 1,500 and 2,000 pounds, because it is not up to me to decide." The two had previously reached an agreement on the deal, but nothing came of it after that. Katlia added, "I'll try to find out about the fruit of the enchanted wind chimes, but I can't guarantee I'll get any information." Audrey paused for a moment before realizing, "Wow, that's incredibly efficient. I haven't even repeated my request yet." After being punished, the priestess seemed to have a stronger sense of belonging to our tarot club and was more actively participating in transactions. After a few seconds of silence, she finally reacted, "No problem." Alger, who was observing from the sidelines, suddenly felt that things were not developing as he had expected. The priestess, who had been reprimanded and punished by Mr. Fool, changed her previous style of mainly observing and inquiring, and became deeply involved in every matter within the tarot club that she could participate in. This gave Alger a strong sense of crisis. After all, the priestess had the strength and connections of the pirate general, which he could not currently match. The fool, Klein, was also somewhat surprised. "I thought the priestess would be depressed for a while. Is she the kind of person who won't listen unless she's beaten?" You have to beat children to educate them. The queen just didn't beat them enough." The queen's way of doing things isn't very good either. The emperor also didn't beat them enough." While mentally complaining, Klein manipulated the world, looked around, and asked, "Does anyone have a potion recipe or clue for sequence 4 of the diviner pathway?" Moon Emlyn was surprised. World is also sequence 5. Furs was also somewhat surprised. Mr. World's demand suddenly made Tarot Club seem very high-end. Alger gave another wry smile, silently sighing to himself, "No wonder he is favored by Mr. Fool." Odis said, "As for clues, we could consider starting with the Zarathustra family and the Antigonus family. Most members of the Zarathustra family now live in the Republic of Intis. I do know a member of the Antigonus family, but she probably doesn't have the ability to obtain demigod-level potion recipes." He was referring to the crew member Noi. According to Odis's observation, Noi was either a marginal member of the Antigonus family or the family had completely declined, with its members scattered in various places and having little contact with each other. Odis continued, "The third clue is the Church of the Goddess of Night. I do have some cooperation with the Church of Night, but it's not to the point where I can buy demigod-level potion formulas from them. Finally," he said, "you'll have to figure that out yourself." Gadria, on the other side, was stunned for a moment. This guy actually has a partnership with the Church of the Night. Me. She knew very well that the mysterious queen trusted him greatly. Some time ago, she had heard that Admiral Emilius had met with Odis on the island of Tyrannius, and that the Rune Navy seemed to have a secret cooperation with him. Now that she knows this guy is also collaborating with the Church of the Night, it reminds Gadria of a profession in the big city, a socialite. After hearing this, Klein became even more determined to return to Backlund and attempt to steal the Antigonus family notebook. His previous divinations for clues to the potion recipe all pointed to the Hornic Mountains and St. Samuel's Church in Backlund. Because of his previous intelligence dealings with the Hermits, Klein knew that the Hornic Mountains corresponded to the Antigonus family, since Antigonus had once established a state there. The Church of St. Samuel should correspond to the Antigonus family notes, since he was the one who found the sealed artifact, and it is also clear that the Night Watcher brought the sealed artifact to the Church of St. Samuel. Therefore, of the clues mentioned by the Hermit, Klein felt that the route through the Church of St. Samuel was the most feasible. Klein then manipulated the world to thank the Hermit. "Thank you for your tip." Odis smiled and indicated that it was nothing. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, the priestess Katlia spoke up, "I need a drop of blood from a mythical creature. Any mythical creature will do." Silence fell once again in the magnificent palace, for no one possessed such a channel, not even the fool, at this moment. After some consideration, Odis abandoned the idea of purchasing the item together with Gadria, deciding to wait until Klein and Gadria reached a deal before proposing a transaction. In the end, it will simply be that 1 drop of blood from a mythical creature becomes 2 drops. After a long pause, Klein, who couldn't even grasp the concept of mythical creatures, manipulated the world and said, "I'll keep an eye out for you." No one else answered, because they simply didn't have the necessary channels. Okay. Catlia was not surprised by what had happened. Her sole purpose in asking to buy was to demonstrate to Mr. Fool her willingness to join the Tarot Club. After a brief pause, Derek the Sun was about to speak again, but Emlyn the Moon beat him to it, saying with a smile, "Our needs are all very clear. The Sun wants the Sequence 6 Notary potion recipe, and Mr. the Hanged Man wants the Ocean Singer potion recipe." Upon hearing Moon's words, Klein suddenly felt ashamed. When he first obtained Crawling Hunger, he was thinking of releasing the soul of the Priest of Light as soon as possible and obtaining the potion recipes for Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 of the Sun pathway from him. As a result, because the Priest of Light's abilities were so useful, they never gave up on that soul. At this moment, Klein made up his mind to release that soul as soon as possible, so he said to Little Sun, "Within 3 days, I will provide the Notary potion recipe." At this point, he looked at Little Sun. "You can start thinking about what items you can use to exchange for it." Derek replied happily, "Yes, Mr. World. As for the Ocean Singer potion needed by the Hanged Man, there are still no clues." Emlyn, the Moon, cleared his throat and said, "My needs are a little different from last time. I hope you can help me find these followers of the original Moon. I will pay £100 for every valid lead, up to £500. This is an open competition within the vampire clan, and the one who wins the final victory will receive the ring worn by the ancestor." Furs immediately sat up straight, not because she was particularly interested in the commission, but because finding people was Hugh's forte. With each meeting of the Mysticism Research Society, Hugh has fully integrated into the role of leader and is now able to provide many valuable clues to MI9 and the Church of the God of Steam and Machines. The key point is that most of the time, for a useful piece of intelligence, she could get paid from both MI9 and the Steam Church, which made Hugh very wealthy. The two of them moved into a townhouse and hired a maid. Hugh even obtained the Sequence 7 Interrogator potion recipe from MI9, and the week before last, Captain Gar stated in a letter to Hugh that he would provide her with the Interrogator trait, and that she should first purchase the auxiliary materials. At this point, Hugh's informants, as well as the informants of the Mysticism Research Society, were almost everywhere in Backlund, and the requests to find people would soon yield results. Emlyn first made a request to the Fool and received permission. He then materialized 5 portraits and simple descriptions, one for each member except for himself and the Sun. Furs immediately began to memorize the images carefully, preparing to use the ritual to draw them and write down the corresponding descriptions when he returned, and then hand them all over to Hugh. Emlyn then said to the Hermit, "Mr. Hermit, I would like to make a deal with you about information concerning the Angel family. He's getting increasingly fond of reselling information, even less important information traded at the Tarot Club can fetch a good price among the vampires." Emlyn thus became wealthy, and in order to win this competition, he had prepared £2,500 as funds to acquire intelligence. He had accumulated all this money through trading intelligence. Just 3 or 4 months ago, he never dared to imagine that he could earn such a large sum of money. However, he was also very careful to avoid attracting the attention of his own people. Emlyn even consulted the Hanged Man about whether this would arouse the suspicion of the vampire's higher-ups. Mr. Hanged Man also enthusiastically offered him advice and told him, "In the eyes of your vampire's higher-ups, your problem should be quite obvious. So you don't need to act too conservatively. Instead, you should show some valuable information. This will further dispel the idea of the vampire's higher-ups using radical methods to deal with your problem." Emlyn gradually became more confident and bold in his dealings with vampires, and now he's almost become an expert in the mystical history of the Fourth Age. Just a few days ago, a vampire who studies quaternary history asked him about the Zarathustra family. This made him realize that he was missing a crucial link in the history of the Fourth Age, namely the Angel family. So he promised the other party that he would use his channels to help him find out more. The vampire offered £1,000 in hopes of getting an answer to his question. This was equivalent to paying Emlyn's £1,000 tipping fee. Before attending the tarot meeting, he decided that he might as well trade all the information related to the Angel family. If it was too expensive, he would trade it in parts; if it wasn't too expensive, he would trade it all at once. Odis smiled and said, "Yes, if it's a deal between Justice, Magician, Priestess, and the World, it would only cost £2,000. Because they had already traded with me separately before, for information about the 3 angelic families of Zarathustra, Antigonus, and Abraham. The Antigonus and Abraham families hold many secrets, so if you initiate such a deal, you need to pay £1,000 yourself first, and then try to split the remaining £2,000 with other members who are willing to join the deal." Emlyn immediately replied, "No problem." Fortunately, the vampire expert's £1,000 could fill this gap, and the overall price of £2,000 wasn't too expensive. When the World inquired about the deal, Odis asked for £4,000, but he had already earned £3,000 by trading intelligence on families like Antigonus. In Odis's view, most of the value of the angelic family lay in the intelligence of the Antigonus and Abrahamic families. Another equally important piece of information is about the Amon family, but this information had already been shared with everyone in an earlier transaction. As for the other families, either Odis had limited information about them, or most of their information was not very valuable. If sold as a package, the price of £2,000 would be a good deal for Odis. After all, Odis was quite satisfied with selling the intelligence, which he had originally planned to trade for £4,000, for £6,000. Emlyn then officially initiated the deal, and Alger the Hanged Man and Derek the Son, as before, did not participate in this transaction. The former knew a lot about the angel families and felt there was little need for them to trade, while the latter felt that those angel families were of little use to Silver City and therefore did not intend to participate in the trade. Caldelia already had some information on this, but after thinking it over, she decided to spend £300 to join the deal. For her, 300 was not a huge expense, but being able to listen to Odis's explanation of the angel family was a worthwhile deal. Klein had originally planned to get it for free, but recalling his previous experience of doing so, he found it difficult to ask questions when problems arose, which made him very uncomfortable. So this time he also spent £300 to join the deal. After all, he had become quite wealthy after going to sea, so there was no need to save money in a place like this. Audrey and Furs also joined the deal, and they eventually agreed that the Moon would contribute £800 and the other members £300 each. With the £1,000 that the Moon needs to cover, Emlyn will need to contribute £1,800 on his own. Emlyn readily agreed to this distribution method because information about the angel family could basically be traded, and the investment could be recouped quickly. This made Emlyn sigh, as what was considered a high-level intelligence exchange among vampires, concerning angels, was a relatively low-level transaction at the tarot meeting. After agreeing on the price, the senses of Alger and Derek were first blocked, and then the transaction began. Odis said, "First of all, I want to state that I only have some fragmented information about many angel families, and I will tell you as much as I know." Everyone nodded in understanding, since there were so many angel families that it was impossible to know all the information about them. Odis continued, "Let's examine the angelic family according to the 4 empires of the 4th Age. First is the Solomon Empire. As we mentioned before, the Second Solomon Empire only has the support of 2 angelic families, the Solomon family and the Zarathustra family. The Zoroaster family is an angelic family that possesses the thief pathway. Their ancestors died in a battle among angels at the beginning of the 4th Age. However, I learned an important piece of information. The ancestors of the Zoroaster family had a very good relationship with the Black Emperor, Solomon. Solomon protected the sequence 1 characteristic in the family and handed it over to the descendants of the Zoroaster family ancestors. This is the second patriarch of the Zoroaster family. I believe that his continued support for Solomon's Second Empire was not only to avoid Ammon, but also because the Zoroaster family did have a private relationship with Solomon. Upon hearing this, Gadria slowly nodded. She only learned about the private relationship between the Zoroaster family and Solomon during this transaction. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. She had always thought that the Zarathustra family and the Zoroaster family supported Solomon because one was fighting against the Antigonus family and the other was fighting against the Ammonius family. I never imagined that there was such a connection between the angel families. Odis continued, because the Solomon Empire was the loser in the War of the 4 Emperors, there are fewer records of it. I only know about some major events in the Zoroastrian and Zarathustra families. After the fall of the Solomon Empire, members of the Zoroaster family were constantly hunted down by Ammon. Even the second Zoroaster was in hiding and had not received any news about him for a long time. However, one thing is certain, he is still alive. As for the members of this family, it is said that they live in scattered locations to avoid being wiped out by Ammon. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, I do know where the patriarch of the Zoroaster family is, but who would have thought that he would be parasitizing the body of a red glove and enjoying the protection of the Church of the Night? This was information he obtained through the Mirror of Erodes when he asked Leonard who the parasite inside his body was. After receiving the answer, he did not reveal the news to anyone. In his view, it was perfectly normal for the Hermit not to know about this matter. Then Odis spoke of the Zarathustra family. When he mentioned that for some unknown reason, young Zarathustra had somehow moved from the 4th Age to the 2nd Age, Emlyn the Moon was also very surprised and found it quite magical. The Medici family should also be considered part of the Solomon Empire, Odis said, because they secretly pledge allegiance to the true creator. We've talked about this family before. They seem to have been corrupted in Bansi Port. As you all know, the Storm Church wiped out that port. I estimate that a large number of Medici members died in that attack. It was only then that Gadria realized that the Church of Storms had suddenly attacked Bansi Port because they were eliminating members of the corrupted angel family. She joined the Tarot Club after the destruction of Bansi Port, so she was unaware of the Medici family's affairs. There's something that caught my attention during the events at Bansi Port, Odis said. The evil god there is called the Weather God, and as far as I know, the sequence 2 of the Hunter pathway is called the Weather Mage. I've mentioned this before, the Medici family's angels may have escaped or gone into hiding. After all, unless the Lord of Storms personally takes action, it will be difficult to kill an angel. Catlia took a deep breath, feeling that the deal was worthwhile. Otherwise, she would never have imagined that behind the destruction of Bansi Port, there was a battle at the angel level. The other members already knew about this and weren't surprised. They just thought, this is the angel family. They still have an angel. Odis continued, in addition, the Solomon family is also an angelic family, or you could call it the family of the true gods. I learned from some sources that King of the Five Seas Nast is a descendant of the Solomon family. It was because Emperor Roselle valued his lineage and that he bestowed the title of Snat's father upon him. Later, this title was passed down to Snat. Catlia, who had been active at sea, paused for a moment. She had heard such rumors, but she didn't take them too seriously, because many pirates would find a good background for themselves. Then she thought, the Queen must know about this, I can ask her about it when I write to her. Audrey and Furs were surprised to learn that the Pirate King had royal blood, which sounded like something out of a novel. There is another family that must be included in the Solomon Empire, Odis said. That is the Staiano family we mentioned before. Catlia was slightly taken aback, the family of the god of steam, the same family that Odis's messenger once belonged to. The other members already knew this information, and now they listened attentively, since this family might have some information about the gods. Odis continued, as far as I know, the Staiano family has 2 angels, both of whom were once members of the 10 pillars of the Moor's penitentiary. Catlia almost stood up, the family of the god of steam actually originated from the Moss Ascetic Order, and the angels in this family were high-ranking members of the Ascetic Order. As a core member of the Moor's penitentiary, Catlia was naturally aware of the information about the 10 pillars and knew that one of the pillars had just died in Backlund, leaving the Moor's penitentiary with only 9 pillars. Then Catlia took a deep breath. Although the information was astonishing, she still chose to believe the Hermit because she knew very well that one of the angels of the Staiano family was Odis's messenger, and the information about this family would not be wrong. Klein was also somewhat surprised, the identity of the god of steam is quite complicated. First thought to himself, I'm too afraid to listen to stories about the origins of gods now, because they always end up bringing up some amazing history. Emlyn, the moon, asked bluntly, then, what is the relationship between the god of steam and the hidden sage? I have a feeling that there must be some unknown past between them. I don't know, Odis said. However, I heard that the god of steam was forced to ascend to the status of a true god in the late 4th epoch due to pressure from the hidden sage, even though he hadn't fully digested the sequence 1 potion. So in the 5th age, the steam church, which was formerly the craftsman's church, was also the weakest of the orthodox churches because their gods were not in good condition. Emlyn nodded, I see. If that's the case, the relationship between the 2 people, no, the 2 gods must not be very harmonious, otherwise they wouldn't have been forced to advance due to pressure from the other. Klein keenly realized that the god of steam was only promoted in the late 4th epoch due to pressure from the hidden sage, meaning that he did not have such pressure before that. Then he thought, Roselle's diary said that hidden sage is the only existence that activates the hidden one path. Could it be that the uniqueness of hidden one was only activated in the middle and late stages of the 4th epoch? So the god of steam was under pressure and had to advance ahead of schedule. But this doesn't match the Moor's penitentiary. Because Klein learned from other sources that the Moss Ascetic Order was an organization that existed in the 3rd age, and that it was an organization closely related to the hidden sages, he had always believed that it was an organization established by the hidden sages. At this moment, he suddenly thought, could it be that the Ascetic Order of Morse came first, and then the hidden sages came later? Caldelia had heard rumors about this before, so she wasn't particularly surprised by the information. Because Audrey and Furs didn't have as much knowledge, they simply thought it was an interesting historical anecdote, and didn't make as many connections as Klein did. You know what happened next, Odis said. The Staiano family became the Steam Church, and the last of the 7 gods ascended to godhood. He then added, now that we've talked about the angelic families of the Solomon Empire, let's talk about the families of the Tudor Empire. Gadria was slightly taken aback, the Hermit did not reveal the process by which the god of steam killed his sister and ascended to godhood. Then she thought about it, that makes sense. After all, it's only a 2,000 pound transaction. It's already quite good to be able to sort out the various angel families. There's no need to disclose information at the divine level. Besides, the less you say about such divine secrets, the better. Odis continued, we have mentioned the angelic families of the Tudor family many times before, including the Abraham family, the Ammon family, the Antigonus family, the Jacob family, and the Tamara family. We have mentioned the Ammon family, the Jacob family, and the Tamara family more than once in previous transactions. Now I'll focus on telling the Moon about the Abrahamic family and the Antigonus family. In the subsequent description, Emlyn, the moon, finally understood why the Hermit had made him pay an extra £1,000. He hadn't expected Abraham to be so powerful, just one step away from becoming a true god. He hadn't expected that he had been sealed away by the goddess of night and the lord of storms. As for Antigonus, he surprised Emlyn even more, who never expected that he was actually a demon wolf. It was unexpected that the legendary Land of Night was founded by a demon wolf, and that the Mother of the Sky was also a demon wolf. Finally, Emlyn rubbed his hands together in disbelief. The goddess of night is also a dire wolf. He no longer believes statements like, vampires are the oldest and longest standing race. Odis concluded, let me talk about the descendants of several angelic families in the Tudor Empire. There seem to be quite a few descendants of the Abraham family, but due to the family's curse, they don't have many powerful extraordinary individuals. However, they do have many powerful sealed artifacts, so their strength among the angelic families is still considerable. Furs, who had the most say, nodded slowly. According to her observation, the Abraham family's wealth was still very substantial. For example, when teacher Dorian gave his students a reward, it was always a magical item comparable to Sequence 6. The Antigonus family should also have some descendants still alive, Odis said. But like the Zarathus, they are very mysterious, even more so than the members of the Zarathus. After all, I've also heard that many members of the Zarathustra family live in the Republic of Intis, but I haven't heard of any gathering place for members of the Antigonus family. The Amon family goes without saying. All members of this family are Amon's clones. It is said that Amon has many clones active in the North and South continents. Fortunately, I have not encountered any yet. The Jacob family has said before that most of its members have been parasitized by Amon, but it is said that some members of the family are still hiding. To avoid being tracked down by Amon, they should hide even deeper than the Zoroaster family, because Amon once impersonated the ancestor of the Jacob family for a period of time, and it is very likely that they can be traced back through the bloodline of the Jacob family. Everyone was stunned. Klein sighed inwardly, beware of fire, theft, and Amon. Audrey also sensed that Amon was a unique deity, or rather, that his abilities were quite unique. The Tamara family seems to be doing quite well, Odis said. They say there is still an angel and members at the demigod level. But based on what I know, this family seems to have been affected by some unknown contamination, and we only hear about them occasionally now. Finally, there's the Tudor family. This family has either declined or is very well hidden, because I've heard very little about them. I only heard a long time ago that some members of this family changed their surname and came back into the public eye. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, I do know about this. A branch of the Tudor family changed their surname to Pound and returned to Backlund. They were once ennobled as earls for their military achievements, but now they only have the title of baron. Next up is the Angel family, which belongs to the Terransost Empire, Odis said. The ruling families of the 4 major countries of the northern continent, whether currently or in the past, are the Angel families that once supported the Terransost Empire. They divided up the spoils of the War of the 4 Emperors and used the regime they established to consolidate their extraordinary position. The family that everyone knows best is the Augustus family. It is said that this family has 2 angels, one of Sequence 1 and one of Sequence 2. The Castilian family of the Kingdom of Feniport has the same strength as the Augustus family. The Einhorn family of the Fussac Empire should have 2 angels, but their exact rank is unclear. The only family that has declined now is the Sorin family, the royal family of the former Kingdom of Intis. At least on the surface, they no longer have any angel-level beings. It is said that it was because of a problem with the angels of this family that Emperor Roselle was able to overthrow the regime of this country. If they had even 2 normal angels, Roselle would have made proper arrangements for the family even after overthrowing their rule, and would have used enough political resources to buy them off. After all, for a country, angels are a strategic asset and cannot be wasted easily. As for the Trencist family, as I've mentioned before, we rarely hear anything about them these days. Klein, after the grey fog, also agreed with this view, and he also mentioned in Roselle's diary that although he had the support of the church, he was very careful in the process of gaining power because the Sorin family put a lot of pressure on him. Odis continued, in the southern continent, there is also the Aegis family, the family of the underworld emperor. This family once ruled the entire southern continent. After the emperor of the underworld fell, the family's strength was greatly weakened, and many opposing forces emerged in the southern continent, quickly dividing up the Byron Empire. Of course, it is said that this outcome was due to a major disagreement between the Church of Death and the Eggers family. Justice Audrey couldn't help but ask, the Church of Death? Yes, Odis said. According to some information I have, the Byron Empire is probably a theocratic regime with the Church of Death and the Death Governor. But both Death God and Emperor of the Underworld are Salinger alone. After his fall, the Church of Death and the Death Archon seem to have disagreed on how to clean up the mess. Klein and the others listened very attentively, as they rarely heard anyone talk about the Byron Empire in such depth. Odis continued, this division has persisted to this day. After the Church of Death and the Death Archon lost their rule over most of the southern continent, they were collectively referred to as the Spirit Order. The members of the Spirit cult, primarily the Church of Death, have been trying to resurrect Death. The Death Archon faction intends to cultivate a new Emperor of the Underworld, and the Aegis family has already produced a Sequence 1 angel. This angel must have appeared after the Highlands Kingdom, the Pass Kingdom and other regimes divided up the Byron Empire. Otherwise, if there were still a Sequence 1 member in the Spirit Order, the Byron Empire could still control a large area of the southern continent. The two important components of the spiritual order not only failed to cooperate, but also suffered from conflicting ideologies and internal strife, which was a major reason for the downfall of the Byron Empire. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded slowly. They had all heard about the internal conflicts within the spiritual cult, but they hadn't expected there to be such a history. Odis paused for a moment and then said, finally, there are 3 demon angel families, the North family, the Andrirad family, and the Belial family. I heard that only the North family still has angels now. The other 2 families have been declining for over 1,000 years and have gradually become dependent on the North family. Klein nodded slowly. The Apostle of Desire we encountered in Backlund was a member of the Belial family. Chapter 318, Chapter 317 The initial members of Redemption Rose. The Hermit Odis concluded, that's all I know about the angel families. There must be some other angel families that are not well known. It is said that there were many angels in the Third Age, most of whom were loyal to the ancient sun god. In the Fourth Age, some of them were promoted to Sequence 1 or obtained a complete potion recipe, thus establishing a family of angels. I think Solomon and Zoroaster likely served the ancient sun god together in the Third Age, which is why they had a certain relationship. This book was first published on the Taiwan Novel Network. Providing you with a reading experience without errors or disordered chapters. Emlyn, the moon, nodded slowly. Although the hermit said so, this was the most comprehensive information he had heard about the angel family so far. Klein, the fool behind the grey fog, also remarked, with the hermit's analysis, the history of the Quaternary period has become much more vivid. Odis continued, after the Fourth Age, some angels chose to pledge allegiance to the true Creator, and after the fall of the Solomon Empire, a large number of them went to the Forsaken Land. It is said that some angels joined the Redemption Rose at this time. Before this, the threshold for joining Redemption Rose was very high, and it was not something that ordinary angels could join. Odis paused slightly and then said, it is said that some angels went to support the Tudor Empire after the fall of the Solomon Empire, or simply did not pledge allegiance to any of them. However, after the fall of the Tudor Empire and the reunification of the northern continent, some angels had no place to live and thus perished. Most of them left no records, the only one I know is the Mother of Heaven from the Land of Night. There are also some angels who supported the Tudor Empire, and many of them went on to support the Byron Empire. After the failure of the Emperor of the Underworld and the Primordial Witch's mission, it seems that a group of angels also perished. These angels may have descendants, but because they were losers and not great nobles in the Battle of the Four Emperors, they simply disappeared into the annals of history. The priestess, Catlia, exclaimed, this is what history truly looks like. Or rather, unless one is a god, obscurity is the norm in history. After everyone reflected on the weight of history for a while, the transaction ended, and Klein restored the senses of the hanged man Alger and the son Derek. Derek then proposed trading extraordinary weapons with Odis again, and the two have now traded 16 weapons at once, with a greater variety of types than before. The people of Silver City also loved the new weapons, after all, more for the same price. Derek himself would occasionally buy 1 or 2 more scrolls, which he said could also achieve unexpected results. Little Sun is still paid for with extraordinary materials of Sequence 9 level. At present, more and more extraordinary people know that the Information Exchange Association and the Mysticism Research Association can reliably provide extraordinary materials of Sequence 9 level, and many people specially attend the meetings to purchase them. Therefore, the extraordinary materials traded at these two gatherings are already in short supply. 2 months ago, Odis always had 8 or 9 pieces of extraordinary materials in stock. Now, let alone stock, sometimes Odis has to purchase from Little Sun because of too many orders. 16 extraordinary weapons, equivalent to £800, can be exchanged for 11 pieces of extraordinary materials of Sequence 9. A single transaction can yield around £1,700, making a considerable profit. If it weren't for Odis's current high expenses, the deal with Little Sun alone would be enough to cover his expenses. After all, he can earn more than £3,000 a month, which would make him a wealthy man even in Backlund. For the next few seconds, the other members remained silent and made no further requests. Seeing this, Klein, using the identity of the fool, said, let's begin the exchange. The eyes of Audrey, the justice member, and others immediately turned to Derek, the Sun, because at the last tarot meeting, the Sun had mentioned that Silver City had begun its second exploration of the Giant's Court. The Sun is one of the members of this exploration team. Derek, who was in the center of attention, paused for a moment before saying, "Last week, I followed the exploration team led by the Chief to Afternoon Town. This is the only way to the Giant's Court, the gateway separating myth and reality." His opening effectively piqued the interest of the Tarot Club members. Even Odis was captivated by his description and couldn't help but exclaim, "Little Sun, you've got quite a few adjectives now, and you're quite the storyteller." Last year, Little Sun was very stiff when recounting his experiences, and he made even the strangest and most novel things sound boring. Derek omitted the less important experiences along the way and started directly from the arrival in Afternoon Town. He first described the gloomy and desolate appearance of the town, and then talked about how the trio found the underground altar, how he distinguished the names of Ulysses, Medici, and Sazriel on the altar, and how they unknowingly entered the other side of the town and saw the titles such as Dark Angel and the phrase Redemption Rose. At this point, he thanked Mr. Fool again for helping him out of his predicament. Then, Derek briefly described how his shadow transformed into a monster, focusing instead on the clergyman in the half-collapsed church who was constantly confessing. He repeated those sentences and mentioned that when the clergy were about to utter the name of the fourth, King of Angels, they were suddenly burned to ashes by transparent flames. At that moment, the Sun Derek turned and looked toward the head of the bronze table, asking reverently, "The fool, who tempted the Dark Angel, Sazriel? Why couldn't you utter the fourth name?" Klein's smile nearly froze as he emerged from behind the gray fog. "Here they come." The reason he rushed to throw Little Sun back into the real world when he rescued him in Afternoon Town was because he was afraid that he would ask similar questions. Magicians don't perform unprepared acts. After that day, Klein seriously considered how to answer the question. Now he was prepared and smiled meaningfully, because it's a secret. He implied to the members of the Tarot Club that this secret was not a secret in the normal sense, but had a deeper and more specific meaning. But you can figure out for yourselves what it means. After doing all this, Klein couldn't help but feel a pang of remorse, realizing he was becoming more and more like a charlatan. "There's nothing I can do about it. How else can I keep up the act? I'm not a real evil god." Alger, the hanged man, combined the clues given by Mr. Fool, the description of Little Sun, and the information he had previously obtained from the Hermit, and made some guesses. Seeing that Little Sun could not immediately understand Mr. Fool's profound hint, he took the initiative to explain that name may represent a deity, which is why it cannot be spoken of. "From your description, Afternoon Town seems to have the power of shadow and corruption, which seems to be the authority of the true creator. Perhaps it was the true creator who tempted the Dark Angel Sazriel, which led to the fall of several angel kings and the residents of Afternoon Town." Katlia nodded slowly. "This is about the same as my guess." Odis suddenly said, "I have a different opinion about the one who supposedly seduced the Dark Angel. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Odis. Odis asked the Little Sun, "Was the situation like this?" When the clergyman spoke of who had tempted the Dark Angel, he opened his mouth, but could not utter the corresponding syllables. Derek nodded quickly, "Yes, yes." Odis looked around at everyone and said, "This reminds me of an experience from a certain adventure where, in the outside world, this was the reaction when you tried to reveal the true name of the Goddess of the Night. Just as Mr. Fool pointed out, the Goddess of Night holds the power of secrets, and directly points to the name Secrets. That was the reaction of Odis, a death pathway extraordinary being who had been tricked by the goddess into entering the goddess's prison after the great smog of Backlund ended, when the goddess's true name was mentioned. Everyone couldn't help but sit up straight. The Hermit's words meant that the Goddess of Night had seduced the Dark Angel, bringing disaster upon them. Audrey, a follower of the Goddess of Night, said, This is unlikely, isn't it?" Klein, who was once a full member of the Night Watchers squad, also found it hard to accept, because it meant that the Goddess of the Night had brought disaster, which could very well have triggered a great cataclysm. He couldn't help but deny it in his mind. "Don't be ridiculous, that's not what I meant." Odis smiled and said, "That clergyman's description is not quite accurate. It can't be called a temptation, but rather a collaboration with the Dark Angel. Cooperate." Klein and Audrey both breathed a slight sigh of relief, realizing that there must be some hidden story behind this. The other members were also very curious about this question and waited for the Hermit to continue. However, Odis changed the subject, saying, "Since we've come this far, let's begin trading the history of the Third Age." Little Sun was so excited he almost stood up. He had waited so long, and Mr. Hermit was finally going to trade the history of the Third Age. He immediately asked the Hermit, "Sir, what would you like to exchange as the primary trader?" In Derek's view, it was inappropriate to trade such crucial intelligence for extraordinary materials of such low level, which were not particularly valuable in Silver City. "Let's use extraordinary materials," said Odis, who was open to any offer. "However, we can use some of the Sequence 8 materials to offset the reward for the intelligence." Furthermore, I must point out that the intelligence regarding the tertiary period is extremely valuable. I believe its total value should be around £12,000, which can be split into 2 transactions. The reward for this transaction is £6,000, and only one list will be published in this transaction. Derek nodded immediately, no problem. He was willing to trade even for 100 of the corresponding materials, because even if 100 materials were used, the extraordinary materials stored in Silver City would only increase in price slightly. The other members were also curious, what kind of list was worth £6,000? However, out of trust in the Hermit and curiosity about the history of the tertiary period, everyone joined the trade. They eventually agreed that Sun and Justice would each contribute £1,500, Priestess would contribute £1,000, and the other members would each contribute £500, jointly paying this huge sum of money. After everyone had discussed it, Odis said, "I am going to announce the list of members of Redemption Rose." Katlia was taken aback. She had heard of the Redemption Rose, an organization that served the true creator, and it was said that there were angel-level beings within it. But then she realized that things wouldn't be that simple, because a list from such an organization couldn't possibly be that valuable. Alger and the other members recalled that during a previous transaction, the Hermit had said that the current leader of the Redemption Rose was the Angel of Fate, Eurolius. They also realized that the organization might not be as simple as it seemed. Odis continued, the initial members of this organization were roughly divided into 2 parts. One part consisted of the Angel Kings led by the Dark Angel Sazriel. Besides Dark Angel Sazriel, there is Wind Angel Leodorus, Cherubim Heraburgen, Pure White Angel Osicus, Red Angel Medici, and Fate Angel Alolius. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, the lineup of these Angel Kings alone is quite formidable. Then he thought, could my previous guess be correct? Was the fall of the ancient sun god due to the betrayal of his subordinates? Klein remarked, in the extraordinary world, having too many powerful subordinates is not necessarily a good thing. Derek thought to himself, if all these kings of angels have fallen, that would be terrible. He then recalled the intelligence from the previous transaction, apart from the Dark Angels being rather mysterious and rarely mentioned by Mr. Hermit, after the Great Cataclysm, it seemed that the other Angel Kings had indeed betrayed the omniscient and omnipotent Lord. The Wind Angels, Cherubim, and Pure White Angels became gods one after another, while the Red Angels and Fate Angels also switched their allegiance to the true Creator. He sighed, so they had all fallen. No wonder none of the 6 kings of angels tried to resurrect the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord, but instead established their own churches or found new objects of loyalty. Alger, the hanged man, noticed that of the 8 angel kings, only 2 had not joined the Redemption Rose. They were Adam, the imaginary angel, and Amon, the time angel, 2 divine sons of the ancient sun god. Alger realized that the Redemption Rose might be related to the fall of the ancient sun god. These angel kings must be plotting something and were afraid that the ancient sun god would find out, which is why they did not invite Adam and Amon. Odis continued, the other members of the Redemption Rose were invited by the Goddess of Night, at the request of the ancient sun god. Justice, Audrey couldn't help but interrupt Odis's description, a member invited by the goddess. Yes, Odis smiled. As we said before, the Church of the Goddess of Night was one of the first organizations to pledge its protection to humanity. Another organization that has always protected humanity is the ancient sun god and his power. In that era, humans did not have the status they have today. The main extraordinary powers at that time were giants, elves, dire wolves, and other extraordinary creatures. At that time, extraordinary creatures were the mainstream, and protecting humanity required courage and sufficient strength. The other members were stunned, suddenly feeling completely unfamiliar with that period of history. The key question is what it would be like for humans to be marginalized in the extraordinary realm. Odis continued, moreover, I learned from other sources that the ancient sun god and the goddess of night cooperated during the Second Age. Although the Church of Night was a secret organization in the Third Age, the ancient sun god and the goddess of night had a certain connection. So when the ancient sun god was secretly planning and establishing the Redemption Rose, he entrusted the goddess of night to invite the gods of the then hidden organization to join the Redemption Rose. Klein nearly lost his composure. What? The ancient sun god secretly established the Redemption Rose. This. All his previous guesses were overturned at once. Alger was quite surprised, weren't the kings of angels doing something detrimental to the ancient sun god? Then why didn't they invite Adam and Amon? Katlia found it rather strange, at the level of the ancient sun god, what kind of things would require secretly establishing an organization to carry out? Audrey, however, was more curious, the Hermit, was the Church of the Goddess of Night once a secret organization? Yes, Odis smiled. Not only the Church of the Night, but most of the churches among the 7 gods were originally secret organizations. Yes, the Church of the Ancient Sun God and the Church of the Night were absolute outliers in the Second Age. Because the extraordinary power at that time was organized primarily according to race, as Sun once said, during the Second Era, the management model of the vampires was basically one ancestor and several regional leaders, while ordinary vampires belonged to different leaders. This was probably the norm at the time, and its management model was extremely simple. Because if they have any important matters, they can bypass the leader and report directly to the ancestor, which is completely different from the modern government management model. Emlyn, the moon, thought that noble vampires must be different from other races, but he only thought about it and didn't say anything. But the organization of the church is different, Odis said. It has the position of missionary, who preach in the territories of different races. Although both churches primarily preach to humans, humans are a race ruled by extraordinary beings and are bound to deal with giants and elves. It is said that in the late Second Age, the Giant King sent people to contact a secret organization similar to the Church of Men in order to fight against the elves. However, the ancient sun god defeated the Giant King directly, and the matter was dropped. Derek nodded in agreement. He believed that the people of Silver City had likely established contact with the missionaries of the Lord before the King of Giants fell. After the King of Giants fell, he formally became a believer in the omniscient and omnipotent God. Odis continued, in the Third Age, this situation changed somewhat. At that time, the only true church was the Church of the Ancient Sun God. Most of the remaining extraordinary organizations have become covert organizations. However, the secret organizations back then were not like they are now, representing evil. At least an organization like the Church of the Night should have been semi-publicly recognized by the Ancient Sun God and could develop followers within a certain range. Audrey and the others felt somewhat unfamiliar again, mainly because they were not used to the fact that the current Church of the True God was a secret organization. Seeing that no one had any further questions, Odis continued, the Goddess of Night, at the request of the Ancient Sun God, joined the Redemption Rose and personally invited Badhall and Amabella. Wait a minute. Alger's eyes twitched slightly as he asked, are you talking about God of War Badr? By chance, he saw the part of the Book of Storms that was only accessible to high-ranking church officials and not made public. From that, he learned the names of two gods, Leodorus, the Lord of Storms, and Badr, the God of War. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Katlia chimed in, I remember the queen of the Giant King, the goddess of harvest, was named Amabella. She mentioned this topic when she first attended a tarot meeting. She said that after the Second Age, the goddess of harvest seemed to have disappeared, and there were no clues about her. Unexpectedly, she suddenly joined the Redemption Rose in the Third Age. Odis answered Alger's question first, it is the current God of War Badhell. Since we're on the topic, let me briefly talk about this god. He was the son of the King of Giants and ascended to godhood at the end of the Second Age. Everyone was stunned for a moment before being overwhelmed by surprise. What Emlyn the Moon didn't expect was that God of War was a giant. Before attending the Tarot Club, he always thought that vampires were the only remaining ancient race. However, he later learned that the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was actually a dragon and the Goddess of Night was actually a demon wolf. Now he also knows that the God of War is actually a giant. This has left Emlyn feeling indifferent to descriptions like ancient. After his initial surprise, Alger remarked, among the 7 gods, the Goddess of Knowledge and Wisdom, the Goddess of Night, and the God of War are ancient races from the Second Age. The Eternal Sun and the Lord of Storms might be human, and the God of Steam and Machinery should also be, right? As for the Mother Earth, it's still uncertain. The magician Furs also thought to himself, some truths are better left unknown. Before this, the image of the 7 gods in her mind was that of a sacred and solemn human being. But now, when she thought of the 7 gods again, she suddenly felt that they were all ferocious and terrifying ancient monsters. Even little son Derek hadn't expected that among the 7 gods in the outside world, there would be a giant among them. This left him with mixed feelings. After all, the predecessor of Silver City, the Silver Kingdom, had once been loyal to the King of Giants. After his initial surprise, Klein thought of another question, would the goddess invite the God of War to participate in the redemption of the Rose? Aren't these 2 gods supposed to have an irreconcilable conflict? The other members also had their own associations, but they were all mainly surprised. Odis gave everyone some time to react before continuing. The Church of the God of War was also one of the secret organizations at the time. Most of the giants who survived were protected by the God of War, and it is said that even now, there are still giant tribes in the Fuzak Empire. Although I haven't received any specific intelligence, it's not hard to imagine that the Church of War is not in as good a situation as the Church of Night. After all, the King of Giants was once the ancient sun god. With such an invitation, the God of War will definitely participate in order to improve relations with the ancient sun god and give the Church of the God of War more room for development. At this point, Odis paused for a moment and then said, do you all remember the concept of above the gods that we talked about before? After everyone nodded, Odis continued, I learned from another source that the gods of the Third Age did not yet have the concept of above the gods. So at that time, the battles or conflicts between gods were mostly not due to neighboring paths, but rather due to various interests or emotional factors. It is precisely because there is no concept of above the gods that the goddess of night not only invited the god of war, but also the god of the dead, Salinger, at that time. Audrey was taken aback, the later emperor of the underworld. Yes, Odis said. Because at that time he still called himself the god of the dead, so we can be sure that he had not yet become a god, but he had most likely reached the level of the king of angels. This is also why I believe he has a close connection with the ancient sun god, because, judging from some of his actions, the ancient sun god trusts the goddess of night more. The gods invited by the goddess of night may not necessarily be trusted by the ancient sun god, but at least the two sides can maintain a basic level of mutual trust. Hearing this, Klein frowned, adding the 6 angel kings who once served the ancient sun god, that's already 7 angel kings plus 2 gods. The power of the redemption rose is terrifying. What could the ancient sun god possibly want that would require the secret formation of such an organization? Odis then answered Catlia's question. Amabella is indeed the name of the queen of the giant king, and it is also the true name of the Earth Mother goddess. What? Emlyn thought he had misheard. Mother Earth is the queen of the king of giants. He glanced at the sun beside him. If he remembered correctly, the Silver Kingdom worshipped the queen of the giant king. This. Emlyn then thought about how he was gradually beginning to believe in the Earth Mother goddess. Fortunately, Silver City has now converted to the ancient sun god, otherwise I would essentially have the same faith as the sun. Catlia paused for a moment, then shook her head. No wonder there were no records of the goddess of harvest. In the Third Age, it turns out she was promoted to a true god and renamed the Mother Goddess of the Earth. Alger took a deep breath. The fourth deity is not human. Audrey also remarked, the extraordinary races of the Second Age have had a profound influence. Even now, the gods of the Fifth Age, if we trace their origins, can mostly be traced back to that ancient era. First simply thought, I've learned the true name of another god. At the same time, she also understood why a list was worth £6,000. Most of the names on the list had become gods, either then or later. This is information about the gods. Odis answered Emlyn's question. You can think of it that way. Emlyn nodded, somewhat regretting that he had wasted another opportunity to ask a question, but when he heard the hermit say that, it was simply too astonishing. He couldn't help but ask. Klein noticed that the hermit did not give a direct and accurate answer, but instead said, you can think of it that way. Could there be some hidden story behind this? Alger and Catlia noticed this as well, but the other members did not notice anything amiss with the hermit's answer. Odis continued, in addition, the goddess of night also invited the god of spirits, Thorsna. We've mentioned this deity before. For the people of the northern continent, this deity has little presence. But he can be traced back to the Second Age, and is a follower of the King of the Strange. Klein thought to himself, it seems that the followers of the ancient gods have made great progress in the Third and Fourth Ages. Many of them have become gods, such as the goddess of night and the god of war. Those who have not become gods also seem to be very powerful. Then he thought, of course, it's also possible that, like the angels that the hermit just mentioned, who disappeared into the river of history, those dead gods have long been forgotten. Later, the god of spirits broke away from the Rose of Redemption. Odis continued without pausing, and developed his own power in the southern continent, changing his name to Bound God. Klein nodded, I've heard of Bound God. Miss Sharon once said that this god seems to have disappeared and hasn't appeared for a long time. Catlia and Alger had also heard of this deity, but that was all they had heard of. Odis concluded, these are the original members of the Redemption Rose, including 3 deities, the goddess of night, the god of war, and the Mother Earth. There are 8 angel kings. Besides the 6 angel kings who are loyal to the ancient sun god, there are also the god of the dead and the god of spirits. Of course, as you should all know from our previous transactions, in later eras, 4 of these 8 beings at the level of angel kings became gods. At this moment, little son Derek said, Hermit, could you tell me about Dark Angel Sazriel? Everyone looked at the hermit again. They had just noticed that the hermit had only mentioned the 6 angel kings briefly, as if he had no intention of explaining the dark angels in detail. Odis thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, we need to wait until the second round of transactions regarding the information from the Third Age to explain this clearly. If we only explain part of it without clarifying it, it will easily cause misunderstandings. Just as little son was about to say that it was fine, Klein manipulated the world and said, say as much as you can. All right, Odis said. Dark Angel Sazriel is the Vice-King of Heaven, the Angel King of the Hanged Man pathway. To a certain extent, he is the current true creator. Really? Everyone thought to themselves in unison. Klein thought to himself, when this King of Angels was mentioned before, I wondered if he was the true creator. But then he realized, the Hermit said, to a certain extent, meaning that the true creator is not entirely the Dark Angel. Or that the Dark Angel is not entirely the true creator. Caldelia and Alger shared similar thoughts with Klein. They all believed that there must be some secret hidden here. Furs simply thought, of the 8 kings of angels, 4 have become gods. This is practically a training course for true gods. After her initial surprise, Audrey, the Justice, asked the Hermit, what was the original intention behind the founding of Redemption Rose? Or rather, what is the purpose of this organization? Odis smiled and said, this is intelligence for the next deal. The next transaction will mainly explain the purpose of Redemption Rose, or rather, the purpose of Ancient Sun God, in establishing this organization, and the organization's subsequent actions. Audrey was somewhat disappointed, but at the same time, she looked forward to the next deal coming soon. Even the usually frugal Klein felt that the gold pounds had been well spent. After everyone calmed down for about 10 seconds, son Derek suddenly remembered something and asked the person at the head of the bronze table with some concern, "Fool, is the key to leaving the Forsaken Land really in the Giant's Court?" The fool, Klein's smile stiffened again. "That's what I think, but the problem is, I can't be sure." However, his past experience with charlatans quickly led Klein to a solution that would not require a direct answer and would not diminish his status as a fool. He turned to look at Katlia and said, "Speaking of this, Bernadette already knows how to enter the Forsaken Land." He was present when Odis and Bernadette discussed the connection between the Giant's Court and the Forsaken Land, which confirmed many of his conjectures. Katlia immediately recalled the vague images from her dream. Was it that projection? Klein replied, "It's that projection, the projection of the Court of Giants." Gadria exclaimed with delight, "So that was a projection of the Giant's Court." Son Derek took a few seconds to process the conversation between the fool and the priestess, and vaguely understood a fact: the key to entering the Forsaken Land was related to the projection of the Giant's Court. Therefore, the key to leaving the wonderful land really was the Giant's Court. Derek, somewhat excited, bowed his head and said, "The fool, thank you for your explanation." Klein quietly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this scene was simply too mentally taxing. Alger the Hangman asked, "Where is the projection of the Giant's Court?" Katlia made no secret of it, in the easternmost part of the Sunia Sea, in the dreams of the night. "I was just about to share some of my observations from this trip with you." Justice Audrey and Magician Furs were both very interested and looked at the priestess together, waiting for her to tell the story. Northeast of the Gargas Islands, there is a safe passageway leading to the dangerous sea area. Katlia began her story from the deep crevice that separated the seawater. It describes an unseen solar chariot, a night when one must sleep to avoid disappearing, and a projection of the Giant's Court located opposite a mountain peak in a dream world. She made no mention of Captain Gard or Gehrman Sparrow during this process, and she only briefly mentioned other unusual events along the way. In the end, she focused on the sea ruins that concealed huge corpses and the adventurer's sailboat with the words, "Fountain of Youth," written in blood. Katlia said, "This may mean that the Fountain of Youth is inside that ruin, and the corpse that can emit huge gasps is the guardian." Alger, the hanged man, was immediately intrigued. The Fountain of Youth, the legendary Fountain of Youth, among the 6 treasures of the sea. He couldn't help but consider the possibility of exploring that ruin after Sequence 5. Justice Audrey listened attentively, then shook her head slightly and said, "I don't think the ultimate meaning of the blood-written words is that the Fountain of Youth is in those ruins." After a pause, she tried to do a psychological analysis of the deceased. A person who has been attacked by a monster and is about to die will not point out the treasure. If he wants to warn his companions or relatives who come looking for him, he should write that there is danger here, or where the danger comes from. If his intention was to tell passing ships that there was a Fountain of Youth, he lacked sufficient intrinsic motivation to write something like that while on the verge of death, unless there was a conspiracy hidden within it to lure people to that ruin in search of the Fountain of Youth, and this conspiracy would save him. Emlyn, the moon, chimed in, "Yes, if it were me, I wouldn't desperately try to tell others about the treasure before I die. What's the point for me?" After marveling at the psychological analysis of the audience, Odis glanced at the world and said, "The Fountain of Youth is a hoax." Klein was slightly taken aback. "So what if it's a scam? Why look at the world?" He never imagined that the reason Odis wanted to see the world was because he remembered that these words were announced by the world at the tarot meeting, but the world had not reacted at all when the topic was discussed. After a moment's recollection, Odis remembered that this matter was originally told to Klein by the mysterious queen. However, an important butterfly effect of Odis's trip to the ruins of the gods was that the mysterious queen spent most of her attention on the Argo and on Odis. Therefore, after confirming Gehrman Sparrow's identity, the mysterious queen spent most of her time on the Argo. Odis realized that only she could explain this matter to everyone. Chapter 319, Chapter 318 The Hunt with Gehrman Sparrow. The Hermit, Odis explained, "I just heard that the Fountain of Youth is likely a ritual for the ascension of the immortal king, a complete hoax." The other members were stunned. The priestess, Katlia, immediately thought, this was told to him by the queen. After listening to Miss Justice's analysis, everyone already felt that there was something wrong with the Fountain of Youth, but no one expected things to turn out this way. Moon Emlyn asked, Hermit, sir, is it the ritual for advancing to which rank? It's said to be the 4th rank of advancement. Odis recalled for a moment and said, the 4th rank of the demon pathway is called Devil. The fool, Klein thought to himself, this sequence sounds cunning just from its name. Alger the Hanged Man was somewhat surprised, the Undying King is only a sequence 5. Logically speaking, King of the Sea should usually be a demigod. Odis replied, I have heard that the Undying King is indeed a sequence 5, but his flagship, the Deaths, seems to be a ghost ship of demigod level. It's equivalent to a sequence 5 holding a level 1 sealed artifact. Alger slowly nodded, which was equivalent to having the power of a demigod. The other members were somewhat surprised by the news about the Fountain of Youth and the Undying King, but upon closer examination, they found the information provided by the Hermit to be quite reasonable. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Alger glanced at the Hermit and then said, I just received intelligence that the Argo and the Golden Dream met up in the Sunia Sea last week and are sailing east together. Justice Audrey, the Magician, Furs, and others all looked at the Hermit. Based on recent exchanges at the Tarot Club, they have gained considerable knowledge about much information at sea, since 4 of the 9 members of the Tarot Club are currently at sea. Actually, there are 5, because Klein alone occupies 2 spots, the Fool and the World. Because they all operate at sea, they often talk about maritime intelligence during their exchanges. After listening to so much, they became quite knowledgeable about things at sea. For example, they knew that the Argo was the flagship of the Mysterious Admiral, also known as the Hermit, while the Golden Dream was the flagship of the Iceberg Admiral. Odysseus said, I also had business to attend to at the ruins of the War of the Gods, and I met the priestess in the Sunia Sea. Cathlia nodded, indicating her agreement with what the Hermit had said. In a few days, news of the fleet consisting of the future, Golden Dream, and Argo appearing in Tascart Harbor will reach the raging sea, and the Hanged Man will definitely hear about it, so there is no need to hide it. Alger paused for a moment, wondering what the 3 pirate generals were doing at the God War ruins. But after thinking about it, he felt that such speculation was meaningless, so he said, I'm ready, we can go explore Whale Island together. Whale Island is the island where Deckard left his treasure. To be precise, Alger had already explored it once before, but when he encountered danger, he decisively stopped exploring and prepared to explore it together with the Hermit and the World. Alger had been preparing for this treasure for a long time, and had previously discussed exploring it together with the World and the Hermit. Odis pondered for a moment and said, I have time tomorrow. Klein said, I'll have time tomorrow too. Alger said, you need to take a boat to Whale Island first. It's an uninhabited island in the middle of the raging sea, located. Odis smiled and said, there's no need for such trouble. I'll take the World travel with me to find you. Alger, the Hanged Man, paused for a moment before replying, okay. Then the other members realized that the Hermit had a magical item that was comparable to the Traveler, and that he could use the ability to travel. Klein and the Magician, Furs were aware of this, so they weren't surprised. Odis then said to Alger, give me a general overview so we can be prepared. Okay. Alger first asked the Fool to set up a private communication environment before saying, I have already made some preliminary explorations. There are some extraordinary creatures on that island, but they don't seem to be very high level. However, there is a peculiar rock on the island that has put my spiritual senses in danger. Moreover, the animals on the island seem to have great awe for that rock. When I tried to get close to it, they suddenly became very aggressive. Klein manipulates the World to ask, any clues about the location of the buried treasure? No, Alger said. I haven't dared to explore the entire island, so I don't know where the treasure is buried. The World nodded. Odis rubbed his forehead and said, generally speaking, if the rocks and trees on these kinds of islands have a peculiar feel, they are not easy problems to solve. We'll try to bypass that area and see if we can find a relatively safe route. After a brief discussion, we concluded this one-on-one exchange. Returning to the discussion session, everyone chatted for a while longer before Klein said, let's call it a day. Everyone got up and returned to the real world almost simultaneously. Odis opened his eyes, stared blankly at the ceiling of the captain's cabin for a while, then got up to set up the altar and offered the extraordinary weapon he had prepared beforehand, as well as the extraordinary materials he had traded with Cattleya, to the Fool. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the Fool informed Odis to perform the gifting ceremony, and soon stacks of gold pounds and many extraordinary materials appeared on the altar. Odis conducted 2 intelligence transactions, receiving 4,500 in cash, 10 extraordinary materials of sequence 9 level, and 6 extraordinary materials of sequence 8 level. Another intelligence deal yielded 3,000 pounds in cash. There was also the extraordinary material traded with Cattleya, for which he received 580 pounds in cash. The extraordinary weapon traded with Son Derek yielded 11 extraordinary materials of sequence 9 level. So in the end, Odis received £8,080 in cash, as well as 21 extraordinary materials of sequence 9 and 6 extraordinary materials of sequence 8. This tarot gathering was a huge success, and Odis suddenly felt rich again. In particular, the extraordinary materials traded with the Sun were worth around £5,000 after Odis sold them, though it would take some time to realize their value. With this money, the construction funds for Cruz Island will be sufficient, since there will be fewer places to spend money afterward, with only the Lighthouse Hill construction site remaining under construction for some time. Cruz Island's current income mainly comes from magical potions and raiding merchant ships. With fewer expenses, expanding the magical potion business is basically enough to cover daily expenses. Odis occasionally goes out to fight pirates and sells information at the Tarot Club, which is enough to cover the expenses of Cruz Island. After putting away the cash and extraordinary materials, Odis went to his workshop. He had some free time today and planned to design a new generation of extraordinary puppets with the help of the alchemy glasses. The use of extraordinary puppets will increase in the future, and these puppets, which will be needed to handle more complex problems, will also need to look more like real humans in order to adapt to more complex usage environments. After dinner, Odis went up to the deck, looked at the small port city in front of him, greeted the crew on watch in the wheelhouse, and then went ashore to explore the land. After wandering around for several tens of minutes, Odis sampled some local specialties and then went into a bar, only to find that although it should have been the bar's busiest time, there weren't many people inside. I went up to the bar and asked, and found out that there was a fighting competition next door, and a lot of people had gone to watch it. Odis wasn't interested in the fighting matches, so he ordered a beer at the bar and chatted with the other patrons while drinking. The other drinkers didn't pay much attention at first, but soon their attitude became very respectful because they recognized the young men in front of them as General Mystery. I had heard that the ships Admiral Mystery and Vice Admiral Iceberg were docked in Tascart for resupply, but I never expected to meet such an important figure in a bar. As they were talking, Odis's spirituality seemed to sense something and she looked towards the entrance of the bar. Squeak. The bar door was pushed open, and a young man in a suit with a cold expression appeared in the doorway. It was none other than Gehrman Sparrow, played by Klein. Odis smiled and waved, "Let's have a drink together." Having just tested his newfound abilities, Klein recalled how Captain Gal had taken £900 from him at today's tarot meeting, and asked, "Are you treating?" "It's my treat," Odis said with a smile. "Order whatever you like, up to 1 soul. At this price, you can basically only order beer." Klein didn't mind. He ordered a beer and was about to drink it when both of their spiritualities were simultaneously awakened, and they looked towards the door together. A man of medium build with purple lips and brown eyes appeared at the doorway. It was none other than Gilkias, the second mate of the undead king, Agarito, and the slayer, with a bounty of £9,500. Before Odis could react, Klein had already drawn his revolver and fired a shot at Gilkias. Gilchrist simply sidestepped the shot and gave a malicious smile. He certainly recognized Klein, or rather, Gehrman Sparrow. Just as Gilchrist was preparing to counterattack, he saw that sitting next to Gehrman Sparrow was none other than mysterious Admiral Odis Gard. Gilchrist immediately sensed a strong malice. As an apostle of desire, he could immediately sense if someone wanted to harm him. The reason why Gilchrist didn't sense such great danger earlier was mainly because Admiral Mystery hadn't recognized him yet. At this moment, Odis saw the people standing at the tavern entrance as a walking pile of gold pounds. Although Odis had enough money to live on, he certainly wouldn't refuse the gold pounds delivered to his door. He suddenly pulled out the Gus staff and poured star sand into it, causing the crystal at the staff's head to shine brilliantly. In fact, Odis possessed a grape leaf that had a restraining effect on demons. However, the grape leaf can only be used a limited number of times, and as Odis's strength increases, using the grape leaf again would be more effective against higher-level demons, so there's no need to waste it on Gilkias. So while the patrons were frantically trying to get away from the sudden gunshot, Odis had already made a decision and was using his extraordinary abilities to deal with the Apostle of Desire in front of him. After seeing the two people in front of the bar, Gilchrist didn't hesitate and turned to run away. Behind him was a short-haired woman who had already drawn 2 guns, and a burly man wearing boxing gloves. Seeing the second mate's reaction, they seemed to understand something and followed him away. Of course, Odis wouldn't let them leave. He used the extraordinary ability of the travel ring to teleport to the outside of the bar, raised the Gus staff, and immediately saw Gar runes that looked like solidified starlight appear on the crystal at the top of the staff. Then, a pure beam of light fell down. This is Odis's imitation of the sacrifice of light of divine light. Theoretically speaking, Odis's imitation using star sand and borrowing the Gar rune cannot be compared with the real divine light. But with the enhancement of the staff of Gus, the pillar of light that descended from the sky was almost indistinguishable from the real holy light. The holy light is very effective against the abilities of the demon. Gilkias and his companions are all criminal pathway beings, which are also demon pathway extraordinary beings. They dodged the holy light as quickly as possible. However, the woman with the dual pistols was a little too slow and was affected by the holy light. Amidst her shrill screams, her exposed skin began to melt, like a burning candle. This prompted her to quickly rush into the shadows on the side of the street, as if to escape the sudden, intense sunlight. Taking advantage of the opening, Odis put on his boxing gloves and threw a punch at Galicia's. Just then, Gilchrist had barely dodged the holy light when he was struck by Klein's mental pierce, and collapsed to the ground in agony. Odis punched the second mate of the Death Note. Harvest. Gilchrist was seriously injured at that moment. His other companion, who was wearing boxing gloves, suddenly grew taller and larger, almost instantly transforming into a demon. He has a massive body about 3 meters tall. His skin appears dull, but it is actually dark and sinister. The curved goat horns on his head are covered with countless mysterious patterns. A pair of giant wings like bat wings grow from his back, wrapped in pale blue flames and emitting a strong sulfur smell. After seeing the second mate being besieged by the mysterious admiral and Gehrman Sparrow, the demon summoned pale blue fireballs and hurled them at the mysterious admiral. Just as Odis was about to throw his second punch, he had no choice but to temporarily stop his attack and fly into the air to avoid the fireball. As he took flight, the gustaff in his hand became dazzling, and 2 small, starlight-emitting orbs suddenly appeared. One hovered around Odis, and the other flew towards Klein, hovering around him. These 2 orbs of light are Odis's modifications to witchcraft, which can prevent him from experiencing too much emotional fluctuation and effectively prevent him from being controlled by Galicia's desires. This witchcraft was actually developed by Odis through his research on the demons and the corresponding abilities of the fallen angels. Originally invented as witchcraft to suppress the negative power of the Facelessman pendant, it was only later that it was thought that it could be used to deal with the Apostle of Desire. It wasn't until then that the people on the street realized what was happening. Regardless of whether they knew about the existence of the extraordinary power, their first reaction was to quickly find a place to hide. Odis casually tossed out an ice scroll from midair, and the fireball following behind was instantly frozen in midair. Klein's attack on Gilchrist followed closely behind, his gloves turned golden, and another pure, holy light descended. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Suddenly, a pair of bat wings sprouted from Gillis' back, and many pale blue mystical symbols circled around the second mate of the Death Note. He used his demonic body to withstand the holy light. This caused his bat wings to collapse and many to evaporate. At that moment, the demon came over to help, wielding a giant sword made of crimson magma and pale blue flames. Klein glanced at Odis in midair, took a step back, and then looked at the demon. The next second, the demon's movement suddenly slowed down, and Klein began to manipulate the spirit threads. He suddenly realized that neither he nor Odis had very high defenses, and that they had been caught off guard in the battle. It was clear that Odis hadn't been able to wear all the magical items. The opponent, after being demonized, possesses extremely high attack and defense capabilities. If these 2 demons cannot be dealt with quickly, they might even be injured. Therefore, he simply held off the demon and handed the Apostle of Desire over to Odis. At the same time, Gilkias looked up at Odis in midair with a malicious gaze. Die. A dazzling light immediately burst forth from the Staff of Gus in Odis's hand, and starlight adhered to Odis's body, blocking Gillis's filthy words. At this moment, Gilchrist flapped his severely collapsed and deformed wings and actually took flight, a great sword made of magma and flames appearing in his hand, and charged towards Odis in midair. Odis took advantage of this opportunity to use a scale scroll on herself. The starlight on the Gus staff flickered, and a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Gilkias squarely on the head and knocking him to the ground, his head smoking. Before Gilchrist could launch a new attack, a beam of holy light descended once more. As the second mate of the Death Note frantically dodged, his spirit seemed to suddenly grasp something, the mysterious admiral's desire to win. Gilchrist gritted his teeth and endured the holy light, igniting the desire of the mysterious general. Odis's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile. At this moment, he held the Gus staff in his right hand and a scroll that had just exploded in his left. This scroll was made by him through studying the demigod-level spiritual material he obtained from Admiral Emilius, the lawyer pathway. This can lead to confusion in the target's perception and the scroll user's needs. In the battle just now, seeing that she could not kill this Apostle of Desire quickly, Odis first used witchcraft that could reduce emotional fluctuations. Moreover, he remained calm and composed throughout the battle, trying his best not to have any desires. Of course, he wouldn't have such obvious desires now that he had a clear advantage. It was the Scroll of Chaos that caused Gilchrist to make a serious misjudgment, resulting in him not only failing to ignite Odis's desires but also being covered by the divine light. He originally thought that the power of the divine light would end after 2 or 3 seconds. But Odis kept infusing the Staff of Gus with spirituality, so the divine light lasted for 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, and finally ended at the 9th second. Seeing this, Klein couldn't help but think to himself, did Eternal Sun forget to turn off its flashlight? At first, he thought Odis had some magical item related to the sun, but now it doesn't seem like it. When the intense light dissipated, Gilkias, who had been over 3 meters tall and demonic, had completely collapsed. If he hadn't burned his 2 goat horns, he would have been severely mentally damaged and turned into a fool who could only praise the sun. Gilchrist was not dead yet, but he was very weak. He quickly transformed into a ball of black, viscous liquid. This liquid moved swiftly, hoping to escape as soon as possible. The starlight on the Staff of Gus continued to shimmer, and the rays of starlight shone on the viscous liquid, instantly solidifying it to form a dazzling starlight cage, temporarily trapping Gilkias. Odis flew over and threw another punch with his hand, which was covered by the Harvest gloves. Harvest. The second mate of the Death Scream, who was extremely weak and seriously injured, was harvested on the spot by Odis. The liquid solidified and turned into a corpse that looked like a melted wax figure. Odis glanced at the Gus staff in his hand and felt the staff enhance his abilities. Then he looked at the demon that Klein had controlled. Odis once again infused the Gus staff with spirituality, and the brilliant starlight formed solid Gar runes on the staff head. Suddenly, a dawn-like light gathered around the Gus staff, enveloping it and forming a sharp, broad greatsword that radiated the light of dawn. Odis strode forward and beheaded the demon with a single sword stroke. At this moment, both Klein and Odis noticed that the woman wielding 2 guns had escaped. Odis flew into the air and searched for a while, then opened a phantom door in midair and disappeared into the air. A few seconds later he reappeared and threw the female corpse, whose face was somewhat melted, onto the ground. The street was still quiet, but Odis and Klein knew very well that many eyes were secretly watching them from the corners. Odis looked at the 3 corpses in front of him and said, Gilshas has a bounty of 9,500 pounds, and there are also bounties on his 2 subordinates. I'll check when I get back. Klein, who was quite knowledgeable about pirate bounties, said in a stern tone, one is 4,600 pounds, and the other is 1,000 pounds. Odis rubbed his hands together, what a bumper harvest. He paused for a moment, then added, I'm going to collect the bounty, I can get the full amount. As for the other 3 extraordinary traits. Klein suddenly said, I hope to obtain the extraordinary properties of that Apostle of Desire, in order to accept a smaller bounty. Odis nodded. After all, this is a sequence 5-tier trait. How about we offer it at a discount of 8,000 pounds? You'll take 4,000 pounds less in bounty. Klein hummed in agreement, no problem, wait for me a moment. As he spoke, he lifted Gilchrist's now much lighter corpse and used Flame Leap to reach a corner of the street, quickly completing his hurting. Odis then searched the other 2 corpses, collecting loot. He removed the demon's gauntlet, which was indeed a magical item. On the woman, Odis found a trophy that surprised him greatly, a book titled The Manual of Combat. Odis glanced through the book briefly and saw that the other person was reading it very attentively, and even wrote down his thoughts and admiration for the author in the margins. Odis smiled helplessly and said to the woman's corpse, next time, if you bring this book out earlier, you might save your life. Unfortunately, there won't be a next time. When Klein returned, Odis had already disposed of the corpse using star sand, specifically by using a beam of light to shatter the area below the neck, thus allowing the extraordinary properties to form ahead of time. After smashing Gilkias' corpse to pieces, Odis took off his trench coat and used it as a bundle to collect the 3 heads. Then, pointing to 2 other special attributes, he said, one is demon, and the other is serial killer. He asked Klein, do you have a way to sell these 2 properties? Klein is still playing Gehrman Sparrow, no. I don't have any either. Odis smiled. There's a chance to make it into a magical item, after all, the power of a demon is still very useful. How about you sell one for 3,000 pounds and another for 1,000 pounds? That way you can get an extra 2,000 pounds. Klein realized that the 2 attributes were indeed useless, so he nodded and said, okay. Finally, there's the gauntlet. Odis had already examined it with the craftsman's pocket watch, and it turned out to be a magical item comparable to the arsonist item from the hunter pathway. The negative effects aren't very strong, Odis said. I estimate it at 1,800 pounds. If you don't have the means, how about I sell it myself? Well, you have 2 options. One is to process it for me now and get an extra 800 pounds in reward. The other is to wait a while until I sell it, and then we'll split the profits. Klein took a deep breath, I'll take an extra 800 pounds. He roughly calculated that he could still get more than 6,000 pounds in reward money, and he had made a fortune from this drink today. After quickly dividing the spoils, the 2 parted ways. Odis traveled directly to Cruz Island using travel and handed over the 3 heads to Tim, an officer sent by the Navy, so that he could exchange them for the bounty. Recently, Operation Dawnbreaker, has launched a series of attacks, destroying several warships of the Feniport Navy and repeatedly plundering cargo ships passing through the central route, causing considerable losses to Feniport, Masjid, and other countries. Admiral Emilius was very satisfied with their contributions, which is why he had previously agreed to a semi-public meeting with Odis. Tim, who was the liaison officer, was thus given the opportunity for promotion. He took the task assigned by the captain very seriously and said that he would receive the bounty the next day. Back on the Argo, Odis was in a good mood and took out those demigod-level spiritual materials to study again. Before he knew it, he had collected quite a lot of demigod-level spiritual materials. The first scales collected were those of the former sea god, Kavituva, which Odis now mainly uses to make scale scrolls. After becoming Sequence 5, the scale armor scroll becomes even stronger, rendering physical attacks from those below the level of demigod almost ineffective, and also able to defend against most extraordinary abilities from those below the level of demigod. Skills like Harvest can ignore defense, or the Dawn Sword from the Warrior Path can block 1 or 2 hits. Other spiritual materials include the Stone of Iron Law, seized from the Abraham family storehouse, and the Black Spider, previously seized from the Church of the Ancient Sun God. Because they broke the trap of the Rose School, they obtained spiritual materials at the demigod level from Admiral Emilius, namely the Lawyer Pathway, and spiritual materials at the Monster Pathway from the Life School. The fruit obtained from the Tree of Healing during this trip to the Ruins of the Gods was spiritual material at the demigod level of the Reader Pathway. Later on the island, Bernadette obtained fruit from the towering tree that reached into the clouds. It was spiritual material for the Spectator Pathway to the demigod level. These materials can all be used to make scrolls with special abilities, which increased the number of high-level scrolls in Odis's bag and broadened the range of abilities she could use. Odis had previously had the 2 intelligent puppets in the Wilderness of Knowledge write down many common scrolls, and he originally thought he wouldn't need to write scrolls for several months. However, he did not expect that after going to the ruins of the War of Gods and obtaining the Staff of Gus, he could imitate many other abilities and would not need ordinary scrolls at all. So these scrolls, like the previous thunderstorm bombs, became inventory. Odis thought about it and decided that he could open a scroll shop in Biome to sell these stockpiles. Even if the stock ran out, he could write some more to sell. So Odis made a general plan, intending to assign the task to Mandy after exploring the island Alger had mentioned the next day. After a night's rest, the next morning, as the Argo and the Golden Dream set sail, Odis used travel to find Klein, and the two went to meet up with the Hanged Men. Chapter 320, Chapter 319 The Cooperation of the Hermit, the World, and the Hanged Men. Klein was dressed in a suit and dark trench coat, just like yesterday. Odis's clothing was more casual and looser, and because today's exploration might involve combat, she was wearing an arm guard on her right arm. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, TaiwanNovelNetwork. That was an extraordinary armor made by Odis using alchemy glasses and the carapace of a black spider. In addition to its excellent defensive capabilities, it also hidden a sharp, long leg of a black spider inside, which could deliver a direct physical attack on targets within 2 meters. The black spider's long legs were sharper than the sharpest swords and also had a corrosive effect, making it a superb piece of protective gear that Odis was very satisfied with. Odis and Klein had fought together the night before, so there was no awkwardness or unease between them. After a brief chat, Odis grabbed Klein's shoulder and summoned the illusory gate. After a journey of more than 20 seconds, the two arrived at the place they had agreed upon with Alger, the Hanged Men. That's Longtail Island in the southern part of the Raging Sea. It's quite far from the Roseide Islands, and the entire area is relatively open with few islands. Moreover, there are many dangerous waters around it. Therefore, even hundreds of years after the age of exploration, this sea area was not fully developed. It took Alger quite a bit of effort to find this place. Nagao Island is a small colonial island whose specialties are rubber and iron ore. However, due to its remote location, there was only one city, slightly larger than the town, at the port. Such a place was a paradise for pirates, and perhaps the city was built on the basis of a pirate gathering place. Suddenly, a phantom gate appeared on the beach. Odis and Klein walked out of it and saw a middle-aged man with deep features, a rugged appearance, and dark blue hair not far away. He is Alger, codenamed the Hanged Man, and the captain of the Blue Avenger. None of the three made any disguises, since Odis was already wanted, so there was no need for disguises. Klein never used his real face, nor did he need to disguise himself. Alger, having already met with the Hermit and the World before, felt there was no need to disguise himself. For a long time before this, Alger was unaware that he had ever met the Hermit until he saw Odis's bounty. Only then did he realize that the person who killed Blood General and the intelligence officer Old Quinn that day was actually Mysterious General and the Hermit. The three of them looked at each other for 2 or 3 seconds, and then Odis smiled and said, "There are no ladies among the three of us, so there's no need for us to look at each other like this." Klein glanced helplessly at the Hermit. He felt that since setting sail, the guy had become increasingly unrestrained, or rather, his words and actions were becoming more and more like those of a real pirate. Then Odis took out 5 flight scrolls and handed them to Klein. I have the flight spell, and the hanged man also has the wind riding spell. It seems that only you can't fly. Here you go. It will give you the ability to fly, and each flight will last for 30 minutes. I think if we search by flying, we should be able to find clues much faster. Klein looked at the scroll in his hand. Thank you. 5 scrolls would allow you to fly for 150 minutes. That's obviously longer than a normal flight scroll. In his view, such scrolls are very valuable, since being able to fly allows one to avoid many attacks and gives them more room to fight. The fact that the Hermit sent out 5 at once made Klein wonder if the scroll professor always gave away such good things. As for Odis, he had stockpiled 3 boxes of the most versatile flying scrolls. He casually gave a few away to others, not really caring. After roughly determining the location of Whale Island, Odis opened the illusory gate, again, leading Klein and Alger into the spirit realm. After a few seconds of spiritual travel, they arrived at the beach of a small island. But instead of immediately embarking on the exploration, they made final preparations. Odis asked the hanged man, what exactly was the last word of the great pirate Dakin Didi line, one of the clues you obtained? Alger recited, all my wealth has been placed in the eyes of whales, my kin in the future, let them revitalize our people. He paused for a moment and said, the main clue to the treasure is in the first sentence. The remaining sentences are more like a political testament, recounting how powerful the elven race was in the past and slandering the Lord of Storms. I looked at many nautical charts, searched for clues at many gatherings, and asked many pirates before finally finding this whale island. The reason it's called that is because the shape of the whole island looks a bit like a whale. At the same time, I did some research and found that there are still legends about Deacon Dadur circulating among the indigenous tribes on some of the surrounding islands, so I basically concluded that this is where the treasure is buried. After I came here some time ago, I found some relics with elven-style patterns in the jungle, which further confirmed my guess. Odis and Klein both nodded slightly. Alger's search process was quite reasonable. Hearing these clues, they also felt that there was indeed a high probability that the treasure was on this island. Alger added, this exploration is being conducted under the witness of Mr. Fool. If there are any disputes during the search, Mr. Fool will make the final decision. Odis laughed and said, to ease your worries, we can first talk about how to divide the spoils. Alger breathed a slight sigh of relief. He knew very well that the 2 people in front of him were both Sequence 5, and if they got into a fight over the spoils, he would be the most vulnerable to being attacked by the other 2. Odis added, the hanged man has conducted preliminary investigations, and I suggest that whenever we encounter any extraordinary properties of Ocean Singer or corresponding materials, we should give them to the hanged man first. The stern-faced Klein hummed in agreement. Alger breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful to the Hermit, because he would most likely obtain the extraordinary characteristics of the sailor pathway during this exploration. He would very much like to possess the extraordinary qualities of the Ocean Singer. As for the other spoils, if none of the 3 of us makes a significant contribution, each of us will receive 1/3, Odis continued. If anyone really needs a particular item, they can obtain it by giving up other loot or by supplying other people with gold pounds. Alger immediately replied, I agree. I agree, Klein added, if there is any dispute, let Mr. Fool decide. Odis thought to himself, you're judging yourself. You're trying to take sides. However, he couldn't say anything, so he could only express his agreement. Then Odis asked, where is that strange stone located approximately? Probably in. Alger pointed in a direction, but just as he finished speaking, the 3 of them sensed something and looked towards the sea together. Just then, a colossal object emerged from the seabed, and with a whoosh, the seawater parted, revealing a giant ship on the ocean. The entire ship was covered in a layer of metal, with only thin pipes extending from the top, like the eyes of a snail. Even though Odis and the other 2 were often exposed to strange events, they were still taken aback by the sudden appearance of this giant ship. Odis immediately drew the Staff of Gus and infused it with spiritual energy. The staff head emitted a dazzling starlight, quickly forming a veil of starlight that covered the 3 figures. Then the 3 figures disappeared, and the veil of starlight disappeared as well. At this moment, on the sea surface, amidst the constantly sliding water, the upper part of the strange black ship suddenly split apart, blooming like a flower, revealing multiple cannons and raising 3 masts to form a wide deck. Odis explained in a low voice, this witchcraft can't hide loud noises or strong smells, but as long as you don't shout or eat garlic, it usually won't be detected. Of course, if you encounter a vampire with a nose even more sensitive than a dog's, that's a different story. The 3 quickly calmed down. Odis was surprised because the Argo also had a diving function, and after the initial surprise, she felt it was nothing. Klein recalled his years as a keyboard warrior and the submarine pictures he had seen, and felt that the scene before him was not beyond his comprehension. Alger, recalling some intelligence he had previously obtained, learned that Rune had now built ships that were said to be able to sail underwater, and quickly calmed down. On the distant sea, the giant ship began to approach Whale Island. Odis recalled the vast amount of intelligence he had handled and quickly realized who the owner of the ship in front of him was. He whispered, "Vice Admiral Constantine." He had received intelligence from an intelligence exchange meeting that this Lieutenant General owned 2 very important ships, both capable of diving. Alger also recalled the intelligence he knew. "I had also heard that the Deep Sea Admiral ship could dive. I didn't expect it to be true." He paused and then said, "It is said that the Deep Sea Admiral has the blood of a sea monster. He mainly operates in the Misty Sea, so how did he suddenly appear here?" Klein repeated the other person's name, Constantine. The surname was very familiar to him, and he was eager to ask if Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea had a moving castle. "Perhaps they're also after the treasure," Odis analyzed. Alger asked, "What should we do now?" Odis laughed and said, "Let's explore our own. If we encounter each other, you'll have the traits you need for advancement. Oh, based on my analysis of some intelligence, Vice Admiral Deep Sea is most likely a ocean singer. Alger paused for a moment, a forced smile flashing across his rugged face. His 2 companions on this expedition were a pirate admiral and a mad adventurer. Such formidable strength was something he was suddenly finding hard to adjust to. "However, we can't explore by flying like we planned before," Odis said. "Theoretically speaking, the pirate general probably has some kind of background. I don't know anything about the Deep Sea Admiral's background. Have you heard of him?" Seeing his 2 companions shake their heads one after the other, Odis added, "So we still need to be careful and try not to attract their attention. Ideally, you should obtain useful clues first and find the treasure first." So after seeing the Deep Sea Admiral lower the small boat, the 3 entered the rainforest and immediately began their operation. Their biggest advantage now is that they are in the shadows and have already landed. Since the Deep Sea Admiral came with a pirate crew, he must have had a group of subordinates who landed with him, and it would take them a long time to complete the landing process. Once inside the rainforest, Alger led the way. "That strange rock is to our east, and we're heading to the west of Whale Island now. When I came here last time, I saw that place from the air. There was a pool of water that was quite large. If you think of Whale Island as a whale, that pool would be on the head of the whale, and you could think of it as the eye." In his last words, Deacon Tadil began by saying, "I have put all my wealth into the eyes of whales." Alger wanted to check the pool first, in case the treasure was submerged, then there would be no need to seek help from the Hermit and the world. But then he encountered that strange rock and realized that there seemed to be a strange power on the island that made him feel very dangerous. The 3 of them walked briskly forward for more than half an hour. They were all extraordinary beings in the middle sequence, and although they were traversing the rainforest, they moved very quickly. Alger, who was leading the way, was a former navigator and had a strong ability to orient himself even on land, so he would never get lost. After Odis was promoted to astrologer, his spiritual ability to distinguish directions also improved greatly. Even during the day when the stars were not visible, Odis could quickly determine the direction by looking at the sky. Klein is even less likely to get lost. One of the most useful abilities of the diviner is wand divination. After advancing to sequence 5, his spirituality will guide him to quickly approach his goal. But these 3 people went the wrong way and ended up in front of the boulder that Alger had mentioned. The boulder was irregularly shaped and looked like an ordinary rock. However, there were no plants within a radius of about 50 meters around it. In the tropical jungle, such a space with little vegetation looks very out of place. Moreover, after seeing the stone, Odis and the others felt that it was very special, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what made it special. If you look closely, you can indeed see the anomaly. The sand around the stone is suspended, as if it is not bound by gravity. The 3 remained in the jungle, with no intention of going out to investigate. Odis suggested, "Let's go back. It is a very strange thing that a Sequence 6 who once worked as a navigator and 2 highly spiritual Sequence 5s have gone astray and come in the opposite direction. When it comes to this kind of situation, all 3 of them are seasoned veterans and won't easily step forward to investigate." So the 3 of them immediately headed in opposite directions. This time, in order not to get the direction wrong, they not only used their spiritual sense to determine the direction, but also climbed to the treetops after walking for a while to look around and determine their direction and location. After walking for more than 20 minutes, the boulder reappeared in front of the 3 of them. The 3 exchanged glances, and Odis whispered, "It seems that if we want to find the treasure, we can't get around this stone." So he began to carefully examine the stone in front of him, and it was indeed just an ordinary stone. Odis picked up a small twig from the ground and threw it toward the stone. Suddenly, the stone seemed to be startled, and the sand around it fell to the ground. After the branch fell to the ground, an eerie silence seemed to fall over the surroundings. The birdsong and the sound of the wind seemed to vanish instantly. About 4 or 5 seconds later, the sand near the rocks, as well as the branch that Odis had thrown out, slowly floated up again. Odis frowned and looked at his 2 companions. Alger and Klein were also puzzled, not understanding why they were floating. Odis whispered, "This reminds me of the abilities of the Criminal Pathway Sequence 8, Fallen Angel. They seem to be able to manipulate gravity, making their targets feel several times the normal gravity, as if they could be crushed by that immense force at any moment. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." Alger pondered for a moment before asking, "But the power this stone displays seems to be the opposite." Odis hummed in agreement, "Somewhat similar." Then he asked, "How did you leave last time?" Alger replied, "It flew away from here, and during its flight, it seemed to be attracted by this rock, and it veered off course several times." Odis stared at the rock inside. Could it cause a navigator to lose his sense of direction? Alger laughed heartily. "It is indeed quite embarrassing to say." Klein, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, "Should we shoot the rock and see how it reacts?" The likely reaction is that the bullet also levitated. Odis looked around. "Let's find an animal nearby and throw it around the rocks to see what happens." Klein had just thought of this as well, and even considered that he could simply control an animal's spirit thread to turn it into his puppet, and then let it explore that rock. But he felt it was dangerous to do that, because then his spiritual thread would also have to get close to the rock. The three began searching the surrounding area for any animals, but they discovered that the jungle was deathly silent, as if all the animals had vanished. Just then, their spiritual senses detected someone approaching. It must be Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea leading his men. Odis concealed the three of them once more, quietly watching the jungle not far away. Sure enough, a dozen or so people walked quickly from the jungle a dozen seconds later. The leader was about 1.9 meters tall, but he did not have the characteristics of a Fuzak person. Odis must be Vice Admiral Constantine. He thought to himself, no wonder everyone says that Vice Admiral has the blood of a sea monster. Apart from the Fuzak people, very few people have such a height. However, Odis noticed that although the Deep Sea Admiral was a bit tall, he was generally thin and didn't seem to be of sea monster lineage. He had heard that sea monsters were not only tall and strong but also looked simple-minded. The Deep Sea Admiral in front of Odis was probably someone who had undergone a genetic mutation or awakened a hidden gene. This situation is similar to a person who is 1.9 meters tall suddenly appearing in an area where the average height is 1.7 meters. Upon reaching the flat land, Constantine gestured for his men to stop. Vice Admiral Hal observed the rocks in front of him, looked around at the surroundings, and paused briefly in the direction of Odis and the others. As a Sequence 5 Hal, his spirituality should have been able to sense Odis and the others, but such sense would not affect Hal's subjective judgment, so his gaze only paused for a moment and he did not notice anyone there. Hal then gave orders to his subordinates. Odis and the other two could not hear the specific orders, but through the open space, they could see that the Deep Sea Admiral's men opened several drawstring sacks. Several people reached in, and each of them pulled out a fat rat. Then they threw the rats at the rocks like grenades. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Amid the mice's shrieks, they drew closer and closer to the rocks. Driven by their biological instincts, they were terrified of the rocks before them and fled back as soon as they landed. But during this escape, they grew larger and larger, almost instantly becoming the size of a cheetah, and their faces became ferocious and terrifying. They ran faster than cheetahs, charging straight towards the Deep Sea Admiral and his crew. Vice Admiral Hal shouted the order, "Fire." However, many of his crew members were so frightened by these big rats that their hands trembled, and the gunshots were sparse, only managing to shoot down 2 big rats. With a wave of its hand, Deep Sea Admiral unleashed a hurricane mixed with blue wind blades, which swept towards the giant rats. These rats, as large as cheetahs, were instantly cut up and dismembered. Odis and his 2 companions glanced at each other and realized that the Deep Sea Admiral's target was this rock, and that they had come prepared. So they continued to observe. As the Deep Sea Admiral loudly reprimanded his subordinates, the corpses and blood of the giant rats suddenly floated up slowly, creating a bizarre and bloody scene. After resting for about 10 seconds, Hal's men took the drawstring sacks again and threw a few more rats at the rocks. They still ran back screaming, and quickly grew larger, only this time they were only the size of a medium-sized dog. Thump thump thump. The Admiral's reprimand had an effect, his men opened fire and killed the rats one after another. Then came the 3rd and 4th time rats were thrown, and the mutated rats became smaller and smaller. At this point, Odis and the others also guessed that this rock could cause creatures that approached it to mutate, but the effect of this mutation was limited. As long as some animals were used to consume the effect of the mutation, they could approach the rock for a certain period of time. By the 6th time the rats were thrown out, those that ran back had grown to their normal size. At this moment, the corpses that had been floating all fell to the ground, and the open space around the rock seemed to be normal. Deep Sea Admiral Hal kicked a crew member into the flat area. Seeing that the crew member had not mutated, he led his team to quickly approach the rock. Upon reaching the rocks, they took out the hammers and chisels they had prepared beforehand and began hammering at the rocks. Meanwhile, some pirates took out bombs, preparing to plant them after hammering out a certain dent. Just then, Odis noticed that the flat ground suddenly bulged up, as if something was moving underneath. Deep-sea Admiral and others also sensed the danger. Some pirates continued hammering the rocks, while others took out their weapons to stand guard. Suddenly, a pair of large jaws emerged from the ground and snapped shut, crushing both legs of a pirate. Amid the pirates' screams, a sea centipede, as thick as a bucket crawled out from the ground, its slippery, wart-like legs looking ferocious and terrifying. One of the arsonist subordinates of Vice Admiral Deep Sea immediately summoned fire crows to burn and bombard the giant sea centipede. At this moment, a viper the size of a python, covered in brightly colored scales, crawled over and joined the attack on the Deep Sea Admiral's subordinates. Hal continued to send his men to deal with the giant viper, while he stayed by the rock, attacking it with hurricane and lightning at different times. However, the rock was very hard, and Hal's attacks were obviously not very effective. But the number of monsters protecting the rocks is increasing. A crab the size of a train carriage has appeared, as well as a monster with a bird's head, a human body, and covered in feathers. As more and more of Vice Admiral Deep Sea's subordinates went to deal with the monsters, the hammering of the stone had to be temporarily stopped. Just then, a black mosquito, even bigger than an ostrich, flew in. It looked incredibly old, flapping its enormous wings, with its proboscis and 6 legs drooping. Upon reaching flat ground, the black mosquito suddenly spread its 6 legs, causing the crew of Deep Sea Admiral to abruptly stop, as if under immense pressure, struggling to resist so as not to be overwhelmed. Odis and the other two exchanged glances. This was very similar to what Odis had just described, the ability of Sequence 8, Fallen Angel, from the Demon Pathway. At this moment, Vice Admiral Deep Sea decisively abandoned its attack on the rock, and a bolt of lightning struck, hitting the black mosquito directly. The black mosquito's compound eyes twitched slightly, and a transparent shield appeared on its head. This shield seemed to have no substance, looking like a thin film, but it blocked the lightning. At the same time, the bird-headed, human-bodied monster suddenly charged at Hal. When it took its first step, it seemed to be a normal attack, but when it took its second step, the force of its impact was enormous, even creating a deep crater in the ground. By the third step, it had gathered an astonishing amount of power, and its forward speed made a sound as it rubbed against the air. Although it was just a bird-headed, human-bodied monster, Hal felt as if a giant rhinoceros was charging towards him. Hal immediately took flight to dodge, but the bird-headed, human-bodied monster also took flight and continued to charge towards Hal. The Deep Sea Admiral summoned a hurricane to block the monster, but the bird-headed, human-bodied monster's strength did not diminish, as if it wanted to smash a hole in the hurricane. However, the wind blades hidden in the hurricane cut wounds on the monster's body, forcing the bird-headed, human-bodied monster to dodge. Hal shouted the order, "Retreat." Then he suddenly began to sing, "Her beauty shook my peace, swiftly and fiercely piercing my heart." The singing was gentle and melodious, like a young man praising his beloved girl. The monsters were suddenly filled with a sense of bliss. Vice Admiral Deep Sea sang as he led his crew to retreat. Odis and Klein watched all this calmly, only Alger couldn't help but frown. Ocean Singer is really going to sing. Odis glanced at Alger, then remembered that Mr. Hangman's singing was rather unpleasant. Just as Hal and his group were about to leave the flat area, the jungle shook, and 2 more monsters rushed in, 2 giant morning glory worms. 2 morning glory worms swayed wildly at the crew members who were attacking them. Suddenly, the 2 crew members screamed and their bodies swelled up rapidly, transforming into 2 humanoid monsters in no time. At this moment, after Hal finished singing a song, the monsters they had previously rid themselves of also awoke one after another. Odis drew the Staff of Gus, "Give them a hand." He didn't know what the rock was, but anything that could cause biological mutations couldn't be a good thing. Next, Odis poured star sand into the staff, and the crystal at the top of the staff immediately emitted a dazzling light. A chilling wind that made even spirits tremble blew by, and the dazed eyes of the dozens of big rats that had just been killed suddenly started to move. They stiffly stood up and charged at the 2 morning glory worms, entangled in them with impacts and bites. Hal looked in the direction of Odis and the other 2. The moment Odis used her spiritual power, the figures of the 3 appeared. Before that, Alger had quickly covered his face. If he were seen with the mysterious Admiral and Gehrman Sparrow, it would be difficult to explain to the church. After Hal and his crew were able to evacuate, Odis and his 2 companions also distanced themselves from the flat area. Just as the 3 were about to enter the spirit world, they heard Admiral Deep Sea shout in a very penetrating voice, "Admiral of Mysteries, let's talk." Odis looked at his 2 companions questioningly, and Klein pondered for a moment before saying, "At least we should find out what that rock is." Odis smiled and said, "That's what I think too." Although Alger was somewhat reluctant, he couldn't just leave since both Sequence 5s had said so. So he adjusted the mask around his face and followed the Hermit and the world to meet Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea. Chapter 321, Chapter 320 The Constantine Family. Odis, Klein, and Alger meet with Vice Admiral of the Deep on a beach. Vice Admiral Hal Constantine glanced at Admiral Mystery, then at Gehrman Sparrow. I suppose you're not here for my bounty. His voice was clear and crisp, even somewhat magnetic. Hal asked this question to make a final confirmation. The mysterious general had just helped him, so it was unlikely that he was setting a trap for him here. However, it's still best to confirm these things in person. His men were on high alert, with one even having one hand on his weapon. Odis glanced at his two companions. Alger didn't want to reveal himself and was even reluctant to speak. Klein is playing the aloof Gehrman Sparrow, who at this point is a haughty, expressionless man. Odis had no choice but to answer, no. Hal Constantine asked, so you came to Whale Island because of that rock? Odis smiled and said, I suppose so. The deep-sea admiral's eyes suddenly sharpened. You've come for something else, haven't you? Odis ignored the question and instead asked, what exactly is that rock? Why do you want to destroy it? You probably saw it too, Hal said, not continuing with the previous question. It's a stone that can cause organisms to mutate, and our goal, of course, is to destroy such an evil thing. Odis smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I really find it hard to believe that a pirate general would be so responsible. Vice Admiral Deepsea glanced at the waves beside him and said, you may not understand the ocean, but I can clearly feel that the ocean is quietly undergoing some changes. And the source of the change is those rock-like things. Odis frowned. You mean, there are many such things on the sea? Those on the islands are considered relatively good. Hal's answer was tantamount to an affirmation. Then he added with some emotion, there are still many sources of pollution on the seabed. By the time they are discovered, a large area of marine life has already suffered problems. Odis pressed further, where do these sources of pollution come from? Hal Constantine said, I can't tell you that. He then said, I would like to ask for your help in dealing with those monsters and giving us enough time to break the rocks. Odis pondered for a moment and said, I can help you, but what benefits will I get in return? Deep-sea Admiral shrugged, even for your own sake, we can't let this sea area mutate. I am a pirate, Odis smiled. At worst, I'll leave this place and stop operating in these waters. He smiled and said, unless you tell us where that rock came from and why it's contaminated. As she spoke, Odis looked at Klein, who was playing Gehrman Sparrow. Klein indicated with his eyes that he was also willing to help. Odis then looked at Alger, the hanged man, who also said that Odis could make the decision. All right. Hal Constantine saw the three people opposite him exchange a knowing look, so he took a deep breath. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics either. Because if we knew that information at our current level, we would be subject to its corresponding contamination. Odis understood, from an outer god. Hal was somewhat surprised, you know about the outer gods. Odis laughed and said, do I look like an illiterate person? The subordinates of Deep-Sea Admiral all looked somewhat uneasy, because they didn't know the origin of the stone either, and they didn't think they were illiterate. Hal gave an awkward smile, few people know these things. Odis crossed his arms and thought for a moment before saying, won't we be contaminated while we're working on that stone? No, Hal said. That stone only possesses the power bestowed by the outer god, not the aura of the outer god. It will only cause creatures to mutate. But if you spend too much time in contact with the stone, you can easily be influenced by it and actively ask for the blessings of the outer god. Odis asked, a gift? We call it a gift, Hal Constantine said. It refers to the process of gaining extraordinary powers without possessing extraordinary characteristics. Klein and Alger looked at Odis together. They remembered that the Hermit had encountered such a strange enemy before. Despite being an extraordinary being of the witch pathway, she could use extraordinary abilities of other pathways without wearing any magical items. Odis pondered for a moment before releasing his arms from his crotch. We'll help, but we'll need some compensation. He smiled and said, stop trying to morally blackmail us, because this is obviously your mission, and you can benefit from it. We are just helping for nothing. You can't treat us like fools just because we have noble sentiments. Hal twitched his lips and smiled. Who was it that just said that he could simply leave the sea area? Where did that noble sentiment come from? He considered it for a moment before asking, what kind of compensation do you want? Answer a few questions for me. Hal breathed a slight sigh of relief. I can answer any question that I know the answer to and that does not violate confidentiality principles. Odis made no further demands, nodding and asking, are you a member of the Constantine family? Vice Admiral Deep-Sea was somewhat surprised. You also know about the Constantine family. Klein thought back and realized he seemed to have seen the family name mentioned in Russell's diary, but only briefly, without any explanation or elaboration. Alger had never heard of this family. After asking the question, Hal seemed to remember that he was the one who answered, yes, I am a member of the Constantine family. Odis then asked, which empire did Constantine support during the Fourth Age? He also knew little about the Constantine family, only remembering the surname. and he didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but the family name was the same as the Hell's Detective in Odis's mind. How Constantine replied, at first, no one supported it, but later it supported the Terensis Empire for a period of time. However, the Night Emperor soon fell, and the Constantine family no longer supported any secular regime. He smiled slightly as he said this. In fact, he did not mind talking about his family history. After all, Constantine was once an angel family. Upon hearing this, many of the crew members of Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea were stunned. They wondered whether they were actually crew members of Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea or Admiral of Mystery. Why didn't they know that the captain came from an extraordinary family? Odis continued, were the Constantines among the angels of the early Quaternary period? Apart from Klein and Hal, everyone around them looked surprised. What? Does the Constantine family have angels? Alger thought to himself, this is an angel family. He then recalled the information about the angel family that some members had exchanged at yesterday's tarot meeting, and he assumed that the Constantine family was part of the deal. Klein, standing to the side, knew that the Hermit hadn't mentioned this family at the time. He guessed that the Hermit didn't know much about the family either, which was why he hadn't said anything. Because at the end of that transaction, the Hermit said that many angels had actually fallen silently or gone into hiding. Your occult history is very solid, Hal remarked, then replied, the Constantine family had angels very early on, but initially that angel did not form a family. Because for most of the 3rd and 4th ages, that angel was an important member of the Morthian order. What? Odis could hardly believe her ears, the angel of the Constantine family, who was once one of the 10 pillars of the Morse order. Through her previous conversation with the librarian Teresa, Odis learned that in the 4th age, the ascetic order of Morth was more powerful than it is now, and only angels could become members of the 10 pillars. Therefore, the angel of the Constantine family must be one of the 10 pillars. Odis's question stunned Hal. You also know about the 10 pillars. In his childhood education, the Morse penitentiary and the 10 pillars were highly confidential information. However, Hal then thought that since the mysterious general was flying the banner of the Elemental Dawn, it was not surprising that the higher-ups of the Elemental Dawn, as the main adversary of the Morse penitentiary, knew about information such as the 10 pillars. Those around them, including Klein, were stunned. Many of them knew about the Morse trapped order, but had never heard of the 10 pillars. Odis realized his lapse in composure, cleared his throat, and continued, why did the Constantine family leave the Moss Ascetic? It's no wonder he lost his composure, the news was simply too shocking. Vice Admiral Deep Sea said, I don't know the specific reason, but I heard it's because of ideological differences. Odis frowned and thought, Constantine left the Morse order not long after the fall of the Night Emperor. At that time, could that have been the time when the sage fell? So Odis asked, the Constantine family has always insisted on solving the problem of the outer gods, hasn't it? Hal looked at Odis warily. How did you know? He knew very well that in the current extraordinary world, very few people knew about the Constantine family, and even fewer knew about the cause they had been doing. Don't be nervous, Odis said with a smile. I recently met a member of the 10 pillars. Thinking about it this way, Teresa was most likely an angel in her previous life. Hal paused for a moment before answering Odis's earlier question, yes. Odis slowly nodded, feeling that his guess was very close to the truth. It must have been the fall of the sage that caused some divisions within the Moss Ascetic Order, which is why Constantine left the Moss Ascetic Order. As for the specific disagreements, Odis guessed that it was likely that some members intended to continue to uphold the ideals and pursuits of the sages, while others abandoned those ideals. Because the Morse Pentecostal Order is now not only less concerned about the infiltration of outer gods, but it also seems that some of its members have become followers of outer gods. The Constantine family, having left the Ascetic Order of Morse, has been quietly dealing with the problem of the outer gods' infiltration. Of course, it's also possible that something unusual happened to the sage. The memories found by Odis in the crystal skull in the ruins of the War of the Gods indicate that the sage was already in poor condition during the Third Age. The specific reason seems to be that his divinity was too strong, and he encountered a similar problem to the ancient sun god. It is very likely that during the Fourth Age, the sages could not hold on and underwent mutation, or simply degenerated into the hidden sages. Those members who were unwilling to continue upholding the ideals and pursuits of the sage were actually influenced by the hidden sage. Having roughly understood these questions, Odis said to Hal, Constantine, I have no other questions. Klein thought to himself, I do have a lot of questions. For example, are the 10 pillars of the Ascetic Order of Morse 10 angels? Besides Constantine, who else is there? But he knew these questions wouldn't be answered, so he continued to feign facial paralysis. Alger also has some questions, such as whether the angels of the Constantine family are angels of the Sailor Pathway. Is the Constantine family also an angelic family that controls the Sailor Pathway? However, he was well aware that these questions might not be answered, so he did not ask them. At this point, Odis asked, Must we eliminate those monsters to destroy that stone? Hal paused for a moment before catching up with Odis. No, quite the opposite. Once that stone is destroyed, those monsters will be easy to deal with. I have a way that might destroy that stone, Odis said. Hal immediately asked, what method? Instead of speaking directly, Odis took out a piece of cloth that he always carried with him, which had a spatial magic circle drawn on it, and handed the two corners of the cloth to Alger. Hold this for me. Alger nodded and pulled the cloth aside. Odis used both hands to take out an extraordinary machine gun from the magic circle. The extraordinary machine gun weighs about 40 kilograms. Odis felt it was a bit heavy just by holding it in his hand. After all, he was not an extraordinary being known for his strength. An ordinary person simply couldn't lift it. Klein had seen this before, so he wasn't surprised. Actually, he wasn't surprised when he first saw it, because the appearance of the extraordinary machine gun was very different from the machine guns he was used to. In Klein's mind, machine guns mainly consist of a gun body and a magazine or ammunition belt, but the extraordinary machine gun in Odis's hands, firstly, lacked a magazine, and secondly, the gun body looked bulky with many protrusions. The muzzle is not a round hole, but a flat one, and it has basically lost its gun shape. Odis held the extraordinary machine gun, skillfully disengaged the safety with a whoosh, then spread his legs, steadily held the gun, and pulled the trigger into the deserted jungle. Da-da-da-da. In an instant, branches and leaves flew through the jungle, breaking thinner branches and piercing thick tree trunks, creating small holes. Alger, Hal, and the others were seeing such a weapon for the first time and were immediately drawn to its immense firepower. However, some crew members felt that this weapon was dangerous because if the opponent was using a rifle or revolver, there was a good chance that they could dodge it. This gun is obviously impossible to dodge, because it doesn't need to be reloaded and can keep chasing the target. Odis fired a few shots, then slung the gun over his shoulder. Can this thing break rocks? It should be possible. Hal quickly said, I just checked, and that rock is about the same hardness as normal limestone. This gun can definitely damage it. Odis nodded and handed the gun to the stronger Alger. Let's go. He paused for a moment and then said, I suggest we go there by flying, it will be faster. Hal thought for a moment and said, okay, but I'll be the one to fire the shot. Flying there would mean that only a few people would be involved in the new operation. He had heard of the strength of Mysterious Admiral and Gehrman Sparrow, and he was afraid that he would be left alone. Even a Sequence 5 weapon could be injured by the extraordinary machine gun. That's why Hal made that request, to fire the shot himself, to avoid being ambushed by Admiral Mystery and others. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis had no objection. Okay. So Hal picked up the extraordinary machine gun, and together with Odis, Alger, and Klein, the four of them flew toward the rock. Fly over there, and you'll easily find that rock. Several monsters were still moving around the rocks, while some of the rat corpses lay on the ground, and the smaller ones slowly floated up again. After finding a suitable shooting position, Odis instructed Hal, if you use this gun for 1 minute, you need to rest for 3 minutes. You need to manage your time well. Hal nodded, no problem. Klein and Alger also felt that having rest time was more reasonable. If there was no rest time, then this weapon was simply too powerful. The monsters around the rocks, upon seeing Odis and the others, bared their teeth and charged towards them again. Hal mimicked Odis's actions, disengaging the safety and pulling the trigger on the monsters. Da-da-da-da. The monsters were instantly torn to pieces. The bird-headed, human-bodied monster was shot 3 times before its left shoulder was shattered and its head was almost blown off, leaving only a bit of skin and flesh connecting it to its neck. The large crab was riddled with bullets, its hard shell was shattered, its legs were broken off, its claws fell off, and it rolled a long way away. Odis smiled to himself, thinking, this guy's here to get his revenge. These monsters are not extraordinary beings after all, although they are large in size, they are actually quite fragile. After killing or driving away several monsters, Hal began firing at the rocks. With each shot hitting the rock, a small hole was created, which quickly expanded, revealing a row of bullet marks. Hal began firing at a location, sending stone fragments flying and creating a small crater in the rock. The next second, some black liquid flowed out of the small pit, like the rocks bleeding. Suddenly, the extraordinary machine gun seemed to jam. Hal was pulling the trigger, and it wasn't time to rest yet, but it just wouldn't fire. Just as Hal was about to ask Odis a question, the extraordinary machine gun in his hand suddenly pulled him back. Odis and the others felt as if the rock suddenly possessed a tremendous gravitational pull, and it took several people a lot of effort to resist and avoid being pulled over. The next second, the gravity became stronger and stronger, and the four of them found it very difficult to maintain their balance. Hal accidentally dropped the extraordinary machine gun, which flew violently towards the rock and crashed into it, severely deforming the metal weapon. Click. The trees in the jungle were broken, and the rocks, branches, and even the corpses on the ground were sucked towards the rocks and eventually stuck to them. At this moment, Odis felt as if a dozen people were pulling him with ropes, and no matter how hard he tried, he could only take small steps toward the rocks. The other three weren't much better off. Alger tried to ride the wind, but ended up flying straight towards the rocks. Luckily, he reacted quickly and grabbed a broken tree trunk to regain his footing. Hal was fighting against the immense force while attacking the rocks with wind blades and lightning. However, because the force emanating from the rock was too great, the hurricane summoned by Hal immediately dispersed, losing its original shape. Lightning did strike the rock, but the rock seemed unaffected by electricity. Actually, the most dangerous one at this moment is Odis. Hal and Alger are both extraordinary individuals of the sailor pathway, with excellent balance, and they are unlikely to fall easily. Because of his past as the Joker, Klein is unlikely to fall due to the immense force pulling him. Only Odis, although he had the Fighting Scholar sequence, mainly enhanced his agility, with very limited improvement in balance. The biggest fear at this moment is falling, because if you fall, you'll definitely fly towards the rocks. Odis struggled to maintain his balance as he tried to pull out the Staff of Goose, but he was afraid of losing this fine staff if he dropped it. So he reached into his bag and took out an explosion scroll, but before he could even hold it properly, he was sucked onto the rock. He quickly reached into his bag again, this time gripping the explosion scroll tightly. He then chanted the open incantation in ancient Hermes before throwing it out. Boom. The violent explosion engulfed the rocks, and the shockwave propelled Odis and the others, giving them enough strength to escape the immense gravity. Odis felt a tightness in his chest and struggled forward, away from the rocks, until finally the enormous gravitational pull gradually diminished. His reaction was due to the fact that they were caught between the pull of immense gravity and the thrust of the shockwave. Imagine there's a wall in front of Odis and the others, pushing them forward, and the shockwave from the explosion is like a giant slap on Odis and the others. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been crushed to the point of vomiting blood by the combined forces. Odis and the other three took a few more steps forward, and the gravitational pull weakened. They couldn't wait to take flight and quickly broke free from the gravitational pull. Back on the beach, they were panting heavily. When the captain's men saw that he had returned so quickly and that the four of them looked rather disheveled with some tears in their clothes, they rushed over to greet him and ask what was wrong. Hal, panting heavily, said to the crew, "Give me a glass of rum." Odis, who was standing nearby, simply sat down on the beach and said, "I'd like a beer." The crew member looked to Vice Admiral Deepsea for instructions, and Hal gave him a signal to go and get it. Klein also wanted to have something to drink, but to maintain his persona, he didn't say anything. Alger, however, did not want to remove his face mask while drinking, so he did not order any alcohol. The two small boats used for landing carried some supplies, including some alcohol. Soon, the crew brought over 2 glasses of wine. Odis gulped down 2 mouthfuls before saying, "The gravitational attack from that rock just now felt like it was at the level of a demigod." Hal also said, "We misjudged the situation. This rock is something I can't solve on my own." As he spoke, he glanced at Odis and the others. There were 3 Sequence 5s, 3 Sequence SIXS, and 2 Sequence SIXS who were his crew members. With this kind of strength, they should be able to solve the problem. Odis, holding his wine glass, said, "Fortunately, it can't move and isn't very intelligent." He paused for a moment. "We could try to solve this problem through this point." Odis asked Hal, "What are your thoughts?" "It would be best to launch a long-range attack." As he spoke, Hal glanced at his ship on the sea and said, "Unfortunately, that rock is out of the cannon's range." Odis lamented, "If only the Argo were here." The range of the extraordinary machine gun is definitely sufficient, and even if the machine gun is not, the range of the spirit wave cannon is definitely sufficient. Thinking of this, he remembered to say to Hal, "We don't want any other reward, but you have to compensate us for the gun we just used, right?" "I'll definitely compensate you." Hal readily agreed. "How much?" After estimating the price, Odis said, £1,000. He saw Hal's surprise and thought he had asked for too much, because now that they were being mass-produced in the wilderness of knowledge, the cost of each extraordinary machine gun was less than £100, with most of the money spent on spiritual materials. After a moment of stunned silence, Constantine immediately took out the keys and tossed them to the first mate. "Go to the ship and get the money. This is way too cheap for him." At this time, the armies of various countries in the North Continent also began to equip themselves with machine guns on a small scale. However, those machine guns were very large and expensive. It is said that most machine guns cost around £300 each when they left the factory, and the price started at £500 when they were sold to other countries. The key point is that new weapons like machine guns would definitely cost several times more to pirates. You absolutely couldn't buy one for £1,000. Odis's machine gun was excellent and didn't need bullets. Its only drawback was that it needed to be rested, but that was perfectly acceptable. Hal Constantine was thinking of buying a few more if the mysterious admiral had any, but now was not the time to talk about machine guns. Odis didn't lower the price because he saw that Hal paid so readily. He finished his beer, then took out the spatial array again and asked Alger to help him open it. This time, Odis called Klein over to help, and they lifted 4 heavy pieces of equipment out of the space array. No one understood what it was, so they gathered around to watch Odis and Gehrman Sparrow install it. One of the 4 pieces of equipment was a base. After Odis flew into the air to check the location of the rocks, he secured the heavy base. Next, the highly industrial-looking main body was fixed in place, starting with the chassis, which was connected to the base. At the same time, many Gar runes were engraved on it, which is the lower half of the entire equipment. The upper part is divided into left and right sections, each with a fixed track. Once it slides to the design position, it will be stopped by the mechanical structure inside. Once the upper part is installed, a portable lingbow cannon is assembled. At this point, it still needs 4 extraordinary puppets to move rapidly in motion and quickly complete the assembly. Odis approached the control panel of the portable spirit wave cannon, first turning it on, and then using the spiritual energy within the spirit wave cannon to perform a self-check, confirming that there were no problems with the installation process. After adjusting its position, it began to charge up, and 2 iron rod-like cannon barrels slowly extended out. Klein, who was standing nearby, had already recognized it as a spirit wave cannon. Klein, who had just visited the ruins of God's War with her, was deeply impressed by this extraordinary weapon and was surprised to find that there was a mini version. The others found it fascinating and whispered among themselves, guessing that it must be another extraordinary weapon, since they had just seen some incomprehensible mystical symbols on the base. Once the charge was complete, Odis said, "Everyone, crouch or lie down. I'm about to fire." Hal asked with a somewhat puzzled look, "Is this a cannon?" "Yes," Odis reminded again, "Get ready, I'm about to fire." Having witnessed the power of the spirit wave cannon, Klein silently crouched down, and Alger glanced at the world before crouching down as well. Seeing that the others were still pointing and talking, Odis stopped reminding them, pressed the launch button, and then quickly squatted down. At that moment, a small point of light was emitted and struck the rock almost instantly. Boom. The violent explosion knocked down or uprooted trees within hundreds of meters of the rock. The monsters around the rock instantly vaporized, and the high temperature from the explosion cracked and split the rock, with stone chips falling to the side. To the astonishment of Hal and the others, a massive shockwave arrived. Because they were unprepared, many crew members were immediately knocked to the ground by the shockwave, while even more were directly thrown into the sea. For the next 10 seconds or so, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Hal Constantine was the first to come to his senses, looking around somewhat blankly. About half of the trees on Whale Island were knocked down or broken by the shockwave, and you can see that rock directly from here. The remaining half of the trees were affected, some were severely tilted, and many branches were broken off. Alger, who was crouching on the ground and had not been hurt, was also stunned by what he saw. He glanced again at the cannon, which was more than half a person tall and had a very industrial look. He was now convinced that the mysterious admiral had a weapon that could sink a ship in an instant. At this moment, Odis was observing the rocks in the distance. The other party was half the size and had turned completely black, but that special feeling was still there. Odis glanced at his pocket watch. There was still half a minute left before the lingbow cannon rest period ended. At this moment, the deep-sea admiral approached with a somewhat obedient expression and asked, "Excuse me, are you selling this cannon?" Chapter 322, Chapter 321 The Legacy of the Elves. When Odis heard that the deep-sea admiral wanted to buy the portable spirit wave cannon, he said, "That cannon is quite expensive." He has no plans to sell the lingbow cannon now, because for the time being, the cannon is still a strategic weapon. "How much?" Vice Admiral Hal asked persistently. After experiencing the power of the lingbow cannon, he felt that it was worth the money. Odis simply said, "From what I've observed, that rock isn't completely destroyed yet. I'll fire another shot." Hal knew that the other party didn't want to sell, so he didn't say anything more. He could have taken it from someone else, but he obviously couldn't beat General Mystery himself, so he had to find another way. When the lingbow cannon was about to rest, Odis said to the pirates who had just climbed out of the sea and were still somewhat doubting their existence, "I'm going to fire the cannon." This time, including Hal, no one hesitated and immediately lay down on the beach. Odis pressed the button, then pressed the launch button again. Boom. Another explosion rang out, shaking the earth. A dozen seconds later, the shockwave subsided, and everyone looked up to see a large crater blasted out around the rocks. Meanwhile, the rock was burned into a black crystal by the violent explosion, which floated in the center of the crater. Odis's spiritual senses could tell that the black crystal was extremely weak at this moment, and another shot would be enough to destroy it. Just then, the giant, brightly colored viper that had appeared before struggled to swim to the black crystal, opened its mouth, and tried to suck it into its belly. Odis immediately shouted, "Stop him." After saying that, he drew the gust staff and used the flying spell to fly in that direction immediately. Klein had heard Odis mention that the spirit wave cannon also had rest periods, and he was the first to realize this and followed closely behind. Constantine and Alger glanced at the lingbow cannon and seemed to understand something, then followed after it using flight. The launch site of the portable spirit wave cannon was still some distance from the rocks, and the time it took for Odis and the other three to fly there was enough for the Viper to swallow the crystal. Fortunately, the two lingbow cannon shells had injured the Viper, making it appear to be moving slowly. As Odis and the others chased after them to a certain distance, they suddenly felt themselves pushed away by a tremendous force, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. The four of them immediately realized that the black crystal inside the rock could have both a huge gravitational pull and a huge repulsive pull. Odis had no choice but to raise the Staff of Gus, and the head of the staff immediately became dazzling. A bolt of lightning struck the Viper, but the force of the lightning changed its trajectory, and the Viper was not harmed. Klein also tried using air bullets, but he couldn't hit the Viper. The Viper was now close to the beach. If it escaped into the sea through that crystal, it would be very troublesome. Odis then threw out a scroll emitting a white light and chanted a spell in ancient Hermes' destiny. This scroll was made using demigod-level materials from the monster pathway, which he obtained from the School of Life. A white light exploded, and the Viper immediately curled up in great pain. It was now plagued by misfortune. The crystal it had just swallowed had torn its internal organs, which was why it was in so much pain that it was curling up. However, the Viper immediately seemed to receive some kind of command, enduring the excruciating pain as it continued to crawl forward. Unaware that there was a sharp knife on the ground in front of it, the Viper slithered toward the knife, and then came the sound of scissors cutting through thick cloth. The knife slashed open a large gash in its abdomen. The large sword looked somewhat like an elven weapon, and it might have been left behind by Deacon Dedur, long ago buried by vegetation. But the explosion just now unearthed it from the ground, and the Viper, which had been enduring excruciating pain, didn't see it and was fatally wounded as a result. The crystal that had been swallowed by the Viper also suffered the same fate, sliding out of the large opening in the Viper's abdomen. However, it was still maintaining its repulsive force, making it difficult for Odis and the others to get close. So Odis threw out another high-level scroll, Chaos. The crystal's remaining intelligence instantly became chaotic, and the force field vanished. The light of dawn immediately gathered around the Staff of Gus in Odis's hand, forming a sharp and heavy two-handed greatsword. Odis, sword in both hands, flew forward and thrust at the crystal. Crystal seemed to sense danger and immediately flashed a bright light, but in the next second, Odis's greatsword pierced crystal. The greatsword, glowing with the light of dawn, paused for a moment, then with a soft snap, the crystal was finally pierced in two, and the light within the crystal quickly dimmed. Odis and the others instantly sensed that the extraordinary feeling had disappeared from the rock they had just been on to the crystal they were now on. Before the four of them could say anything, their spirits suddenly sensed danger, and they all looked up at the sky. 7 or 8 small fireballs streaked across the sky, flying towards this direction. That was a shooting star summoned by Crystal before her death. Shooting stars during the day aren't really that interesting, especially those hurtling towards you. Now, even if they used flying magic, there was no time to escape from here. So Odis quickly put away Gus' staff, opened illusory gate, placed one hand on Klein's shoulder, and the other on Alger's shoulder, and the three of them entered the spirit world together. The moment they entered the spirit world, a hand landed on Odis's shoulder. He turned his head and saw that it was Hel who grabbed his shoulder, and the four of them entered the spirit world together. If we use the term travel, then only 3 people can travel between the spirit world. Now that 4 people have come in together, it's considered severely overloaded. After Odis held on for 2 or 3 seconds, they returned from the spirit world to the real world. However, those 2 or 3 seconds were enough for them to move a distance in the real world and appear in midair not far from Whale Island. The moment they returned to the real world, they saw a meteor fall, and the first meteor blasted the still-alive Viper into pieces. Thump thump. As the meteors fell one by one, several large craters were created where they had just been, and the ground was torn up to reveal the rocks beneath the soil. Many of the pirates on the beach were knocked over by the violent tremors. The shockwave knocked down and set fire to a large number of trees, and the small Whale Island suffered another major disaster. The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had been in a bit of a mess while escaping for their lives, the problem was finally solved. They flew back to Whale Island, and Odis immediately saw that his portable spirit wave cannon had only been knocked over and had not suffered much damage. Just as the deep-sea admiral's subordinates were about to meet the captain, they saw the captain and 3 others flying over from behind. Afterwards, Hel took his men to the site again for a look, while Odis asked Alger and Klein for help to disassemble the portable spirit wave cannon and put it back into the spatial magic array. While dismantling the lingbow cannon, Klein warned, this kind of thing must never fall into the hands of the secret organization. If such a shot were fired in Backlund, countless people would die. Odis smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've designed this cannon to prevent accidental damage. And so far, only Elemental Dawn can create the Spirit Wave Cannon. Also recently, Odis completed the modification of each Spirit Wave Cannon, and he placed a signal receiver in each of them. This signal receiver is the same design as the one in his pocket watch. It would light up when the button was pressed. After being promoted to Astrologer, Odis can remotely send more complex signals and can give each Spirit Wave Cannon either the command to stop firing or self-destruct. With this arrangement in place, he dared to mass-produce the portable Lingbow cannon. Upon hearing Odis's reply, Klein hummed in response and said nothing more. The three men put away the cannons, and Hal returned with his men, holding 2 palm-sized black crystals in his hands. Odis said, "1 crystal is enough for you to report back. Give me 1 crystal, and I'll take it back and study it." Hal paused for a moment before saying, "I can't give this to you. Although it no longer has any extraordinary reactions, if you stay in contact with it for a long time, you will still be affected by it." Odis said, "Don't worry, I have a way to solve this problem." Hal glanced at Odis's bag, recalling the scrolls containing demigod-level artifacts, and handed them to Odis, adding, "Do not handle them for extended periods." Odis grunted in agreement, took a crystal, and casually placed it into the spatial magic circle. At this moment, Hal's first mate rode over with 1,000 gold pounds, and the deep-sea admiral handed the gold pounds to Odis. "You've come for Dakin Didur's treasure, haven't you?" Odis smiled but said nothing. "My companions also found Whale Island and discovered the stone through some clues left by Deacon Didur's men," Hal Constantine said bluntly. "Given your help just now, you can take a portion of the treasure from Deacon's treasure." Because of their shared experience in battle, Hal brought up the matter of the treasure, but the treasure in Dakin belongs to the elven race, so you can't touch it. Odis recalled the last words left by Deacon, which seemed to mention that the treasure contained the relics of the Elf King. That must be the more valuable thing in the treasure, so he took the gold pound that Hal handed him and said, "The treasure on the sea belongs to whoever finds it. We can search separately. If you find the treasure first, we will not take the elven heritage." Hal corrected him, saying, "That cannot be called an inheritance, but rather property." As he spoke, he recited a few incantations in ancient Hermetic language. Odis and Klein suddenly had a bad feeling. After Hal finished chanting the spell, his ears suddenly began to point and lengthen, eventually becoming the pointed ears unique to elves. Although she had a premonition, Odis still paused for a moment and asked, You are an elf?" Seeing the mysterious admiral's surprised expression, Hal smiled and said, "It seems your knowledge of mystical history still needs improvement." He then stopped smiling and said, "Constantine is an elf prince." Odis was even more surprised. The 10 pillars of the Moss Ascetic actually have elves. Hal smiled and said, "Who says elves can't join the Morthian order?" Odis paused for a moment after hearing the other's question before asking, "Is Constantine an extraordinary being of the secret seeker or general knowledge pathway?" Hal seemed to think for a moment before saying, "I heard that in the beginning, there were no requirements for joining the Moss Ascetic Order. Odis nodded, "I see." He also recalled his conversation with Teresa, the librarian who said that the original members of the Morse Penitentiary were all people, or beings, who had seen the first blasphemy slab. At the time, Odis didn't take it seriously, but now he realized that the ascetic order of Morse was not necessarily all human. Hal recited a few more spells, and his ears slowly shrank and rounded, eventually becoming normal human ears. Odis took a deep breath and asked, "Are there still many elves in the human world now?" In ancient times, elves were distinguished mainly by their temperament and ears. Over the long years, through intermarriage with humans and the use of potions to advance their powers, the elves have become quite similar in temperament to humans. If their ears could also be hidden, it would be virtually impossible to distinguish the elves hiding in the human world. "Not that many," Hal Constantine said. "The descendants of the elves still have pointed ears when they are born. Before they can use their spirituality, they cannot contact the outside world, so it is still very inconvenient. Moreover, this secret technique is difficult to fool demigods, and it is impossible to have faith in the 7 gods, making it difficult to truly integrate into human society. At the bottom of human society today, it is basically a church society. Believers with the same faith will establish connections, help each other, and introduce each other to the channels they need when attending worship or religious gatherings. Without such a process, one would easily be ostracized in human society. However, if one feigns faith in one of the 7 gods, it is easy to be exposed. Apart from the Church of Storms, other churches wouldn't care about having one more elven follower, but even if they had no ill intentions towards the elves, they would still need to find out the elf's background. This is unacceptable to most elves. Hal Constantine continued, "Therefore, I, and the Constantine family, have sufficient control over, and ultimately the right to own, those elven properties." Odis laughed and said, "We are pirate generals, not a group of gentlemen who uphold the law." Hal was somewhat taken aback. unable to understand how the mysterious admiral could switch between extraordinary scholar and pirate so instantly. He cleared his throat and said, "Given the contributions you just made, I will allow you to come with me on this exploration." At this point, Hal smiled and announced, "Only elves can open that treasure." He glanced at Alger, "And your companion is only a half-elf, unable to meet the requirement of opening the treasure. You don't need to worry about opening the treasure." Odis said with a smile, "Now that we've found this place, we've naturally made thorough preparations." Although Alger and Klein appeared quite calm, they knew in their hearts that they had no such intention. Odis said that because he was confident he could use the magic circle to bypass the identification system of those mechanisms, he had done this more than once or twice. Hal frowned. "Where did you find the blood of the elves?" "Actually, opening that mechanism only requires the blood of an elf. The elf doesn't necessarily have to be present. However, if Hal says that right away, he will easily be surrounded and have his blood taken. That's why he planned to find the mechanism to the treasure and then reveal the truth after agreeing on how to divide it. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." Odis smiled. "If all that's needed is elven blood, then I'm even more confident." Hal Constantine realized he had misspoke and quickly said, "You can have all the treasures that Deacon Didur stole, but you cannot take any property that belongs to the elves." He paused for a moment and said, "This is also for your own good. Do you want to be targeted by the Church of Storms? They always investigate the property of the elves thoroughly." Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Moreover, those possessions may not contain any sealed items, but rather some bows and arrows used by the elves, which can be considered antiques. We're looking for these things because of nostalgia. Are you really going to offend the Church of Storms over a few antiques?" Odis and Klein were taken aback. They had always thought that the elven heritage would consist of magical items obtained through the sailor route, and if they didn't have any extraordinary effects, then it wouldn't matter whether they wanted them or not. However, to rule out that Hal was lying, Odis asked, "What if there are magical items inside?" "Then we'll divide it among the four of us," Hal smiled. "If it's not something you urgently need, I can buy your share with gold pounds." Judging from Hal's expression, Odis knew that the treasure, being part of the elven heritage, likely contained no magical items. Moreover, at the time, Deacon Didur was fighting the Church of Storms, so it's highly unlikely he would have put the magical items in the treasure. Deacon Didur also died at the hands of the Church of Storms, and his traits will not be in the treasure. That treasure might only contain some valuables. Thinking of this, Odis exchanged a glance with Klein and Alger, then smiled and said, "No problem, the treasure inside and the extraordinary creatures we hunt along the way are ours, and the elven relics. I mean, the elven property is yours. If there are any magical items in the property, we can discuss it further." Hal Constantine immediately replied, "Yes." As they spoke, the two shook hands, indicating that the outcome of the negotiations was acceptable to both sides. Odis smiled and said, "Then let's talk about the clues we've each obtained. Our clue is that the treasure might be in the pool on Whale Island." Hal Constantine smiled and said, "We've received similar leads." Then he asked, "Where did you get the clue?" Odis made no secret of it, in Deacon Didur's last words. Hal was taken aback. "You understand ancient elven language?" "He couldn't learn it." Odis vaguely replied, "Some of the people I know understand." Klein noticed that the Hermit used "someone he knows" instead of "friend," and he thought to himself, he wasn't lying, he does understand ancient elven script, so of course he knows himself. Odis then asked, "Where did you get this clue from?" Hal didn't hide anything. One of Deacon Didur's men, who had once been under the protection of the Constantine family, recently stumbled upon his notes and learned that the treasure was here. Odis exchanged glances with Klein and Alger. They estimated that the treasure might not actually contain anything extraordinary. Admiral Deepsea had insider information, but he still decided to take the elven property and was willing to share the magical items within, which meant that the treasure indeed contained nothing extraordinary. After a brief exchange, Vice Admiral Deepsea gave a few instructions to his subordinates and then went to the pool on Whale Island with Odis and the other two. The four people flew here. They looked around the pool and saw that it was indeed very deep, with no bottom in sight. However, they could see many fish swimming around. Alger glanced down and said in a deliberately hoarse voice, "It should be down there." Odis, however, said, "I sense some danger down below." Klein nodded slowly, he felt the same way. Odis asked Klein, "Will you do the divination or shall I?" "I'll do it." Klein silently recited the divination inscription, flicked a coin, caught it in his hand, glanced at the coin's pattern, and said, "There is some danger, but it's within an acceptable range." Before Klein advanced to sequence 5, he could only get a yes or no result with the coin toss, but after advancing, he could get more information with the coin toss. Hal Constantine frowned and said, "That notebook didn't say there was any danger in the pool." Odis said, "Isn't Deacon Didur dead for over 100 years?" Vice Admiral Deep Sea understood that Admiral Mystery meant that many changes should have occurred over the past 100 years. Since it's within the acceptable range, we just need to be careful, Odis smiled. Perhaps some extraordinary creature already lives here. If the four of us work together, we should be able to handle it and even obtain extraordinary materials. Everyone smiled slightly. The combined strength of the four of them was indeed very strong, and they should be able to solve the problem of those below the demigod level relatively easily. The four of them made a quick discussion and decided that Hal and Alger would go into the water first to scout ahead, while Odis and Klein would wait for them by the pool. The two extraordinary individuals who had passed through the sailor route jumped into the water almost without hesitation. Almost instantly, a layer of phantom scales appeared on their bodies, making them as agile as fish in the water. In just a short while, they had penetrated to the limits of Odis and Klein's vision. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the two quickly swam back. Alger simply wiped the water off his face and said without batting an eye, "There's a cave entrance down there that isolates us from the seawater. We found some ancient elven symbols deep inside the cave." Odis asked, "Did you encounter any extraordinary creatures?" "No." Alger was also a little surprised, as this was somewhat different from the divination result of the world. The two of them were very careful, but they didn't encounter anything. Odis thought for a moment before saying, "Draw those ancient elven scripts and let me see them." Alger agreed, picked up a twig, and began to draw out each of the ancient elven scripts he saw. Hal, who was standing to the side, then realized that the person who understood the ancient elven script was none other than the mysterious general. In his mind, only the elders in the family understood this ancient script, and those elders were also scholars in the family, each of whom looked steady and experienced. Then look at the mysterious general. Not only is he young, but when he starts bargaining, he almost immediately goes back on his word. This gave Hal a sense of disconnect. As Odis looked at the ancient elven script, he translated, "The first two sentences encourage our elven brethren to fight the Church of Storms. The latter part says that at the bottom of this pool, there is an extraordinary mechanism. If you open the mechanism in the right way, you will find the way to the treasure." After translating, Odis asked Hal Constantine, "Did the notes say how to open the mechanism?" Hal shook his head. "No, there wasn't even any mention of any mechanisms. It is only said that only the elf race can trigger the path to the treasure." Odis nodded. "It seems that only Deacon knows how to open the mechanism." He paused for a moment and said, "I'll go down and take a look, perhaps I can find a way to open the mechanism." Since the final hint in the cave didn't mention how to open the mechanism, it must be possible to open it using some universal method, otherwise, Deacon wouldn't have left his compatriots without giving them a hint. Since there was no need to stay outside the pool, Klein decided to go into the water as well. So the two of them made some preparations. Odis used a diving scroll, while Klein had a pipe that allowed him to breathe underwater. Although the two of them swam slowly in the water, they could still move around underwater for a while. After Odis used the scroll, 2 gills grew under his ears and long webbed feet appeared on his feet. After jumping into the water, although he was not as agile as Alger and Hal, he swam relatively fast. Only Klein didn't show any significant changes. When he jumped into the water, his diving speed was about the same as a normal person's. The operation was not in a rush, so the four of them descended at a leisurely pace. After descending to a certain depth, the surrounding light began to dim, and as we descended further, it seemed as if darkness had descended prematurely. When even the surrounding stone walls became obscured, Odis took out the spirit storage crystal that she had prepared beforehand, illuminated the surroundings, and continued to descend. He had only swum a couple of times when he suddenly heard a voice say, "Give me this crystal." Odis was taken aback. He looked at Hal on his left and then at Klein behind him. It wasn't them talking, and besides, they were underwater. Even if they were talking, Odis probably wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying. So Odis thought to himself, "Who are you?" But there was no response. Odis was taken aback. Wasn't that voice communicating in a spiritual way? At that moment, he heard the same voice again, "This crystal is absolutely gorgeous." Odis stopped abruptly and began searching around. Hal noticed Odis's hesitation and asked, "What's wrong?" Odis paused for a moment, then gestured with his hands, asking, "Can you speak underwater?" Hal quickly understood Odis's sign language and said, "Ocean singers can communicate normally underwater." Odis seemed to understand something at once. He raised the staff of Gus, which first shimmered with brilliant starlight, then turned into a bright light, enough to illuminate the entire pool. The sudden bright light made it difficult for all four people's eyes to adjust. But soon, everyone else understood why Odis did this. The moment the bright light appeared, a golden jellyfish hid in a cave in the rock wall. Hal recognized it at a glance. That's a golden echo jellyfish. The other party had just disguised itself as a normal sea creature and had no intention of attacking Odis and the others, so their spirituality did not detect it. The dazzling starlight on Odis's staff reappeared, and the surrounding seawater suddenly receded rapidly, forming an oxygen-rich space supported by air bubbles underwater. Without Odis saying anything, Alger immediately flew over on the wind, realizing that it was likely one of the main materials for advancing to Sequence 5. Odis also used his flying spell to fly over. He shone his staff into the cave where the jellyfish had entered. The cave was only as thick as an adult's arm and was very winding. He couldn't see where the end of the cave was. The golden echo jellyfish had long since burrowed deep into the cave and could no longer be seen. Odis asked Hal, "Do you have any ideas?" Because they were inside the bubbles in the water, Odis's voice still echoed slightly. Hal pondered for a moment, then grabbed a stream of seawater from outside the bubble, which he controlled and sent into the cave. A few seconds later, Hal pointed to the bottom of the rock wall and said, "It's probably around there, but it has a strong advantage in the water, so I can't pull it out. Knowing roughly where it is makes things easier." Odis pushed the surrounding bubbles down, roughly to the position Hal pointed to. He raised the Staff of Gus in his hand, and a beam of starlight struck the rock, forming a dazzling vortex. The rock was drilled open by Odis with the pillar of starlight, as if it were tofu. They quickly drilled out a deep hole and found the golden echo jellyfish. Chapter 323, Chapter 322 The Blood of the Elf King. With the help of Odis and others, they quickly found the extraordinary creature that Alger the Hangman needed, a golden jellyfish. The jellyfish clearly hadn't expected these humans to find it so quickly, and it tried to continue hiding inside the cave. The Staff of Gus in Odis's hand flashed, and the seawater inside the cave suddenly froze, turning into sharp spikes that pushed the golden echo jellyfish out. Suddenly, a mouth-like structure opened on the top of the golden jellyfish. Just as it uttered a melodious syllable to attack the spirits of the group, Klein had already located the spirit thread and quickly achieved initial control. The enormous jellyfish suddenly became sluggish and could no longer utter the soul-stirring syllables. Alger immediately summoned wind blades, cutting the golden echo jellyfish into several pieces. This extraordinary creature, at sequence level 5, was thus killed. Alger looked at the other three. "I can take fewer of the other spoils later." Only after obtaining permission from the others did Alger put the jellyfish away. Odis said, "I have another main material for the Ocean Singer that I'll sell to you at a discount, how about?" Alger paused for a moment, then quickly asked, "How much?" Odis quoted a price of 3,600 pounds. Alger exclaimed, "This is so cheap. A typical Tier 5 main ingredient would sell for at least 4,000 pounds. Especially the extraordinary materials obtained through the sailor route, which would fetch at least 6,000 pounds at sea." But before Alger could agree, Odis added, "However, I have a condition." Alger quickly replied, "Go on. After you take the main ingredient from the jellyfish you just mentioned, give me the remaining spiritual materials." Odis said, "Well, you might need some other spiritual material from the jellyfish. Once you get the recipe, I can give you the spiritual materials you need for free. Generally, in a Sequence 5 potion recipe, 2 of the auxiliary ingredients are usually obtained from extraordinary creatures that possess the main ingredient." Odis wanted jellyfish because his need for spiritual materials was like a bottomless pit. Researching mysticism requires materials, crafting extraordinary weapons requires extraordinary materials, and if a scroll shop were to be opened in the future, even more spiritual materials would be needed. The spiritual materials at Sequence 5 are already very advanced, and Odis was able to use such materials to design scrolls with effects far superior to ordinary scrolls. After hearing Odis's request, Alger breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem." Hal Constantine watched the transaction between the two men quietly, without saying a word. After the matter was settled, the bubbles that Odis had created earlier reached their limit, and seawater gradually surged in. At this moment, Klein said to Odis, "I'll borrow a diving scroll, and I'll pay you with gold pounds after the exploration is over." He has now basically reached the limit of his diving ability. If he dives any deeper, it will be very difficult for him to breathe through his trachea. "No need to borrow, you can use it directly," Odis said generously. Although he didn't have as many diving scrolls as he did flying scrolls in the wilderness of knowledge, he still had several dozen. Giving one to Klein wouldn't have bothered him at all. Klein, hearing Odis's generosity, did not stand on ceremony. He took the scroll, recited the incantation, and grew gills and webbed feet. The four continued to descend until it became pitch black and there were hardly any fish left, at which point they finally reached the bottom of the pool. Under the illumination of the spirit storage crystal, Odis looked around and quickly found the extraordinary mechanism that was already teeming with marine life. It was a turntable about 1 meter in diameter with a handle on the outside, so it could obviously be turned. It just can't turn now. It's covered with hard-shelled marine life. Many of these creatures have used their secretions to completely cover the turntable, making it look like something that was originally on the seabed. At this moment, Hal opened his mouth and made a somewhat shrill sound. The surrounding sea creatures immediately fled, and the creatures on the extraordinary machine also slowly left. Alger, standing to the side, raised his hand and used the surrounding seawater to wash away the traces left by the creatures on it. Soon, the entire turntable appeared, with a ring of extraordinary characters and 5 empty spaces on the stone pillar in the center. At the top center of the turntable was a small groove. 6 runes appeared on the rotating disc. Odis swam closer and took a look, immediately recognizing it as an activation circle made in ancient elven script. By rotating 5 of the 6 runes on the magic circle wheel to their correct positions, you can successfully assemble the complete magic circle. This type of magic array is usually part of a composite magic array and is rarely used independently. At this point, Hal asked, "Can we open it?" Odis simply raised his staff again and used a huge bubble to push the seawater apart, creating a waterless space. "It can be opened," Odis said, "as long as the rest of the magic circle doesn't malfunction." He then asked, "Does the Constantine family possess any advanced magic arrays?" Hal Constantine hesitated for a moment before answering, "I'm not quite sure about that." Odis looked at the turntable in front of him and said, "This mechanism uses a very advanced magic array. As far as I know, very few people in the 5th era still possess composite magic arrays. I thought elves possessed some unique occult knowledge." Deacon Dedur is an elven scholar with extensive knowledge of mysticism, Hal said. According to his subordinate's notes, Deacon said he was fortunate to be recognized by the relics of the Elven King, which is why he suddenly acquired that knowledge. Odis nodded, "That makes sense then." After saying that, he began to spin the wheel in front of him, and quickly sent the first character into a space. Because there are 6 characters on the wheel, but only 5 spaces on the central pillar, it is difficult to find the correct way to open it through simple trial and error. Only those with sufficient knowledge of mysticism can correctly activate the magic circle. This was precisely Odis's forte. In just over half a minute, he placed the 5 characters on the wheel into the correct positions, forming a complete, ancient elven, magic circle. The moment the last character slid into the correct position, a circle of ancient elven script emitted a faint glow. But only a faint light appeared, and then there was no further reaction. Klein, Alger, and Hal all looked at Odis, but Odis said to Hal, "It's your turn." Halton immediately understood, took out a dagger, cut his finger, and dripped blood into the groove of the central stone pillar. Click. With a soft click, the extraordinary mechanism started normally. Odis looked around but did not find a cave. He frowned, about to check the magic circle again, when suddenly an upward force appeared beneath his feet, and Odis and the others instantly plunged back into the water. The next second they realized that the ground beneath their feet was rapidly rising. Odis was puzzled. Could it be that I made a mistake and the extraordinary mechanism is trying to send us out of the pool? A few seconds later, Odis and the others burst through the water and returned to the surface of the pool. But the ground beneath their feet continued to rise, and at an increasingly faster rate. Odis came to the edge and looked down. There was a magic circle on the lower side of the ground. The magic circle was flashing with blue light, and it was obviously operating at full capacity. Odis realized, so Deacon Dedur's treasure is in the sky. The wind howled, almost drowning out Odis's voice. The others also realized what was going on and felt it was a bit unbelievable. After all, Deacon Dedil was a pirate, yet he had such a high-level setup. Odis realized that the Elven King relic in Deacon's possession must be something very important, perhaps even containing a part of the Elven King's residual will, which could grant the person who obtained the item a lot of advanced mystical knowledge. Vice Admiral Hal, or rather the primary target of the Constantine family, is that item. However, the item seemed perfectly normal under normal circumstances, and it was very likely that only the elves could sense its unusual nature. That's why Hal was so confident in sharing the magical item with us. After thinking about all this, Odis fell into deep thought, hesitating whether to thwart the deep-sea admiral's scheme. Such a treasure is rare, and it would be a shame to let it slip away. However, Odis actually admired organizations like the Constantine family, who had been quietly working to eliminate the influence of the outer gods on the real world. Ultimately, Odis decided that he would pretend he hadn't seen anything that applied to the elves. However, if it's not very useful for the elves, and he can suppress the negative effects with wilderness of knowledge, then discuss it with Hal and perhaps compensate him with something else. While Odis was pondering, they had already risen to a very high position, far beyond the scope of flying. Thin wisps of clouds had already appeared beneath their feet. Whale Island was already quite small, and the sea beneath Odis and his companions seemed to have taken on a curve. Just then, they crashed into a layer of clouds. The feeling was wonderful. There were swirling clouds all around, and I could almost smell the rain. 2 or 3 seconds later, they broke through the clouds and saw the bright sun again. Under its light, the clouds surged like an endless tide. Then they saw a small mountain peak in the sky above them. The mountain peaks are covered with lush vegetation, forming a striking patch of green above the clouds. A flock of birds took flight from the woods and flew to the other side of the mountain, looking quite leisurely. A sense of paradise washed over me. As they got closer, Odis noticed a very complex magic circle at the base of the protruding rock on the mountain peak. The magic circle looked familiar. He thought about it carefully and realized that when he went to the ruins of the Gods' War before, he had encountered a floating island with a golden Pegasus. Below the island are 4 giant diamond pillars, and the magic arrays on the 4 pillars are very similar to the magic arrays at the foot of the mountain. Odis had reason to believe that the magic array on the diamond pillar originated from the elven race, and that Deacon Dadur had obtained the relevant knowledge from the elven king. The 4 people stood on the ground that rose up with them and stopped on one side of the suspended mountain. At this moment, Odis noticed that the mountain peak was somewhat crooked, and the magic circle seemed to have some problems. Come to think of it, it hasn't been maintained for over 100 years, and it's not as luxurious as the floating islands in the ruins of the War of Gods, where magic arrays are engraved on diamonds. It's already quite good that most of the magic arrays on this mountain are still functioning normally. The 4 men jumped down from that small patch of ground one after another. Hal exclaimed, "I never expected Deacon Dadil to have such a design." Alger nodded slowly. Before coming here, he also thought it was just a pirate's treasure, maybe just a little hidden and hard to find. Only then did he realize the significance of the legendary pirate. At this moment, a loud cry attracted their attention. 2 huge sea eagles appeared in the air one after the other, circling in the air as if they were patrolling their territory, staring at Odis and the other 4 uninvited guests. Alger was somewhat surprised. Dragon Eye sea eagles, and there are 2 of them. This is an extraordinary creature of the sailor pathway, whose eyes are one of the main ingredients in the Wind Cherish potion. Each pair of eyes has a market price of around £2,000, but at sea, they can fetch at least £2,500. Without much hesitation, Odis raised the staff of Gus, its tip gleaming with starlight. Suddenly, starlight covered the 2 eagles, which quickly solidified to form a cage, trapping the 2 eagles in an instant. Klein raised his gloved hand. Death. This is the filthy words ability of the newly grazed, Apostle of Desire. The 2 eagles simultaneously felt as if their hearts were being squeezed, and they plummeted from the sky together. Alger summoned a hurricane with wind blades, and with 2 whoosh sounds, the necks of the 2 eagles were severed. These 2 extraordinary beings at sequence level 6 were utterly vulnerable with the combined efforts of Odis and the other 2. Vice Admiral Deepsea didn't even intend to make a move. After all, he didn't have the right to take a share of these extraordinary materials. Upon seeing the Dragon Eye Eagle killed, Odis quickly put away his staff, grabbed a glass bottle, and ran over, exclaiming, "What a waste! Such a waste!" As he spoke, he used the corresponding witchcraft to collect the blood of the Dragon Eye Eagle into a glass bottle. After collecting 3 bottles, Odis said, "I can take less money from selling the Dragon Eye Eagle trait later." "No need," Klein said from behind. "The spiritual materials from the Dragon Eye Sea Eagle are yours, consider it payment for the 6 scrolls you gave me earlier." Odis didn't stand on ceremony. "All right. I have a spatial magic array. I'll put it away first and we'll divide it up together later." Klein grunted in response, while Alger remained silent throughout, as he was certain he would not participate in the distribution of these extraordinary materials. Having made a considerable discovery right away, Odis was in high spirits. After searching around, he quickly found a path paved with stone slabs. The road was covered by weeds, but the stone slabs could still be vaguely seen. Following the not-so-easy stone path, the 4 of them soon found a cave hidden by trees, where the treasure should be. So they made their final preparations, with Alger leading the way, Odis and Klein walking in the middle, and Hal bringing up the rear, the 4 of them entering the cave in a line. Upon entering the cave, the 4 people first heard the sound of dripping water, as if this solitary mountain peak also contained abundant water resources. Odis used the spirit storage crystal to illuminate the cave again. It was damp and dripping water everywhere. The water droplets dripped out small puddles, which is why we can hear the dripping sound. A small stream connects the puddles and flows out of the cave. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Such an environment makes the cave full of moss and very slippery underfoot. The further you go in, the less moss there is, but the water resources become increasingly abundant. After walking for about 10 minutes, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a huge open space. Odis controlled the spirit storage crystal to rise higher, illuminating the cave in front of him. The space was about the size of a small square, with a small island in the center, and the surrounding area was completely covered by water. It looked like a small lake with a small island in the center. Under the bright sunlight, which seemed to be from an energy-saving lamp, the small island reflected a golden light, and there was a small pile of gold coins and various gold utensils and gold bars on it. A smile appeared on Odis's face. "This time we've really struck gold." Judging by the gold, it was worth at least £10,000. Adding to that the Dragon Eye Eagle from earlier, Odis thought to himself, Cruz Island is rich again. Although Klein maintained a cold expression on the surface, he was secretly overjoyed. Besides the small pile of gold, there were also many crossbows, swords, and knives in the style of the elven race, as well as some gold or silver items. Although the target was right in front of them, the 4 of them did not rush over immediately. Based on past experience, the closer they got to the last step, the more likely they were to encounter a dangerous trap. All 4 of them were seasoned veterans, so of course they wouldn't be careless at this moment. They proceeded cautiously, exploring the path step by step. The small lake in front of us is very shallow, only reaching a little above our ankles, but it is very murky, and we can't see the depth of the lake bottom. Suddenly, their intuition sensed danger, and the 4 of them immediately retreated. But as soon as they lifted their feet, they found that their feet were as if they were encased in cement, firmly gripped by the water beneath their feet, and they could not lift them at all. At this moment, the originally calm water surface surged, forming 4 huge whirlpools. Odis quickly reached for the scroll, at which moment arcs of electricity suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. Odis and Klein were shocked and felt their mouths water uncontrollably. Hal and Alger were in slightly better condition, but they were also paralyzed by the electric shock. Hal, in particular, after being promoted to Ocean Singer, was no longer afraid of any electric attacks, but he was also temporarily unable to move. However, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, because the thing that created the vortex and electric arc was precisely the main purpose of his trip. Moreover, he was quite certain that as the only one among the 4 with elven blood, the item would choose him. After the 4 people lost their ability to resist, they were each sucked into different vortexes. Odis's diving scroll was still effective, he didn't choke on the water, and he wasn't too panicked because his hands were now mobile. As the swirling water spun, Odis felt herself being rapidly pushed into a small cave, bumping against the stone walls several times. Fortunately, the arm guards he wore on his forearms would create a layer of illusory black armor all over his body when he was injured, helping him to withstand the damage from the impact. The next instant, the turbulent water flow suddenly disappeared. Odis looked around and found himself under a sky filled with dark clouds and flashing lightning. Besides the sound of thunder, Odis also heard the roar of surging waves, as if he had encountered a storm at sea. He watched the scene before him silently, as if he were witnessing the most terrifying natural disaster, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. Click. A clap of thunder made Odis feel as if he were drenched in a fine sweat, and he felt as if his mind had become sluggish due to fear. The lightning bolts intertwined to form a human figure, standing on surging waves. The silvery white lightning seemed to be frozen, and arcs of electricity flickered around it, making the human figure look extremely sacred. With a slight movement, the humanoid figure raised its hand, and the staff of Gus from Odis's waist immediately flew into its hand. Amid the crackling of electric arcs, Odis vaguely heard a deep voice utter a word in ancient elven language, Gus. Odis felt as if the other person was scrutinizing her, as if her very soul had been seen through. At this moment, the electric man let out a long sigh and said in the ancient elven language, "You have not found the way to defeat the extraordinary." Odis asked in a trembling voice, in a broken ancient elven language, what is meant by the path to conquering the extraordinary. The electrified person continued, "It's been too long, too long." Odis realized that she could not communicate with the electric man. Electric man raised the Gus staff, as if admiring a work of art, looking at the staff and saying, "Although our philosophies differ, I still want to give them to you." With a slight wave of his hand, the electric man sent the Gus staff flying back to Odis's waist. It suddenly transformed into arcs of electricity, crackling and hissing in the air. Click. Another clap of thunder, and the electrocutor vanished, along with the roar of the waves, the lightning, and the dark clouds. The fear that had been gripping Odis's mind gradually dissipated, and he then realized that he was covered in a cold sweat. Odis was panting, but his spirituality made him immediately lower his head to avoid looking directly ahead. But that fleeting glimpse had already dealt a tremendous blow to Odis's mind. Fortunately, the protection of the wilderness of knowledge prevented him from suffering any real harm. The next second, spiritual perception brought a picture to Odis's mind. Above the stone platform in front of him, 3 drops of blood that looked like red jade were suspended. Although it was only 3 drops, each drop of blood seemed to be surging powerfully. Divine blood. Once the fear subsided and Odis regained her ability to think, she immediately realized. This is divine blood. The divine blood of the Elf King. In that instant, Odis realized that the Elf King's relics mentioned in Deckard's last words were these 3 drops of divine blood. There were originally 4 drops, but Deacon Dedil was lucky or unlucky enough to mix 1 drop. That drop of divine blood granted him a great deal of advanced mystical knowledge, made him extremely irritable, and also granted him power beyond his original level. You could even say he's become a monster, just not out of control immediately. Looking back now, Deacon Dedil's choices and actions were terrible. He only had the power of a pirate king, yet he chose to challenge the Storm Church, the true rulers of the sea. Such a choice was both naive and unwise, as it squandered the limited strength of the elven race on the sea. At that time, Deacon may have lost his mind, and even thought he was the Elven King many times. Therefore, in his last words, he frequently called on his fellow elves to restore the glory of the elves. In his last shred of sanity, Deacon arranged this treasure, placing the remaining 3 drops of divine blood here, hoping that his fellow elves would obtain them in the future and revitalize the elven race. The electrocuted person just now was actually a wisp of consciousness remaining in the Elf King within the divine blood. This wisp of consciousness did not have complete thoughts and could not communicate, it could only express some of its ideas simply. Thinking of this, Odis realized that since the consciousness of the Elf King had chosen him, he should quickly put it away. Not daring to touch this thing directly, Odis took out the secondary array of the spatial array, and then directly covered the stone platform with the array, using this method to collect the 3 drops of divine blood into the wilderness of knowledge. The moment Odis received the divine blood, his entire being relaxed, as if he had suddenly returned to a normal environment from an environment of immense pressure. Taking a deep breath, Odis looked around and found that she was in a small cave. The feeling of vastness she had just experienced, as if she were standing on the sea, vanished instantly. Whoosh! Water began pouring into the surrounding caves, and in the blink of an eye, it submerged Odis's mouth and nose. Although Odis was somewhat prepared, encountering a flood in the cave still caused her some psychological stress. He drew his gust staff, summoning brilliant starlight. He saw water quickly fill the cave, and a sizable opening appeared at the top, from which he seemed to have been sent in by the whirlpool. Odis went upstream from there, following the winding mountain caves, and soon reached the water. But he was still in the slippery cave, so Odis raised the staff of Gus, and in the starlight, solid steps rose upwards. Odis quickly ascended the starlight stairs, and soon emerged from the cave. He found himself back in the large space that had resembled a small lake, except that the water in the lake had disappeared, leaving behind a damp cave. Odis surveyed the surroundings before quickly arriving at the central island, at which point Alger returned second via Wind Chaser. Almost 2 or 3 seconds later, Klein and Hal returned one after the other, but Hal looked bewildered, not understanding why he had not found the Elf King's divine blood. Odis asked as if nothing had happened, "Were you also sucked into other caves just now?" After a brief conversation with Klein and Alger, it was confirmed that they had indeed been sucked into another cave, and then that small cave was suddenly filled with water, and they somehow swam back. After listening, Hal asked, You didn't encounter anything else?" Odis smiled and countered, "What should we encounter? Something like the Elven King's divine blood, even if obtained by the Constantine family, would not end well. Deckard is a prime example of this." Odis had already made a decision. In such a situation, he would use the wilderness of knowledge to store the item away, and take care of Vice Admiral Deep Sea when the opportunity arose later. Hal was stunned by Odis's question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Klein and Alger sensed that the other was hiding something, but this was not the time to discuss it. Boom. The cave suddenly shook violently, and a huge crack appeared in the ceiling. Odis took out the secondary array of the spatial magic array. "Quick, pack up the things." He realized that after he collected the 3 drops of divine blood, the magic array below the mountain showed signs of collapsing. Klein and Alger didn't know the specifics of what was going on, but they knew they needed to seize the spoils as quickly as possible. Alger activated the magic circle, and Odis used witchcraft to make the pile of gold flow like water into the wilderness of knowledge. Hal quickly sprang into action. Without even consulting Odis, he summoned a hurricane, sweeping the elven items into the spatial magic circle. Rumble. Rumble. The entire cave began to shake violently. The 4 people used either wind manipulation or flying techniques to fly quickly outwards. The shaking in the cave became more and more violent, the gaps grew larger and more numerous, and huge rocks fell from above. The collapse was almost right behind the 4 people. In just a few seconds, they flew out one after another. By this time, the birds in the woods had already been startled, and the entire mountain peak had split into several sections and was slowly descending. As Odis flew toward the edge of the mountain, he said, "You guys go first, I'll go down to the bottom and take a look." Previously, the ruins of the War of Gods was too dangerous, so Odis suppressed her curiosity and did not have time to observe the magic circle on the diamond pillar. Although it looks dangerous now, Odis has the ability to protect himself, and he must go and see the ancient, floating magic circle, no matter what. Odis leaped down to the bottom of the mountain, where the descent accelerated, and rocks hurtled toward him. He raised his arm guard, and a spider leg more than 2 meters long extended out from it, opening up the rock or cutting it in half. Odis focused intently on memorizing the magic circle before him. As he circled the mountain once, the entire mountain had shattered into several pieces and was rapidly falling toward Whale Island. Only then did he feel safe enough to fly away from the danger zone and fall down with the mountain. Chapter 324, Chapter 323 The Wonderful Uses of Divine Blood. The massive mountain crashed into Whale Island, creating a fierce gust of wind. Although the flagship of the Deep Sea Admiral had taken emergency evasive action in advance, it was still almost capsized. Odis, Klein, and the other 3 looked at the completely destroyed Whale Island and were all amazed by its extraordinary destructive power. After the gale subsided, and all the mountains and rocks fell onto the island, the collisions and collapses ended, and the dust was blown away by the sea breeze. Odis and the other three finally landed back on the beach. Odis glanced at the newly piled up mountains on Whale Island before saying to Klein and the others, let's divide the spoils first. As he spoke, he took out the gold, the elven-style weapon, and the extraordinary materials of the dragon icy eagle that he had just collected from the wilderness of knowledge. Odis pointed to the elven weapons and said to Hal, as agreed before, these weapons are all yours. These weapons were clearly antiques, but they still looked incredibly sharp. What surprised Odis was that most of them retained some spiritual energy, placing them in the category of extraordinary weapons. They are at least several hundred, several thousand, or even several thousand years old, yet they still possess the characteristics of extraordinary weapons. This made Odis look at the elven race's manufacturing in a new light. He had always thought that such a volatile race wouldn't have many sophisticated industries. But now it seems that's not necessarily true. Hal nodded and immediately squatted down to touch each of the elven weapons. He didn't know in what form the Elf King's divine blood existed, perhaps it was hidden within one of his weapons. Odis pointed to the gold and said, I have channels for dealing with gold. I will handle this gold, and we will split the gold pounds we get in return in a 4-to-4-to-2 ratio. Just as Alger was about to say that he didn't want the gold anymore, Odis raised his hand and said, let me finish. The properties of the two Dragon Icy Eagle items will belong to me and Gehrman Sparrow. After he finished speaking, he looked at Klein, asking for his opinion with his eyes. He certainly wouldn't share the Elf King's divine blood, everyone would want to possess something like that, and it would also expose that the Elf King's divine blood was in his hands. Similarly, Odis decided to take care of Klein and Alger when the opportunity arose in the future, as a way of making up for their losses in this division. Klein nodded, no problem. Then he added, give me those gold coins, and I can ask for less gold pounds. Odis took out the Staff of Gus and used witchcraft to distinguish the gold coins, while using his spirituality to complete the counting. There are more than 1,700 in total, including some antique gold coins, worth 2,000 pounds. Klein had no objection, sure. In Deacon Dedill's time, loon coins were still in use quite often, with the vast majority having a face value of 1 pound. However, the value of antique gold coins ranges from 1 pound to 10 pounds, and the price offered by Odis is reasonable. At this moment, Hal said, how about I buy your 2 Dragon Eye Eagle Eyes for 4,500 pounds? Odis replied, 4,800 pounds, otherwise I could have gotten the buy-em deal. Alright, then it's 4,800 pounds. Come with me to the ship to get the money, Hal. Constantine readily agreed. Odis used flying magic to take off with Hal, and Klein and Alger followed. Hal said, gentlemen, I still want to discuss the deal for the extraordinary machine gun with Admiral Mystery, so please don't follow me. Odis realized that the other party wanted to ask him about the Elf King's divine blood. So Odis simply smiled at Klein and Alger and said, then you two wait here for a bit, I'll be right back. Klein and Alger realized that Hal alone was no match for Admiral Mystery, so they did not follow. As they approached the flagship of the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea, Odis noticed that the ship was flatter than normal, though its masts were not very tall, giving it a chubby appearance. The series of events just now caused some damage to the ship, and the crew is currently busy repairing it. The Deep Sea Admiral only gave a brief inspection before asking Odis to wait in the captain's living room, and then went into the study alone. Odis looked around. The ship was already a classic vessel, with the entire living room in a rounded arc, while the lines of modern ships were much more rugged. A moment later, Hal came out with gold pounds. Sorry, the crew is busy repairing the ship and doesn't have time to make us tea. It's all right. Odis took the gold pound, counted it briefly, and confirmed that it was 4,800 pounds. He stood up, making it appear as if he was about to say goodbye and leave. Hal replied, please wait a moment. Odis looked at the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea and asked knowingly, is there anything else? Hal. Constantine seemed to gather his thoughts before saying, I can buy anything you got from the treasure for a fortune. Odis smiled, you must have a specific goal in searching for Deacon Dedill's treasure, right? Hal straightened his back, name your price. Odis countered, why do you think I obtained that thing? Because among the 4 of us, only you have a spatial magic array, Hal. Constantine said. At our level, that item cannot be hidden. If it were on the other 2 people, I would definitely be able to sense its presence. Odis sat down again, do you really understand those 2 people? Hal was taken aback by the question. Odis continued, Gehrman Sparrow only took a few months to become the strongest hunter that even Anderson acknowledged. I bet you've noticed the gloves he's wearing. I won't tell you who the other person is, but have you ever wondered why he always covers his face? I guarantee you'd be very surprised if you knew his true identity. That's a bit of a bluff. Hal frowned, only realizing after being reminded by General of Mysteries that the members of the previous exploration team were indeed quite complicated. Odis asked again, do you really understand those 2 people? The deep-sea admiral did not answer immediately, but remained silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, I do want to do an arms deal with you. How can I contact you? He planned to go back and consult a demigod to see which person possessed the divine blood of the elf race. The deep-sea admiral's attention was truly drawn to Klein and Alger by Odis, and he did not notice that Odis only briefly mentioned his companions and did not directly answer the question about the elf king's divine blood. However, Odis's two companions were indeed very mysterious and easy to be drawn to. Admiral Deep-Sea had long noticed that Gehrman Sparrow's glove resembled the wriggling hunger. That was once the seal of Hurricane Admiral Xilingus, but now Xilingus is dead, and no one knows how he died. Gehrman Sparrow is relatively easy to find, since he doesn't own a ship. As long as he hunts bounty hunters, we can find out which island he's on. It would be best if there were a way to contact the mysterious admiral, since he would be difficult to find if he were sailing at sea. Of course, Odis wouldn't reveal his extraordinary contact information to the other party. He said, I have a base on Cruz Island. You can send someone there to deliver the letter. Hal took a deep breath before saying, all right then. At this moment, Odis got up to take his leave, and Hal did not try to stop him. Odis returned to the beach, reunited with his two companions, and gave half of the 4,800 pounds they had just received to Klein. Of the spoils obtained from this expedition, only the gold remained undivided. All three were quite satisfied with their spoils. Although Alger didn't get the potion recipe, he did manage to gather all the main ingredients. For him, promotion is the most important thing. Klein has obtained more than 1,700 gold coins and has already received 2,400 pounds. He can probably get another 2,000 pounds. Such a treasure is indeed very rich. The most satisfied person was Odis, who obtained 3 drops of divine blood. He hadn't yet figured out how to use it, but such a high-level item must be very useful. And it must be very high-level. After agreeing with Alger on a deal to trade the extraordinary materials for the deep-sea blue-eyed electric eel, Odis led them into the spirit realm. The deep-sea blue-eyed electric eel was an extraordinary creature that Odis hunted when he entered the temple of the sea god. It was of little use in the wilderness of knowledge, so it was better to trade it to Alger. Odis first sent Alger to Longtail Island, and then sent Klein back. Alger was in a good mood and quickly returned to the port of Longtail Island. As soon as they returned to the Azure Avenger, a crew member immediately ran to report to the captain, Captain, there is an urgent telegram from headquarters. Alger quickly grabbed the telegram, and his eyes narrowed. The telegram read, proceed to Tiana Island and join the Wave to form a fleet to track the Argo and the Golden Dream. Alger, who had just parted ways with the captain of the Argo, wondered, what trouble has the mysterious admiral gotten into? That night, the deep-sea admiral sailed the flagship Nuance to an unnamed island that was not on any nautical chart. There is a small town here, and Hal Constantine is its ruler. He returned to his residence, which had a huge courtyard, entered the altar in the basement, and used the appropriate ritual to contact Gna Constantine, the Constantine family's senior deacon on the high seas. That was a demigod, not a demigod of the sailor pathway. Facing the imposing figure on the altar, dressed in a classic wizard's robe, Hal reported on his exploration experience that day. Finally, Hal said, the blood of the Elf King must have been obtained by one of the 3 of them, but they are too powerful. My pirate crew cannot defeat them, so we can only pretend not to know for the time being and come back to report this matter to you. You did the right thing. Grenad's voice was very powerful. The backgrounds of Odis Gard and Gehrman Sparrow are indeed very complicated. Then he said, draw their portraits, and I'll do a divination. This was exactly what Hal wanted to achieve, yes. He placed the portrait he had prepared beforehand in front of the altar. Gna glanced down and saw Odis Gard, a young man in a trench coat, holding a classical staff and with a sizable leather bag tied to his waist. The other 2 had a stern expression on their faces, while the other covered his face with a mask. Even as a demigod, Gna could only perform simple divinations for 3 people he had never met. However, if he designed a divination inscription about the divine blood of the Elf King, he could divine who possessed the divine blood. After finishing his report, Hal, who hadn't even had dinner yet, immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare it. As he sat down at the dining table, just as the servant poured him his aperitif, a middle-aged man dressed in a classic wizard's robe entered. Hal thought he was seeing things, and after a moment of surprise, he quickly stood up and said, Mr. Jenna, what brings you here? The middle-aged man who arrived was none other than Gna Constantine, who had just used the altar to speak. Is the staff that Gar is holding like this? Gar asked. He raised his hand, and a phantom white paper suddenly appeared in front of him. The paper changed shape and became the Gus staff. Then the white Gus staff was stained with color, just like a normal Gus staff. Vice Admiral Deep-Sea glanced at it and said, yes, this is the staff that Gar uses. Greena's expression turned serious, this is the Goose staff. He paused for a moment and then ordered, try to get close to Gar and find out how he got this staff. Gna had never seen the Staff of Gus before, but when he tried to divine the divine blood of the Elven King just now, he found that the divination had failed. It wasn't that we were interfered with, but that we failed. Such divine spiritual material is extremely important even to an angelic family, so he reported the matter to Constantine himself. The angel, who had once been a member of the 10 Pillars of the Ascetic Order of Moors, recognized at a glance that Odis was holding the Staff of Gus, and it seemed to be Teresa's staff. So he ordered a gentle investigation into where Gar's staff came from. Constantine's staff was lost in a fierce battle and has never been found. He has always felt it was a regret. If Odis had not obtained the staff through inheritance, he would have obtained it through a transaction, in a semi-forced manner. Upon hearing the mission, Deep Sea Admiral immediately replied, "I will contact, Mysterious Admiral, as soon as possible." In the following days, the Argo and the Golden Dream sailed together toward Norhouse Island, stopping at the port again for supplies and having the crew accidentally reveal their destination. Odis spent most of his time on Cruz Island and Biome, discussing the scroll shop with Mandy and expanding the magic potion business. While on Cruz Island, he was overseeing the progress of the project. Meanwhile, Odis received several sums of money in the past few days. First, he split the bounty with Klein, including that of the third mate of the Death Note, Gilchrist, and others, with Odis receiving the full amount. In the end, Odis received £9,550. The reason he received so much was because Klein herded Gilchrist, which was equivalent to taking away a portion of the extraordinary characteristics of the Apostle of Desire. At the same time, Odis bought the characteristics of Demon and Serial Killer at a low price. The second source of income was the deep-sea blue-eyed electric eel trait traded with Alger, which earned him £3,600. The third source of income was the division of the Deckard treasure. Odis had already received £2,400, and the gold sold for a total of £8,200. Combined with the £2,000 that Klein had previously received, the three of them divided the treasure according to the previous ratio, and Odis ultimately received £4,080. In this exploration, Odis gained £6,480, a crystal of demigod level, and 3 drops of divine blood. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. This improved Odis's financial situation, freeing him from worries about construction funds. These past few days have been relatively easy for Odis, and before she knew it, it was Saturday morning. As usual, he surveyed the construction progress from the top of a hill on Cruz Island, then went to his office, locked the door, and entered the wilderness of knowledge through meditation. In the past few days, whenever he had time, he would go to the knowledge wilderness to observe the holders of the 2 Gus staffs. Through these few days of observation, Odis has realized that the woman is indeed one of the 10 pillars of the Moss Ascetic, named Rosalind Ray, a master of prophecy. The man's name was Theodore Timos, a patriarch of the Church of the God of Steam and Machines, and mystic scholar, and in charge of personnel matters. By monitoring conversations between these 2 men and their subordinates, Odis gained a basic understanding of the recent activities of the 2 organizations. Upon entering the wilderness of knowledge, Odis, as usual, first monitored Rosalind Ray. He placed one hand on the central processing unit, located the corresponding star, and extended his spiritual energy there, thus being able to see the scene at Rosalind's location. The other party was receiving a guest, a man in his 30s, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was rather somber. With delicate features and eyes that seemed to hold the weight of many experiences, Rosalind said solemnly, "I've said it many times, this is the last time. Don't disturb my ascetic practice again." The man in his 30s smiled and said, "After all these years, haven't you figured it out yet? You can't overcome madness and distortion through asceticism, nor can you find the true meaning of this world." Through previous conversations, Odis learned that the Moss Ascetic Order is currently divided into 3 factions. One faction insists on using asceticism and contemplation to filter the knowledge instilled by the hidden sages in order to understand the universe and combat extraordinary madness and distortion. One faction adheres to asceticism, actively utilizing the knowledge imparted by hidden sages to understand the universe and combat madness and distortion. The third school of thought seeks to understand the universe and combat madness and distortion by praying to certain great beings and receiving revelation. Clearly, the third faction is very likely the followers of outer gods. Rosalind belongs to the first faction, and they will not reject the knowledge imparted by the hidden sage, but they will make certain judgments about that knowledge. The man opened his arms and said, "Only by listening to the voice of the great can we receive enlightenment." As he spoke, beams of illusory light emanated from his back, as if he had received permission from some being to preach, which is why his preaching was accompanied by miracles. Odis slowly nodded, realizing that the man was from the third faction. The organization of the Moors Penitentiary is very loose, and even now, with serious disagreements on doctrine, the hidden sage has given no instructions. The leader of the 10 Pillars doesn't concern himself with such matters, he only intervenes to mediate when internal conflicts arise due to disagreements. Rosalind suddenly laughed, if I had known you were going to talk to me about such boring topics, I wouldn't have seen you. We've received new instructions. Ignoring Rosalind's words, the men continued, Odis Gard is the key figure in opening the Gate of Mystery. Odis was taken aback and wanted to ask him whose instructions he had received. But we need more help to deal with Odis's protector, the mysterious queen, the men said. Interested in joining us? I can assure you, Gar is full of secrets. It will definitely help your ascetic practices and contemplation. Odis thought to himself, I thank you for using me as a favor. He never expected to hear about his own plans today. However, Odis was not nervous, because he was currently protected not only by the mysterious queen but also by the goddess of night. The members of the Moor's penitentiary will have difficulty locating his position and may ultimately only be able to wait on Cruz Island. That was Odis's headquarters, where the first, second, and third officers took turns stationed. One of their important tasks was to observe whether there were any spies infiltrating. Such a large and extraordinary organization would definitely send out some people to gather information before taking action. These people would not be of very high rank, and with careful observation, they would be able to detect something. Rosalind remained unmoved. Didn't you arrest him once? Do you want to arrest him again? Back in Blackhand, the Moss Order had once captured Odis by taking advantage of the struggle between the Rose School and the official Beyonders. Unfortunately, the operation failed, an astrologer died, and a Sequence 7 sealed artifact was lost. That magical item, which corresponds to Sequence 7 of the Witch Pathway, is on the shelves of the Knowledge Wilderness. This time is different. The men, still radiating an ethereal light, said, We're preparing to deploy a large force to capture him. Rosalind replied, I am not interested in studying a particular person. Or rather, I simply don't believe that the answer I'm struggling to find can be found in any one person. Then I'm sorry. The man's expression suddenly turned sinister. You forced us to do this. We've talked to you many times, but you've remained unmoved. Odis noticed that within the light behind the men, there appeared illusory mouths, which looked like a talkative monster. At the same time, Odis heard the sounds of many priests reciting different chapters of scripture, a chaotic yet sacred cacophony. Ah! Rosalind screamed, collapsing to the ground in agony and frantically trying to get away from the men. Her skin cracked open inch by inch, revealing countless indifferent eyes within. Rosalind was so weak that she could hardly get up and could only crawl away from there. This turn of events startled Odis, but he quickly realized that the men had never come to persuade Rosalind, but rather to corrupt her. At the same time, he realized that when he was preaching before, he had awakened the pollution within himself, and Rosalind could not see the light emanating from him at that time, but only Odis, who had a kind of real vision, could see it. So Rosalind was completely unprepared. The men laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Listen to the voice of that great being. It contains endless knowledge, extraordinary understanding, knowledge of the universe, and the original explanation. This great voice will open a new door for you. Do not resist it. Only after you have gone through this baptism will you know the true nature of this world. Rosalind, though her face was contorted in pain, gritted her teeth and persevered. Odis frowned, feeling that he could not let the followers of the outer gods succeed. Rosalind, being an ascetic, is still considered one of the non-corrupted members of the Moss Order, and poses no threat to Odis. She should be saved. So the question now is, how do we save them? Odis was able to use the Staff of Gus to send power to Rosalind, and it was angelic power at that. The problem is that those powers only have levels, but no specific abilities. It's like continuously feeding the best fuel into the engine, but the engine isn't even running and can't generate any power. After a moment's thought, Odis made the connection to the divine blood of the Elf King. He suddenly realized that he could use the divine blood as a medium and the power of the wilderness of knowledge to unleash a few lightning bolts. At this moment, the cracks in Rosalind's skin were getting bigger and bigger, and those indifferent eyes seemed to be emerging from her skin. Without hesitation, Odis placed one hand on the central processing unit to activate the power of the wilderness of knowledge, while using the other hand to grab the Elf King's divine blood from the shelf and levitate it in his palm. As Odis pried open the room, the spheres of light that made up the room suddenly emitted an illusory glow, swirling around Odis. Odis channeled this surging power into the star that represented Rosalind's Staff of Goose. The divine blood in his palm seemed to be activated, emitting crackling arcs of electricity and the sound of a surging tsunami. Rosalind was lying on the ground, struggling to stay upright. Her goose staff lay nearby, but she knew she couldn't hold on much longer. But she was unwilling to give up until the very last moment. Suddenly, Rosalind, whose consciousness was already somewhat blurred, saw that the head of her goose staff suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Within the light, there seemed to be a majestic figure wearing a cloak and carrying a lantern in his right hand. The Hermit. Rosalind suddenly realized that this was the light in the darkness, the Hermit, who used knowledge as a beacon to guide the lost. In that instant, the murmurs in Rosalind's ears weakened, and her mind and spirit felt much lighter, quickly regaining her reason and thoughts. Then she saw that in the left hand of that imposing being in the cloak, half was thunder and lightning, and the other half was surging waves. The next second, the Gus staff floated in midair, and a silver-white lightning bolt shot out from the staff head, instantly striking the man with mouths all over his back. Sizzle. While the man was still in a daze, a violent arc of electricity instantly burned his body to ashes. As the arc passed, his clothes, being an insulator, remained unharmed and slowly fell to the ground. Those illusory mouths, having lost their physical form, vanished into the void. Rosalind looked at everything before her, as if she were in a dream. She knew very well that the person who had just turned to ashes, although only a sequence 5, seemed to have received a blessing from some being and possessed power at roughly the sequence 4 level. But in front of this hermit, they were utterly powerless. Rosalind then came to her senses and quickly stood up, bowing to the staff of Gus and saying, "Great being, thank you for your help." At this moment, the cracks on her body quickly disappeared, and her skin returned to normal. After a second or two, the mysterious figure said in a majestic voice, "Being able to uphold your principles and having the style of the former ascetic society is quite good." As soon as he finished speaking, the light on the staff head gradually disappeared, and the Gus staff slowly fell to the ground. Rosalind stared at the staff for a while before muttering to herself, "What kind of being is this?" Then she thought of what the other person had said, which gave her even more confidence in her long-standing persistence. Odis chose to exit in this way because he had no idea how to deal with this demigod of the Ascetic Order of Morse. Or rather, this happened so suddenly that there was no time to think about how to deal with the situation after the rescue. Instead of scrambling around, it's better to make a graceful exit. Now that I've saved her, I can contact her again when needed and assign her some tasks as a reward for saving her life. But that's for the future, there's no rush for further contact right now. Odis then recalled his appearance just now. He was clearly not wearing a hood, and his right hand was on the central processing unit. So why was the image projected onto the Gus staff like that? He first put the Elf King's divine blood back, thought for a moment, and felt that it was probably the knowledge wilderness that had transformed his image, so he didn't think much of it. That lightning bolt had used up a lot of his spiritual energy, so he stopped monitoring it and returned to the real world to rest. Upon returning to the real world, he immediately noticed that his crystal ball was emitting a faint glow. He placed his hand on the crystal ball and realized that General Iceberg was contacting him. However, after establishing a mystical connection between the two crystal balls using spiritual power, the figure of Blue, the first mate of the Golden Dream, appeared. "Captain Gar, our captain has gone missing." Chapter 325, Chapter 324 Rescue of Lieutenant General Iceberg. Upon receiving the distress call from the first mate of the Golden Dream, Odis paused for a moment. "Tell me the details." 2 days ago, our captain said she was going to do some research in her study and asked us not to disturb her, Blue said immediately. Because the captain often does this kind of research, we didn't think much of it. We only realized something was wrong yesterday, but without the captain's orders, it would be difficult for us to break into the study, which has many extraordinary furnishings. The captain still hasn't shown up today. We just managed to open the door to the captain's study and discovered that he's missing. Remember this website's domain, TaiwanNovelNetwork. We've searched several times, but she's not anywhere on the ship. Odis understood what was going on halfway through the conversation. It must have gone into the book. He said, "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." After the connection was severed, Odis did not rush to set off. Instead, he waited for his spirituality to return while pondering how to handle the situation. He certainly remembered the incident. It was Danitz who asked Gehrman Sparrow for help, and that's how the matter was resolved. Now it's Blue who's asking himself for help. Odis was confident that he could hunt the demigod-level ice dragon with Edwina and the others, but this would trigger many butterfly effects. For example, the book Edwina was originally going to give to Klein, Grossius, will instead be given to him as Odysseus. Danitz, who had originally become a follower of the Fool, also lost this opportunity. Odis was well aware of the history of the ancient era and was not interested in Grosser's travels. On the contrary, he was very reluctant to obtain the book because it would increase the probability of being targeted by Adam. Moreover, this travelogue, along with the great key that can open the Giant King's palace, were prepared for Klein by the god of knowledge and wisdom, and Odis had no intention of getting involved in those matters. Thinking of this, Odis realized that he could ask Klein to participate in the rescue. If Edwina wanted the travels of Roselle as payment, he could give it to Klein. Odis could also take the opportunity to ask General Iceberg for a promise to introduce her to the bishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom to discuss cooperation. If possible, it would be best to become a follower of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. After becoming a follower, Odis's many plans could be fully implemented, saving him a lot of trouble, and he no longer needed to worry about the Church of the God of Steam and Machines and the Morse Penitentiary. Thinking about this, he believed the plan was feasible, so he rested for a while and waited until his spirituality had recovered before using the travel ring to arrive at the Golden Dream. At this time, the Golden Dream and the Argo were still sailing together, heading towards the waters off Norhouse Island. First Mate Blue and the others repeatedly told themselves that saving the captain is the most important thing, before they smiled sincerely, exchanged a few polite words with Odis, and immediately invited him to the captain's study. The room was surrounded by bookshelves, filled with all sorts of books. Odis went to the desk in front of the window. The desk was cluttered with a lot of things, including white papers, a round-bellied fountain pen, an ink bottle, and some books that were not neatly stacked. In the center of the desk was a parchment-bound book with the words, The Travels of Grocer, written in old fussack on its dark brown surface. Odis smiled slightly. That's it. First Mate Blue, seeing the mysterious admiral looking at the ancient book, said, There's nothing wrong with it, we've already checked it. Odis casually said, Oh, and asked, Have you read this, Travels of Grocer? Blue Walls shook his head, and Orpheus, Danitz, and the others who followed him and also shook their heads. Odis was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, How did you conduct the examination? Yodsun, the third mate of the Golden Dream, gave a wry smile and said, We're already exhausted from studying every day, and we don't want to read any more books. However, we did have a checkup on mysticism. Odis smiled to himself, thinking, At your level, it would be a miracle if you could find anything out. I picked up The Travels of Grocer, and flipped through it. The story is about the giant grocer and his party preparing to fight a frost dragon known as the King of the North. The last 2 pages tell the story of a lost pirate lady who encounters the King of the North in a blizzard, is nearly killed, and manages to escape with all her might, only to meet the protagonist's party who have come to challenge the frost dragon. Seeing this, Odis glanced at the exquisite western swords displayed on the weapon rack in the corner of the study. It's clear that Edwina didn't have time to bring her magical items when she entered the book, which is why she looked rather disheveled. Odis then took out his crystal ball and performed divination in front of everyone. Because he knew the details of the whole matter, the divination he silently recited in his mind was actually, What should we eat tonight? After receiving a celestial sign, Odis casually remarked, I need an assistant. Just as several crew members of the Golden Dream were about to volunteer to help, Odis said, Sequence 5. With helpless smiles, the crew members slowly lowered their raised hands. Odis said, Wait a moment, I have someone in mind. Before Blue and the others could say anything, Odis had already summoned the Gate of Illusion again and entered the spirit world. Guided by a spiritual prompting, Odis arrived at a hotel on the island of Olavi, at the door of a room. Odis knocked on the door in front of him, and after a few seconds, Anderson opened the door with some confusion. What are you doing here? Just now, when his spirit sensed that the mysterious general was outside, he thought his spirit was mistaken. Odis glanced inside, where a stern-faced Gehrman Sparrow was sitting in a chair. Find him. As he spoke, Odis pointed into the room. Klein and Anderson, who had just resolved the problem of misfortune, were talking when Odis suddenly appeared, catching them both off guard. I hope I haven't disturbed you, Odis said with a smile as she entered. I need your help with something. Klein stood up and asked, What reward will I receive? I'm not sure, but I'm sure I'll get a good reward, Odis replied. Klein then asked, How dangerous is it? Odis laughed and said, We're going to have to take on a dragon along with a few other people. Klein's lips twitched slightly. Sorry, I don't have time. Don't be so quick to refuse, Odis said with a smile. That dragon isn't very strong, we won't be in any danger. Klein frowned. What kind of request is this? You'll see when you get there, Odis said. Don't worry, I'll be involved in the operation too. Don't you trust my judgment? Klein trusted Odis's judgment more, so he said, All right, shall we set off now? Anderson quickly said, How about taking me with you? If you don't need me to help, I don't need any reward, I just want to watch the show. Odis replied, I won't take you this time. We can do it another time. Anderson had no choice but to say, All right then, I'll wait here for 2 days. If you still haven't arrived by the day after tomorrow. Before he could finish speaking, Klein interrupted, Shut up. Anderson chuckled and said, That's a very likely scenario. At this moment, he saw that the mysterious general also had a murderous look in his eyes, so he quickly chose to shut up. If it were just Gehrman Sparrow alone, he might be able to escape, but with the addition of Admiral Mystery, it's hard to say. Odis, supporting Klein's shoulder, entered the spirit world and appeared on the Golden Dream about half a minute later. When Danitz and the others discovered that the helper the mysterious admiral had brought was actually Gehrman Sparrow, alarm bells immediately went off in their heads. Odis laughed, What's with those expressions? Are you afraid of being killed by Gehrman Sparrow? Klein, standing nearby, thought to himself, Have you forgotten what you saw in the shared dream? That's not what they're afraid of. Make way, make way. Odis walked in front, making way for the crew of the Golden Dream. They had no choice but to continue to mentally prepare themselves. The most important thing now is to rescue the captain. After some mental preparation, they all stepped aside. Returning to the desk by the window, Odis picked up the copy of The Travels of Grocer and handed it to Klein, I divined that Lieutenant General Iceberg has entered this book. Klein frowned. He remembered this book when he boarded the Golden Dream before Admiral Iceberg had displayed this collectible. This travelogue made a deep impression on Klein, and he even planned to persuade Miss Justice to buy it so that he could take the opportunity to study it. The crew members of the Golden Dream immediately started discussing among themselves. The second mate, Orvers, asked, "Why didn't we notice anything unusual when we were checking just now?" "Because this travelogue is on a very high level," Odis explained simply. Klein, after briefly glancing at the last 2 pages, said, "The story has indeed increased by 2 pages compared to when I last saw it, and there's also a new character called Lady Pirate. Everyone was taken aback, and they immediately realized that the mysterious general's divination must have been correct. Klein said in a cold voice, "The problem now is, how do we save them?" Odis flipped through the pages. "There aren't many pages left, it's almost time to get to the end of the story." Klein paused for a moment. "We're going to get inside this travelogue too." "That's right," Odis said. "If we kill that frost dragon, we should be able to come back." Klein frowned. "Then why didn't you call Anderson? With the help of this strongest hunter below demigod, it should be easier to defeat that dragon." "I don't trust him," Odis said, offering a random excuse. Actually, he was very confident that he could kill that frost dragon. Or rather, ever since obtaining the Gus staff and creating a batch of scrolls with special abilities, Odis has been eager to challenge his limits. Of course, challenging a normal demigod alone would be suicide. What he wants is for several sequence 5s to team up and challenge a target that is slightly weaker than a demigod. This way, he can fully devote himself to the battle, and if the battle doesn't go well, he can have other sequence 5 units to back him up. If Anderson were to be called upon as well, although it would only add 1 more sequence 5, things would become much easier, and there would be no challenge for Odis. Klein did not continue the conversation regarding the reasons given by Odis, but instead asked, "What do you need me to do?" Odis smiled and said, "I can't be sure about my divination and guesses. After all, I myself have to enter the book. If my guesses are wrong and I can't get out of the book, that would be interesting." Klein nodded, understanding Odis's meaning. "I need a quiet environment to do another serious divination." He plans to take this book, Above the Fog, and try to solve problems without relying on the fog. Odis replied, "No problem." Then he led Blue and the other crew members out to the outer corridor. Third mate Jodson asked somewhat uneasily, "Captain Gar, is Gehrman Sparrow reliable?" Odis smiled and said, "I dare not speak of anything else, but among those below the demigod level, no one's divination is more accurate than his. To be precise, in certain specific situations, such as when there is time to enter the source castle for divination, it is even more accurate than a demigod." "That's not what I meant," Jodson said. "I meant, is he a reliable person?" Odis said, "Oh," and then added, "Let me put it this way, he currently has no intention of being in a relationship." Although no one said anything, smiles appeared on everyone's faces, and a joyful atmosphere filled the corridor. Immediately, everyone realized something was wrong, feeling an awkwardness as if their secret had been exposed, and the corridor fell silent. After waiting a few minutes, Klein opened the door and said to Danitz, "I need a helper." "Okay." Danitz quickly followed him inside, and the study door was closed again. Odis smiled slightly. "That's more like it." A few minutes later, Klein opened the door again and said to Odis, "I have confirmed that your divination and guesses are correct." Odis nodded. "Then let's go rescue them." As he spoke, he looked inside and, sure enough, Danitz was nowhere to be found. The other crew members noticed this as well and realized that their captain was safe, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Wait a minute." Klein looked at the crew of the Golden Dream. Odis immediately understood what he meant. "Your concerns are valid." After all, he was about to enter the travelogue with Klein, and if one of them suddenly offered the travelogue to the evil god, they would never be able to get out. Of course, the probability of that is not high, but these people are pirates after all, and their composition is very complicated. No one knows what they might do. He then turned to Blue and the other two and said, "What's next concerns whether your captain can return and her safety. I need the 3 of you first mates to guard the door and not let anyone in. And they also need to monitor each other and prevent anyone from entering." Blue Walls immediately replied, "Leave it to us." Then Odis turned to Klein, "I trust them more." His implication was that even if it weren't for the 2 of us, they wouldn't act recklessly if it were for their captain's sake. However, the way Odis said it warmed the hearts of Blue and the other crew members. Klein thought to himself, "This guy is more suited to be a leader than I am. He has already made people supervise each other, which means he has similar concerns." But that last sentence immediately dispelled everyone's dissatisfaction. After explaining the matters outside, Odis went into the room and locked the study door from the inside. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis glanced at the travelogue on the table. "I'll go in first, then you can come in later." Klein's ability makes it relatively easy for him to find people, including himself. After saying this, Odis took the sword of General Iceberg and hung it at his waist. He then drew his dagger, cut his finger, and smeared the smear on the cover of Travels. Almost instantly, Odis's vision was suddenly covered by the raging blizzard. The howling wind, carrying ice shards and snowflakes, slapped Odis repeatedly, making him momentarily think of using a defense scroll. Although at the sequence 5 level, one is basically no longer afraid of normal cold, Odis's body involuntarily tensed up upon seeing the scene before him, and he trembled a few times as if by conditioned reflex. Looking at the vast expanse of white snow, Odis decided to find a place to shelter from the wind first, and then go find Iceberg General together after meeting up with Klein. Because Klein's divination abilities are better suited for finding people. As he walked toward a sheltered spot, he thought to himself, the fortune teller's abilities are really useful when it comes to finding people. Odis could also use astrology to find Edwina's location, but in a place without any reference points, he would have to keep using the crystal ball to confirm the direction, which was very troublesome. Klein, on the other hand, only needs a cane to easily determine his location. Upon reaching a sheltered spot, Odis infused the star sand into the Gus staff, instantly creating a dazzling starlight that formed a pillar of light, carving out a cave in the rocky outcrop. Odis turned a corner in the cave and even carved out a stone bench inside. After doing all this, Odis retrieved the star sand and went into the cave to wait. Because it's on the leeward side and has a corner, there's no wind at all inside. Odis took out his pipe, filled it with tobacco, and just as he was taking a pleasant puff, he suddenly felt the oppressive aura emanating from a higher being. The aura seemed to swirl overhead as it approached from afar. Odis knew that the King of the North was in the sky, so he quickly extinguished his pipe, restrained his spirituality, and avoided being discovered. But that immense sense of oppression not only didn't leave, it seemed to have landed not far away outside. Odis was taken aback, but quickly realized that he had been discovered. But he was a little puzzled as to why the dragon had spotted him so quickly. Although he came in intending to challenge the dragon, Odis was certainly not going to be foolish enough to face it head-on. He was about to pull out the Gus staff and use star sand to continue drilling through the hole to escape. But then they heard the King of the North utter a word in the language of ancient dragons, Gus. Odis twitched his lips and thought to himself, no wonder they were able to find me, they found this staff. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible to discover Odis unless one sees him directly. In fact, even the King of the North couldn't pinpoint Odis's exact location at this point. He had only come here because he sensed someone using the Staff of Gus. With that thought in mind, Odis quietly put the Staff of Gus back, and then used the Scroll of Imitation to make the air in front of him imitate the rocks. This scroll was designed by Odis after studying the fruit with the ability to imitate that she obtained from the ruins of the War of the Gods. That is spiritual material from the demigod level of the reader pathway, which can also be used to create some special scrolls. For example, this kind of imitation scroll can not only imitate one of the target's abilities, but also imitate other things, or make other things imitate other things. Just like now, let the air imitate the rock, and a layer of rock will appear in front of Odis, separating the cave and forming a sealed space at the bottom that protects Odis. Meanwhile, the King of the North, outside, sensed the spiritual fluctuations and immediately sprayed blue ice crystals into the cave, filling and freezing the entire cave with ice. However, because of the rocks blocking Odis's way, the ice stopped there and remained unaffected in the enclosed space at the deepest part of the cave. Odis hid there, quietly waiting for the King of the North to leave. Dragons are generally quite intelligent, but as long as Odis is out of their sight, they cannot find her. 4 or 5 minutes passed before the air that had mimicked the rocks returned to normal, and the oppressive feeling that seemed to come from a higher being finally disappeared. However, Odis did not go out immediately. He waited for another 10 minutes or so before releasing his spiritual senses to confirm that the King of the North had left. Odis then summoned star sand, which he condensed into a pillar of light. This pillar of light forced the ice spewed out by the King of the North's dragon breath through the opening, quickly establishing a connection to the outside world. Without the Gus staff to enhance it, star sand's drilling speed was much slower, and it took about twice as long to get out of the cave. Odis cautiously went outside and saw many tall and large ice crystals left behind, like giant pillars of ice and snow. Odis estimated that those were some of the abilities the King of the North had used in his search for the Staff of Goose. Recalling her previous encounter with the Elf King's divine blood, Odis realized that the Gus staff was indeed very useful, but she also had to be careful not to expose herself because of it. Especially when encountering these old guys, many of them have seen the Gus staff before, which easily attracts their attention. At this moment, Odis seemed to sense something and looked up, seeing 2 figures walking quickly towards her in the distance. The figure in front of him had a cold expression and strode forward. It was none other than Gehrman Sparrow. Behind him, Danitz hunched his shoulders, looking much like Klein's servant. Clearly, the cold here was still unbearable for a Sequence 7, even though he was an arsonist. Odis quickly went to meet them, and soon the three of them met in the snow. Klein and Danitz both saw ice crystals that looked like giant pillars. Danitz asked, "What are those?" "Left behind by the King of the North," Odis said casually, then asked Klein, "Can you divine the location of General Iceberg?" "Okay." Klein looked away and answered simply. Danitz's attention was still on the giant pillar-like ice crystals. Why would it be here, leaving something like this? "I don't know either," Odis said. "It came looking for me just now, so I quickly hid in the cave. When I came out, it was like this." Hearing Odis say that, Klein sensed something was wrong. "It found you." "Almost." Odis said honestly, "I guess these icicles appeared because the King of the North was using some kind of power to search for my trail." Danitz laughed. "This stupid dragon has clearly wasted all its efforts." Klein glanced at the ice crystals again, but he didn't think it was a dumb dragon, especially since monsters with the appearance of wild beasts are particularly sensitive. Odis must have used some kind of ability to evade their search. However, he didn't explain to Danitz, but instead said, "Let's go." After searching for more than 2 hours, the three of them finally found a female guard holding an ancient bow and arrow in a dark cave hidden behind a huge rock. The woman had soft, shiny black hair tied in a simple ponytail. Her features were very gentle, unlike those of people from any other country in the northern continent. Those who have read Grosser's Travels and know that Odis and Klein, combined with each other's pointed ears and brown ancient coats, know that this is the first female elf who met Grosser. Klein concluded in his mind, compared to Earth, the people of the northern continent are closer to the western style, while these elves have a distinct eastern flavor. Danitz exclaimed in surprise, "Legendary elves! And the kind of elves from ancient murals." The Golden Dream had encountered villages of elves and had also seen descriptions of elves in some ancient murals. However, real-life elves differ somewhat from those in murals, for example, in hair and eye color. At this moment, the female elf also looked over warily. Odis did not immediately step forward, but instead shouted, "We're here to find someone." The female elf seemed not to hear Odis's words, and drew an arrow, knocked it on her longbow, and the arrowhead immediately flowed with silvery white lightning. Odis said with some helplessness, "Madam, please calm down." At that moment, he felt a blur before his eyes and saw a burly, gray-blue figure leap out from behind the rocks, holding an exaggeratedly large sword in his hand. The female elf from before was only a little above the giant's knees. Danitz swallowed hard. A giant. This giant was over 4 meters tall, with thick animal fur covering his chest, abdomen, and hips, while the rest of his body was exposed, as if he were not afraid of the cold at all. He leaned on his great sword, wider than a human door panel, and looked down at Odis, Klein, and the others with his signature vertical eyes, asking in a deep, booming voice, "Who are you? Why have you come to Roselle's camp?" Odis noticed that only the previous King of the North spoke ancient dragon language, while afterwards, whether it was elves or giants, they all spoke rune. Or rather, this travelogue achieved simultaneous translation, and the rune language spoken by Odis sounded like the language of giants and elves to them. Just as Odis was about to answer, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from the cave, which was blocked by rocks, and Danitz's eyes were immediately filled with ecstatic joy. Wearing a shirt and dark trousers, Iceberg General, Edwina glanced at the three of them, a noticeable surprise appearing in her usual indifferent expression. However, she quickly composed herself and looked up at the giant, saying, "Roselle, this is my companion." Grosser grinned widely and asked excitedly, "Are you here to deal with Julian too?" After a moment's thought, Odis recalled the relevant information. Julian was the King of the North. So he replied, "Yes." Grosser laughed and said, "Then we're friends." Only then did the elven woman put down her bow and arrow. Edwina waved to Odis and the other two, signaling them to come over. The three approached, and Edwina introduced them to each other. Grosser was the leader of the camp, and the female elf was named Shadas. After giving the basic introduction, Grosser laughed and said, "Let's go into the camp. We're about to go to war with the evil dragon, Julian." Odis thought to himself, so warm and kind. With that thought in mind, he took the rapier from his waist and handed it to Lieutenant General Iceberg. Edwina took the sword and led the way, whispering, "Their history is a bit strange, and so is their language. No matter what language they speak, they can understand each other." Odis whispered a reminder, "After all, this is a book, and many common-sense things may have been rewritten. Or we could be set up to understand the language of the ancient giants and the ancient elves." Klein nodded, agreeing that this explanation made a lot of sense. Danitz was taken aback. Settings. The book had this setting, so they understood. They then entered the cave, where 3 people were sitting by the campfire. One of them, a middle-aged man dressed in an extremely simple white robe, was facing away from the flames and towards the stone wall. Beside him was a young man wearing black armor, sleeping with his head on a stone, and opposite him was a man in his 30s wearing asymmetrical and mismatched clothes. Edwina first introduced the middle-aged man facing the stone wall, that is Mr. Snowman, the ascetic, who believes in the creator of all things, the all-knowing and all-powerful God. Odis walked over and asked, Master Ascetic, have you ever heard of the sage? Chapter 326, Chapter 325 Dragon-slaying wizard Odis. The ascetic snowman, who was facing the stone wall, turned his head and looked at Odis with some surprise. You know the great sage. The iceberg general instantly recalled the information about the sage that he and Odis had heard in the ruins of the War of Gods. Klein frowned. This was the first time he had ever heard of a sage. Odis smiled and said, Is it strange that I know this? Snowman turned around, facing the fire, and pointed at the men in asymmetrical clothes, saying, he said he had heard of sages in some stories. Then he looked at the sleeping young men. He has never heard of the name sage. Edwina, standing to the side, continued, This is Mobert Zoroaster of the Solomon Empire, a gentleman who can take away other people's ideals and dreams. No need for such subtlety, Mobert said with a smile. Hello, I am a dream thief. He seemed easy to talk to. Let me introduce the remaining companion, Longzel. He said he came from Backlund, but the Backlund he spoke of is completely different from the Backlund I remember. Longzayer, wake up. You have a new companion. Longzayer slowly woke up from his sleep, opened his eyes and glanced at Odis and the others, finally fixing his gaze on Klein, a rune. Odis's attire is basically a mix of Intis and rune styles, while only Klein's clothing has a distinct rune style. Klein readily agreed. Longzel appeared visibly dazed, but quickly composed himself. Do you know the Edward family from Backlund? Klein replied, Backlund has many Edwards. Longzel pressed on urgently, the Edwards who live at 18D La Hale Street in the Northwest District. Klein shook his head and said, the Northwest District no longer exists. The Northwest District is gone. Longzayer's voice trailed off, then he sighed, I don't know how many years have passed outside, but it must have been many years. At this point, Odis said to Snowman, I learned of the existence of the sage from some ruins and from the words of the ancients, but I have never heard of this being anywhere else. It is certain that in your time, many people knew about the sage, but it is unclear why, in our time, no one knows of his existence anymore. Snowman spoke in a hoarse voice, when the radiance of the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord shines on every piece of the earth, the sage is the only deity who can be mentioned in the same breath as the Lord. It was through the cooperation of these two deities that an era dominated by humankind was ushered in. Every ascetic, while believing in the omniscient and omnipotent Lord, also receives the teachings and inspiration of the wise. Wall-facing meditation is a form of spiritual practice advocated by sages, which we use to combat the madness and distortion within the extraordinary. Klein was somewhat surprised when he heard half of it, a god who was on par with the ancient sun god. So he was also a being at a level above the gods. Then he realized another thing was wrong. Most ordinary people didn't know about the ancient sun god, and even among extraordinary people, few knew the difference between the ancient sun god and the eternal Sunday. But eventually, some people did know about this powerful god from the Third Age, but why didn't even the extraordinary ones know about the sage? There wasn't even a vague description of him. He glanced at Odis. No wonder Mr. Gar was so concerned, he must have also noticed that something was wrong. Just then, the entire cave suddenly shook, and that familiar, crazy, and violent aura descended rapidly. Shadas, who was on guard outside, shouted, King of the North, Julian is coming. Odis and the others were slightly stunned for a moment, then rushed out and saw a huge figure descend from the sky and land on a massive rock covered with a thick layer of ice nearby. The wings covering the membrane did not fold up, but continued to unfold, almost blocking out the surrounding light. Then everyone could clearly see the dreamlike armor plates formed by condensed ice crystals, and the extremely insanely blue dragon eye. As everyone rushed out, King of the North, Eurytion opened his mouth and spat out a twisted, icy blue flame toward the cave. Everything it passed through froze, surging toward Odis and the others like a tidal wave. Odis, who had already donned the magical artifact, immediately used the harvest gauntlets to summon several enormous fireballs, which blasted towards the ice-like attack. With several explosions, part of the icy blue wave vaporized, buying Klein and the others time to take cover. Odis dared not confront Julian's sharp edge directly, and after releasing the fireball, he quickly jumped aside to avoid it. Without the fireballs blocking the way, the blue waves almost completely sealed off the cave. If everyone had come out a little later, some of them might have been trapped inside. After a chaotic dodge, everyone began their counterattack. First, Shadas drew her bow and knocked an arrow in one fluid motion, and a lightning-fast arrow flew toward the King of the North with a whooshing sound. However, the dragon's scales were too thick, so the arrow was not very effective. Grosser raised his enormous greatsword and, protected by the morning light, charged toward the dragon. Seeing that the King of the North was about to spread its wings and fly away again, Longzayer quickly extended his palm and said, Flying is prohibited here. The King of the North flapped its wings, but its flight seemed to encounter tremendous resistance, and its wings could not lift its massive body back into the air. The dragon Eurytion let out an angry roar, and the huge sound waves instantly entered Longzel's ears, causing him to involuntarily sway. Eurytion flapped its sky-covering wings once more, stirring up the surrounding snow and frost, and finally managed to take flight with great difficulty. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Odis used the flying spell to fly to Julian's flank, and he took out a scroll, Misfortune. The scroll explodes, and in the next 3 seconds, Eurytion will be extremely unlucky, while Odis will be extremely lucky. This scroll was designed by Odis through his study of spiritual materials at the demigod level provided by the School of Life. Only then did Odis dare to rush forward and use his Harvest ability, but the dragon Eurytion stretched out his huge wings to block him. Unfortunately for it, its attention was drawn to Odis, and it completely ignored the fact that Grosser had rushed up to it. Grosser's exaggerated greatsword, gleaming with the light of dawn, slashed down, wounding Julian's wings and rendering him unable to lift them, thus failing to stop Odis from rushing forward. The metal gauntlets with the Reaper ability struck the dragon, and the Reaper strike, ignoring defense, dented Eurytion's back. As the dragon roared, it turned to bite Odis, but Odis immediately teleported away after delivering that punch, just in time to avoid the dragon's attack. In the travelogue, you can't use the ability to travel, but you can use the ability to teleport. Eurytion's bad luck wasn't over yet, because he had just taken flight, which gave Longzel the opportunity to punish him. Disobedience shall be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the Punishment Knight suddenly grew taller, seemingly even taller than the frost dragon Eurytion. His black straight sword pierced through, leaving a wound on the dragon's icy neck, spurting out a considerable amount of dragon blood. The continuous damage caused Eurytion to roar. It landed back on the ground, stomped its thick hind legs heavily, and a violent storm emanated from it, spreading outwards. Grosser, who was over 4 meters tall, was blown backward and almost fell over. Odis and Longzel, who had completed their punishment, were even blown away. Even the arrows that shot were blown off their intended trajectory. The ascetic snowman spread his arms wide in the howling wind and said in ancient Hermes, "God says, no." As soon as the priest of light finished speaking, the violent blizzard subsided. But at that moment, Eurytion's tail lashed out like a python's. Grosser, having regained his footing, slammed his greatsword into the snow. A dawn-like light descended and quickly solidified into a barrier, protecting himself and Longzel from being struck by the dragon's tail. Eurytion turned his head and unleashed a blue dragon breath, freezing Grosser and Longzel in the ice. Just as the King of the North was about to continue his attack, he suddenly froze, seemingly forgetting what he was supposed to do. It turns out that it was the dream thief Mobert who took the opportunity to steal the dragon's next thoughts. Taking advantage of the opportunity while still in midair, Odis threw out another scroll, Arbitration. The scroll, glowing with black light, shattered. In the next 3 seconds, the arbitration moment began. Odis's figure grew enormous, and he swung his fist, clad in a black glove, Death. Eurytion raised his head and roared, the violent roar causing a fluctuation in the surrounding spirituality. At the same time, it was like a lawsuit by force that greatly reduced the effect of the arbitration scroll. The King of the North looked at Odis, who was approaching it again, with its blue eyes. The attack of death was unavoidable, but it intended to freeze the approaching human and then bite him to death. Odis struck the dragon Eurytion with a punch, but this attack was not as effective as the previous one, only turning a small patch of the dragon's ice crystal-like scales black. The moment the attack ended, Odis was frozen into a block of ice. But Eurytion hesitated to bite, because it found its movements sluggish and its thoughts seemed to slow down. Klein finally found a suitable opportunity and temporarily took control of Eurytion's spiritual threads. However, the other party's struggles made it very difficult for Klein to control them. The staff of Gus in Odis's hand flashed with dazzling starlight, and the ice around him shattered instantly. Taking advantage of this opening, he threw a scroll into the mouth of the King of the North. His original plan was to throw the scroll into the dragon's mouth when it lunged at him. With Klein's help, he acted with greater ease. Just as Julian's spiritual threads were about to break free, Odis tried to imagine that in the next instant, the dragon's head turned into a piece of wood. The piece of wood looked like it had just been cut down, it seemed to still have some moisture, and the outstretched branches and leaves were still green. But strangely, it grew on the neck of a giant dragon. This is the fantasy scroll, designed by Odis using the fruit obtained from the giant tree in the ruins of the War of the Gods. In the next 3 seconds, the King of the North will, according to Odis's fantasy, have his head turned to wood and lose all ability to react. Odis can also imagine the death or injury of the King of the North, but if it is imagine the death of the opponent, then attacking it will have little effect. As time goes by, the effect of imagine will disappear, and Eurytion will eventually come back to life. In fact, the dragon in front of everyone is also a figment of imagination in The Travels of Grotius. Compared with The Travels, Odis's scroll is still too low level. If it were high enough, it could change the imagination of The Travels and make the dragon disappear directly. When the others saw this, they were all stunned, mainly because they rarely saw such a bizarre ability. Odis, however, raced against time, raising his staff high, its tip gleaming with starlight, and a massive beam of light fell upon the scales that had been stained black by the death power. Odis used all his strength, tearing and churning the dragon's scales apart, finally breaking through the dragon's defenses and creating a large hole in its body, revealing its icy skin and internal organs. The other members also reacted. Grosser used the light of dawn to shatter the ice that had frozen him, and rushed back to the King of the North. He used his exaggerated greatsword, which was stained with the light of dawn, to scatter the ice crystal-like scales everywhere. The attacks from Long Zaire and the others arrived one after another, with each of them landing at least 2 attacks on the dragon. 3 seconds later, the wood on Eurytion's neck turned into a head again. It seemed somewhat bewildered, not understanding why it was covered in wounds in the blink of an eye. Odis threw an explosive scroll into the huge wound created by the pillar of light earlier. Puffed. With a muffled thud, as if an explosion had been covered by layers of cotton blankets, a large jet of ice crystals immediately spurted from the wound of the King of the North, the shattered flesh and internal organs. The dragon's roar sounded much weaker, clearly indicating that the attack had seriously injured it. Odis was about to fly away to avoid Julian's counterattack. He suddenly realized that Klein was not retreating, and looking at the dragon in front of him, he saw that it was reacting slowly. Odis roughly understood that Klein had taken advantage of the spiritual threads, that he had just regained control of a portion of the dragon. So Odis turned back and threw several fireballs and a flock of fire crows into the hole he had just smashed, and finally summoned layers of fire walls inside the dragon's belly. Suddenly, bursts of firelight flashed across Eurytion's ice crystal-like scales. The severe damage caused the dragon to break free from Klein's control over the spirit threads, and it staggered as it tried to escape. How could the crowd let him go? They immediately gave chase. The King of the North suddenly roared to the sky, and the surrounding frost was swept up by the cold wind, creating a storm with extremely low visibility. When the storm ended and the frost and snow fell, Odis and the others were frozen in ice crystals. These ice crystals were different from the previous ice blocks, and Odis and the others could not break them for a while. Also frozen in ice crystals was the King of the North, except that inside the ice crystals, its wounds began to heal rapidly. Odis thought to himself, this ability is the dragon's last struggle. As the frost dragon Eulytion's injuries healed rapidly, its size also decreased, clearly indicating that this ability placed a considerable burden on it. The Gus staff in Odis's hand once again emitted a dazzling starlight, and on the crystal ball at the top of the staff, Gar runes with a certain regularity appeared. A blinding beam of light fell from the sky and shone on the ice crystals that had trapped them. Due to the reflection of the light by the ice crystals, Odis could not open his eyes at all. He could only try his best to maintain the pure white light so that the ice crystals could melt and create an opening as soon as possible. 4 or 5 seconds later, the pure white light finally pierced through the ice crystal in front of Odis, creating a small hole about the thickness of a finger. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The frost dragon, now half its original size, witnessed all of this. Without waiting for a full recovery, it broke free from the ice crystals and struggled to fly into the sky. Odis took a deep breath, and his body transformed into a wisp of stardust, emerging from a tiny hole the size of a finger and recondensing above the ice crystal. The others were still struggling to break free from the ice crystal's restraints and had not yet managed to escape. Despite being extremely weak, Eurytion did not linger in the fight. Instead, he flapped his wings with all his might and finally took flight. Odis didn't have time to wait for the others. He took out a black scroll and threw it at Julian, Gravity. This was a gravity scroll that he had just designed 2 days ago using the black crystal he obtained from Whale Island. In an instant, Eurytion's weight increased more than 10-fold. He had just taken off when he crashed back to the ground. It struggled and roared desperately, but not only could it not fly, it could not even stand up. Its 2 thick hind legs went limp and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Odis first used a scale armor scroll on himself, took off his glasses to look at the frost dragon, and then charged toward Eurytion while infusing his spiritual energy into the harvest gauntlets, summoning layers of fire walls around the dragon. The intense flames rapidly increased the surrounding temperature, melting the surrounding frost. Although these flames could not cause the King of the North much damage, they made it very uncomfortable, as if the flames that had just appeared inside its body had reignited, making it extremely agitated. No matter how hard it tried, it could not get up. The others still inside the ice crystals were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected Odis to charge towards the King of the North on his own and suppress the giant dragon all by himself. Odis's actions were not reckless, because he had just used the Eye of Insight to see that the King of the North was no longer as strong as he had been at the beginning, and was now roughly equivalent to a powerful Sequence 5. Odis, who was already proficient in using the Staff of Gus, was confident that he could take down such a weakened dragon. By this time, the effect of the gravity scroll had almost worn off, and Eurytion was able to raise his head and unleash his dragon breath at Odis. Odis rushed forward instead of using teleport to lure out the dragon's breath. He had just noticed that when the dragon launched its breath attack, it would stop its other extraordinary attacks. After unleashing a much weaker burst of dragon breath, Odis immediately used his teleport ability to appear on the dragon's head and strike the dragon with his gauntlet-wearing hand. Harvest. Eurytion's head was slammed into the ground, and his dragon breath was interrupted. Just like the last attack, Harvest successfully caused a section of the dragon's head to collapse. Gar runes reappeared on the goose staff in Odis's hand, and the light of dawn suddenly appeared around Odis, eventually condensing into a sharp straight sword on the goose staff in his hand. As the dragon's head fell to the ground, Odis plunged his straight sword into the collapsed spot on the dragon's head. The intense pain caused the King of the North to let out an angry roar. The will to survive made it break free of the gravity shackles and stand up abruptly. He then tossed his head, sending Odysseus flying off his head. Odis, who was flying in midair, thought to himself, "This guy is too tough. He was poked in the head and he can still stand up." At that moment, the frost dragon's tail lashed out at Odis, who dodged it with his blink ability, then threw out a scroll, Chaos. The Scroll of Chaos caused chaos in Eurytion's already injured brain. It wanted to escape, but its body was out of control, and it staggered along, unable to fly. This time, Odis did not take the opportunity to get closer. Instead, he raised the Staff of Gus high, and Gar runes appeared one by one in the starlight. The next second, a bolt of lightning struck down and hit the wound on the head of the King of the North that he had just stabbed. Julian's head drooped immediately, followed by a puff of black smoke. But it slowly raised its head again. At this moment, the effect of the Scroll of Chaos was nearing its end. It flapped its wings, and a series of ice crystal spears pierced towards Odis. While Odis dodged the ice crystal spear, the King of the North finally took flight. Although it was severely injured, hiding in this land where the ice and snow had never melted would allow the frost to nourish it and help it recover. Just as it flew higher and higher, farther and farther away, the nightmarish human caught up again. He threw out another scroll, the incantation of which was, Art. Thump. The last thing the frost dragon Eurytion saw was a sea of blood. Odis just used the blood-burst scroll, which was developed by studying the spiritual materials from the black spider seized in the church of the ancient sun god. Its explosive power is far less than that of the explosive scroll, but it can still cause flesh to burst open, inflicting massive trauma on the target. If the King of the North is at his peak, this scroll will not cause him much harm, or rather, he can use his ability to quickly turn his flesh and blood into ice crystals, preventing his flesh and blood from exploding on a large scale. But now, the frost dragon has suffered a series of severe blows and is unable to react quickly. Then the brain of the King of the North exploded, spraying out a lot of blood and ice crystals from the wound, and its blue eyes turned blood red. The frost dragon didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before it plummeted straight to the ground. Odis, floating in midair, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, summarizing his own strength in his mind. He was invincible below the level of demigod. Furthermore, Odis examined his special scrolls and concluded that if he were to encounter a demigod, these scrolls could buy him time to escape. At this moment, Klein and the others also broke free of the ice crystals and caught up one after another. They witnessed the dragon's fall and saw the frost dragon's body crash to the ground, with streaks of pale blue light bursting out from its body. These lights moved about, and soon transformed the enormous dragon corpse into a thick, snow-covered double door. Without needing to be reminded, all the extraordinary individuals present knew that this was the gateway to the outside world. Grosser opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. "We succeeded." With tears in her eyes, Shada smiled with relief. Mobert from the Solomon Empire whistled, as if he had finally put something to rest. Snowman made the sign of the cross and whispered a prayer, "Father of all things, great source." The young Long Zaire was already eager to leave through that door. The female elf, Shadas, quickly composed herself. "We must get out of here as soon as possible, no one knows how long that door will remain open." As everyone snapped out of their reverie and was about to move forward, Odis said, "Wait a minute." Some people were puzzled and looked at this powerful extraordinary being. Odis smiled and said, "I just wanted to ask, what are your plans after you leave?" Shadas looked at the door and said, "We can discuss this issue after we get out." Mobert, the dream thief, realized that Odis wouldn't ask such a trivial question at this time. He was the first to answer, "I will first accompany Shadas to find the elven tribe, and then see if I can find my people." Snowman's second reply was, "Although you say that the omniscient and omnipotent Lord has fallen, I will still build a church for the Lord and continue my ascetic practice." Odis smiled and nodded, "A very good plan." Roselle said, "I'm going back to Backlund to find my family." Then he said with a wry smile, "Or rather, I'm looking for the descendants of my family." Grosser exclaimed, "I wish I could return to the Court of Giants again." As they discussed their plans, Odis walked past them to the double doors. "Gentlemen, here's the thing, Longzel, who spent the least amount of time in the book, has been missing from the outside world for over 100 years. The others have been here for thousands of years. Once you go out, the real world will correct your fantasy, so you will age rapidly and eventually die outside in an instant. Everyone paused for a moment, then fell into deep thought. The scroll Odis used just now, and the strength he demonstrated, will make everyone take his words seriously. After a few seconds of silence, Edwina finally asked, "What should we do then?" Although she only stayed with the team for a little over a day, she really liked the team's atmosphere, so she was also quite worried about Grosser and the other's situation. "Please wait while I go out and think of a way." Odis shrugged and said, "Since people from different eras can appear in a book at the same time, there must be a way to bring you back to the real world. But I need to do some research on this." "What if this door never appears again?" said Shadas, somewhat worried. "I've already thought about this question," Odis said. "This book is about the authority of fantasy, and I happen to have some spiritual material about higher levels of this path. I am confident that by holding a certain ceremony or making certain arrangements, I can reawaken this door." Everyone fell silent again. They had been waiting for a very long time, just waiting for this moment when they could leave, but suddenly being told that they couldn't leave was hard for them to accept. "Haha, I believe you, my friend," the giant grocer said first. "I'm willing to wait here for you to come and get us." Odis was taken aback by the other party's use of "my friend." He hadn't originally intended to remind these people, as he could have shared their extraordinary characteristics after they left. But after hearing their conversation in the cave and realizing that they were real people, Odis felt compassion for them. When he heard their plans, he felt as if they were wanderers embarking on their journey home. It was only then that Odis decided to try to rescue them. But then the giant's words, "my friend," made Odis suddenly smile. He had forgotten when the last time he had been trusted so unconditionally was. Even his subordinates didn't trust him from the start, it was only after repeated tests that they built a relationship of trust. The same goes for Klein. He's very wary, and it took them going through a lot together to build a relationship of mutual trust. Odis promised, "Leave this to me, you won't have to wait long." Mobert raised his hand slightly and said, "I'll stay too." Then he said to Shatas, "We've waited this long, a few more days won't make a difference." Shatas took a deep breath, "All right then." Then Snowman also expressed his willingness to stay, and although Longzil hesitated for a while, he finally decided to stay. So Odis and Klein pushed open the door, and the four modern people returned from the travelogue to Edwina's study, where it was already evening. When they turned around, the people inside the door were looking on anxiously, but Odis smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll give you news in the next few days." Chapter 327, Chapter 326 Bernadette's first question to the fool. Odis's words and expression offered some comfort to Grosser and the others. As the two enormous doors closed, Odis took a deep breath. "I need to take this travelogue back to study it." Edwina picked up the Travels of Grossius from the desk and handed it to Odis. "Here, consider it payment for rescuing me." Odis smiled and said, "After you release them, I will return the travelogue to you, because I happen to have something else I would like to ask you for help with." Taiwanese novel website. He looked at Klein. "I remember you mentioned this travelogue. If you want it, how about this be considered Edwina's payment?" "Well, it's not that I don't want it, that's why I'm giving it to you. I also really want to get this travelogue, but I have something more important to ask, Lieutenant General Iceberg, for help." Klein's cold face remained expressionless. "Fine." His spiritual senses told him that this book was unusual, and he really wanted to take it back and study it. Edwina, who was standing nearby, smiled and said, "Anyway, I still want to thank you for your help." Then she looked at Odis. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Odis did not answer the question directly, but said, "After our current operation is over, I would like to invite you to Cruz Island. We'll talk about this later." Edwina nodded, "Okay." After sending Klein back to Orvie, Odis returned to the Argos workshop to figure out how to release Grosser and the others. To save time, he placed the travelogue in the wilderness of knowledge, and studied and pondered it with the help of two intelligent puppets. After some simulation experiments, he quickly came up with two ideas. The first idea was to make Grosser and others demigods. Once they had divinity, the laws of the real world would have no choice but to reluctantly acknowledge their existence. However, the characteristics of 5 demigod levels are still only at sequence 5, which makes Odis's head ache just thinking about it. This method is clearly impractical. The second approach is to deceive the laws of the real world. After all, this is a world with extraordinary power and extraordinary beings, which is itself a loophole in the laws. As for how to deceive, Odis also had a good idea. Use the characteristics of a fraudster combined with a corresponding magic circle to create a magical item. By wearing this magical item, they can, to some extent, detach themselves from certain rules of the real world. Next, Odis began to design the magic circle. At first, he planned to trick time, making the outside world ignore the time Grosser and the others spent in the book. But Odis soon discovered that this was too difficult. Unless one possessed the characteristics of a demigod like the thief, it would be impossible to deceive time. So he changed his approach, setting up a protection for Grocer and others to conceal some of their true nature in order to deceive the real world. The idea is relatively simple. Odis spent a week in the wilderness of knowledge, designing the magic circle, and then handed it over to the two intelligent puppets for verification. The next step is to solve the problem of the trickster trait. A total of 5 traits are needed, and the total value is not high, only about £3,000. However, Odis cannot find so many traits all at once. After thinking about it for a moment, Odis decided to write to Leonard and ask if he had any. He stopped just as he took out his pen and paper, because it sounded strange to write to a member of the Red Gloves asking if he had any extraordinary properties of the thief's way. Moreover, it should instantly alert the poet, since very few people, or rather, from Leonard's perspective, no one knows that he harbors an incorrect old man within him. Taking a deep breath, Odis wrote to Hugh of Backlund and Alan of Byam, instructing them to use the channels of the Mysticism Research Society and the Intelligence Exchange Society, respectively, to purchase the extraordinary characteristics of the fraudster. In his letter to Hugh, he also asked her to help investigate the Edwards family, who used to live at 18D La Hare Street in the Northwest District. Then he used his travel ability to return to the Golden Dream. It was already late at night, and the crew was having a banquet to celebrate the captain's safe return. After Odis arrived on the ship, the atmosphere of the banquet suddenly became quiet. "You may continue," Odis said. "I have something to discuss with your captain." As he spoke, he skillfully made his way to Edwina's study. So many of the crew members who were drinking quickly put down their glasses and went to the corridor outside the study to clean up. Odis knocked on the study door, and after receiving permission, entered the study of General Iceberg and explained his purpose. Edwina was slightly taken aback. "You already have an idea." It had been less than 3 hours since Odis left the study. Odis nodded. "I have a good idea. I need to test the fraudster trait." Edwina said, "I don't have one, but I know that third mate Jodson has a magical item that matches the fraudster dot. How about magical items?" Odis replied, "That's fine too. Smash the magical item to gain the trickster trait, plus the thief trait." Edwina hummed in agreement and waved her hand, opening a door to the study. She saw that there were just many crew members outside, so she said to them, "Call Johnson over." Johnson rushed over upon hearing the summons, finally getting a chance to overhear the conversation between the mysterious admiral and the captain. Upon learning that the mysterious admiral needed the magical item he possessed, Johnson quoted a price, £1,000. Before Odis could even haggle, Edwina said, "This is, after all, something that stemmed from saving me. I can't let you bear the cost of the experiment yourself. I'll buy this magical item and give it to you." "Thank you." Odis then looked at Johnson. "If your captain needed this magical item, would you have offered this price?" The handsome Johnson smiled and said, "That was an inside deal on the Golden Dream, of course it wasn't worth that price." Odis pressed further, "So how much will you ask for?" £200. Odis chuckled. He thought to himself, "I despise you." Edwina purchased the magical pendant-shaped item on her behalf, and Odis took it and left. It was quite late, and Odis was a little tired, so he simply destroyed the magical artifact's properties and returned to the real world to rest. After thinking it over, he wrote to Klein again, telling him that his research on Grocer and others returning to the real world required the extraordinary characteristics of a con artist, and hoped that Klein could help keep an eye out for such a person. After summoning the messenger, Odis suddenly thought of a question and said, "I have a question I would like to ask you." The messenger, dressed in classic hunting attire, said, "Speak." When one is promoted to Mystic Scholar, are there any requirements regarding the method of obtaining the drop of blood for research? Theoretically, there isn't one, Messenger Elbera Stiano explained. However, there are some pathways through the blood of mythical creatures that can aid in the abilities gained after becoming a demigod. Studying the blood of mythical creatures through the diviner pathway and advancing to the Mystic Scholar enhances the ability to reproduce. Studying the blood of mythical creatures through the monster pathway enhances one's prophetic abilities upon advancing to the Master of Prophecy level. Studying the blood of mythical creatures along the generalist pathway will grant the ability to create magical items upon advancement to demigod status. Studying the blood of your own path mythical creatures enhances the abilities of both mystic and prophet, and can also be helpful for ascending to angelhood. Odis thought to himself, in this light, studying the blood of mythical creatures that follow this path is the optimal solution. The problem is, where can he get the blood of the mythical creatures that are the secret seekers? He then asked, what if it's the blood of a mythical creature from the sailor pathway? El Bella patiently replied, it will be enhanced when you recreate some mysterious scenes or figures related to lightning and storms. Odis, still somewhat unconvinced, pressed on, what if it's divine blood? What advantages would that offer? After obtaining the divine blood of the Elf King, Odis planned to advance his cultivation by studying the divine blood, but after hearing the messenger's reply, he wavered. El Bella replied, it can make the promotion process easier for you. Odis was somewhat disappointed. It seemed there was no bonus for her. After thanking the messenger, Odis told her where her letter was to be delivered. The next day, a light rain fell on the sea, but the wind was not strong and did not hinder the navigation of ships. The fleet, consisting of the Argo and the Golden Dream, is about 2 days' journey from Norhaus Island. After having breakfast, Odis was on his way to the captain's cabin to discuss the next steps with the first mate when suddenly an image of a mysterious, imposing figure sitting on a bronze chair with a high back appeared in his mind. That's a fool. Then the scene shifts to a blue-haired man praying, "Fool who does not belong to this era. Respected fool, sir, please convey this to the Hermit. The Storm Church's fleet of 2 pirate ships has headed to Norhaus port to wait for him there. Our current orders are to track him and Vice Admiral Iceberg's fleet." Odis was taken aback. From this, the Hanged Man's ghost ship is one of the 2 pirate ships. He pondered for a moment, then said in a prayerful tone, "A fool who does not belong to this age. Respected fool, please convey this to the Hanged Man. Admiral Iceberg and I obtained information about the extraordinary characteristics of the demigod level through the Sailor Pathway. This voyage is to try to obtain those characteristics. However, the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of the Storm have also received similar intelligence, but they may not know the exact location of the characteristic, which is why they are keeping an eye on us." Upon hearing this prayer, Klein, perched on the grey fog, thought to himself, "No wonder the Storm Church sent pirate ships to track them. I reckon the Storm Church's fleet is not far away either. As soon as they learn that Odis and Edwina have succeeded, they will immediately come to seize them." Then he realized that Lieutenant General Iceberg had connections to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. This was no longer just about finding a demigod-level extraordinary property, but a struggle between 3 churches. Mr. Gard should know his current predicament, shouldn't he? Klein then thought that Odis had cooperation with the Navy and the Church of the Goddess of Night, so there shouldn't be any danger. With that thought in mind, he threw the image of Mr. Gard's prayer into the star representing the Hanged Man. Alger, who finally had the opportunity to temporarily detach himself from his crew, was somewhat surprised to hear the reply from the Hermit relayed by the fool. He had already suspected that the Hermit and the Iceberg General might have made some discoveries. Unexpectedly, they discovered an extraordinary demigod-level artifact, and the Church of the Eternal Sun also received the news and will surely send people to compete for it. This made Alger realize that a fierce battle might break out between the various parties near Norhaus Island. After completing his communication with the Hanged Man, Odis paced around the workshop for a moment, then went to the cockpit and ordered First Mate Bazel, who was on duty, to sail towards the port of Norhaus Island. Now that the audience is in place, it's time for the actors to take the stage. Odis then returned to her studio to continue yesterday's research. In the wilderness of knowledge, using the characteristics of a trickster and corresponding spiritual materials, she created a magical item in the shape of a pendant. After repeatedly checking its functions, Odis took Grosser's travels back to the real world. He was about to begin his plan, but after a slight hesitation, he used travel to come to the Golden Dream and invite Admiral Iceberg to be his assistant. Calling her an assistant was really just letting her be an observer, since she was also quite concerned about the matter. Edwina was surprised that Odis had achieved results so quickly, and gladly accepted the invitation to come aboard the Argo. Upon entering Odis's studio, she saw layers upon layers of magic circles on the ground. Odis explained, "Just in case." Then he said, "I'm going into the travelogue. You wait outside for a bit." Edwina agreed. Odis cut his finger with a dagger and smeared the blood on the spine of Grosser's travels. The next second, his vision was once again obscured by the blizzard. He took out his crystal ball and divined for a while. He found out that Grosser and the others were still guarding the camp. After determining their general location, he used the flying spell to find them. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Odis found the cave that served as their camp. When Shadas, who was waiting at the cave entrance, saw Odis's figure in midair, she shouted, "Do you have a plan?" "I've got it," Odis said as he descended into the camp, took out the pendant, and briefly explained his research. The ascetic snowman and Solomon's nobleman Mobert could barely understand Odis's meaning, but the others seemed not to understand much. Shadas sighed with a hint of bewilderment. "Indeed, those who wield the Gus staff are all learned." Odis smiled and said, "My plan is theoretically sound, but just to be on the safe side, I'd like one of you to try it out first." Grosser and the others felt a mix of emotions, both longing to go out and worried about potential dangers. At this moment, Grosser, who was over 4 meters tall, stood up and said, "I'll go out first to verify your plan." When Odis saw Grosser volunteer to be the test subject, he smiled and said, "Your goal is too big. I hope the first person to go out is a normal human being. Well, let me make some more preparations before sending Grosser and Shadas out." Just as Roselle from Backlund was about to volunteer, the worldly wise dream thief Mobert preemptively asked Odis, "What's your plan?" "I hope Snowman will do this experiment," Odis said. "Roselle would better wait until I'm ready before going out, and it would be best if Mobert and Shadas went out together. Longzel's situation is rather special. You took the magic potion in the travelogue, so I need to make further preparations before I dare to take you out. So in my opinion, it would be best if Snowman went out first to prove that my method works. Then give me some time, I'll gather the necessary materials and take the rest of the people out. Mobert was the first to speak. I agree. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Everyone else realized that it was best to follow Odis's lead, and they all agreed. So Odis gave the pendant to Snowman, and the 2 large double doors covered in ice and snow still stood where the King of the North had died. Everyone arrived at the gate, and Odis pushed it open. Upon seeing Edwina outside, the others felt even more confident. Odis stepped out first, followed by Snowman, who was wearing a pendant, after a brief prayer. When Snowman stepped out the door, everyone's hearts were in their throats. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and there was no change in Snowman. Odis smiled and announced, "Success." Inside the gate, cheers from Shatas immediately erupted. At this moment, the gate slowly closed, and this time both the people inside and outside were relieved. Odis said to Snowman, "I'll use a magical item on you first." Seeing the bewildered look on the ascetic's face, he spoke in ancient Hermes, "I have prepared a magical item that will allow you to learn a current mainstream language, and then I will take you to the island I rule. You can get used to the outside environment first." This time Snowman understood, no problem. Edwina actually hoped that Snowman could go to Remberg with her. After all, he was a monk from the tertiary period, and the knowledge he possessed was exactly what the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom valued. However, she did not compete with Odis for the men. After all, it was Odis who had rescued this ascetic. After briefly explaining the principles of the Helmet of Wisdom to Snowman, Odis used this magical item to instill in Snowman knowledge about the rune language and rune script. Then, using the word travel, he was taken to Cruz Island, where Rupert, who was on duty there, briefly explained the situation of the ascetic. He also asked Rupert to coordinate with the town government to designate a piece of land on the mountain opposite Lighthouse Hill to build a new village. Currently, only a few houses have been built in this village, one of which must be at least 8 meters high, and the door must be 5 meters high. Upon hearing this order, Rupert smiled and said, "Is this to build houses for giants?" Odis nodded, "Yes." Rupert thought the captain was joking and didn't take it too seriously. After all, the main tribe of giants had been extinct for nearly 2 eras. Odis then instructed that after preparing accommodations for Snowman, he should be sent to school and given someone to arrange for him to walk around and get to know the surrounding environment. After settling Snowman in, Odis returned to the Argo and reconfirmed the next steps with Edwina before sending her back to the Golden Dream. Odis had nothing else to do these past 2 days, so he went to the cockpit, sat in the captain's seat, and stared blankly ahead. Or go to the restaurant, drink beer, and chat with the crew. Since acquiring 2 intelligent puppets in the wilderness of knowledge, Odis has been able to occasionally enjoy some leisure time. For him, the most important thing right now is to rescue Grosser and the others as soon as possible, but he still needs to wait for Hugh, Alan, and the others to reply and see if he can trade for the fraudster trait. Odis would wander around the ship at his leisure, only occasionally returning to his workshop to design new inventions or to ponder certain issues. Such wonderful times always pass quickly, and Odis felt as if Monday afternoon had arrived in the blink of an eye. He had made preparations well in advance and lay down on the armchair in the captain's cabin. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was covered by grey fog. Miss Justice rose gracefully and greeted Mr. Fool in a slightly cheerful tone, "Good afternoon. Audrey has been in a good mood lately." Through casual conversation, she has helped people around her solve some psychological problems and received very positive feedback. This has led her to summarize more rules for playing the role of a psychologist, and she is not far from completely digesting the potion. The fool, Klein, also sensed Justice's good mood, and as if infected by it, he nodded with a smile in response. When the greetings were over, the priestess, Catlia, looked at the head of the bronze table and said, "Honorable Fool, I have collected 3 pages of Russell's diary." Klein appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was somewhat expectant. "Here it comes. I wonder if the 3 pages of the diary specially selected by the mysterious queen will contain any highly valuable information." He calmly said, "Very well, you can think of a request now." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Then, with Klein's help, Catlia materialized the contents of the diary. Klein read through the diary line by line. The 3 pages of diary contained a great deal of information, including Roselle's concerns about his second son, Benova. Both Roselle and Bernadette sensed that Benova's humanity was waning. There's also Roselle's mental activity about making a firm decision to jump to the adjacent path. Roselle guesses that the Hidden Sage is not a true god and should have 1 or 2 sequence 1 properties that are not under the Hidden Sage's control. The last paragraph of the diary is about Russell seeing something and making up his mind that he must become a god no matter what the cost. The last part of the diary is so dizzying to read that you can get a sense of the mental shock Russell suffered. Klein pondered for a few seconds before making the 3 pages of the diary disappear, then looked at the priestess and asked, "Have you thought about your request?" Catlia stood up and asked, "I want to know, why did Emperor Roselle go mad in his later years?" Justice Audrey wondered if she had misheard. She never expected the priestess to ask such a weighty question right off the bat. And how did she know that Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years? Alger the Hanged Man, Emlyn the Moon, and Furs the Magician all held their breath, their eyes fixed on the head of the bronze table. Only Derek the Sun and Odysseus the Hermit were not particularly interested in this. The fool, Klein, breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he still had to say something beforehand. He chuckled and said, "First, we need to establish a fact. I am neither omniscient nor omnipotent." He said it in a self-deprecating tone, but the other members did not sense anything unusual. After all, none of the true gods or evil gods had an omniscient and omnipotent title. Odis thought to himself, "This guy's tricks and charades are beyond my reach." This statement essentially sets the tone in a way that is acceptable to everyone. If you ask a question in the future that falls into Mr. Fool's blind spot, then you are being ignorant. With this tone in mind, Klein calmly replied, "Due to certain stimuli and influences, Roselle has turned his attention to Sequence 0. This process drove him insane." Klein wasn't sure of the exact process, he only guessed that Russell must have jumped to a non-adjacent path. Because Roselle chose the generalist path as his initial route, a path through which true gods have existed since the Fourth Age. After he jumped to the adjacent path, the hidden sage pressed down on his head again. Although Klein was not clear about the specifics of the hidden sage, he was at least an Angel King level being with uniqueness and a Sequence 1 characteristic. Even if Roselle collects the other 2 Sequence 1 traits and becomes the King of Angels, it will be difficult for him to defeat the hidden sage and become a true god in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to find another way and think of other methods. Russell's diary mentioned some secret information about the Blood Emperor more than once, so he should know about the Blood Emperor jumping to non-adjacent paths. Then it becomes clear that Russell's madness in his later years was likely a side effect of jumping to non-adjacent paths. However, these were all Klein's guesses, so his answer could only vaguely explain the problem, because he was also unclear about the specific process. The other members were quite moved by Mr. Fool's answer, never expecting that the Emperor had such an experience. At the same time, they almost simultaneously believed that the Emperor must not have succeeded, because if he were a god, he would not have been assassinated. Catlia expressed her gratitude thoughtfully, and Klein then said, "You may begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Odis was the first to say, "Gentlemen, I need a few extraordinary properties of the trickster, and magical items of Sequence 8 or above are also acceptable. Does anyone have one? Or is it possible to trade it through the appropriate channels?" Justice Audrey asked curiously, "Hermit, what do you need so many of the extraordinary traits of the scammer pathway?" Adi readily replied, "To conduct an important experiment." Other members were impressed by the Hermit's wealth, noting that he was using the characteristics of Sequence 8 to conduct experiments, while others were more curious about what kind of experiments the Hermit was conducting. The priestess Catlia said, "I just happened to get the relevant clues. Tonight I can help you trade for a scammer trait for £600. Odis readily agreed, "Deal." He looked around at the people and saw that no one else spoke, so he knew that they either did not have the characteristics of this method or could not obtain the characteristics of this method through their own channels. At this moment, the world suddenly said to Odis, "I hope to speak with you alone." Odis guessed that Klein should have some clues from the letter he wrote earlier, asking him to help gather information on the characteristics of the fraudsters. Odis then agreed to speak privately. After establishing a private communication environment, Klein manipulated the world and said, "I will also obtain a trickster trait in a little while, and I will give it to you by tonight at the latest." Odis smiled slightly and asked, "How much?" "No reward," Klein said. "After all, I have fought against Roselle and the others before." While inquiring about the characteristics of a fraudster, he unexpectedly encountered one who had swindled money and sex from many people. So Klein decided to hunt it down and give it special properties to Odis. Of course, the most crucial point is that this characteristic is easy to obtain, and it is not bought with gold pounds through trading, which is why Klein is so generous. If he bought it with his own money, that's a different story. Odis smiled and said, "All right, I'll wait for your good news." After their private conversation ended, Klein saw that no one else would speak, which meant that the deal with Odis was over. So he manipulated the world again, looking at the son Derek, "I have the notary potion recipe you wanted." Derek said happily, "Thank you, Mr. World. As agreed, I will note this debt and wait for your request. Of course, if you need gold pounds, I can also negotiate with Mr. the Hermit to exchange some gold pounds for extraordinary materials." Klein manipulated the world to reply, "I don't need gold pounds for the time being. I'll let you know what my needs are after I've thought it through." Klein earned over £10,000 in total from the hunt for Gilchrist, the third mate of the Death Note, and the search for Wales. Apart from the gold coins reserved for future transactions with messengers that he couldn't use, the rest of his money, plus his previous savings, made him richer than ever before. Derek nodded, okay. He quickly obtained the potion recipe and began browsing it eagerly. Chapter 328, Chapter 327 The Deal at the Tarot Meeting. The trading session during the tarot reading. After the fool Klein traded the properties of Sun Priest with Little Sun, the Hermit Odis looked at the Hanged Man. I have the Ocean Singer potion recipe you wanted. This was traded by Odis from the female elf Shadas. A smile crept onto Alger's face. Name your price. Odis had already decided, 5,000 pounds. Generally, a sequence 5 potion recipe costs between 4,000 and 7,000 pounds. A sequence like Ocean Singer, which is very useful at sea, costs closer to 7,000 pounds. Therefore, the price offered by Odis is already considered to be a discount. After thinking for a moment, Alger said, how about this? I'll pay you 2,000 pounds first, you give me the recipe, and I'll give you the remaining 3,000 pounds once I've gathered them up. He paused for a moment and then said, with Mr. Fool's testimony, you don't need to worry that I will renege on my debt. After trading for extraordinary materials, he really couldn't come up with 5,000 pounds. Odis grunted and said, deal. After obtaining the potion recipe, Alger immediately went to browse it. But after taking a look, a bitter smile appeared on his face, because the ritual to become an Ocean Singer was to take a magic potion inside the belly of an Ordnance sea monster. The Obini sea monster is a monster that Alger is currently unable to deal with, which makes him realize that even with the recipe and main ingredients, the ritual is still difficult to prepare. At this moment, he suddenly remembered some information he had collected before, and said to the person at the head of the bronze table, Fool, I wish to speak with Hermit alone. When Odis heard that Alger the Hanged Man wanted to speak with her alone, she was slightly taken aback, not yet figuring out what the other man wanted to talk to her about. After establishing a private trading environment, the other party mentioned that they intended to ask for my help in finding and controlling an Ordnance sea monster to help them complete their promotion. Odis resisted the urge to scratch his head. He remembered that Alger was supposed to seek help from the fool, but instead he was asking him for help. This was not surprising, though. He had heard that the mysterious Queen and the King of the Five Seas each controlled 1 or 2 Ordnance sea monsters. Although most of the members of Elemental Dawn are extraordinary individuals through the spy and generalist pathways, it is still an organization with considerable influence on the seas. There are also many members through the sailor pathway who also have the need for advancement, so they must find a way to control an Ordnance sea monster. Moreover, it was clear that for Alger, making a deal with the Hermit was more controllable, because he did not know what the fool needed, nor whether he was capable of meeting the fool's needs. Furthermore, once the fool states their needs, there is no room for negotiation, they can only choose to comply. The Hermit simply said that he wanted things or money, and that everything was negotiable. Thinking of this, Odis said, I can help you make the contact, but I'm not very confident. It wasn't that Odis was unwilling to help, but rather that organizations like the Elemental Dawn typically offered very high-level rewards for helping prepare the ceremony. Odis received the ritual reward because he built a ship for the Elemental Dawn, and no one said anything about it. But telling Bernadette about the Hanged Man's request would put her in a difficult position. Alger paused for a moment after hearing the Hermit's answer before saying, all right then. Odis sensed Alger's concerns and empathized with them. Making deals with the gods is always stressful. This is why Odis rarely bothers the Goddess of Night, as it's difficult to offer her something she would value. This is like a beggar making a deal with a rich man, and such a deal can easily turn into a favor because it is almost impossible for the beggar to offer anything of value to the rich man. Odis had a more profound understanding of this, while Alger may not have had such a clear opinion or viewpoint, but he also had similar feelings. If it were the Lord of the Storms, a similar blessing would only require offering one's loyalty. However, the fool prefers equivalent exchanges, which leaves Alger somewhat at a loss. Thinking of this, Odis suddenly smiled and said, I think you can discuss this with the world. Alger paused for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. How could I have forgotten this, representative of the gods? Agents of the gods, and favorites of the gods, are those who receive benefits on behalf of the gods in the name of the gods. This is somewhat similar to the relationship between God and the Church. The things that ordinary believers contribute are unlikely to move God. But even gods need people to be loyal to them and to help them with worldly affairs. Thus, a three-way transaction was reached between God, the Church, and believers. Believers donated money to the Church in exchange for spiritual comfort or protection. The Church accepted the money in the name of God and pledged allegiance to God. God provided spiritual comfort to believers and occasionally offered corresponding protection. In this transaction, all three parties obtained what they needed, thus forming a mature and stable transaction system. Alger sincerely said to the Hermit, Thank you for your reminder. Odis smiled slightly, indicating that it was nothing. Alger, the Hanged Man, then asked the fool to end the one-on-one communication environment. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, remarked, "This is a conversation between two old hands. Although they don't say much, they both understand the hidden meaning behind each other's simple words." At the same time, this result was also quite satisfactory to Klein, since it was a headache for him to figure out what kind of reward Alger would charge the fool for his help. First of all, we definitely can't do without it, it would be a huge loss not to. If so, the god's needs would also put Klein in a difficult position. If the hanged man insisted on offering gold coins as a sacrifice, he would be happy, but he couldn't accept them because the gods should be detached from vulgar tastes, and shouldn't accept such common things. Now that we have the transfer of world, things are much easier. World is a sequence 5, so it's normal for it to have a demand for gold pounds. Just give the gold to the world and let the world figure out a way to get the fool to do it. After a moment's consideration, Alger, the hanged man, once again requested permission from the fool to have a private conversation with the world. Having established a private communication environment, Alger expressed his needs, asking the world to help him find an Orbnus sea monster and assist him in completing his ascension ritual. Klein manipulated the world and said, "Sure, but what kind of reward can you offer?" The fool was never mentioned in the entire transaction, the two tacitly reached an agreement. Alger hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll exchange it for the coordinates of a primitive island that no one else knows. Not only are there many extraordinary creatures that have become extinct on the northern and southern continents, but there is also an ancient site whose exact age is unknown. Back then, well, I discovered it with Kalingas. At that time, we didn't have the ability to explore it in depth, but he found some traces and suspected that something very precious was hidden within the ruins. My strength is not as good as Kalingas's, nor is my depth. I have no way of knowing what he saw. I can only guess the situation from some of the things he said unintentionally." Klein hadn't expected that the hanged man and Zalingas had known each other for a long time and had even gone on adventures together. He manipulated the world into a thoughtful pose. Seeing that the world neither rejected nor agreed, Alger continued, "There are traces of demigod-level extraordinary beings on it. This should be of great value to you. I can swear to Mr. Fool on this that I am not lying." World no longer hesitated. "Deal." Slightly relieved, Alger continued, "I have one condition. I hope that when you first explore that primitive island, I will be your companion, and with Mr. Fool watching over everything, I think you don't need to worry about me having any bad intentions." Klein considered for a moment and had the world nod, saying, "No problem. When we go to dangerous places, I will need some companions. I hope you are capable enough to keep up." Alger then said, "So I hope your first exploration will be after I successfully advance. Of course, if I lose control because of the potion, this agreement will naturally be null and void." The world replied, "Yes." Alger stopped arguing and, after obtaining the fool's consent, materialized a parchment containing information about the original island. After their private conversation, Priestess Catlia looked at Justice, black hunting giant lizard spinal fluid, has been confirmed, 1,800 pounds. Psychedelic bell tree fruit has no leads yet. "This is already very good, better than I expected," Audrey said sincerely, completely unconcerned about the price. After finalizing the deal, Catlia looked around and asked, "Any leads on the blood of mythical creatures?" Klein immediately manipulated the world to ask, "Do you mean purely mythical creatures?" Justice, Audrey and the others were somewhat confused. "Pure mythical creatures. There are also impure mythical creatures." After a moment of hesitation, Catlia replied, "Pure, that is, the blood of angels." Klein responded via the world, "I have some leads, but I can't be sure if I can get them, and I'll have to wait at least 3 months. 3 months later, a certain snake of destiny will be born." The other members of the Tarot Club watched the transaction in silence, never expecting that the world even had clues about angel blood. Alger, however, suspected that the world wanted to borrow a drop of blood from Mr. Fool's angel. Caldelia smiled and said, "No problem." Finally, there was a clue. It was the last obstacle for her to become a demigod. Thinking of this, Catlia looked at Odis and believed that Odis did not have such a need, probably because he had not obtained the potion recipe from the mystic. She hesitated, wondering if she should remind Odis to also join the deal and prepare a drop of mythical creature's blood in advance. At this moment, Odis was also hesitant, wondering whether he should remind Catlia. According to the information he received from the messenger, the blood of mythical creatures from the monster pathway was not actually the best choice. So Odis decided to wait and see if he could get a drop of blood from a mythical creature that had passed through the secret seeker pathway. Moreover, Odis already had a certain idea. Since she had saved the life of a demigod from the Moor's penitentiary before, she could use her to seek a drop of blood from a mythical creature through the secret seeker pathway. Of course, one cannot ask for help as Odis in the wilderness of knowledge, but rather, like Klein, one can set up a secondary account similar to the world to seek assistance. This operation carries some risk, so Odis needs to wait for an opportunity. Another option is for Odis to continue monitoring the demigods of the Moor's penitentiary, find the angels of this organization, and then ask Bernadette for help to see if they can ambush them, injure them, and obtain a drop or two of their blood. In any case, we must wait for an opportunity. After a moment's thought, Odis finally spoke up. There are 4 ways to obtain the blood from that mythical creature, and they can be helpful after advancing to demigod status. He suddenly realized that if he talked to Bernadette about this later, Bernadette might pass the message on to Catlia. What does this make the Star General think? You knew all along which blood transfusion pathways were advantageous, yet you didn't tell me. Upon hearing the Hermit's words, the other members instantly understood. The Hermit knew very well why the priestess needed this drop of blood, and clearly also knew some information that the priestess was unaware of. Catlia was also quite surprised, but she immediately sat up straight and listened attentively to what the Hermit had to say next. Odis simply stated, the blood of mythical creatures along the Seer pathway is helpful for Sequence 4, while the blood of mythical creatures along the Monster pathway is helpful for Sequence 3. The blood of mythical creatures through the Generalist pathway grants you the ability to create magical items. The Secret Seeker pathway is helpful for both Sequence 4 and Sequence 3, and is also said to provide some assistance for ascending to angelic status. As for the blood of mythical creatures obtained through other means, they can only help you advance in rank. The other members were stunned. The blood of mythical creatures is already a very rare thing. Why did you choose it? After pausing for a couple of seconds, Gadria smiled helplessly and said, sometimes, there aren't many options. The other members speculated that this drop of blood from a mythical creature might be an important ingredient in a potion. Alger the Hangman thought to himself, you have to use whatever comes your way. I'll focus on becoming a demigod first, otherwise I might miss the best opportunity to advance. The magician, Furs, held a similar view. For ordinary wild extraordinary beings, being able to advance to demigod is a huge opportunity, so they should advance first and think about other things later. As for advancing to angel or something, that is not an opportunity that ordinary people can have. When Odis heard Catlia's reply, he simply smiled slightly and said nothing more. His situation is different from Catlia's. Catlia has already digested the potion and obtained the extraordinary characteristics of a demigod. All that is left is the ritual for advancement. Odis had only digested less than a third of the potion, so he wasn't in a hurry. After the deal was closed, little son Derek said, I need the Elder Tree Root Crystal and the Golden-Edged Sunflower. Having already tasted the sweetness of buying and selling, Moon Emlyn immediately perked up. I can help you trade for Elder Tree Root Crystals, and Golden-Edged Sunflowers are also easy to buy. So, what can you offer in exchange? When he previously provided fruits of the Elder Tree to Miss Justice, he learned that the seller also had root crystals. During the previous tarot meeting, Emlyn learned that the 5 pathways, including the audience and the sun, were adjacent pathways. At this moment, he suddenly realized that because they were adjacent pathways, the main materials needed for justice and the sun came from an extraordinary plant. Son Derek thought for a moment, an extraordinary characteristic corresponding to a Sequence 5 vampire. In the dark depths of the Forsaken Land, there are many such monsters. Vampires. Emlyn corrected through gritted teeth. Don't rush me. I'll tell you once I've decided what I want. He didn't want the items he acquired through trading to overlap with the rewards from the hunting competition. Speaking of the hunting competition, what Emlyn didn't expect was how efficient Miss Magician was. She had already identified the locations and key clues for 2 of the 5 hunting targets last week. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. He is making final preparations and plans to hunt one of his targets in the next couple of days. At this point, Emlyn was absolutely confident that he could win the game. Okay. Derek, who already owed the world a huge debt, said quite frankly. After their deal was finalized, Odis suddenly said to Derek, I want to make a request of you. Derek turned to Odis, what is the request? In the next week, keep a close watch on the area around Silver City for any starlight or other radiance, Odis said. While rescuing the demigod of the Moss Ascetic Order, Odis noticed that he could make the Staff of Goose levitate and emit a dazzling light in the wilderness of knowledge. This light should be quite conspicuous in the dark, Forsaken Lands. If the 2 goose staffs in the Forsaken Lands were around Silver City, such a dazzling light would likely have been noticed by the residents of Silver City. Odis plans to ask Little Sun to help her find and retrieve the staff. Odis's request surprised Little Sun at first. He had thought that the Hermit had asked him to collect some extraordinary materials again, but he did not expect that it was a request about the Forsaken Land. The other members were also somewhat surprised, unsure of what the Hermit meant by starlight or other light. However, they are certain that the Hermits, or rather, those who provide the Hermits with those ancient secrets, have ways to exert some influence over the Forsaken Land. Derek then exclaimed happily, the Hermit, you. He originally wanted to say whether the Hermit had entered the Forsaken Land, but then he thought it was unlikely. So halfway through his sentence, Derek changed his mind and asked, Mr. the Hermit, can you contact the Forsaken Land? Odis smiled and said, I suppose so. Seeing that the Hermit did not give a direct answer, Little Son did not continue to ask questions. He took a deep breath and said, I will keep an eye on it. Yes, I'm still in Wuzhen now. I'll try to find out more information for you when I get back. Odis hummed in agreement and asked, what kind of payment do you need? No reward. Derek flashed a smile as radiant as his code name, consider it a token of gratitude for all the help you've given me. He felt that being able to help the Hermit was a way of repaying some favors. Odis remarked, your answers are always so unexpected. After this transaction, the two then traded for extraordinary weapons through barter. The gathering fell silent. Just as Klein was about to assume there were no more deals to be made, Justice Audrey suddenly raised her hand slightly and asked, the Hermit, do you have any information about Emperor Roselle? The conversation between the fool and the priestess had piqued her interest in the topic of Roselle. Just now, she suddenly wondered if the Hermit knew anything about Emperor Roselle. The magician Furs, who was standing to the side, was also taken aback for a moment, and then realized, that's right, how come I didn't think of that? The well-informed Hermit must know some secret information about a big figure like Emperor Roselle. Sitting below them, Katlia held little hope, as she guessed that the Hermit's information about the Emperor likely came from the mysterious queen. The other members also looked at the Hermit, waiting for his answer. Odis glanced at Katlia before turning to Audrey and saying, I do know some information about Emperor Roselle. How about 3,000 pounds if you're interested in making a trade? Audrey noticed that Odis glanced at the priestess before answering her question, and she immediately guessed, could the priestess be a descendant of Emperor Roselle? Apart from the fool, Klein, the other members only know that Admiral of the Stars seems to be secretly serving mysterious Queen Bernadette. Upon hearing the Hermit's offer, Audrey immediately replied, no problem. Furs, who was standing nearby, quickly said, I'll join the deal too. Russell has become a unique symbol in people's minds, and everyone is eager to learn about his secret history. The deal with the Hermit often involved surprising information if the reward exceeded 2,000 pounds, so Alger and Emlyn actively joined the deal. Derek was the only one who wasn't very enthusiastic about it, but he was also influenced by the other members and joined the deal. Ultimately, they agreed that Miss Justice would contribute 1,200 pounds and the other members 300 pounds, crowdfunding the proceeds from the transaction. Odis smiled at everyone and said, before we begin the transaction, I would like to speak with the priestess lady alone. At this point, Audrey was certain that there must be some connection between the priestess and Emperor Roselle. She was very curious about the content of their private conversation. Katlia was somewhat surprised, but quickly recovered and agreed to Odis's suggestion to speak with him alone. Odis got straight to the point, you'd better not tell the Queen some of the information I'm about to reveal. Katlia's expression suddenly changed, do you know some information that the Queen doesn't? Then she questioned, don't you know that the Queen has been gathering intelligence about the Emperor? Of course I know. Odis took a deep breath and said, I also know that she has been unable to adjust her state and complete her promotion because she misses the Emperor, cannot get over the Emperor's crazy actions back then, and regrets that she was unable to help the Emperor when she left. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, was taken aback for a moment, then sighed inwardly, unsure of how to respond. Katlia's mouth dropped open, but didn't the Queen say that she hasn't found a suitable promotion opportunity yet? Odis shook his head, since you don't know the inside story, then listen to me. For now, don't let the Queen know too much about the Emperor. Why? Katlia asked immediately. This is also the question Klein had after the Grey Fog. Even if we knew that information, we wouldn't be able to rescue the Emperor, Odis said. It would only worsen the Queen's condition. Katlia seemed to be muttering to herself, rescue the Emperor. Her eyes lit up, the Emperor isn't dead. Odis took a deep breath, yes, I will release the specific information later. He then said, imagine if the Queen finds out about this and asks you where to find the Emperor, and you know that if you say, I don't know, the Queen's condition will immediately worsen. What would you do? Caldelia seemed to have all her strength drained away, I understand. She then promised, I will not tell the Queen about today's deal. Odis nodded, indicating to the fool that they could end their private conversation. After the private conversation ended, the other members noticed the priestess's solemn expression and each had their own speculations about the conversation between the two. Our deal begins, Odis said to everyone. You should all be quite familiar with most of the history of Emperor Roselle. When he was born, the Gustav family was already in decline, and the Emperor did not receive much help from the family. Although it was a bit difficult at the beginning of Emperor Roselle's career, it was not without its advantages. At least after becoming consul, Emperor Roselle was able to easily get rid of the influence of the Gustav family. The other members were taken aback when they heard this. They all knew about this history, but they had never thought about it in this way. Klein then realized, I have no political career and no intention of doing so, so when I look at history, it is a series of interconnected events, but I do not have the perspective of a scholar like a recluse. I won't go into the details that you can find in history textbooks, Odis continued. I'll just talk about some hidden history that you might not be aware of. As we discussed at the last tarot meeting, Zarathustra Jr. once supported the great emperor during his weak period. I'm not entirely sure exactly when the support started, but I personally believe it was shortly after the emperor joined the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and began to amass great wealth through his inventions. Klein wanted to complain, the word invention should be in quotation marks. This is the best time to invest, Odis said. After accumulating some wealth, Emperor Roselle quickly gained his first group of followers, the most famous of whom were the Four Horsemen. Klein mentally complained again, actually, they're called the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Well, I guess Roselle also thought that name was too childish, so he just called them the Four Horsemen. Odis also wanted to complain, but he was afraid that if he said what was on his mind, it would be bad, so he kept his mouth shut. He continued, during this period, Emperor Roselle learned from some documents about the Black Throne, a legacy of the Solomon Empire. After a period of searching, the emperor finally found the ghost ship in the Oradek Islands in the western part of the continent. As we mentioned before, this ship was later bestowed upon Nast's father, the King of the Five Seas, and Nast later inherited the ship and the title conferred upon him by the emperor. Alger and the other members nodded, they all remembered the incident. Katlia took a slight breath. She knew that the title of King of the Five Seas originated from the emperor, but she did not expect that his flagship was also bestowed by the emperor. Odis continued, it is said that on that ship, the great emperor obtained a great deal of ancient geographical information and gained the concept of other continents. Regarding this, we need to imagine the context at that time, when the people of the northern continent had generally lost the concept of other continents. At that time, communication with the southern continent had been severed for more than 1,000 years, and the southern continent was all part of mythology. Therefore, this information should be very important to the emperor. Moreover, it is said that the ghost ship not only has information about the southern continent, but also some information about the eastern and western continents. He paused slightly at this point, and as expected, Justice Audrey asked, Hermit, Mr., what are the eastern continent and the western continent respectively? Furs and Emlyn had a similar question. They speculated that one of the continents might be the one where the Forsaken Land was located, but like Justice, they didn't know whether it was the eastern or western continent. Odis smiled and replied, according to information I obtained from another source, the Forsaken Land is located on the eastern continent, while the western continent is said to be at the end of the Misty Sea, and no one has discovered it to this day. Audrey, the Justice woman, couldn't help but feel a sense of longing, a continent that no one has ever set foot on. Furs also conceived in his mind an adventure novel about discovering a new continent. A sense of curiosity and a desire to explore the unknown quickly filled the hearts of the other members. Chapter 329, Chapter 328 The Life of Roselle. At the tarot meeting. The Hermit, Odis continued, the reason why this information is on the Black Throne is that during the War of the Four Emperors, the Black Emperor, Solomon realized that he needed to leave himself a way out, so he built this large ghost ship. It is said that the ship's destination is the western continent. As we have mentioned before, the Solomon Empire is a common enemy of the Tudor Empire and the Terensust Empire, and it has little hope in the struggle on the northern continent. But this ship did not bring hope or continuation to the empire, because they never found the western continent. Even Gedalia asked with some curiosity, does the western continent really exist? Odis smiled and said, I believe it exists. The priestess, Katlia, pressed further, is there any evidence or clue? No. Odis shrugged. I just have this feeling, well, or rather, many important figures believe that the western continent exists, so there must be some truth to this claim. Katlia paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, seemingly dissatisfied with this evidence. Then son Derek asked curiously, Hermit, before the cataclysm, did the southern and northern continents you mentioned have frequent contact with the eastern continent of the Forsaken Lands via the ocean? It wasn't just by the sea, Odis said. I've heard that in ancient times, there were also teleportation arrays as a means of transportation between continents. This mode of transportation is faster and more convenient. Behind the grey fog, the fool Klein sighed, it feels like each era is worse than the last. By the fifth era, most extraordinary beings haven't even heard of teleportation arrays. Traveling by boat from the northern continent to the southern continent takes half a month, and to the southern part of the southern continent takes 1 or 2 months. Taking an airship would be a bit faster. The magician first wondered, if most people use teleportation arrays to travel, would people at that time have lost the concept of continent? Would they have the illusion that everyone lived on a single continent? Seeing the expressions on the other members' faces, Odis thought to himself, this is a sign of a serious lack of geographical knowledge. If they knew about the 7 continents and 5 oceans when they were teenagers, they wouldn't have such feelings. Seeing that no one had any new questions, he continued, after finding these materials, Emperor Roselle became enthusiastic about searching for other continents. When he first set sail, he wasn't actually looking for the southern continent, but rather the western continent. Klein thought to himself, although this is not mentioned in the diary, or rather, I have not yet seen the relevant diary, Roselle's first voyage was indeed to the Misty Sea to the west of the northern continent. The other members were only slightly taken aback, but then felt that this was not surprising, because it was almost certain that the southern continent existed, and there had always been legends about the land forsaken by the gods, in the extraordinary realm. Everyone felt unfamiliar with the western continent. Alger the hangman thought to himself, if I had a ghost ship like the Black Throne, and enough funds and manpower, I would definitely try to find the western continent. At that time, Emperor Roselle was still relatively young, and few historians recorded his voyage, Odis said. However, some traces of this voyage have been left in some notes and other documents. It is said that the emperor even found the abyss in the depths of the Misty Sea. He paused again, and the other members were taken aback. Gadria was the first to react. Does it refer to the abyss related to the demon pathway? Odis smiled and said, this is your third question. Without hesitation, Catlia replied, I can pay an extra £300. Actually, she regretted it a little after her private conversation with Odis just ended. I originally just wanted to listen in briefly, but it seems there's some very important information involved in this deal. Catlia only paid £300, which meant she could only ask one question, which was probably far from enough. All right, Odis replied, yes, it's that abyss. Audrey then asked, Hermit, what does the abyss of the demon pathway represent? It is said that sequence 0 of the demon pathway is called abyss, Odis replied. Alger and Omlin were both taken aback. They roughly knew that demons and abyss were related, but they did not know that the sequence 0 of this pathway was actually called abyss. Audrey and Furs were initially surprised, then delighted, to learn the name of another sequence, number 0. Odis went on to explain, the abyss is pure malice, a manifestation of this world, and is said to be the demon's favorite place. But it doesn't represent an abstract concept like the authority of the demon pathway. It's more like the connection between the moon pathway and the crimson moon. This knowledge was somewhat advanced, and Audrey and Furs only roughly understood it, nodding slowly. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, according to Roselle, the abyss has changed, and even demons can no longer survive there. Then he thought of another question. Crimson moon should represent the moon pathway, so why does Goddess of the Night have a description related to crimson moon? However, he only thought about this question briefly before he heard the Hermit continue. Besides encountering the abyss, Emperor Roselle also encountered Mr. Dor during this voyage. Many members sat up straight immediately, and Alger asked, is it Mr. Dor, who was sealed away by the Lord of Storms and the Goddess of Night? Odis nodded, yes, it is him. Emlyn, the moon, followed up with, was he sealed in the Sea of Mist? It's not necessarily the Sea of Mist, Odis said. Although I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, I estimate that Mr. Dor must have contacted the Emperor through some mystical means. After all, many people have ventured deep into the Misty Sea, but not everyone has encountered Mr. Dor, so it probably has nothing to do with location. At this point, Catlia said, I'll pay an extra £300. Then she asked, how did you know these things? Catlia had never heard the Queen mention this matter, and it was almost certain that the Queen was unaware of it. This is very strange. How could the Hermit, as an outsider, know more than the Queen? Odis was prepared for this question. I have obtained some secret documents left by the Emperor, and the contents of those documents are very rich. What was most helpful to me were 2 fighting techniques I had never seen before, and the mysterious events that the Emperor mentioned about himself. In addition, perhaps due to the effect of certain extraordinary laws, after becoming a secret seeker, I often obtained some secret information left behind by the Emperor. Catlia wanted to say, why didn't I ever get it? But after a slight hesitation, she felt it was an inefficient question, so she didn't continue asking. No one else doubted this claim, since it was a matter of mystery and was difficult to explain. Klein was also convinced of this, because he had just learned that Russell had later jumped to the adjacent pathway and become the Knowledge Emperor, which was sequence 1 of the Hidden Men pathway. Thinking of this, Klein manipulated the world to ask, then, has Roselle been corrupted by Mr. the Dor? Reminded by this, the 3 ladies among the other members who had traded information with Mr. Dor remembered that Mr. Dor was sealed away because he had been subjected to high-level corruption. So everyone looked at the Hermit. Odis replied, he has been corrupted to some extent and has gone mad as a result. However, at the beginning, the Emperor did not realize this. By the time he did, it was too late. Klein first thought to himself, as expected. After learning that Mr. Men had been contaminated by an unknown source, he had this suspicion, and today it has finally been confirmed. Klein took a deep breath, so, some of Russell's subsequent adventurous behavior was related to Mr. the Dor. While curious, he looked forward to seeing more of the diary entries describing his communication with Mr. Dor. Justice Audrey never expected things to turn out like this. How terrible. Even the Emperor has been corrupted. Then she had another question. What kind of pollution was it? Was it the kind of pollution that the Hermit had mentioned before, the kind that even the gods couldn't solve? Alger, the hanged man, then pondered another question. I've heard that the assassination attempt on Emperor Roselle by the Sorin family and other nobles was supported by the Church of the God of Steam and Machines and the Church of the Eternal Sun. Could it be that the churches knew the Emperor had been corrupted, and therefore supported those nobles in assassinating him? The magician first felt it was a great pity. If the Emperor had not been corrupted, his legendary life could have continued for at least another 30 years. Catlia was stunned for a second or two before accepting the fact. She then remarked, the Hermit was right, these things are indeed not suitable for the Queen to know. The Hermit, Odis gave everyone ample time to react before saying, the Gate's corruption of Emperor Roselle initially only had some impact on Emperor Roselle. These effects seem to have only become apparent after the Emperor became an angel. Taking advantage of the pause in the Hermit's speech, Audrey quickly asked, how did the Emperor become an angel? The other members also looked at Odis, sharing the same question. For a long time, everyone has thought of the Emperor as a thinker and an outstanding leader, but few people know that he was also a highly extraordinary being. Klein wondered, what did Roselle see after becoming an angel? It made him believe that even after becoming Sequence 1, he would still be unable to solve the problems he encountered. Odis replied, at that time, Emperor Roselle's interests were deeply intertwined with those of the Steam Church, so as Roselle gradually achieved more success, he became an angel of the Steam Church step by step. As I mentioned in a previous transaction, the God of Steam and Machinery was forced to advance prematurely during the Fourth Age due to pressure from the Hidden Sage. His Sequence 1 potion had not been fully digested, so his condition had been very poor. The other members nodded, vaguely remembering that such a thing had indeed happened. Because Roselle is a member of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, the revolution he launched and the changes he brought to the world allowed the God of Steam and Machinery to fully digest the potion and become even better, Odis said. This also gave Roselle the opportunity to be promoted to angel. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, so that's how it is. He was somewhat surprised when he learned from his diary that Roselle had become an angel. Because each church currently has no more than 3 angels, and after the gods went to the astral plane and the wars between gods ceased on earth, angels have almost infinite lifespans, making it theoretically very difficult to become an angel through the church. If it's about helping the church's divine state improve, then such an opportunity is indeed possible. The other members were marveling at the changes Russell had brought to the extraordinary world, changes they hadn't considered before. Emlyn, the moon, thought to himself, I thought the main intelligence in today's transaction would be about the Emperor's revolution and the wars with various countries. Unexpectedly, the Hermit barely mentioned these issues, the intelligence he provided was entirely about the Emperor's extraordinary achievements. Emlyn originally wanted to discuss with the Hermit the Emperor's performance in some battles to prove that he was also familiar with this history, and then explain to the other members that the vampires had witnessed Roselle's legendary life. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. Seeing that everyone had no questions, Odis continued, after Roselle became consul, he deeply felt the constraints imposed by the Church. Only national policies that are in the interests of the Church can be implemented, while national policies that harm the interests of the Church are often difficult to get approved by Parliament. Or rather, this is the Steam Church recouping its political investment in Roselle. Klein thought to himself, this is also reflected in Roselle's diary. After he became consul, his relationship with the Steam Church seemed to gradually become less harmonious. And in the diary I saw today, Roselle's youngest son, Benova, is gradually losing his humanity because of his faith in the God of Steam. This may also be a threat from the Church, or a warning to Roselle. Then he thought, Russell must have been quite helpless at the time. After all, the problem of theocracy had long since disappeared at Tokyo University. The struggle for interests was a bit fierce, but no matter how fierce the struggle for interests was, it was possible to physically eliminate the opponent. When facing the Church and deities, many ready-made experiences cannot be used. After all, in a world where real deities exist, it is difficult to overthrow the authority of the Church, and it is even more difficult to make deities disappear in a physical sense. Justice Audrey thought to herself, I have the illusion that I am listening to a senior history professor give a lecture. The Hermit has explained some of the contradictions behind history in just a few words. Other members also felt that this narrative was refreshing. During that period, Roselle not only encountered political difficulties, Odis said, but also some problems in extraordinary matters. Or rather, these two questions are actually one question. Faced with the Steam Church's demands for political rewards, Roselle quickly came up with a solution to continue his promotion. Here I want to mention some information I obtained through another channel. Roselle joined an organization called the Twilight Hermits a long time ago. Apart from Klein, the other members all seemed somewhat bewildered, having never heard of such an organization before. Klein was also somewhat surprised. How did the Hermit know about the Twilight Hermit Society? He had only seen the organization in Russell's diary, and he knew very well that the organization's name could not be spoken of to outsiders, nor could it be written down in any words. He didn't know the specific reason either. In short, the organization was very mysterious, and its members even included Hermes, the inventor of the ancient Hermes language, who was a true legendary figure. In reality, Klein only encountered people who resembled this organization when he was playing Admiral Emilius, otherwise, he had never heard anyone mention this organization. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Odis smiled. This organization has always been very mysterious, and even if you have heard of it, you may not remember it. Because this organization is suspected to have been founded by Adam. Klein was initially surprised, but then he understood. No wonder Russell was unwilling to write the name, Twilight Hermits, in Chinese characters. It turned out that Adam would know about it if it were mentioned in reality. The other members were also somewhat surprised, but then they all understood. No wonder the Hermit said that, even if you have heard of this organization, you may not be able to remember it. They thought of the King of the Black Seat, in the King of Pirates. When the hanged man was telling the story of the 4 pirate kings, he didn't even realize that he had only told the story of 3 kings if it weren't for the Hermit's reminder. The son, Derek, who had always been interested in Adam and Amon, asked the Hermit, "What kind of organization is this?" "I'm not entirely sure myself," Odis replied. "But since it's an organization founded by Adam, I believe that its key members are all from the spectator pathway." Audrey paused for a moment and asked, "The Hermit, are the Twilight Hermit Society and the Psychological Alchemy Society rival organizations?" After all, both organizations primarily consist of extraordinary individuals who utilize the spectator pathway. Generally speaking, 2 extraordinary individuals' organizations using the same pathway are usually rivals vying for extraordinary resources. At the moment, there isn't much conflict between the two, Odis explained. Because they are not organizations on the same level. The convener of the Twilight Hermits is an angel king, and its members should include angels. Klein thought to himself, it's not that it should be, there really is an angel, and that angel is none other than the famous Hermes. And the higher-ups of the Psychological Alchemy Society are most likely only demigods, not angels, Odis said. Moreover, I've heard that the Psychological Alchemy Society was originally just an academic organization with mystical elements. After finding the relics left by an angel of the audience pathway and obtaining many extraordinary resources, they officially formed the Extraordinary Organization. He paused briefly before continuing. Some speculate that the creation of this organization may have been an extraordinary investment by an audience pathway angel, or even an extraordinary investment by the Twilight Hermits. The other members were stunned when they heard this, and even Klein was unaware of such a thing. After a brief moment of surprise, Audrey pressed on, so, the Psychological Alchemy Society was likely formed at Adam's behest. Odis replied, "I don't know." He said seriously, "You shouldn't conduct any investigation in this area either." Audrey understood, of course, that one shouldn't be too curious about many things, because mere curiosity is a dangerous thing to do. She quickly composed herself and smiled, saying, "Thank you for reminding me, but I won't investigate." Furthermore, Odis added, "Everyone should refrain from mentioning the name, the Twilight Hermits in public." Gadria was somewhat surprised. Just by mentioning this name, Adam will know. When they traded information about Adam before, Katlia hadn't joined the Tarot Club yet, so she wasn't fully aware of how terrifying Adam was, which is why she had such questions. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. "Yes," Odis replied simply. Katlia frowned, but did not ask any further questions. Seeing that no one had any new questions, Odis continued, "According to information I obtained from another source, Emperor Roselle obtained clues about the Sequence 1 characteristic of the Secret Seeker pathway at the Twilight Hermit Society. We all know that there would be no Sequence 1 if a true god existed. Therefore, the Emperor could only advance to Sequence 2 using the resources of the Steam Church. If he wanted to continue advancing, he could only switch to an adjacent pathway. After some effort, Roselle acquired the characteristic and successfully advanced to Sequence 1 of the Secret Seeker pathway. This news surprised everyone, yet it also seemed to make sense. The problem remains, only after his promotion will Emperor Roselle have more say in dealing with issues concerning the Steam Church. However, once you reach the level of an angel, advancement becomes extremely difficult. It's not something you can simply do if you want to. Odis continued, "Another concern of the Emperor seems to be about the end of the world. Everyone was stunned. They had discussed this issue before, with many claiming that the end of the world was coming. The Hermit had even proposed a conjecture that the so-called end of the world might be the beginning of the Sixth Era. The other members didn't quite understand what there was to worry about. After Roselle ascended to the Emperor of Knowledge, he must have seen some visions of the apocalypse, Odis explained. The Sequence 3 of the Spy pathway is called Master of Prophecy, which allows one to make some predictions about the future. Sequence 3 and above all have the ability to predict. Once we reach sequence 1, we might be able to see some clearer images of the future, right? Each transition of era is accompanied by immense disaster. The Emperor may have realized that even becoming sequence 1 wouldn't be enough to protect his family or his country. First couldn't help but ask, the Hermit, is that really the case? In this transition of eras, even angels can't protect those around them. I don't know, Odis laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm not even a demigod now, so I can't possibly make any prophecies. However, I think this transition of eras will be very brutal, and many people will die. Otherwise, the Emperor wouldn't have been able to take the next steps. Seeing that Furs had no other questions, he continued, perhaps it was out of concern for the future, or perhaps he learned some astonishing news from somewhere, but shortly after Roselle became sequence 1, he began a crazy plan, to become a god. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the general knowledge path or the secret seeker path, it seemed that gods already existed. How could the great Emperor become a god? Immediately, Catlia had a bad feeling. Before anyone else could ask a question, Odis continued, as you may have guessed, with the god of steam and machinery, and the hidden sage around, the Emperor can only become a god by taking a non-adjacent path. The other members, who already had some suspicions, still gasped when they heard this. Emperor Roselle jumped onto a non-adjacent path. Everyone suddenly realized what the priestess meant by asking the fool about madness in old age. While feeling deeply regretful, Audrey recalled the Blood Emperor. No wonder Emperor Roselle went mad, it turned out he had jumped onto a non-adjacent path. Catlia lowered her head, finding it hard to accept this reality. Alger then recalled the fool's answer. No wonder Mr. Fool said. Russell turned his attention to sequence 0, a process that drove him mad. It turns out that it was because it jumped to a non-adjacent path and became the true god of a non-adjacent path. Klein, emerging from the grey fog, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I had read quite a bit of Roselle's diary and had a relatively clear understanding of his current state. If my answer had been even slightly off topic, I would have been betrayed by the Hermit. At the same time, he realized that he must be careful when answering questions in the future, as both the Hermit and the priestess were very knowledgeable members. Furs could hardly believe her ears. She had never imagined that Emperor Roselle would do something so crazy, which made her worry. Was the end of the world really that terrible? Emlyn, after his initial surprise, thought to himself, is the person the Hermit is talking about really the well-known Emperor Roselle? Only the son Derek remained calm. In his view, if conditions allowed, jumping to a non-adjacent path to become a true god was not out of the question. At least that would give him the ability to save the Silver City. Odis gave everyone some time to react, and was about to continue when Justice Audrey, having regained her composure, asked, the Hermit, Emperor Roselle jumped down that path, did he eventually become a god? The Black Emperor, route, Odis replied. Here I'll reiterate some information we previously traded regarding the Fourth Age. During the era of the War of the Four Emperors, after the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor joined forces to cause the Black Emperor's downfall, when they divided the spoils, the Black Emperor's unique path and sequence 1 characteristics were most likely to be obtained by the Night Emperor. As for Blood Emperor, Tudor, he obtained 2 sequence 1 traits. After the fall of the Thodol Empire, Adam should have received those 2 sequence 1 properties. After the fall of the Terransost Empire, Adam, through some unknown means or method, obtained the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, as well as another sequence 1 characteristic. In short, Adam possesses the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and 3 sequence 1 properties. With his support, Roselle was able to complete his plan to jump to non-adjacent paths relatively easily. Alger recalled that when he was discussing intelligence about the Second Roman Empire at the Exchange, the Hermit had mentioned that a new Black Emperor had appeared in the Fifth Era. He never expected that this Black Emperor would be Emperor Roselle. Klein, behind the grey fog, first thought, why would Adam support Russell so much? Then he immediately realized that Adam must have had his own agenda, or he must have made some kind of deal with Russell, otherwise he wouldn't have helped to this extent. Audrey had the same question, and she simply asked it aloud, the Hermit, why did Adam do this? I mean, why did he help Emperor Roselle so much? Adam must have had a purpose, Odis said. And it must have been a very important purpose, otherwise he wouldn't have used the uniqueness of a path and the 3 sequence 1 properties as an investment. Audrey noticed the Hermit's confident gaze. She quickly deciphered his body language and eyes, and asked, Mr. Hermit, you already have some guesses about Adam's purpose, don't you? Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, almost stood up and applauded, that's an excellent question. Odis paused for a moment before smiling and saying, yes. There aren't many issues that Adam at his level would care about. I've thought about it, and perhaps only becoming a god could make him take such a big gamble. I think Adam's support for Roselle is related to his incarnation ceremony. I don't know the specifics of the ceremony, but I think it's a logical guess. The other members took a deep breath, marveling at how audacious the Hermit guess was, yet also finding it quite reasonable. For someone who was the king of angels, in the Third Age, becoming a god was probably the only thing that interested him. Aside from being somewhat shocked, no one had any doubts. Immediately, everyone began to speculate about what the ritual of becoming a god through the audience route was, but such a profound question had few clues, so everyone just made some wild guesses and then gave up one after another. Meanwhile, Gadria, having been so deeply shaken by the day, was only now catching up with everyone's train of thought. She smiled helplessly. I never expected there to be such a high-level plan behind this. Odis continued in response to the question Audrey had raised earlier. Based on some indications, Emperor Roselle ultimately became a god of non-adjacent paths. That's why he went insane in his later years. He paused briefly and then said, Russell did this partly out of concern for the end times, believing that only becoming a god would be a way out. His decision to jump to non-adjacent paths may also have been influenced by Mr. Dor, because he first heard about some of the characteristics of the Black Emperor from Mr. Dor. Klein immediately recalled, Mr. Dor had indeed spoken with Russell about the possibility of the Black Emperor being resurrected. However, the main reason should be that Roselle hopes to use some of the Black Emperor's characteristics to achieve his own goals, Odis continued. We've talked about some information about the Black Emperor, Solomon before, including that the Black Emperor has the ability to resurrect. Or rather, it can be seen as the true god of this path, distorting death. I roughly guess that the Emperor probably hoped to use this characteristic of the Black Emperor to wash away the extraordinary characteristics in his body. The other members were taken aback, not quite understanding what the Hermit meant, so they all looked at the Hermit. Odis paused briefly before explaining, First, we need to understand one thing. The reason why jumping to non-adjacent paths leads to madness is because there is a great conflict in the extraordinary characteristics within the body. For example, in the case of the Great Emperor, after he became a god, he had the characteristics of three pathways, Generalist, Secret Seeker, and Black Emperor. These characteristics were twisted together, which naturally caused him to have a mental breakdown and then go insane. If we remove all the characteristics other than Black Emperor, theoretically, there would be no conflict among the characteristics within him, and he would then regain his sanity. Gadria couldn't help but ask, then why? She took a deep breath, composed herself, and then asked, then why was the Great Emperor still insane when he fell? Odis replied, I'll talk about that later. Let's continue with the line of thought we just came up with. Emperor Roselle reached the level of a true god in his later years. Although he was somewhat insane, he was still a true god. I don't believe that the declining Sorin family and the nobles of Intis have the strength to kill a true god. Upon hearing this, Alger and the others shifted their posture nervously. They had already guessed the answer to the question, but the more they did so, the more they anticipated the Hermit to reveal it. Odis glanced around before continuing. The assassination of Emperor Roselle was probably part of his plan. He hoped to use the characteristics of the Black Emperor's resurrection to remove the characteristics of the Black Emperor from his own body, which led to that assassination that shocked the world. Moreover, Roselle had clearly also taken the Steam Church and the Eternal Sun Church into account. It was with the help of these two churches that the nobles of Intis were able to carry out this assassination. Klein couldn't help but exclaim, that's a brilliant move. It really does seem like something Roselle would come up with. Although the other members had already guessed the answer, they were still shocked by this operation. At this moment, Audrey asked curiously, the Hermit, if Emperor Roselle needed to be resurrected to complete his plan, why didn't he commit suicide? Everyone was stunned. Yes, suicide is so convenient. Odis smiled and replied, in my personal opinion, it would be very difficult for a god to commit suicide. Because once you become a demigod, you will possess divinity within you. It is said that at the level of a god, divinity occupies a very important part of the god's personality. I suspect that divinity may not allow itself to die, so it would prevent the gods from committing suicide. Thus, the Emperor could only use murder to complete his plan. Katlia couldn't help but ask again, then why did the Emperor's plan fail? The plan sounds crazy, but it is quite feasible. However, the fact is that the Emperor did not complete the resurrection process. Otherwise, modern history would not be what it is today. Don't rush, we're almost there, Odis said. Let's get back to Mr. Men's corruption of Emperor Roselle. The Great Emperor should have noticed this pollution after he became the Knowledge Emperor. He also hopes to use the Black Emperor's ability to resurrect to remove the pollution from his body. But the problem is, I learned from other sources that the level of pollution is very high, and the fact that the Black Emperor can be resurrected means that this level of pollution cannot be removed. Therefore, the Emperor's plan had to be terminated at the last step. Klein took a deep breath, so, it's not that there's no resurrection, but that it's impossible to resurrect, because resurrection would result in a deeper level of contamination. He couldn't help but sigh, Mr. Gate has really done a lot of harm. Others shared similar sentiments, feeling that Mr. Men was despicable, but then they thought that Mr. Men had also been corrupted, and for a moment, including Furs, they didn't know what to say. At this moment, Katlia asked, where is the Emperor now? What is his condition? I don't know, Odis replied. Since Emperor Roselle became the Black Emperor, he hasn't left behind much useful information. However, we can speculate that the Emperor may still be able to be resurrected, but he himself stopped the resurrection process. Catlia realized once again that the Hermit was right not to tell the Queen these things. If she knew that the Emperor still had hope of being resurrected but couldn't help him, her condition would definitely worsen. Odis said to everyone, that concludes the details of this transaction. Does anyone have any further questions? Audrey asked, Mr. the Hermit, who corrupted Emperor Roselle, and who corrupted Mr. the Gate, what kind of being is he? This issue is not covered in this transaction, Odis said. We can discuss it briefly another time. Chapter 330, Chapter 329 The story written by Adam. At the Tarot meeting. After everyone digested some of the information gained from the transaction, and then fell silent for a while, Fool Klein tapped the edge of the weathered long table, signaling the start of a free exchange session. Then he manipulated the world to look at the son Derek beside him. Are you still in Afternoon Town? Derek nodded in reply, yes, it took us a long time to set up the camp, and then we worked in small groups to clear out the remaining monsters street by street, searching for any ancient ruins that might exist. Although it will be slow, it will be safe enough. Justice Audrey raised her hand slightly and asked in a curious tone, what have you been eating for so long in Afternoon Town? She had heard Little Sun mention long ago that Silver City survived by relying on black grass as its staple food, but she could hardly imagine what kind of crop it was. We will carry some powder made from black-faced grass, but our main food source will be the monsters we hunt, Derek replied earnestly. A large portion of them, once their extraordinary properties are extracted, can be eaten after being skinned and roasted over a flame. However, they all contain some pollution, which can lead to mental health problems, so they cannot be ingested continuously and need to be taken at sufficient intervals. Audrey recalled the various monsters from the depths of darkness that Little Sun had mentioned, and couldn't help but ask, isn't that disgusting? Inspired by this question, Furs, the magician, who was also interested in the topic, deliberately didn't look at Mr. the Moon but instead asked the Sun with great curiosity. I remember you said that the monsters in the depths of darkness also include vampires, which are covered in pus and are extremely ugly. So, after killing such a vampire, would you eat it? Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, thought to himself, Madam, your question is a bit heavy. Upon hearing the question, Emlyn completely forgot to correct the other person that he was a vampire, not a bloodlust. His face turned green, and he even felt a little horrified. Derek paused for 2 seconds before saying, some monsters are indeed disgusting, extremely disgusting, like the vampires that Miss, the magician, mentioned, but we have no choice, we'll eat anything we can. The magnificent hall fell silent once more, and even Emlyn, the Moon, who wanted to refute the Sun's part of the argument, remained silent. Odis the Hermit thought to himself, so, the mushrooms from the Fool, no, that's ambiguous. The mushrooms provided by the Fool should be almost ready, right? A few seconds later, the world broke the silence, let's get back to the sea. There's something worth noting lately. Crazy Captain Connor's Victor's one-eyed skull has drifted to the vicinity of the dock after a storm. The mast was broken, and there were charred marks everywhere. All the crew members, including Connor's Victor himself, were dead, without exception. Everyone immediately looked at the Hermit, because the Hermit often wiped out an entire pirate crew with a single move. Klein glanced at Alger, intentionally or unintentionally. He had killed some of the crew members on that ship while posing as the sea god, but another demigod appeared on the ship, interrupting Klein's investigation. Klein then received news that no one on the one-eyed skull had survived and that the ship had drifted to the vicinity of the docks. This was clearly a cover-up. Klein shared this information at this time to see Alger's reaction. Although he knew Alger had been sent to track the Argo a few days ago, he might have other channels to find out what information the official extraordinary had obtained. However, the hangman did not react when he heard the news, and it seems that he knew nothing about it. Seeing everyone's gaze, the Hermit Odis smiled helplessly, I didn't do it. He paused and then said, however, I do know some information about this pirate crew. It is said that their captain, Connor's Victor, is actually a slave trader who seems to have been serving some important figures in Backlund all these years. Alger immediately realized that the world's sudden attention to Mad Captain Connors might be due to a significant secret hidden behind it. Then he suddenly made a connection. This suddenly reminded me of some descriptions of the world before. In the ruins of a great man somewhere in Backlund, there appeared a human trafficker who was wanted at sea. Odis smiled and said, I just thought of that too. As they spoke, the two of them looked up at the world. Klein manipulated the world and said, the Mad Captain is indeed related to the colonial missing persons cases that Mr. the Hangman investigated before. According to my investigation, the witch cult handed over the people they lured or abducted to external forces such as General of Disease, Tracy, who then transported them to the vicinity of the eastern coast of the northern continent. After that, Mad Captain Connor's Victor will complete the final leg of the journey, handing over the captured people to Rune's human traffickers and slave traders. Justice Audrey was somewhat surprised, then she said, "World's Mr., may I report this information to the church?" "It's no use." The World said directly, "Behind the Backlund smog incident and the missing persons case, there may be a faction in the royal family and some people in the military. It will be difficult for the church to find any clues." This answer surprised Audrey somewhat. They had discussed this matter before and had even suspected the royal family and the military, but back then, the World and the Hermit hadn't sounded as certain as they do today, so Audrey hadn't taken it too seriously. The fact that the World suddenly said this at this time must mean that it has obtained some certain clues. Audrey felt somewhat unable to accept that this was an event orchestrated by the royal family. The reason Klein spoke so confidently this time was largely to give Justice some psychological preparation. If one day in the future, when it is necessary to carry out some tasks to deal with the mastermind behind all of this, it is important to prevent her from falling into inner conflict, which could cause the whole thing to develop in a bad direction. Seeing that Justice's expression had become serious, Klein didn't say anything more, and the topic ended there. After exchanging ideas for a while, Klein announced the end of the tarot session. Back in the real world, Odis stared at the ceiling for a while, as usual. Then he got up and prepared the altar, offering the extraordinary weapons and scrolls that he had prepared long ago in a deal with the little son to the fool. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Odis received a notification that, through a bestowal ceremony, he had received £4,700 in cash, as well as more than a dozen extraordinary materials. He spent £600 trading the trickster trait with Katlia, but Katlia asked 2 more questions, so with 1 positive and 1 negative, he essentially got the trait for free. The other £2,000 was part of the income from trading the Ocean Singer potion recipe with the Hanged Man Alger. After that, Odis didn't have anything urgent to do, so she went to the cockpit to look at the sea view for a while. When she returned to the studio after dinner, she had already received replies from Hugh and Alan. Over the past 2 days, they have fully utilized their respective channels and each traded a fraudster's extraordinary characteristics. Odis breathed a sigh of relief. With the addition of Klein's and Gadria's traits, the 4 traits were complete. So he got busy, first taking the characteristics to the knowledge wilderness to be crushed, and then having the 2 intelligent puppets inside start making a magic circle. Shortly after returning to the real world, the fraudster traits that Klein and Gadria had promised at the tarot meeting were delivered one after another. Odis had already made the pendant that would allow Grosser to move freely in the real world once before in the wilderness of knowledge, so it could be entrusted to the intelligent puppet to complete. Odis found a property of Judge nearby, crafted it into a magical item, and prepared it for Longzul to use. This item was seized when we took down Capin back then. Longzul's situation is rather special. He only became an extraordinary being after entering the travels of Grosser, and with the help of Grosser and others, he became a punishment knight. In the journey, he is a sequence 5, but if he leaves the journey and returns to the real world, the characteristics he imagined will disappear. Even if Longzul doesn't die of old age on the spot, he will most likely lose control on the spot. Therefore, Odis needed 3 magical items to be confident in stabilizing his state. The first was the pendant with the characteristics of a fraudster. With this pendant, a deceptive, protective layer could be formed to avoid being corrected by the rules of the real world. The second item is the magical artifact that Odis is currently working on, which possesses the characteristics of a judge and stabilizes his physical condition through the arbitrator approach. Odis's Hand of Judgment should be used by herself, otherwise, a magical item comparable to the Knight of Punishment would be most suitable. However, for Odis, saving people was enough, there was no need to let it affect his own strength. The third magical item that Odis needed to prepare was made from a fruit with the ability of imagination, obtained from the ruins of the War of the Gods. Its function is to create a certain fantasy about Longzul's state, deceiving his own etheric body and astral body, making his subconscious believe that he is still a sequence 5, so as to prevent himself from collapsing. With these 3 magical items, Longzul should be able to maintain his sequence 5 level, but he can only use the abilities of the judge level at most. After crafting these 2 magical items and verifying them using the central processing unit of the knowledge wilderness to confirm that they met his requirements, Odis returned to the captain's cabin to rest. The following day, Tuesday morning, as planned, they arrived at the port of Norhaus and entered the dock. As they entered the dock, the port staff were naturally tense and hesitant. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the ships Admiral Mystery and Vice Admiral Iceberg had no intention of attacking the port. After the 2 ships, one large and one small, docked at the port, Odis and Edwina each led their key crew members ashore for lunch, but the captain and crew did not dine at the same restaurant. So some people inquired with the crew or sailors of the 2 ships about the destination of the 2 pirate generals. The crew and sailors, however, seemed to have received some kind of order, and answered in unison, they had no destination, they were just passing through. This answer sparked much speculation, and everyone guessed that the 2 pirate generals must have an important purpose. News of the 2 pirate generals quickly reached Alger and Captain Buzz of the Waves. Alger was a little puzzled. He had told the Hermit that he had been ordered to stay on Norhaus Island. Why did the Hermit still need to enter the port? After thinking about it for a moment, he roughly understood, perhaps the Hermit deliberately lured the pursuers together. Once all the forces were concentrated together, a stalemate would form, and the probability of an immediate attack would decrease. Afterwards, upon hearing that the two pirate generals had lunch and replenished their supplies, they set off again. This hasty departure only confirmed Alger's suspicions. He consulted with the captain of the Waves, first reporting the current situation, and then followed at a distance. Alger soon noticed that 3 ships were following at a leisurely pace. By identifying their flags, Alger recognized them as the Sunrise, the Azure Sky, and the Pingries, which belonged to the flagships of 3 great pirates. Clearly, they were pirates serving either the Church of the Eternal Sun or the Republic of Intis. Normally, they look no different from ordinary pirates, but this moment reveals their individual backgrounds. Once we left Norhaus Island, the number of ships on the sea decreased, and we could basically continue the pursuit openly. After sailing for more than an hour, the Argo and Golden Dream in front suddenly accelerated, and Alger saw from afar that these ships had actually rushed into the dangerous waters. This made Alger realize that the real battle might be about to begin. So he deliberately reacted a beat slower, issuing the order a little later, and ultimately fell behind the Wave. After the Argo entered the dangerous waters, the weather at sea was normal at first, but soon strong winds picked up, which made the Golden Dream, which usually relies on sea winds for power, much faster. Immediately afterwards, spectacular sea tornadoes appeared on the sea surface, with hurricanes sucking seawater into the clouds. However, there was no time to appreciate this sight, which is rare in safe waters, because 2 or 3 tornadoes were approaching the fleet. If a ship were caught in a hurricane, it would certainly suffer serious damage, and might even be cut in two by the hurricane. Fortunately, the navigators on both ships were experienced and took evasive action in advance, avoiding the tornadoes. However, for the Golden Dream, the wind direction here became extremely chaotic, and it had to be driven by extraordinary power. As a result, the entire ship emitted a golden light, as if it were a ship made of gold. After passing through the hurricane's area, dark clouds covered the sky in just a few seconds. Just when everyone thought a storm was about to break, a cold wind suddenly blew in and it started to snow. Then, a cold wind howled, and a blizzard arrived without warning. This is a dangerous sea area, where the weather and even the climate can change in an instant. We were just in tropical waters, but now it feels like we've suddenly entered the polar seas. Fortunately, both ships were prepared in advance, and the ordinary crew members took turns wearing cotton-padded clothes to avoid freezing to death or frostbite. On the open sea, there is nowhere to shelter from the wind, the cold wind outside seems to freeze your bones. The next second, a thick fog suddenly rolled in at sea, and visibility dropped drastically, making it impossible to see the sea surface from the deck. This made the search for the ancient soldier even more difficult, but Odis still did not take any action, because this time, in addition to searching for the ancient soldier, they were also putting on a show for the people of the Storm Church. Searching in dangerous waters is a very important part of this drama. After sailing cautiously for more than an hour, suddenly, a light appeared ahead. In less than 10 seconds, the thick fog in the sea ahead disappeared, and sunlight shone on the sea surface. The sea area ahead has miraculously returned to normal. However, only a small area of the sea is normal. In the center of that area, there is a small island covered with plants, and the sunlight is very warm, as if you have suddenly returned to the tropics. For dozens of kilometers around the island, there is a clear blue sky, and you can see the sun already setting in the west. The fog seemed to appear suddenly, so dense that even sunlight couldn't penetrate it, like an iron barrel surrounding this normal sea area. After a brief observation, Odis contacted Edwina with the crystal ball, and the two reaffirmed their plan. Then, the two captains, one using wind manipulation and the other using flight manipulation, flew together to the beach. Odis gazed at the island before him and exclaimed, "This is an excellent place to set a trap." Edwina, however, said, "I'd rather go with you." "No." Odis glanced at the other person and said, "If I am in danger, you must come to my aid immediately." Edwina didn't say anything more, stopped on the beach, and watched Odis fly slowly to the center of the island. Odis did not begin his operation immediately. Instead, he used the crystal ball to determine the best firing angle with the first mate, Bazel, in the cockpit of the Argo, and then retrieved the iron box containing the divine blood of the Elf King from the wilderness of knowledge. The moment the box was opened, the surrounding air seemed to change, the wind suddenly became stronger and blew violently in all directions, snapping many tree branches on the island. Whether it was Edwina or the crew of the Argo and Golden Dream, at sea, they all immediately sensed that something unusual was happening on the ship. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, Odis, who was in midair, suddenly said, "They've arrived." Suddenly, a huge wave rose from the thick fog, and at the top of the wave stood a person dressed in classical attire, holding a scepter. It was that soldier from the Netherworld Emperor's station before, or rather, that clever, lifeless corpse. Odis immediately raised his hand, and in the bridge of the Argo in the distance, Roselle, who had been observing the captain through binoculars, immediately ordered, "Soul Destroyer, aim." The undead standing on the giant wave turned its head to look at the Argo in the distance, as if it immediately recalled some heavy memory. It immediately raised the scepter in its hand, and streaks of pale white lightning fell down. These lightning bolts were not the ordinary kind that flashed one after another, they resembled a silvery white forest rushing towards the Argo. The Golden Dream quickly took evasive action. At this moment, Edwina was also loudly ordering the preparation of the purification cannon. However, facing the terrifying lightning and giant waves, she was somewhat uneasy. After all, this was a demigod who had encountered the sailor route on the high seas. The sea is always the sailor's home ground. After finding a suitable firing position, Odis suddenly waved his hand. Roselle, in the driver's cab, decisively ordered, "Fire." Just like last time, the spirit extinction cannon swiftly struck the undead, shattering it into pieces of varying sizes, which then tumbled down from above the giant wave. At this moment, Odis quickly put away the divine blood of the Elf King, and took out the iron tongs that he had prepared beforehand. He bit the curtain with the secondary array of spatial magic array drawn on it and immediately entered the spirit world. Using his travel ability, he instantly appeared on the giant wave. At this moment, the corpse pieces of the living corpse had begun to piece themselves back together, while the scepter with some blue gems was suspended in midair. Odis seized the opportunity and used the iron clamps he had prepared to clamp the scepter. At this moment, there was still one of the zombie's hands on the scepter. When the fingers of that hand clenched, sparks of electricity radiated outwards. Odis was prepared. With his other hand, he had already drawn the Staff of Goose, and the glittering starlight on the staff head revealed Gar runes. Just as Odis was about to be electrocuted, the light of dawn filled his surroundings and quickly solidified, blocking the streaks of electricity. However, the electric current from the iron clamp still made Odis shudder, and she almost lost her grip on the clamp. This was even with Odis wearing the Hand of Judgment gloves. If she hadn't been wearing anything, her hands would probably have been charred by the electric shock. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At this moment, the undead over there seemed to realize what Odis was about to do. Although they had only assembled half of their bodies, they quickly rushed over. At this moment, the goose staff in Odis's hand once again burst forth with brilliant starlight, and Gar runes reappeared. Odis simulated the ability of death to control the living dead. With a slight loosening of the hand that was holding the scepter, Odis immediately pulled the scepter out of the living dead's staff and threw it, along with the iron pincers, into the wilderness of knowledge. The spirited corpse in front of him trembled, as if it had lost all its strength, and the process of piecing the body parts together stopped abruptly. When Odis last encountered this elf, he realized that the other party's main power came from this scepter. It seemed that the elf had formed a magical object after death, and the elf's body had been transformed by the Emperor of the Underworld into a soldier. Because of the close connection between the undead and magical items, they can almost unleash the power of a normal demigod. After the fall of the Emperor of the Underworld, it suffered a huge impact and could only exert the strength of an extraordinary creature at the level of Sequence 4. Since being awakened by Iron Hand bulk of the Skull pirate crew, this elf has not returned to the supply depot, but instead roams the surrounding waters, which has allowed it to avoid the cleanup by the Church of the Night. Upon learning of this, Odis plotted to seize the scepter. On the high seas, one would never feel at ease without a magical item obtained through the means of a sailor. Having obtained the scepter, Odysseus immediately used Flash to leave. The spirit-like corpse seemed to suddenly come to its senses, and the half-body it had formed, along with the other body parts, all converged towards the place where Odis had disappeared. Without that scepter, it would be as if it had lost its source of power, making it difficult to maintain its current state for long. As Odis flew toward the island, he put away the Gus staff and the secondary array of the space array. Edwina quickly came forward and asked, "Did you succeed?" "It's a success." Odis suddenly said thoughtfully, "It went too smoothly, far too smoothly." At this moment, aboard the Argo, Roselle realized that the captain had achieved his objective and immediately ordered, "Turn the rudder." He was even more excited than the captain. With a magical item at the demigod level, he was more confident than the other pirate generals and was very close to becoming the king of the sea. At this moment, the giant wave created by the living corpse subsided without warning, and the living corpse continued to be pieced together, moving left and right on the sea surface, as if searching for something important. As it searched, it gradually began to sink. At first, the seawater only reached its ankles, but soon it reached its knees. Its ability to float on the sea surface is also gradually disappearing. Above the island, Odis paused for a moment and then suddenly said, "I'll go first." Before the iceberg general, Edwina could figure out why Odis had suddenly left in such a hurry. Odis had already infused her spirituality into the travel ring, opening a door of illusion. In that brief moment, Odis's intuition suddenly realized that she had encountered an enemy traveling by sailors at sea. Although she was prepared, it shouldn't have been this easy. Some time after the spirited corpse appeared, Odis could clearly see out of the corner of his eye that there was lightning and thunder and turbulent waves on the Argo, but the entire ship was not damaged in any way, nor was the firing process of the spirit wave cannon affected in the slightest, which was very incredible. At that moment, as soon as the illusory door appeared, several slippery tentacles reached out from inside and grabbed at Odis, who was not far away. Odis quickly dodged backward, ending the journey, and the slippery tentacles disappeared instantly. Clearly, there are spirit beings lurking in the spirit world. Edwina realized what was happening and quickly flew towards the Golden Dream. Just then, the dark clouds in the sky became even denser, and streaks of eerie lightning stretched across the sky. Click. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Odis. This lightning was extremely thick and powerful, and the scale armor scroll could hardly withstand it. Fortunately, Odis quickly drew his staff and slightly altered the path of the lightning, narrowly avoiding it. Lightning struck the island, piercing the ground and carving a large crater. The surrounding plants were ignited by the lightning's intense heat, bursting into a blinding white flame. Odis guessed that it was very likely that the demigods of the Church of Storms had already come looking for them. This made him sigh. Perhaps the smoother the previous exploration went, the more difficult the return journey would be. He quickly continued flying toward the Argo, and just then he felt an immense mental pressure coming from behind him, as if an irresistible natural disaster, such as an earthquake or a flash flood, was chasing him. This was because the demigod had identified his target and caught up with him. Odis felt that he could not control his inner fear, and the extreme fear even made him lose control of his spirituality, making it difficult to control his flying magic. Ugh. Suddenly a hurricane came, and Odis felt like a drifting leaf, completely out of control of her own posture. Puff puff puff. The wind blades of the hurricane pierced the scales one after another, and Odis's proud scales were pierced time and time again. Fortunately, the force of the puncture was not great, and Odis only suffered some superficial wounds, but his clothes were torn to shreds, and there were wounds on his skin from which blood flowed freely. Just when he was in a very bad situation, huge bolts of lightning struck, leaving Odis, who was trapped by the hurricane, with almost no way to escape. Just as he was about to use the power of the knowledge wilderness to create a phantom of himself, he suddenly felt a highly penetrating gaze appear on the island. The thick bolts of lightning seemed to hesitate, eventually thinning and shortening, only meandering through the air without striking Odysseus. Immediately afterwards, the hurricanes that had trapped Odis dispersed, and for a moment, the attack by the sailor who had passed through the demigod seemed to have vanished. Out of the corner of Odis's eye, she saw that Iceberg Admiral Edwina hadn't even boarded the ship yet, and was already making a prayer gesture on the beach. He guessed that it was Edwina's prayer that summoned the demigods of the Church of Knowledge, who were prepared in advance, and they blocked the attack of the demigods of the Church of Storms. Without time to think, Odis flew towards the Argo with all her might. At that moment, a bright light pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the surroundings. Then, a pure white light appeared in midair. It quickly condensed and formed the shape of a javelin, which was thrown out by an unknown force and pierced towards Odis. Odis's intuition immediately told him that he was powerless to stop such an attack and would be blasted to ashes by the javelin. But he wasn't too worried, because the battle between demigods had already begun, and if he ran away now, he would be safer than before. As expected, the javelin was struck by lightning halfway through its flight, and the Spear of No Darkness exploded prematurely, like a small sun exploding in midair, so bright that Odis could hardly open his eyes. Odis didn't care what was happening behind her and just kept running. Judging from the constant sounds of wind and thunder, as well as the frequent bursts of intense light and brassy glow, the three demigods were fighting fiercely for the extraordinary properties of this demigod pathway. At the same time, Odis kept feeling gazes on him. It was clear that if he tried to escape on the Argo, he would only be blocked by Alger and the others. However, if he chose to escape by other means, one or two of the demigods would definitely catch up immediately. At this point, Odis, who obtained the Sailor Pathway Seal artifact, is the key. Once he leaves, the battle here will be meaningless. So Odis secretly summoned the power of the Wilderness of Knowledge, and a layer of starlight formed around him. Instantly, another Odis appeared behind him and fled in a different direction from the real Odis. This is an ability granted to Odis by the Wilderness of Knowledge after he advances to Sequence 5. He can simulate himself for 3 seconds, and the simulated person is so convincing that even angels cannot distinguish him from the real person during those 3 seconds. With the simulated Odis as cover, the real Odis immediately used her travel ability again to open a phantom door. This time, no slippery tentacles extended, but Odis's spirituality still sensed danger in the spirit world. After a moment's consideration, Odis still plunged into the spirit world, since escaping through the spirit world would be faster. But as soon as Odis entered the spirit world, he was completely bewildered. Before him lay a scene of dark clouds and thunder and lightning. To his left, there seemed to be a small sun, illuminating the spirit world. Although Odis did not turn around, his intuition allowed him to see that behind him were rows of brass-colored bookshelves, densely packed with bookshelves. How could a battle between demigods have such a huge impact in the spirit realm? Wrong. Odis realized that the angels of the three churches were watching the battle on the island from the spirit world. Is it really necessary? A demigod-level sealed artifact, stared at by 3 angels. At this moment, 3 seconds passed, the false Odis disappeared, and 3 oppressive gazes turned to Odis, who had just entered the spirit world. This made him suddenly feel like an ant that had wandered into a herd of elephants, unable to see the monster in front of him no matter how hard he tried to look up. The 3 angels before him could kill him as easily as stepping on an ant. They did nothing, yet Odis felt his spiritual body had been impacted. Fortunately, they did not manifest as mythical creatures, otherwise Odis would have already lost control and become a monster. Under immense mental pressure, Odis gave a wry smile and said, "Sorry to bother you." He then immediately returned to the real world. His experience in the spirit world had brought him to the beach. It was also because of what had just happened that Odis was trembling all over, panting heavily, and gritting his teeth before using flying magic again to catch up with the Argo which had already set sail. Suddenly the sky brightened, and Odis was stunned by the intense sunlight, her mind blank, forgetting that she was running for her life. In the next second, mystical symbols rolled out from the bright light, and the bright sunlight disappeared instantly, turning into symbols that emitted a brass-colored light. Odis seemed to wake up suddenly, realizing that the angels had begun to act. This made Odis smile wryly. In a battle against demigods, he could have easily escaped. However, in a battle at the angel level, the aftershocks of the battle were enough to kill him several times over. At that moment, the sand beneath Odis's feet suddenly trembled, and with a muffled whoosh, a crack appeared in the ground. An earthquake struck. Odis immediately took flight, but was struck by a hurricane. This hurricane contained no wind blades, but it just happened to blow Odis into the crack in the ground. Whoosh! The fissures in the ground that appeared after the earthquake immediately began to close. Odis struggled desperately, but the hurricane was like a series of shackles, binding him to the crack in the ground. Just as the fissure in the ground was about to crush Odis, a stream of information suddenly fell from mid-air, the hurricane vanished instantly, and Odis was lifted up by the information stream and returned to the ground. Looking at the stream of information in front of him, Odis recognized the other party. It was Bernadette. The stream of information enveloped Odis and appeared on the deck of the Argo almost instantly. The moment Odis landed on the deck, her heart finally settled. The information stream transformed into the mysterious queen, Bernadette, wearing the sage's forehead ornament. She glanced at the island behind her and then said, "Close your eyes and go back to the cockpit." Odis closed her eyes and asked as she walked forward, "How did you end up here?" "I happened to need to talk to you, but after finding the Argo, I just happened to see your performance of being buried alive." "A performance?" Odis smiled helplessly. "I really didn't expect that the 3 churches would send out angels." At this moment, guided by her spirit, Odis entered the driver's seat without making a mistake. Odis opened his eyes. At this moment, the other crew members also felt immense mental pressure, their faces pale as they looked ahead, and the windows behind the cockpit were covered with curtains. However, the flickering light and the chilling lightning indicated that the battle that followed was still very intense. Occasionally, the aftershocks of lightning or hurricanes would relentlessly batter the Argo's extraordinary shield, as if the entire ship were about to be destroyed by a violent natural disaster at any moment. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the mysterious queen, but under immense pressure from the angels, they still hoped to escape as soon as possible. Bernadette removed the sage's forehead ornament and sat on the captain's seat of Odis, looking relatively relaxed. She said, "In my opinion, there is a high probability that they will send out angels. After all, a level 1 sealed artifact is enough to build an extraordinary family or bring a considerable disaster to a city. The characteristics of this level are not as common as roadside weeds, so it will definitely attract the attention of the church." Odis was taken aback. Yes, how come I didn't think of such a simple principle? Then he realized, something's not right. Chapter 331, Chapter 330. The end of the story. The Pope has fallen. Inside the bridge of the Argo in the dangerous waters. Bernadette still didn't understand what Odis meant. Something's not right. Something's not right about the exploration process, Odis said. Not just the process of obtaining the sealed artifact, the whole thing is wrong. Edwina and I found a clue to a demigod-level sealed artifact. Such an important clue was kept secret by the Church of the God of Wisdom, but a loophole appeared, and the other 2 churches learned about the clue. And today's dangerous sea area is not dangerous at all. Just as we were about to leave, the demigod of the Church of Storms found us here and began to stop us from leaving. Why are the angels from the 3 churches already in a standoff in the spirit world? Remember the original website domain. A level 1 sealed artifact might have caught their attention, but it shouldn't be such a coincidence that they all appeared here at once, leading to this standoff. I just feel like something's really off about this whole thing. Bernadette frowned, realizing something was wrong. She stood up and paced back and forth in the cabin for about half a minute before suddenly stopping and saying, "The audience." Odis, on the other hand, thought of Adam, because the whole thing started in a church of the ancient sun god, which should have been one of Adam's strongholds. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. "If you can figure these things out yourself, it saves me the trouble of explaining." Bernadette paused for a moment, because her spiritual senses had not detected anyone from the source of the sound. Then she quickly went to get the sage's forehead ornament. In desperation, Odis grabbed her arms, crying, "Don't do anything. Don't do anything." He knew very well that even Bernadette, who possessed 2 level 0 sealed artifacts, along with the 3 angels behind her, was no match for the person who had just spoken. In such a situation, the best option is to refrain from any extreme actions. Bernadette froze, but ultimately chose to believe Odis and slowly lowered the sage's forehead ornament. Odis turned around and saw a man dressed in a simple white robe with a thick, light golden beard sitting in a chair in the corner with a warm smile. Odis swallowed hard, and asked as if to confirm, "Adam." Bernadette was slightly taken aback. She had heard of this king of angels. The man in the white robe was Adam. He nodded slightly, looking like a gentle priest. Odis glanced at the silver cross pendant hanging on his chest and asked, "Why did you let us find that extraordinary property of demigod level so easily?" "Find something for those 3 churches to do," Adam said slowly. "I want to thank you because you did me a great favor in this matter. Originally, the story I wrote did not include the chapter about you obtaining the sailor's scepter. Instead, I intended for you to follow the clues to find the characteristics lost in the Quaternary period. I only became aware of the existence of the scepter after the story began." Odis seemed to understand something. "So, the Church of the Knight's Purge operation overlooked only the scepter from the sailor's route." At this moment, no one else in the driver's cab, except Bernadette, noticed the conversation between the two. Meanwhile, the aftershocks of the angelic battlefield outside seemed to have eyes, ignoring the existence of the Argo, and landing in the nearby sea. Bernadette still had her back to Adam. She was extremely nervous because she could escape on her own, but she couldn't take Odis with her. At the same time, she admired Odis a little because he was very calm and didn't even have a tremor in his voice. Adam's gentle voice rang out again, "This is a logical development." Odis smiled helplessly, feeling that it was indeed the case. The elf soldier had already left the elf king's outpost, and it was carrying a magical item comparable to the cataclysmic priest, and it was on the sea, so it seemed that nothing could hold it back. He then asked, "Didn't the 3 gods, including the Lord of Storms, discover your story?" Adam's story certainly didn't involve these 3 gods, but only some people from 3 churches. However, under the watchful eyes of the 3 gods, such a story should have been noticed. "If the story had gone according to my original plan, they might have discovered it beforehand," Adam said. "But your chapter with the scepter followed a logical progression, and I didn't need to guide you much at all. We successfully kept it from them. Therefore, you will eventually receive the scepter, which is my way of expressing my gratitude for the help I have provided to you." Odis twitched the corner of her mouth. "Thank you." He then exclaimed, "This must be the difference between Adam and 0-08. The story of this king of angels feels perfectly natural." However, he breathed a sigh of relief, because as things stood, Adam shouldn't be able to harm them. Odis asked, "Your ultimate goal is to incite a battle between these 3 churches?" "It's not just about a battle breaking out," Adam said with a warm smile. "In this battle, Vive of the Church of the Eternal Sun and Alfred of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom will gradually join forces, while Gad of the Church of the Storm, because he wasn't in good condition today, was killed by their combined efforts. The 3 he spoke of were the angels who were fighting in the skies above the island." Odis's expression suddenly became quite interesting. "The Pope of the Storm Church will be killed." "Yes, the ending of the story was already determined the moment this battle began," Adam said unhurriedly. "And Gad's dying struggle will lead to the deaths of Evan Bivis of the Church of the Eternal Sun and Grace Harriet of the Church of Knowledge. These 2 are demigods from 2 different churches, and the latter is also Edwina's teacher." Adam concluded, "Therefore, the conflict between the 3 churches deepened, and their struggles against each other became more frequent." Odis opened her mouth. This story is terrifying." He suddenly thought, what if those 3 gods intervened to prevent this from happening? Adam said in a gentle voice, "If they can help, that would be best. However, they will certainly exercise sufficient restraint." At this point, Odis finally understood Adam's purpose. He would soon become a god, so he wanted to find something to do for the 3 churches, including the Church of Storms. If the 3 churches are locked in a bitter struggle, they won't have much energy left to focus on his becoming god. At this moment, Odis was surprised, because he knew too much. Although those thoughts were only internal, they certainly couldn't be hidden from Adam, the top viewer. At that time, very few people knew that Adam was going to become a god, and even very few gods knew. Is it normal that a Sequence 5 knew about this? Odis looked at Adam with some unease, hoping to glean some information from his expression, but all he saw was a warm smile. he couldn't glean any other information from him. So he quickly changed the subject. What kind of ending have you planned for me? You will leave here safely, Adam said with a warm smile. You will appear in my stories again in the future. Odis gave a wry smile. That's a reassuring answer. He kept forcing a bitter smile today because he felt powerless to change the current situation and could only face it with a bitter smile. Then Odis suddenly thought, could you give me a better ending, so that the Storm Church won't retaliate against me? Regardless of who killed Pope Gard II of the Church of Storms, the cause was an exploration by Odis and Edwina. Given the temperament of those hot-tempered guys, they would definitely want to kill Odis to vent their anger, and the Crucible Island, which they just spent tens of thousands of pounds to build, would probably be razed to the ground by them. Under such circumstances, the best that could be done by the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Navy was to transfer Odis and save his life. After all, the Church of Storms lost an angel, and the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Navy could not openly protect Odis. Adam replied, I have already expressed my gratitude. Odis immediately took out the secondary array of the spatial magic array, and retrieved the scepter from the wilderness of knowledge. You're too kind. Saying thank you is enough. Here, take this back. Adam maintained a gentle smile but did not reach out to take it. Odis had no choice but to take back the scepter and began to think about how to transfer his power to Remberg as soon as possible and completely choose to stand on the side of the Church of Knowledge. At this moment, Adam suddenly said, because of the psychological suggestion I gave you before, you won't associate the wise men with yourself. The above is to reinforce the previous psychological suggestion so that you will not remember everything until you become an angel. Also, you don't remember us talking about the sage. Odis stood there stunned for a moment, as if a shackle had appeared somewhere in her heart, but the shackle quickly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This time, Bernadette also didn't hear what Adam had said earlier. Then Adam picked up the cross hanging around his neck and raised it at Odis, whose glasses immediately emitted a faint, holy light. Adam stood up and said, your glasses have temporarily gained the ability to filter some images, so you can watch the battle on the other side of the island without being affected. Odis seemed to suddenly come to her senses. Thank you, then my ending. Adam's figure disappeared, but his gentle voice still echoed in the cabin, your fate is to be written by yourself. After saying that, he seemed to have left completely. I write it myself, Odis exclaimed. I don't have a pen. He glanced at the others in the cabin to make sure they were all right, then said to Bernadette, he should leave. At this point, Odis shrugged, even if he hadn't left, we still wouldn't have been able to see him. Bernadette turned to Odis and said, you've gotten yourself into a lot of trouble. It will offend at least 1 or 2 churches. Currently, the 7 righteous churches are the 7 largest extraordinary organizations in the northern and southern continents. Odis pondered for a moment and said, perhaps there is still a chance. After saying that, he pulled back the curtain behind the driver's seat, and indeed, he could see the battlefield of angels directly behind him. Odis saw that the angel Vive, the eternal sun, was high in the sky, with a small sun behind her, whose bright light shone on the surrounding sea, leaving no dark corner in sight. Alfred, the angel of the Church of Knowledge with a long beard, is using ropes made of mystical symbols that radiate a brass-colored light to bind a middle-aged man wearing the robes of the Church of Storms. The bound middle-aged man was Pope Gad II of the Church of Storms, who was now relentlessly attacking the ropes made of mystical symbols with waves and lightning. Just as those ropes were about to give way and break, Vive, suspended in midair, seemed to have gathered her strength and struck a pose as if embracing the sun. At that moment, Odis seemed to see the sun in the sky suddenly grow larger and occupy the entire sky. Immediately, a thick beam of pure light descended, enveloping Gad II. The beam of light struck the island, instantly vaporizing a quarter of it under the pure light attack, and a large amount of seawater was also evaporated. When the giant pillar of light disappeared, a deep pit appeared in the sea in front of Odis, and seawater was suddenly poured into it with a whoosh. Gard II, who was in midair, looked quite disheveled. He realized that the attack he had just received was unusual, and quickly turned around to leave the battlefield. At this moment, a bright light emanated from his body, as if a small sun was forming inside him. Click. Bolts of lightning gathered around Gad II, temporarily sealing the little sun within his body. But in the next second, those bolts of lightning turned into cotton threads. Alfred of the Church of Knowledge, whose eyes shone with a brass-colored light, saw through the lightning and prevented Gad II from sealing himself away. The little sun within Gad II's body suddenly burst forth and continuously purified him. Humph. Gad II suddenly let out a cold snort, and his entire body suddenly turned azure blue. Bang. The azure sky exploded. Phew. Suddenly, a strong wind, of unknown strength, swept across the sea. Odis first saw the islands on the sea being blown into the air, and huge amounts of seawater and the surrounding mist were also blown into the sky by the strong wind. The 3 demigods who were fighting in a corner of the battlefield were caught in the blast, and only Sea King Jan Kortman, who could also ride the wind, managed to escape the gale in a sorry state. The other two demigods, Evan Bivis and Grace Harriet, were instantly dismembered by the azure wind blades. One immediately turned into light, and the other into books, but the light and books were dismembered again. Thanks to Bernadette's protection, the Argo was not swept away by the storm. Soon, the gale subsided, and the sea suddenly became unusually calm. Odis twitched his lips. How embarrassing, I just happened to see the ending of the story. At this moment, he noticed that the characteristics of Pope Gad II, who had transformed him into a whirlwind, were rapidly dissipating in midair. Odis suddenly realized that there might still be a chance, so he said to Bernadette, "There is something I have been keeping from you. My faith is actually a secret entity." Bernadette paused for a moment before saying, "I know." She thought Odis was referring to Mr. Fool. Now I need to ask for the help of that hidden being. This process will be a bit long, so please stay by my side. Upon seeing Bernadette nod, Odis immediately made a praying gesture, but in reality, he used meditation to enter the wilderness of knowledge. The two angels from the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were also briefly stunned, not expecting that the Pope of the Church of Storms would be killed so easily. They were somewhat aware that something seemed amiss. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At the same time, Aquaman Arn Coltman was also stunned. The Pope was dead. The two saints who had just been fighting him were also dead. As Adam just said, the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the very beginning. At the end of the story written by this King of Angels, even the angels could not avoid the fate that was arranged for them. And just as Adam said, even though the three gods, including the Lord of Storms, were aware of Adam's story after the battle began, they were unable to intervene. Because if they were to intervene, it would easily trigger a war among the gods, which was the ending that Adam preferred to see. Therefore, the story of Adam was already a calculated move from the very beginning of this battle. The three gods, including the Lord of Storms, would certainly exercise restraint and not intervene, ultimately having no choice but to accept the outcome. An angel and two saints were already dead, and Odis could not change that outcome, but he realized he still had a chance to distance himself from the conflict. His solution was to obtain the extraordinary characteristics of Gad II, as well as the characteristics of the two saints, and then return them to their rightful owners through negotiation. If the Church of Storms wants to reclaim its traits, it will have to let Odis and his forces go. Of course, this plan is based on the premise that Odis has enough power to force the Church of Storms to the negotiating table. If it were just a mystic general, the Church of Storms wouldn't negotiate with him. They could simply kill the mystic general, and still reclaim that extraordinary angelic level characteristic. But if the mysterious general has a hidden figure backing him up, then they need to think carefully. So Odis decided to act as a hermit and obtain those three extraordinary properties from the battlefield. Upon entering the wilderness of knowledge, Odis uses the Staff of Gus on her body to project true vision onto the battlefield there. The island we had just explored had completely disappeared, and the sea was more turbulent than a rushing river, full of whirlpools and rapids. The Sailor Pathway Sequence 2 Calamity attribute, as well as the two Sequence 3 level attributes, Mentor of Justice and Insightful One, were still floating in midair. At this point, both Vive and Alfred had realized what was happening and began vying for the Calamity trait. Suddenly, the sunlight became very bright again, and Vives fired darkness-free spears from her body, blocking Alfred from trying to seize the extraordinary properties. Alfred's eyes seemed to have distinct layers, and a brass-colored light reappeared. The Spear of No Darkness exploded before it could strike Alfred. Then he raised his hand and looked at Vive in midair. His eyes emitted a black light, instantly forming a vortex of air in midair. The vortex immediately emitted a buzzing sound, and then exhibited tremendous suction, drawing in the surrounding air, fog, and even seawater. This is an extraordinary vortex formed by the natural laws that Alfred discovered and studied. Vive was instantly sucked in midair, and the intense light behind her seemed to shift towards the extraordinary vortex. Aquaman Jan Kortman seizes this opportunity to quickly approach the extraordinary characteristics of that catastrophe. Alfred's eyes suddenly turned golden, imitating the hypnotic ability of the audience pathway. In midair, Arn Coltman paused, as if receiving some kind of command, and turned away from the battlefield. Taking advantage of this opening, Vive broke free from the suction of the air vortex, and layers of bright light spread around her, purifying all the appearances created by Alfred that went against the laws of nature. The air vortex disappeared, and the surroundings briefly returned to normal. Odis observed for a while and realized that the best opportunity would not come anytime soon, so he made his move immediately. Odis speculated that the three gods, including the Lord of Storms, must have already noticed this place. Although they wouldn't take action themselves, they must have already gone to call for reinforcements. If they didn't act quickly now, they might miss their chance. If we wait any longer, the three churches may engage in a larger-scale conflict. So Odis waved his hand, and the divine blood of the Elf King appeared in his right hand, then he bestowed power upon the real world. Bernadette, who was working hard to protect the Argo and Odis, suddenly sensed something and looked up into the air. As Alger desperately fled, his spirit seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Because she was somewhat protected and not seriously injured, Captain Edwina of the Golden Dream was unaware that her mentor had died. However, her spirit seemed to sense something and looked up into the air. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared on the outskirts of the battlefield. The figure was draped in a cloak that emitted a holy light, held a lantern in his left hand, and had layers of waves and a storm of lightning and thunder in the palm of his right hand. Bernadette suddenly had a feeling it was a light in the darkness, a hermit who used knowledge as a beacon to guide the lost. She glanced at Odis, who was now praying silently, and couldn't help but ask herself, a god. Vive and Alfred, who had just been fighting, were also stunned, wondering where this being had come from and what its purpose was. In terms of hierarchy, this being appears to be an angel. However, Alfred, who was once the insightful one and is now the Sherarch, immediately noticed that something was wrong with the other party's state. The image seemed to be a pure accumulation of power, and it looked very unnatural. Such a figure could likely only barely exert the power of an angel. Unsure of their opponent's background, the two angels from the Church of the Righteous God temporarily ceased their battle and prepared to observe the other's intentions. The higher power of the wilderness of knowledge deceived Alfred's eyes, and Odis used the divine blood of the Elf King to elevate his own level considerably. At the same time, Odis knew very well that because of the presence of angels from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, his true strength might be revealed as soon as he made a move. At this moment, the Hermit was no match for the full force of a normal angel's attack. So Odis had no intention of dealing with the two angels. Suddenly, his right hand tilted, and a drop of the Elf King's divine blood dripped into the real world. Then Odis sent the vast power of the wilderness of knowledge into the real world. Using the drop of divine blood as a medium, he released the power of the wilderness of knowledge to the best of his ability, recreating the scene of the Elf King dominating the ocean. This was a method that Odis conceived after obtaining the divine blood of the Elf King. Theoretically, using extraordinary materials at the god level, one could perform operations such as reproduction. However, the scenario that needs to be recreated must be related to the Elf King, otherwise it will likely be of little use. Moreover, this was just an idea. Odis had never tried it before because the required materials were far too advanced. But now, Odis can only do his best to realize his ideas. Odis held his breath and stared intently ahead. A pure power, almost visible to the naked eye, enveloped the drop of divine blood, causing it to tremble, shatter rapidly, and vanish into nothingness. The next second, the sky suddenly darkened, and streaks of lightning and gusts of wind filled the sky and the sea. The seawater suddenly expanded, forming a giant wave as high as a mountain peak, higher than where Vive and Alfred were flying in the air. At the top of the giant wave stood a man with a cold expression. He wore a loose robe, had pointed ears, a soft facial contour, and black and blue hair that was intertwined. His features were outstanding, and together he was very handsome. He gives people a sense of tyranny, as if you say something wrong, he will throw out a lightning spear and pierce through your opponent, turning them into charred remains. This is none other than the Elf King, Sunniasolum. Vive and Alfred felt immense pressure from the old gods. Sunniasolum seemed to come alive, looking around before glancing at the two angels with disdain. With a slight wave of his hand, he caused patches of pristine white forest to appear in the sky, and the seawater to boil as if welcoming their former master. At this moment, Sunniasolum, standing before Vive and Alfred, seemed to embody the tyrannical side of the sea, like a storm or a tsunami. There was no need for the Elf King to display any specific abilities, the mere sense of oppression was enough to make the two of them retreat repeatedly. Just as he came to his senses, Aquaman Jon Kortman suddenly found himself prostrate in midair before the figure on the crest of the wave. This was not his intention, but he couldn't stop himself from doing it. Just then, a phantom image suddenly appeared in the dark clouds, a middle-aged man holding a trident. That was the Lord of Storms, who immediately began to descend power from the astral plane the moment the Elven King appeared. The Elf King looked at the middle-aged man, then suddenly raised his hand, and a series of lightning bolts formed shackles, interrupting the Lord of Storms' descent of power. Odis felt a jolt in his heart. Hey, don't do anything reckless. He could almost see himself being chopped to pieces by the enraged Lord of the Storm. At that moment, the dark clouds in one corner of the sky dispersed, and a bright ray of sunlight illuminated the surrounding sea. Suddenly, a phantom image of a young man with golden hair, dressed in a pure white robe, appeared there. The descent of the Lord of Storms seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with the eternal sun also beginning its own descent. Another dark cloud was illuminated by a bronze-colored light, revealing the phantom of an old man with a hood and a long white beard. Not to be outdone, the god of knowledge and wisdom also began his divine descent. At this moment, Odis's head was covered in sweat. I'm here to break up the fight, not to fight. You three shouldn't get involved. This happened so suddenly that Odis was somewhat flustered. If things didn't get out of hand quickly, it could easily trigger a war among the gods. He forced himself to calm down, and with a wave of his hand, the three extraordinary characteristics that had been extracted from the battlefield flew towards him. This action immediately drew the wrath of the three gods. Odis withstood the pressure and waved his hand again. A hurricane around the Elf King blew the extraordinary characteristics of the Sequence 2-level calamity toward the Lord of Storms. Just as the Eternal Sun and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were about to take action, the Elf King, who had begun to fade into nothingness, appeared before them, preventing them from using their extraordinary abilities. The power of the Elf King that has reappeared is rapidly weakening. Fortunately, the Eternal Sun and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have not yet completed their descent, nor do they intend to act immediately. Odis waved his hand again, and the extraordinary qualities of the Mentor of Justice flew to the Eternal Sun, while the extraordinary qualities of the Insightful One flew to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It was at this moment that the Elf King who reappeared disappeared. Whoosh! Giant waves, as high as towering mountains, slid down, and turbulent currents surged up on the sea surface once again. Then Odis gazed at the three gods before him with a calm expression. The three gods, including the Lord of Storms, exchanged a brief glance with Odis. The Lord of Storms, who had retrieved the cataclysmic seal, was the first to disappear from midair. The phantoms corresponding to the other two deities also vanished immediately. Just as Adam had predicted, all three deities maintained great restraint. At this moment, Vive and Alfred, who had come to their senses, also left one after another. Aquaman Jan Kortman glanced at Odis's Hermit persona and then followed her away. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had just walked around on the edge of a cliff and almost fallen into the abyss in front of her. Then, he withdrew the power he had projected outward and returned to the wilderness of knowledge. Seeing that the original 3 drops of Elf King divine blood had turned into 2 drops, he felt a little heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do. He could only use the divine blood to quickly suppress the 2 angels. I feel sorry for them, but the results are really good. He took a deep breath and quickly returned to the real world. Chapter 332, Chapter 331 Time alone with Bernadette. On the Argo. Odis, feigning prayer, offered a vague final compliment, then smiled at Bernadette and said, "The problem is solved." Google search TWKAN. The Hermit just intervened, preventing further conflict between the 3 churches. Although Odis still feels a lingering fear when she thinks about it now, the problem is ultimately resolved. If those 3 extraordinary properties do not return to the hands of the 3 gods, the angels and demigods who come to support them will continue to fight for them, and the battle will continue. The current situation, where the 3 churches have not engaged in any major battles for centuries, could very well lead to a series of conflicts. At the same time, this outcome is the best possible result, as there were no further casualties. Bernadette, who was standing nearby, nodded, "Let's go back." She didn't find anything wrong with Odis's prayers. Bernadette knew that some mysterious beings, whose conditions were not good, needed a coordinate to guide them in order to stably bestow their power. She had just noticed it as well. On the surface, the mysterious being did not seem to be insane or chaotic, but the state of its power seemed unstable, and it might need to constantly target Odis. The Argo began its return voyage, and the Golden Dream, which had been protected by Grace Harriet and Alfred, was also largely undamaged. The 2 ships rejoined the fleet and sailed toward normal waters. The backyard of the Storm Church on Tiana Island. The priest hurriedly pushed open the bishop's door. "Your Excellency, Sea King, is here." The bishop, who was reclining in his armchair, paused for a moment. "Who?" "Aquaman. Lord Arn Kortman." The bishop, who was in his 50s, jumped up as nimbly as a young man, and with a flick of his wrist, he created a gust of wind that blew the soft hat hanging on the coat rack into his hand. The bishop put on his soft cap and ran ahead, frowning as he asked, "Why wasn't there any prior notice?" Upon arriving at the chapel, the bishop and priest saw Aquaman Arn Kortman, dressed in somewhat tattered clothes, kneeling before the storm emblem in repentance. The 2 people stopped, not daring to go forward and disturb them. Although Arn Kortman was powerless to change the situation in this battle, he had to bear some responsibility for the Pope's downfall. Moreover, his bowing to the Elf King was seen by the Lord of Storms, so he also needs to sincerely repent. As he repeatedly whispered his confessions, Jan Kortman felt his spirit being suddenly elevated. He seemed to suddenly appear under a sky filled with gales and lightning, with waves crashing beneath his feet. Amidst the lightning, the majestic and imposing figure of the Lord of the Storm appeared. Jan Kortman dared not raise his head and continued to repent while kneeling on the waves. "The new Pope has been promoted," the Lord of Storms declared in a majestic voice. "Adam's conspiracy is not over yet, remain vigilant." Arn Kortman breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord of Storms hadn't pursued the matter of him bowing to the Elf King. So he cautiously asked, "Master of the Storm and the Sea, who is that hooded being?" His main concern was whether he needed to interrogate the mysterious general about who the deity behind him was. The Lord of Storms did not answer immediately, but after a few seconds said, "He has returned." The Argo and the Golden Dream left the dangerous waters without incident. Bernadette then took her leave, but Odis suddenly said, "I'm going to Blackhand tomorrow." After all, he now possessed a magical item comparable to a demigod through the sailor pathway, and before confirming the Storm Church's stance, he planned to hide on land. Bernadette hummed in agreement, "Find me when you get here." Seeing the mysterious queen's figure become illusory, Odis used travel to come to the Golden Dream to find Admiral Iceberg. In the captain's study, Odis met Edwina, whose expression was still somewhat somber. "Please accept my condolences," said Odis, who had already learned that one of the demigods who died this afternoon was the mentor of General Iceberg. Edwina took a deep breath and said, "The teacher has returned to the ocean of knowledge, and I should be happy for her. Moreover, the church has already assigned her a new mentor. This is a very unusual arrangement. Usually, when a mentor passes away and his students need a new mentor, the students are given a period of time to remember him, usually about 2 or 3 months before a new mentor is assigned. Edwina, on the other hand, is a different case. As is customary, she can now teach other students, so there is no need to assign her a new tutor. But the church assigned her a mentor, who was also a saint. Although neither her new mentor nor the church gave her any new instructions, Edwina knew very well that this meant the task of winning over the mysterious admiral was even more urgent than before. Thinking of this, Edwina stood up and said, "Didn't you invite me to Cruz Island? Now that we have nothing else to do, let's go together." Odis breathed a sigh of relief. This was the main reason he had come today. After today's events, Odis hopes to quickly establish in-depth cooperation with the Church of Knowledge to strengthen his own power. Having determined the new destination, Odis returned to her studio, wrote 2 letters, and then summoned a messenger. The 2 letters were addressed to Bishop Dean and Admiral Emilius, respectively. The contents of the letters were similar, both saying that Odis and his friends had discovered a clue to a magical item from the Sailor's Way, and after searching along the way, they found that it was a magical item of demigod level. Please inform the Storm Church and convey Odis's assurance that this magical item will never be used to attack the Navy or the Church, but only to attack pirates or the Navy of other countries. In reality, the Church of Storms didn't care what Odis intended to do with this magical item. All they knew was that magical items and properties of the Sailor Pathway belonged to the Church of Storms. Bishop Dean and Admiral Emilius understood this perfectly well. Their notification was merely a statement of the attitude of the Navy and the Church of the Goddess of Night. Odis was absolutely certain that these 2 would come forward, because in recent months, Bishop Dean had accumulated many merits through the intelligence exchange meeting, which were said to have given him the opportunity for promotion and advancement. Bishop Dean had repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Odis, and now was the time to use those accumulated favors. Odis's attack on the Fineport Navy and his harassment of the Central Waterway have become one of Admiral Emilius's major achievements. There are even rumors that Emilius's transfer back to Blackhand is largely related to this achievement. Emilius would not refuse Odis's request. If the 2 of them step forward, the Church of Storms will probably accept this outcome on the surface, but they will definitely make some efforts behind the scenes. This is why Odis is going to Blackhand. As long as the other party can't find her in the next few days, the matter will basically be a fact. If the Storm Church wants her back later, it will be unreasonable. Because of Adam's guarantee, Odis felt that the matter could be resolved smoothly, and that magical item eventually became his second level 1 sealed item. At this moment, Odis realized that he did not know the power of that magical item, so he entered the Wilderland of Knowledge through meditation. As soon as he entered, he saw the scepter floating in midair. A smile instantly bloomed on his face. This was a level 1 sealed item, and the most useful level 1 sealed item for the sailor route on the high seas. He held the scepter in one hand and placed the other on the central processing unit. Using the layers of the knowledge wilderness, he learned about the abilities of this magical item. It could create weather disasters such as erupting lava, hurricanes, torrential rain, and lightning strikes. It could stir up giant waves and create whirlpools, and it could intimidate sea creatures or communicate effectively with them. Aside from creating tsunamis through rituals, the disaster priest possesses almost all of the main abilities. Moreover, the negative effects are not significant. Once the scepter is used, one will increasingly enjoy staying in the cemetery and keeping company with corpses. Sometimes, one will involuntarily enter the cemetery, crawl into a grave, and spend the night in a coffin. Odis immediately realized that the reason for this negative effect was that this magical item had once been sealed away by the Emperor of the Underworld. Such seals are usually made with the help of the power of the Underworld, similar to how Mr. Azek helped Klein seal the wriggling hunger. So even though the Underworld Emperor has fallen, it does not affect the sealing of magical items. Overall, this negative effect is still acceptable. After all, Odis wasn't a germaphobe, so sleeping in a coffin for one night wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, once the urge to go to the cemetery arises, entering the wilderness of knowledge should immediately bring one back to their senses. Compared to Odis' other level 1 sealed artifact, this scepter can be carried with you at any time, while the alchemy glasses can only be used in the outside world for short periods of time at present. If Odis can carry this magical item with him at all times, he will essentially have the strength of a pirate king. The reason for saying basically is that the strength of the other crew members still needs to be improved. At this time, all 3 first officers were working hard to accumulate merits for promotion. Among them, the 3rd officer, Bivis, had basically accumulated enough merits and would soon be promoted to Sequence 6. Over the past month, Combat Captain, Cleveland, Bosun, Selena, and crew member Boris have all been promoted to Sequence 7. Currently, Odis's crew consists of 2 Sequence SIXS, 4 Sequence 7s, and 1 Sequence 8. Among the pirate generals, such crew members are relatively weak. Even a pirate general like Iceberg Admiral, who likes to chase treasure, has 3 rank 6 subordinates. If I were to call myself a king now but my crew is so weak, I would definitely be laughed at by other kings. Of course, most importantly, it will most likely be accompanied by an attack from the pirate king. After all, someone who dares to call themselves a king must have reached a demigod level of strength to some extent. However, if the crew's strength is too weak, such demigod-level strength will easily be coveted by other kings. After some thought, Odis decided to wait a bit before calling himself king, preferably until he reached Sequence 4. Following custom, after naming the scepter the Scepter of Disaster, Odis returned to the real world, went to the cockpit, sat in the captain's seat, and stared blankly ahead. The next morning, he held a short meeting to tell everyone that he would be away for a few days. He then returned to Cruz Island and spoke a few words to Mandy. Odis simply put on some makeup and went to Backlund under the guise of a trip. He appeared in the corner of an alley, glanced up at the sun, which was obscured by the fog and looked pale, and suddenly smiled. This awful weather. Fortunately, it was early summer in Backlund at this time, so it was no longer so cold and damp, nor was it too hot and humid. The weather was just right. Odis looked around to make sure no one was there, then whispered a prayer, Holy Spirit who seeks knowledge. A beacon in a mysterious world. Eyes peering into fate. The King of the Sea. The Holy Bernadette Gustav. Your Majesty, I have arrived in Backlund. Soon, a voice rang in Odis's ears, 95 Hilton Avenue. Odis smiled and said, Okay, I'll be right there. He used travel again to reach a corner of Hilton Avenue, then walked to the door of number 95. After glancing at the pedestrians around him and seeing no suspicious stares, he went up and knocked on the door. I had barely raised my hand to knock when the door opened by itself. The room was empty. Odis smiled to himself, thinking, this sounds like the beginning of a ghost story. He entered the room, took off his top hat, and hung it along with his trench coat on the coat rack by the door, leaning his cane against the door. To avoid revealing herself, Odis even put her bag and Gus staff into the wilderness of knowledge. Just as Odis was about to tear off the short mustache that was stuck to his upper lip, Bernadette's voice suddenly came from the direction of the stairs, Don't tear it off, you'll have to put it back on later. Odis looked up and saw Bernadette, wearing a simple long dress that subtly revealed her perfect figure, coming down the stairs. I didn't expect you to get here so quickly. She just went upstairs to change into a dress. Odis laughed and said, I'm not here to seek refuge with the Queen, the sooner I do, the more sincere I'll be. Bernadette smiled and glanced at the kitchen. The kettle and teacups in the kitchen seemed to come alive and started to make 2 cups of tea. The two sat down naturally around the dining table. Odis picked up her teacup and glanced outside. I was looking forward to leaving this always foggy city, but now that I've left, I actually miss it a little. This feeling isn't surprising, Bernadette said. After all, you grew up in this city. She took a deep breath, sometimes I miss Trier. Bernadette had been eagerly anticipating Edis's arrival, because only in Edis's presence could she reveal another side of herself. She is the mysterious queen, and the leader of the elemental dawn, but these identities do not grant her much humanity. Only when she is with Odis can she show her feminine side. Aside from being a queen and a leader, Bernadette also perceives herself as a woman with a psychological age of around 27 or 28. She discovered long ago that this kind of understanding is key to maintaining humanity, but usually she can only show this side of herself when no one is around. Until he met Odis, when others were around, this guy kept calling her queen, as if he respected her more than anyone else. But when it was just the two of them, he was more like a friend, or rather, he didn't treat her as a queen at all. Bernadette asked, What are your specific plans for this trip to Backlund? Let's visit a few friends first, Odis replied. Then we'll rest for a day and officially begin the surveillance. Bernadette was taken aback, You're going to personally keep watch. The death of a duke will definitely attract the attention of the Rune royal family, and they will thoroughly investigate this matter, Odis said. The intelligence network we established before cannot be used in such a situation. He paused for a moment and said, The target isn't hard to kill, the difficulty lies in finding the right opportunity. Odis recalled that Duke Negan was a Sequence 6 judge, his secretary was a Sequence 5 Chaos Mentor, and he should have had other extraordinary beings protecting him. For Odis, dealing with a sequence 5 and a sequence 6 is not difficult, and even adding another sequence 5 is not a problem, but it will take at least half a minute. Because they wanted to kill him to cover their tracks and destroy all traces. If it were just facing Duke Negan alone, that would be the simplest thing. Even without using the now iconic Goose Staff and those powerful scrolls, an instant kill would be possible. However, such an opportunity is unlikely. If Duke Negan had a sequence 5 member by his side, he would need to use the Gus Staff or a scroll to quickly complete the assassination mission. In that case, they would have to kill him to silence him and prevent the official extraordinary individuals from obtaining any clues pointing to them. Bernadette said, "I can send invisible servants to help. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." "No," Odis said, "this matter must not involve anyone." He leaned back in his chair and said, "Being able to stay here saves me from having to stay in a hotel or rent a place, which is already a huge help." Bernadette smiled, put down her teacup, and said, "Come on, I'll show you the room prepared for you." The two went up to the second floor one after the other. As they went up the stairs, Odis's gaze fell on Bernadette's waist, where the lines were beautiful. Bernadette, who was walking ahead, said without turning her head, "If you keep looking around, I'll let you walk in front." Odis was taken aback and immediately protested, "I didn't use the Eye of Secrets to look." Bernadette snorted, "You still want to use the Eye of Secrets?" "I." Odis smiled somewhat helplessly, suddenly feeling that neither refusing nor admitting was appropriate. Bernadette, who was walking ahead, had a smile on her face. There was no such pleasure when you were a queen or a leader. Upon reaching the second floor, Bernadette casually pointed, and a door slowly opened by itself. "That's your room." Odis looked inside and saw a desk, bed, wardrobe, and everything else she could need. Pretty nice. After glancing at each other, the two sat down in the small hall on the second floor. Their teacups, which had been sitting downstairs, flew up and landed in front of them. Odis picked up her teacup and continued the conversation. "I just thought your dress was pretty, nothing more." Bernadette glanced at Odis, just looking at the dress. "Right. Heh, lying. Okay, it's not just the dress that's pretty. Hey, you bastard." The two then looked at each other and laughed. Ever since Odis advanced to Sequence 5 and the two of them talked on the deserted island in the rain, he felt more and more that the mysterious queen was like a split personality. She seemed unapproachable in front of people but was a different person in private. At most, she was just a bit aloof. However, Odis thought about Roselle's personality and believed that Bernadette wouldn't be too cold-hearted under his influence. Besides, she was an Intis, so she wouldn't be as rigid as the rune. Odis felt that when the two of them were alone, Bernadette's slightly aloof demeanor was more like her true self. After taking a sip of tea, Odis brought up another topic. "What would you like to eat tonight?" "It's my treat, let's go out for a nice meal." "Make a salad, lamb chops, and chicken," Bernadette said. Eating out is pointless. After arriving in Blackhand, she found the rune cuisine a bit unpalatable, and she got tired of the Intis cuisine even though she ate it every day. The main problem was that the chefs weren't very good. They were far inferior to the chefs at the Emerald Palace on Lasha Island. Bernadette ordered several dishes, which, if translated, were cold appetizers, braised lamb chops, and stir-fried chicken, dishes that Odis had previously prepared for Bernadette. Having grown accustomed to royal cuisine, Bernadette found it quite nice to occasionally enjoy these unique dishes. "Okay." Odis immediately stood up. "I'll go visit 2 friends and buy groceries on my way back." Bernadette nodded and hummed in agreement, watching Odis hurry downstairs before finally turning her gaze away after a long while. 19 Pinster Street, Jowood District. First sat at her desk in her room on the second floor, scratching her hair with some frustration. She dipped her quill pen in ink but couldn't bring herself to write. This made her even more frustrated, because the manuscript was due tomorrow, but she had only written 2 words for this short story. Ring ring. Just then, the doorbell rang. Furs gave a wry smile, put the pen in the ink bottle, and slowly went downstairs, asking as he opened the door, "Who are you looking for?" Upon seeing the young man in a trench coat and top hat outside the door, Furs paused for a moment before recognizing him. "The ship." Odis smiled and gestured for silence. "Isn't Hugh home?" Furs quickly stepped aside, glanced at the clock, and said, "She should be back soon." Odis entered and glanced at the spacious living room. "This townhouse is quite nice." "Thanks to your help," Furs said with a smile as she closed the door. "Would you like something to drink?" Furs's exploration with Odysseus allowed her to escape her financial predicament. Since becoming the new leader of the Mysticism Research Society, Hugh's income has increased several times over, and this trend is only growing. About 2 months ago, the two of them rented this townhouse to live in. "Black tea, please," Odis said. Furs first invited Odis to sit on the sofa, and then went to the kitchen to make tea. While the water was boiling, Furs came to the kitchen door and asked, "Why did you suddenly come to Blackhand?" "I have some business to attend to in person," Odis said with a smile. Don't tell anyone that I'm in Blackhand. Although MI9 has stopped hunting him and the Church of the God of Steam and Machines seems to have stopped looking for him, the premise is that they simply cannot find where he is. But if they offered themselves up, they wouldn't just let Odis go. Furs immediately nodded and said, okay. By this time, no one was looking for Odis anymore, and if he simply applied makeup like this, no one would recognize him. Just then, the door opened, and Hugh, who was not tall and had a slightly chubby face, appeared in the doorway. Upon seeing Odis, Hugh was briefly surprised. The ship. How did you get here? I have a gift for you, Odis said with a smile, taking out a wooden box. After Hugh closed the door, jumped up, and hung up his coat, Odis said, this is the extraordinary characteristic of the interrogator. Having already obtained the formula and digested the potion, Hugh happily took the box, opened it, glanced at it, and then asked, how much? Odis smiled and said, this is your reward. He paused for a moment and said, you've been doing a great job lately, allowing me to accurately grasp information about Blackhand even when I'm at sea. Hugh immediately replied, no, I also. She wanted to say that she had also earned a lot of money in the process, but Odis interrupted her, saying, that's what you deserve, it's a reward, and the two don't conflict. Furs, who was making tea in the kitchen, felt a pang of envy. That was a sequence 7 trait, with a market price starting at £1,200. In Blackhand, a sequence 7 trait from the arbitrator pathway would certainly command a significant premium. Odis didn't continue the conversation but instead asked, any news about Edward's family? He had already written a letter a couple of days ago, asking Hugh to help find news of Edward's family. I've got it. Hugh stopped refusing and put away his special ability, saying, although the Northwest District is gone, De La Helle Street is still there. However, this street has been renovated once, and most of the original residents have moved away. I used my connections with MI9 to look up relevant information and found the 3 Edward brothers who used to live on De La Helle Street. One of them had just moved to Gard Street next door. As she spoke, she sat down on the sofa. This was something Odis had specifically instructed her to do, so she took it very seriously and had been investigating it for the past few days. The tea was ready, and Furs poured it for the two of them. Hugh continued, I went to check and found out that the man living on Gard Street is named Rhys Edward, and his great-great-grandfather lived at 18 De La Hare Street. At that time, they were the only family on the whole street with the surname Edward, so it must have been them. By the time of Rhys Edwards, there were 3 cousins, the Edwards I just mentioned, as well as some female family members, all of whom had already married. I have already visited these 3 brothers and the female members. This is their current address. As he spoke, Hugh opened his bag and took out a document, and their current general situation. Odis took the document and nodded in satisfaction. The document was very detailed, including the work and current situation of the Edward family members. Hugh continued, I also found out the location of the family's burial site, as well as some important events in their family history. This is a military family. In each generation, young members have died on the battlefield. So for more than 100 years, this family has not prospered. It has only changed from old Edward to the Edward brothers. I also heard a strange story. More than 100 years ago, a member of their family suddenly disappeared while serving in the military. He didn't disappear during the war, but just disappeared right before his comrades' eyes. The military's response was also strange. In general, in this situation, it would be treated as missing, but the military issued a death certificate. It is precisely because this matter is so strange that it has been passed down in the family for so long. Odis nodded, took a deep breath, and said, that's exactly why I came. He paused for a moment and then said, I found the missing Edward, isn't his name Longsel Edward? Hugh gaped in astonishment, and after a couple of seconds he said, he's been missing for over 100 years, hasn't he? I mean, he's still alive. He encountered an extraordinary event, Odis explained simply. He was trapped in a special space. I only recently met him and am preparing to bring him back to the real world. Hugh stood up, somewhat excitedly, so it was him who was looking for his family. That's right, Odis said. That's why the military's handling of the matter was a bit strange, they treated it as an extraordinary incident. He waved the document in his hand, I'll take this document with me. I'll bring him back in a few days after he's adjusted his mindset. You can take him to see his family descendants. Whether or not to acknowledge each other or anything like that is up to Longzair's wishes. Hugh nodded immediately, okay. Helping someone from over 100 years ago find their relatives even excited Hugh somewhat. Meanwhile, Furs suddenly had an inspiration. The material for the novel that had been bothering her earlier was now available. After chatting for a while, Odis got up to take his leave. His second stop was 51 Henry Street, where Gard Herbalist Shop was located. Looking at this familiar herbal shop, Odis was overwhelmed with emotion. She recalled the days when she borrowed money everywhere to open the shop, and then she thought of the research she had conducted here, until Odis suddenly smiled, and his relatively peaceful life underwent a tremendous change after he met Bernadette. Then he lamented, if I had dared to joke with her like I do today back then, I probably would have been killed by her long ago. Chapter 333, Chapter 332 The Claws of the Mysterious Queen. After standing outside for about half a minute, Odis finally stepped into Gard's herbal shop. There were no customers in the herbal medicine shop at the time, only the former shop assistant, Kinna, was carefully sorting the herbs. When the doorbell rang, someone entered. He immediately turned around, smiled, and asked, Sir, may I ask you? Kinna had already recognized Odis in disguise, but he tried to hide his joy and continued, What would you like to order? I want a batch of petals from the deep sleep flower, Odis said with a smile. Kinna nodded in a mocking manner, There happens to be a batch here, in the warehouse at the back. Please follow me, I'll take you to see it. As he spoke, he casually asked his sister to watch the store at the front desk before leading Odis to the lounge next to the warehouse. Upon entering, a sense of familiarity washes over you. The lab bench is filled with beakers, graduated cylinders, and various glass bottles, but it has clearly been organized and is no longer as messy as before. The armchair, desk, and small bed for resting are all still there, and they are basically kept as they were. Odis walked around the room, and after confirming that there were no unusual means of eavesdropping, he breathed a sigh of relief. This is the most home-like place I've ever been. He then smiled slightly and looked at Kinna. How have you been lately? Business is doing quite well, Kinna said. Your share has already been deposited for over £200. Odis smiled and said, I'm asking how you are. Kinna scratched his head, it's pretty good too. He then said, our income has increased a lot, and our family has moved to a bigger house. We can also buy some meat and white bread to eat every week. The 2 orders Odis gave to Kinna for carving, extraordinary puppet, parts alone amounted to several months' worth of his income. However, since this money was not a fixed income, he did not squander it. Odis then asked, would you like to come with me to the sea? He smiled and said, what I really need is someone I can trust to manage my money. Although Odis trusted Mandy a lot, he was also very clear that no matter how much he trusted someone, he couldn't entrust everything to that person. He still intends to stick to his original approach, he cannot give Mandy the authority over finance and personnel. Kinna hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know how to file taxes. No need to file taxes. Odis was somewhat amused and exasperated. Pirates had to file taxes. Was there no law anymore? He paused for a moment and said, the specific tasks are handled by others. Your main role is to help me review where money is needed. Whenever I need money, you can just give me a rough estimate. Currently, Odis mainly uses the new, extraordinary puppets to keep accounts. They do not falsify accounts, but their way of handling problems is too rigid, which has led to many jokes and caused a lot of trouble. Odis desperately needed someone who could make flexible decisions at any time. For such a person, professional competence is secondary, the main requirement is that they be deeply trusted by Odis. Kinna answered almost without hesitation, okay, I'll go with you. He smiled and said, my sister can run her own herbal medicine shop now. At most, I'll find her an assistant. Odis smiled and reminded them, nothing on the high seas is as prosperous as Blackhand. Actually, Cruz Island was already quite convenient at this point, with housing, shops, and restaurants, but these were just places to maintain daily life. Unlike Blackhand, which had such a diverse range of goods. Kinna said, I am willing to continue to serve as your subordinate. Odis smiled and said, I'll come pick you up in a week or 2. In the meantime, make sure you have a job at the herbal shop. Kinna nodded, okay. After a brief chat, Odis took his leave. After that, Odis had nothing urgent to do, so he went to the mall to buy groceries and meat. When he returned to Hilton Avenue, he no longer used the word travel but took a horse-drawn carriage back, taking the opportunity to look around the streets of Blackhand. Back at 99 Hilton Avenue, Bernadette sent an invisible servant to help Odis in the kitchen. Not knowing how to help, she just stood at the kitchen door and chatted with Odis. That evening, Bernadette took a satisfied bite of chicken and asked, how did you come up with the idea of preparing the chicken this way? She ate mostly roasted and fried chicken, and occasionally stewed chicken, but only at Odis's place could she get chicken that was first boiled and then stir-fried. I just thought it would taste better this way, so I gave it a try, Odis said vaguely. At the same time, he thought to himself, the people of the mysterious world have it pretty tough. Even Princess Intis, who was once a princess, had never eaten home-style dishes like stir-fried chicken and braised pork ribs. Then Odis changed the subject, what did you do during your time in Blackhand? He noticed that Bernadette seemed quite free, she hadn't left the house all day. I read magazines and drank coffee, Bernadette said casually. Occasionally I'll also read novels or newspapers. Odis paused for a moment, I thought you came to Blackhand on something very important. There is indeed something very important, Bernadette said, but that matter will have to wait. I need to find something to kill time before the right opportunity comes along. Odis thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. After all, you are the mysterious queen, and you shouldn't go out unless it's something important. If you spend all your free time strolling around the streets, then you're a shopping queen. Bernadette glanced at Odis. Why do I hear a hint of sarcasm in your voice? I think that waiting while reading a magazine is waiting, and waiting while going out for a walk is also waiting, Odis said. Why not go out and walk in a crowded place? He had thought before that communicating more with ordinary people would probably help strengthen humanity. Bernadette shook her head and said, our approach requires us to maintain a sense of mystery at all times. In my opinion, not showing too much of ourselves is usually enough to keep us mysterious. Odis smiled and said, I had forgotten about that. It's right to try not to go out. How about we visit the Kingdom of Rune Museum tomorrow? Bernadette paused for a moment, thinking she had already heard it, before realizing that Odis was joking with her. She put down her knife and fork. Didn't I make myself clear? I've explained it clearly. Then why bother going to a museum? Didn't you say you wouldn't show your face too often? Odis said seriously, but it's not like you won't show your face at all. Bernadette was both amused and exasperated. After thinking for a moment, she said, all right then, let's go to the museum tomorrow. Actually, she had already been there once and felt there was nothing to see. Odis took a sip of wine, leaned back in his chair and said, but I don't need to go too early tomorrow. I haven't slept in late in a long time. I'll sleep in a little longer tomorrow. Bernadette hummed in agreement, as long as I don't sleep until 5 p.m., it's fine. The museum closes at 5 p.m. Odis chuckled. If I sleep that late, wouldn't you have to check on me to see if I'm in any danger? Let's see, Bernadette said. Of course we'll see. Let's see how late you can sleep. The two smiled at each other again, and Odis suddenly realized that the woman, who was usually quite serious and aloof, was exceptionally humorous when she told jokes. They talked and chatted for more than 2 hours over the course of the meal. After finishing their meal, they drank tea for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. After changing into his pajamas, Odis lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in the darkness. Having suddenly come from a battle at the level of angels to the peaceful life in Blackhand, he felt a little out of place. This made him realize that his life was still moving too fast. The next day, Odis slept until after 9 in the morning, stretched comfortably, and went to the bathroom to wash up. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw that Bernadette was already wearing a light blue dress and a pair of delicate earrings, and was sitting in the small living room on the second floor, clearly ready. She didn't need any makeup at all. Her exquisite features and superb temperament amazed Odis, who was momentarily stunned. What was that sudden pause you were in? Bernadette frowned slightly. It's as if I sitting here startled you. I was just momentarily dazed, Odis smiled. I thought it was the saint described in the scriptures descending upon us. Bernadette smiled with satisfaction. Hurry up, I've been waiting for over half an hour. Okay. Odis quickly entered the washroom. A minute later, the two of them had come downstairs to the living room. Bernadette couldn't help but say, you didn't need to be so quick. Did you brush your teeth properly? Did you carefully choose your clothes? Brushing your teeth can be done quickly or slowly, Odis said as she put on her trench coat. I only have 2 outfits, so choosing one isn't difficult. Bernadette thought for a moment about her wardrobe, said nothing, and went out to the street with Odis. They hailed a horse-drawn carriage and headed to the Kingdom of Rune Museum. Once inside the carriage, Bernadette asked, somewhat puzzled, why are we going by carriage? Bernadette has many ways to get to the museum in a second or two, and can even sneak in without paying. Odis can also get there quickly by traveling. Sometimes I think that while our extraordinary abilities have given us great convenience, they have also made our lives much faster-paced, Odis said. Today we finally have nothing else to do, so let's relive the feeling of slowing down. Bernadette nodded, said nothing more, and simply turned to look out the car window. Today is a weekday, and there aren't many people on the streets. Even the beggars' business isn't doing very well. The two of them arrived at the museum at a leisurely pace, where the crowd had increased. As they lined up to enter, the two quickly became the center of attention because Bernadette's attire was very different from that of women in Blackhand. Her dress was simple yet beautiful, while the dresses worn by women in Blackhand were generally more formal and conservative. To use Odis's inner words, Bernadette's attire is more fashionable. However, in the conservative kingdom of Lone, Bernadette's attire is considered somewhat unconventional. Odis whispered to Bernadette, didn't you say you wanted to maintain an air of mystery? How can you maintain that mystery when you're attracting so much attention? Bernadette glanced at the murmuring crowd around her, her unique heroic spirit evident in her brows, and the people around her immediately looked away and stopped discussing it. At this moment, Bernadette looked at Odis and said, I told you we should reduce the number of times we come out. Then she asked, when we set off together, didn't you notice that my clothes were a little different from Backland's style? Odis was taken aback, he hadn't noticed it at all. It wasn't that they weren't paying attention, but rather that Bernadette's attire matched Odis's aesthetic, or more precisely, it matched the aesthetic of her pre-time travel period. So Odis didn't feel anything was wrong at all, and even thought it looked quite comfortable. It wasn't until he got into the crowd that he realized something was amiss. Seeing that Bernadette was waiting for his reply, Odis said, "Perhaps I was too nervous at the time." "Why are you so nervous?" "I get nervous just thinking about going to a museum with you." "What's there to be nervous about?" "It's just..." Odis thought for a moment before saying, "It's just going out with my beautiful female boss." At this point, the two of them laughed together. Odis laughed as he said, "You probably don't know that feeling. You're afraid of being discovered by your other subordinates, and you always feel like you have to be open and aboveboard while secretly doing it, but it's also quite exciting." Bernadette couldn't help but laugh. "You're overthinking it. What can happen if they see us?" For some reason, she felt like laughing after hearing Odis's reasoning. "I don't know how it is either," Odis laughed. "I just feel both excited and nervous. It's like you're afraid that if your subordinates find out, they'll rush up and grab me, making me hand over that high and mighty queen to them." Bernadette thought about it for a while and realized she didn't quite understand this mentality, but she just found the feeling quite amusing. As they spoke, the two entered the museum. After passing through the ticket gate, they followed the others and listened to the guide's explanation. After looking for a while, Odis stopped in front of a golden mask brought from a Highland kingdom. "Something doesn't seem right." Bernadette looked closely at the mask inside the glass case. "Is this a magical item?" "That's not what I meant," Odis said. "Why are the museums in the Kingdom of Rune full of artifacts from the Rose Island and the southern continent?" "Isn't this normal?" Bernadette said. "Both places are colonies of Rune." Then she realized another problem. "You've never been to a museum before." "I've never been here before." Bernadette found it somewhat unbelievable. "Aren't you quite knowledgeable? How come you didn't come here to take a look?" Odis smiled and said, "It's no fun doing it yourself." He glanced around and saw that most of the people there were couples or spouses, some even with children. Only then did Odis realize, the queen was unaware that the museum, the Square of Order, and the Grand Theatre of Backlund were the three most popular dating spots for couples. Odis continued the previous topic. "I mean, why aren't there any artifacts from our own country?" "Yes, it's on the second floor." Bernadette said without hesitation, "Let's go take a look." Upon arriving on the second floor, Odis saw that the artifacts here were indeed from the Kingdom of Rune, but they were mostly battle flags and armor. Listening to the guide's explanation, I learned that almost every exhibit was related to a war, which sounded quite meaningful. But Odis shook his head. "How dare you bring these things in? They would be better placed in a military museum. It's pointless to put them in a national museum." Bernadette was taken aback. "Then what do you think the National Museum should display?" "First, there are the artifacts unearthed in our own country," Odis said. "They prove how long the country's history is. Then there are the works of art, and things that can represent the highest level of modern craftsmanship. By displaying these military flags, armor, and other artifacts from the colonies, aren't you just saying that these things were looted through war?" Bernadette slowly nodded, then asked, "Is something wrong?" Odis suddenly froze, then slapped his forehead. "How could I have forgotten this? Roselle is a colonizer, and on this point our ideas are completely different. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." "Yes." Odis then smiled and said, "I was wrong." Bernadette glanced at Odis, then asked in a low voice, "Do you have something on your mind again?" "I suppose so," Odis said. "But I'll have to explain my specific thoughts to you later." His main goal was to find an opportunity to test whether his approach of deelitizing and reforming through a planned economy was feasible. Bernadette did not ask any further questions. The artworks and unearthed artifacts are all on the third floor. So the three of them went up to the third floor. Odis felt that this was more like a national museum. The artworks were exquisite and the artifacts looked like they had a lot of history, especially the quaternary artifacts that were unearthed, which were very characteristic of the era. After visiting the museum, the two had lunch at a nearby restaurant called Intis, and then strolled around the Plaza de la Order. The Square of Order doesn't need to maintain a solemn atmosphere. Many people bring their children to play, so it's more lively than the museum. Bernadette once again drew attention, and Odis even hoped that a few clueless gangsters would try to flirt with her so he could show off. As a result, only people dared to peek, but no one dared to step forward. Bernadette noticed Odis looking around and asked, "Why do you keep looking at those gang members with such a provocative gaze?" "I mainly look at whether they are professional or not," Odis said. If it were a professional gangster, seeing people dressed like Odis and Bernadette, no matter how much Odis provoked them, they wouldn't go looking for trouble. But if they are not professional, they may very well give Odis a chance to shine. To Odis's disappointment, they were all quite professional, knowing who to cause trouble for and who not to. Bernadette said earnestly, "We are all wanted criminals, don't be so arrogant. Try not to attract attention." Odis glanced at the mysterious queen's dress. Then why are you dressed so conspicuously? Bernadette smiled slightly. Even if they see me, they won't remember what I look like. You're different. Odis twitched his lips. Why didn't you say so earlier if you had such an ability? As he spoke, he lowered the brim of his hat, but for a moment he seemed even more suspicious. The mysterious queen maintained her smile, because since the day she emerged, this ability had been surrounding her and Odis, so Odis's appearance would not be remembered by those who saw her. As they left the Plaza de Orders, Bernadette was somewhat amused and exasperated. Why do you still look so regretful? Sigh, Odis sighed. I was hoping to experience what it would feel like to rescue you from those villains, but those bastards wouldn't give me the chance. Bernadette chuckled twice. Do I need you to save me? She was in a good mood today and invited Odis to dinner at the Grand Hotel in the Kingdom of Rune, which is said to be the best hotel in the world, grand and luxurious, with delicious food. After dinner, the two strolled along the banks of the Tascart River. They didn't get back to their place until after 9 o'clock. The two chatted and laughed as they went upstairs. When they arrived at their respective room doors, they said goodnight to each other. Odis placed her hand on the door handle, paused for a moment, then turned back. Oh, right. He just happened to see that Bernadette had also turned around, as if she had something to say to him. Bernadette looked at Odis. Is there anything else? I wanted to tell you that I might have to get up early tomorrow, Odis smiled. Also, shouldn't good friends hug each other when saying goodnight? Bernadette smiled and said, dream on. After saying that, she opened her own door and went inside first. Odis scratched his head, then patted his forehead after entering his room. Go wash up and go to bed. After washing up, Odis changed into her pajamas, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Just as he closed his eyes to fall asleep, a soft hand suddenly covered his mouth. Odis was startled and opened his eyes to see Bernadette, dressed in an into-style knight's outfit, squatting by his bedside and whispering, you can only speak softly. After saying that, Bernadette released Odis's mouth, and Odis immediately realized, an enemy. Bernadette nodded slightly and raised her hand slightly. A small scene appeared in front of them, showing a middle-aged man sitting on a sofa on the first floor. Odis seemed to realize something. You agreed to come out with me today, not just to lure the enemy out, right? Having such an intention. Bernadette, seeing that Odis was somewhat displeased, quickly changed her tune, but I really had a lot of fun today. Odis glanced at the scene before him and knew that it wasn't very dangerous, or rather, the situation wasn't too urgent. He then said earnestly, you don't need to comfort me like that. What are you trying to comfort me about? I have to say I had a great time today. Odis smiled helplessly. No wonder that mysterious queen had time to show me around Blackhand. I'm telling the truth. Odis sighed. Well, it's the truth. Bernadette looked at Odis lying on the bed, looking like she wanted to punch him. Her eyes turned cold, and she reached under the covers with one hand, found Odis's hand, and squeezed it hard. Odis immediately writhed in pain, and just as he was about to cry out, Bernadette covered his mouth with her other hand again. The mysterious queen said, enunciating each word clearly, I say, I am very happy today. Odis quickly and vaguely replied, I believe you, I believe you. Bernadette then released her grip, and Odis looked at her hand, which had been squeezed until it was red. Is a demigod this strong? Bernadette laughed and said, not only is he strong, but he also hits exceptionally hard. All right, all right. Odis swallowed, pointed to the middle-aged man sitting on the first floor in the image before her, and asked, who is that? Cecil, a demigod of the Order of Moors, Bernadette said. He is one of the 10 pillars and a mystic scholar. Recently I've noticed that the Moors Penitentiary seems to be carrying out some activities in Blackhand again. They noticed my investigation as soon as I started, so I wanted to lure them over here to see how much power they've mobilized. As Odis stood up, he asked, is a sequence 4 really this arrogant? Dare to sit in the living room of the mysterious queen? Before Bernadette could say anything, Odis added, this means they have more than one sequence 4. I have a feeling that an angel has come to them, Bernadette said. He's hiding in the shadows, waiting for me to make my move. Odis was taken aback. Would the royal family of Loan allow angels from other factions to enter Blackhand? They should be able to evacuate in a short time, Bernadette said. As Odis took out his pouch and staff, he tied the pouch over his pajamas and said, if something like this happens again, just let me know in advance. At least I'll be prepared to run. As he spoke, he stuffed his coat and other clothes into the spatial magic circle. Bernadette smiled and said, I was going to remind you when we went in earlier. Odis nodded, so when you heard I was going to give you a hug, you got so nervous you forgot. No, Bernadette said seriously, I just want to see you make a fool of yourself. Odis was at a loss for words for a moment. After a couple of seconds, he asked, what are your plans? I'll go downstairs in a bit, Bernadette said. Once you're hidden in the shadows, they won't be able to find you, so take that opportunity to escape. Odis was taken aback. are you sure you don't need to stay and help? Bernadette countered, do you want to deal with this mystical scholar, or with any angels that might exist? Odis smiled helplessly, I was hoping to show off in front of you, but I haven't had a good opportunity. Bernadette smiled and waved her hand, saying, no rush, I'll give you that opportunity in the future. Odis then took out the hermit ring from the spatial magic array and put it on. All right, I'm more professional at escaping. Then he asked, where should we meet? The Bay Bar. Bernadette was clearly prepared. She cautioned, don't use teleport, the other side's angels are most likely hiding in the spirit world. Odis nodded, okay. After the two of them were ready, Bernadette got up, opened the door, and left. Odis then used the power of the hermit's ring to lure himself into the shadows, and because of the favor of the night, even angels could not find him. After quietly opening the window, Odis, taking advantage of the moonlight, slid down the wall to the ground in the shadows. Just then, Odis noticed that in a corner not far away, a member of the middle sequence of the Moor's penitentiary was keeping watch. 99 Hilton Avenue. The mysterious queen, Bernadette, strolled down from the upper floor of this small villa. Sitting in the living room was Cecil, a demigod from the Ascetic Order of Moors. Bernadette said coldly, I did not invite you in. Cecil stood up and asked, have you said goodbye to your little lover? It's rather strange, because Cecil clearly saw through a certain sealed artifact that Bernadette entered the villa with a young man. When he entered, he only sensed Bernadette, but not the man. Cecil believed that Bernadette must have used extraordinary abilities to hide the other party. But the more this is the case, the more it shows that the man is quite important to Bernadette. Bernadette ignored the other person and asked instead, is it Toriopo? Or Letitia Austin? These are the names of two angels from the Moor's penitentiary. Cecil did not answer, but said, if you don't sabotage our plans again, I can let you go. Bernadette smiled and shook her head, are you going to try to summon an outer god from Blackhand again? Cecil still didn't answer, but said, I'm warning you again, don't try to sabotage our plans. Bernadette stared intently at the middle-aged man before her, and suddenly, she pulled a metallic mask from thin air and put it on her face. In an instant, the entire living room was enveloped by a chilling aura, and all the furniture and decorations around it emitted a pale white light, as if the place had suddenly fallen into the underworld. At the same time, a stream of information suddenly appeared in front of Bernadette, and the surrounding air and furniture immediately turned into scrolling streams of information. These information flows quickly formed an information vortex that enveloped Bernadette. If Bernadette were an ordinary saint, no matter how fast she escaped, a part of her body would definitely turn into information flow, thus suffering serious damage. But she was no ordinary person. The mask she wore made her surroundings deathly still, and even the information vortex seemed to freeze. Bernadette said coldly, then I'll give you a warning too. After saying this, her pupils turned white, and she swept her gaze across the two enemies in front of her with a look that seemed to freeze the air. All the creatures that came into her sight, including microorganisms invisible to the naked eye, had lost their lives. The angel from the Moss Ascetic Order immediately used a stream of information to shield his face, blocking the mysterious queen's view. The demigod Cecil's spiritual awareness gave him an early warning, and he quickly fled outside. Bernadette's gaze only swept over his arm, which immediately withered and died. Chapter 334, Chapter 333 Goodbye Audrey. Blackhand, Hilton Avenue. As Odis fled for his life outside the villa, he saw a figure in the darkness some distance away. With just one glance, Odis was certain that it was a Sequence 5, who was probably on lookout duty outside. According to the usual practice of the extraordinary organization, truly important figures would not engage in stalking, so they would always be accompanied by a group of subordinates on each mission. Google search TWKAN. To keep an eye on a big shot like the mysterious queen, you need at least a Sequence 5. Odis hesitated for less than a second before simply leaving the shadows not far from the other party. Today, the Moor's penitentiary has not only sent demigods but also angels, escaping is the priority now. Just then, a soul-piercing force suddenly appeared from the direction of the villa, causing the shadowy Odis to tremble as if something terrifying was chasing him from behind. He took a deep breath to steady himself before continuing his escape, still trembling. Just then, Sequence 5, who was hiding in the darkness, produced a ball of star sand and quickly escaped using flight. Coincidentally, the other party's escape route overlapped with Odis's. Or rather, in this surrounding area, the route Odis chose was the best escape route, which is why there was such an overlap. Odis thought to himself, don't blame me for this. However, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he fled a distance and entered a small alley. Once the trembling subsided, he suddenly approached the astrologer, Death. Although the astrologer, who was fleeing for his life, felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him, the immense mental pressure from the pale Death made him think it was an illusion, so all his thoughts were focused on escaping. At this moment, the sudden attack, once again an inescapable Death, sent the stunned astrologer flying. While still in midair, he coughed up blood. As he coughed up blood, he immediately threw out a life-saving scroll he had obtained from a demigod and chanted the incantation in ancient Hermes, illusion. He immediately turned into a phantom and vanished without a trace before Odis. Odis's spiritual senses failed to detect the other's presence, so he also tossed out a scroll that emitted a faint glow, misfortune. This is a scroll he developed using demigod-level materials obtained from the School of Life, which can make the target extremely unlucky for the next 3 seconds. Bang bang. The next second, although he disappeared without a trace, the seriously injured astrologer stumbled and unfortunately knocked over a trash can on the side of the street. Odis immediately pounced, gripping his right hand, which was clad in the harvest gloves, and a dozen fire crows instantly formed, flying and exploding around the trash can. The astrologer desperately tried to dodge, and he could have avoided it, but unfortunately, one of his legs cramped up. Boom. A fire crow struck the astrologer in the back, sending him flying. His blood betrayed him, and the explosion had worsened his injuries, leaving him unable to continue his escape. Odis had already rushed close, and with his glove-clad hand clenched into a fist, he unleashed the harvest ability. The astrologer suddenly felt his life rapidly slipping away, and collapsed to the ground, too weak to even crawl. At this moment, the staff of Gus in Odis's hand emitted a dazzling starlight, which instantly solidified into a star sword with tiny stars in its shape. Odis pierced the astrologer's back with his sword, the tip of the sword protruding from his chest. Because of the urgency, Odis took the opportunity to pick up the astrologer, who was not completely dead, and sent him into the wilderness of knowledge. The astrologer's life has ended, but he is not completely dead yet. There would be no problem in sending him into the wilderness of knowledge. At this moment, Cecil, the demigod with the missing arm, stumbled and turned into the alley. Even though he had already cut off the withered arm, the lost hand and forearm still caused him maddening pain. It was a pain that even demigods could not endure. As soon as Cecil turned into the alley, he saw a young man in pajamas selecting his astrologer subordinate into a spatial magic circle. Without pausing, the other person jumped into the darkness of the alley, as if jumping into water, without splashing any water, and disappeared completely. Cecil rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He was really gone. It wasn't that he entered the spirit world, nor that he became invisible, rather, his presence was imperceptible to both normal vision and spiritual awareness. Just then, Cecil felt a threatening gaze fixed on him. The gaze came from King's Road. Clearly, the Rune royal family had noticed the angel-level battle in the villa and had activated the corresponding level 0 seal artifact, looking in this direction. With that thought in mind, Cecil immediately hid in the spirit world. He wasn't the main target of that gaze, escaping through the spirit world wouldn't be a problem. Odis used the shadow form to move through the darkness and quickly escaped several streets. Because he had been using the Hermit ring for a long time, he left the shadow form in an alley. He was about to go out and find a horse-drawn carriage, but then he saw that he was wearing his pajamas, so he went deeper into the alley, where he changed his clothes amidst the stench of garbage and the stench of urine. He then put his bag and the Gus staff into the wilderness of knowledge. After quickly applying makeup, Odis left the alleyway filled with strong scents and hailed a horse-drawn carriage on the main street. She first went to the South Bridge area next door, and then hailed another horse-drawn carriage before heading to the Bay Bar. The bar wasn't very big, and the patrons were rather quiet, with only a few people talking quietly in the corner, making it feel like a library. Odis went to the bar, quietly ordered a beer, and waited for Bernadette while drinking it. Having just taken 3 or 4 sips of beer, Bernadette's tall and holy figure suddenly appeared in Odis's mind. Come out. Odis thought to himself, this way of contacting people is really convenient. He drank a few more sips of beer before getting up and leaving the bar. It was already late at night. Seeing that no one was around, Odis went to a corner of the street. As soon as his figure disappeared into the darkness, wings with illusory feathers appeared around him. Then, the illusory feathers vanished, and Odis disappeared with them. When he reappeared, he was in a spacious room. This is a bedroom with a fireplace, fully furnished with a bed, desk, wardrobe, sofa, and a small coffee table. Bernadette sat on the sofa, already drinking her tea. She looked at Odis and asked, was it successful? It went very smoothly, Odis said with a smile. I also managed to kill one of their lookouts. As he spoke, he looked around and immediately noticed, why doesn't this room have a door? This is my safe house in Backlund, Bernadette said with a smile. It wasn't designed with a door, and it moves around on its own. Sometimes I have to look carefully to find it. Odis exclaimed, what a magical room. Now there is such a problem, Bernadette said. Odis asked, what's the problem? Bernadette pointed to the bed, there's only one bed. Odis smiled, I've come to seek refuge with Her Majesty the Queen, so I'm practically a guest of yours, therefore. You're right, you are my guest, and it was thanks to you today that these hidden dangers of the Moor's penitentiary were brought to light, Bernadette said. So you'll sleep on the sofa. Odis opened his mouth, but did not continue to argue. Instead, he said, all right then. Bernadette was somewhat surprised, I thought you would insist a little longer. If I insist a little longer, will you give me the bed? Won't. Odis smiled helplessly, then why should I keep insisting? Bernadette waved her hand, and the wardrobe opened by itself, from which a pillow and a quilt flew out and landed steadily on the sofa. She then smiled and said, I think this kind of victory is meaningless. Odis smiled somewhat helplessly and sat down on the single sofa next to her. Is the sofa soft? Is it comfortable to sleep on? It's all right, Bernadette said. As for whether it's comfortable to sleep in, I haven't slept in it, so I'm not sure. She then changed the subject. The Ascetic Order of Moors doesn't seem to be planning anything major in Blackhand. She then recounted her previous conversation with Cecil, and concluded by saying, if they're going to carry out the same plan again, there certainly won't be any warnings or anything like that. Odis was taken aback. Then what are they doing in Blackhand? Bernadette shrugged. I don't know, I'll have to look into it slowly. Odis leaned back on the sofa. I'll also have my men keep an eye on this. Bernadette hummed in agreement, then stood up and said, it's getting late, you should get some rest. Odis took off her coat. Okay. The two lay down fully clothed, and Bernadette snapped her fingers, turning off the gas light in the room. The entire room was suddenly plunged into darkness, so dark that even Odis's enhanced eyes could not see far. Odis guessed that Bernadette had deliberately created the dark effect, but he didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep as soon as possible. At first, when he lay down, the sofa felt pretty good. But after lying down for a while, before she could fall asleep, Odis felt uncomfortable lying on the sofa. Opening her eyes again, Odis looked at the dimly lit ceiling and asked, were you asleep? Bernadette responded, she's asleep. You're talking even when you're asleep. Bernadette said with a hint of helplessness, do I still need to teach you meditation? The sofa is a bit uncomfortable, Odis said. I want to get used to it before I sleep on it. Would you like me to turn on the light for you? No need, Odis asked. Have you ever had the experience of lying in bed at night and chatting with someone? Bernadette immediately denied it, saying, no. I have. With your girlfriend? No, Odis smiled. I knew you were thinking the wrong way. That was when I was in school. I shared a dorm room with a few other students. We couldn't sleep at night, so we just lay in bed chatting. This topic also gradually piqued Bernadette's interest. What do you talk about? Let's talk about history, games, cars, horse-drawn carriages, warships, Odis replied. Bernadette pressed further, don't talk about female classmates. Let's talk about that too, Odis said. That's one of the topics. The mysterious queen remarked, I thought you were mainly talking about your female classmates. Odis laughed and said, there were so many interesting things back then. The main problem was that we were talking about war and warships when the conversation suddenly turned to female classmates, which was quite a downer. As for talking about female classmates, that would require a separate session. At this point, Bernadette asked, what's so interesting about history? Odis was momentarily speechless, mainly because Rune had only gradually become the world's #1 in the last century or so, and the gap between him and the next three was not that big, so it seemed there was really nothing to talk about. Yes, we mainly talked about historical figures, Odis smiled. For example, Emperor Roselle. Bernadette smiled and said, I see. Then she asked, there doesn't seem to be much to talk about with games, right? Besides, if you live in a dormitory, you're at least teenagers, still playing games. I misspoke earlier, we were talking about sports, specifically competitive sports games. Odis quickly changed the subject, sometimes I feel like my life is quite disjointed. Just over 2 hours ago, I killed an extraordinary. Now I'm lying on the sofa, having a conversation that helps me sleep, and I don't feel a bit guilty or uneasy at all. This shows that you have adapted to the life of an extraordinary, Bernadette said. Since we became extraordinary, battle and killing, madness and twistedness have been inseparable from us. I think this is why extraordinary individuals are prone to losing control. After all, we are not born into this world to fight, nor to constantly confront madness and distortion. Not every extraordinary person can adjust their mental state. Or rather, every one of us extraordinary individuals has some psychological issues to some extent. After a few seconds of silence, Odis said, your words have elevated the atmosphere of our bedtime chat tonight. A smile gradually crept onto Bernadette's face, then she suppressed the laughter in her voice. Late night chat is quite a fitting word. As they talked, Odis spoke less and less, and eventually fell asleep. Bernadette looked up at Odis on the sofa. Odis felt the room was dark because the mysterious queen's power was directed at him. To Bernadette, the room's light remained unchanged. At this moment, Odis looked peaceful, her breathing even, and she exuded an indescribable sense of tranquility. Bernadette lay back down, staring quietly at the ceiling, as if she were seeing a dazzling starry sky. It seemed to be the starry sky she saw when she was little, from the rooftop of her house, a sky that could bring her joy. The next morning, Odis felt unwell after getting up. Fortunately, he was already at sequence 5, and his physique was much stronger, otherwise he would definitely have suffered from back pain. Seeing that Bernadette was already seated in the armchair in front of the fireplace, he asked, "What would you like for breakfast?" Bernadette raised her hand, and a small wooden table appeared in front of her. Then, in her magnetic voice, she said, "Dinner is served." In an instant, a variety of food appeared on the small wooden table: bacon, croissants, cookies, pies, and drinks such as milk and juice. Odis exclaimed, "How convenient." He sat on the rug next to the small wooden table, ate a milk-flavored croissant, and then suddenly realized, These foods aren't just illusions, they'll just stay in my stomach for a while and then disappear, right?" "No," Bernadette explained. "This is a legendary table, said to have come from a magical carpenter. I don't know where this food came from, but there's nothing wrong with it, and it tastes all right. Sometimes I need to hide in the safe house for a period of time, so I eat at this small wooden table and can stay here for a week or two." Odis realized that this must be a fairy tale, but he didn't think he had ever heard it before. Then he thought about it again, and that made sense. There were so many stories in Grimm's fairy tales and Andersen's fairy tales, and he hadn't read many of them. Odis chuckled as he ate breakfast. "If I had a table like this, I could stay indoors for a year. However, the prerequisite is having a mobile phone to watch videos and a computer to play games, otherwise, if you're locked in a small, shabby room, you'll lose control in less than a month." After finishing breakfast, Odis said, "You won't be staying here again tonight, will you?" "No," Bernadette said. "I've also rented a few villas in Backlund. I'll let you know this afternoon where you'll be staying tonight." "Okay." Odis breathed a sigh of relief, "Then I'll go out and keep watch." Bernadette hummed in response, and with a simple gesture, Odis experienced a moment of disorientation, finding herself in the hallway of an apartment building. He paused for a moment, then seemed to come to his senses, walked through the corridor, went down the stairs, and appeared on the street outside. At this moment, Odis was still a little dazed and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "They're already this awesome by sequence 3. Odis did not act immediately, but instead went to a nearby hotel and booked a room by the hour. Once in the room, he lay comfortably on the bed, feeling that sleeping in bed was the most comfortable thing ever. Odis then used meditation to enter the wilderness of knowledge. The astrologer's corpse that was thrown in last night has already revealed extraordinary characteristics. After Odis casually smashed the central processing unit, he searched the corpse but found no magical items. However, he did find more than a dozen scrolls. 2 of the scrolls had a very special color, and it was unclear what material they were made of. They looked as smooth and lustrous as jade, and were clearly not ordinary scrolls. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis took it to the central processing unit for appraisal. It turned out to be a scroll made by a demigod. One of its abilities was to become illusory. During the time the scroll was effective, not only did it have the effect of invisibility, but the enemy's spirit could not sense the scroll's user at all. The other scroll is more aggressive, releasing a mass of knowledge that fills the brain, instantly rendering the target unable to resist. If you are not in a good state, it may trigger a precursor to loss of control. If you are in a good state, you may experience a mental block in the next 1 or 2 seconds, followed by slow reaction time in the next few seconds. Odis remarked, "At the level of demigods, scrolls are quite advanced. However, in demigod battles, it seems that mystical scholars don't have time to use scrolls, or rather, at that time, using their own skills is the fastest and most reliable method. It seems that the scrolls created by demigods have only one purpose, to train subordinates. It has another use." Odis thought to himself, the opening of the scroll shop is imminent. This kind of store can't be opened as casually as a magic medicine store, since the target audience for scrolls isn't ordinary people. Therefore, Odis plans to operate on a membership system, first recruiting members from the Mysticism Research Association and the Information Exchange Association, and then, after a period of observation, allowing them to introduce new members. However, the location of the shop was a bit of a headache for Odis. Although the military and the Church of the Goddess of Night were protecting her, the official extraordinary beings would turn a blind eye. However, we must still be wary of members of the Moor's Penitentiary or other secretive organizations that might come knocking and carry out sabotage. Bernadette's safe house gave Odis a good idea. He could create a space where he would appear periodically in a different location each time. Odis only had a rough idea, the rest of the detailed design was given to the 2 intelligent puppets. Odis then looked at the astrologer's corpse on the ground. Because he had been in the wilderness of knowledge, his spirit had not left his body, and his spirituality had not dissipated, so it was as if he had just died not long ago. So Odis took a magical item that had been seized earlier, which was meant to be used by spiritualists, and began to communicate with the spirits. Because he could borrow the aura of the wilderness of knowledge, he could easily enter a spiritual state, after infusing magical objects with spirituality. The spirit of the astrologer appeared beside the corpse, looking completely bewildered, as if he had lost most of his ability to think. Odis asked, "What is your purpose in coming to Blackhand?" The other party replied, "A thorough investigation of Odis Gard." Odis was taken aback, "They're coming for me." This reminded him that he had previously used the Gus staff to obtain information from Roselle Ray, a pillar of the Moss Ascetic Order, that a group of Moss Ascetic Order members seemed to be searching for him. To date, Cruz Island is not well known, and apart from those in the know, no one would associate the island with the mysterious admiral. So even though the wanted poster for Admiral Mystery bears the name Odis Gard, the members of the Morse Penitentiary still cannot find Odis on the high seas. Odis then asked, "What is the purpose of your investigation into Odis Gard?" "Have no idea." Odis changed the subject and asked, "Have you uncovered any valuable intelligence?" "We've located Odis's residence before he came to Blackhand," the astrologer said with a dazed look in his eyes. It's almost certain that Odis was a very special being. Odis was taken aback. "You only found this many clues?" "Yes." Odis couldn't help but chuckle. "Your investigation skills aren't that great either." He didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he used a potion to neutralize the corpse, disposed of it, and released the spirit from the wilderness of knowledge. After glancing once more at the two intelligent puppets conducting their research, Odis returned to the real world. After resting for a while, Odis checked out of the hotel and then used travel to arrive in Queens. In a corner, she used the faceless necklace to transform into the face of a middle-aged man and began to observe Duke Negan's mansion. Duke Negan is the leader of the Conservative Party in the Kingdom of Rune and one of the most powerful nobles in the entire kingdom. He owns a huge mansion in a prime location in the Queens district, with lawns covering several acres. Keep in mind, this is in Queens, Blackhand, and they're using such a huge space for nothing but planting grass. Odis thought to himself, how wonderful it would be to grow some vegetables. What a waste of such a large plot of land. From such a distance, nothing can be observed inside the villa. However, Odis was not in a hurry and walked towards the North District. Besides being a high-ranking nobleman, Duke Negan was also a senior official in Rune, commuting daily from his residence to the government street in the North District. Although Odis did not use his intelligence network to investigate Duke Negan, he was still able to roughly piece together a schedule of Duke Negan's daily routine based on some intelligence he had accumulated in the past. It would be difficult to carry out the assassination in the Duke of Negan's mansion and office area. Traveling on the road was the most convenient option, so Odis came on foot to scout out the location and find several ambush points. Odis walked leisurely from Queens to North. Although the two areas were separated by the Hilton district, the distance was not far because they did not need to cross the Tascart River. At noon, Odis ate a quick lunch, and then in the afternoon, he continued on his other journey. Around 5 p.m., Odis, now with a completely different demeanor, returned to Duke Negan's mansion. He saw a line of luxurious carriages entering the mansion and guessed that there must be a ball that night. After thinking for a moment, Odis used an invisibility scroll in a secluded corner, thus entering the mansion unnoticed. Odis noticed that extraordinary beings were questioning the guests at the entrance, including one who was a Sequence 6. He had heard before that since Lieutenant General Zelingas's assassination attempt on Duke Negan last year, Duke Negan had increased security at his residence. Even the goalkeepers are Sequence 6. Odis estimated that Duke Negan must have spent a lot of money or used his connections to hire at least 1 or 2 Sequence 5s. Duke Negan should always have a Sequence 5 companion with him. While in invisible form, Odis did not immediately enter the villa, but instead went to the servants' quarters at the back. First, he found a servant's outfit that fit him well, then he transformed into another person, put on the servant's clothes, and hurried towards the kitchen. The servants in the Duke's mansion were all very busy today and didn't notice the extra servant. But Odis knew very well that she could not enter the ballroom just like that, because the extraordinary one protecting Duke Negan there would definitely find Odis unfamiliar and thus notice something amiss. Odis kept his head down, appearing to be busy with everyone else, but in reality, he was waiting. After patiently waiting for more than half an hour, Odis finally found an opportunity and saw a waiter come out of the ballroom and hurry to the restroom. Odis pretended to need to urinate and followed him to the servants' private washroom. Seeing that no one was around, Odis infused the dream bracelet with spiritual energy, then suddenly stepped forward and glanced into the other person's eyes. This servant was just an ordinary person, and he was instantly hypnotized. While urinating, he said, "My name is Danny, and I live at 56 Screw Avenue in the Blackhand Factory District. I am currently a second-class valet, and my task tonight is to serve wine to the guests. The trick to this job is to serve the wine to guests as soon as they finish their drinks. Whether he takes it or not is his prerogative. If you find that the other person doesn't want the alcohol, you should politely ask if they would like juice or some other drink. When observing guests, one should be polite. For example, try to focus only on the guests' glasses and avoid making eye contact with them. If you accidentally make eye contact, smile or nod in acknowledgement. Odis stood behind the second-class male servant and said, "You can go back and rest for a while. You will fall asleep immediately after you go back and will not wake up for 2 hours. When you wake up, you find that you went back to your dorm to polish your shoes. After shining the shoes, I have to go back to work at the dance hall immediately. Because I'm so busy today, time flies by. 2 hours have already passed in the blink of an eye." Just then, Danny finished using the toilet, and Odis used an invisibility scroll to make Danny invisible to everyone. The second-class male servant then quickly returned to the servants' quarters. A short while later, Odis, disguised as Danny, came out. After carefully wiping his hands, he quickly returned to the ballroom. The dance party had already begun, and many people were dancing gracefully on the dance floor to the sound of the band playing. Of course, many more people were chatting in small groups with wine glasses in hand. In order to serve wine to the guests at any time, Odis could openly observe the guests in the ballroom. He quickly found the initiator of the ball, who was also the focus of the event, the Duke of Negan. The Duke's waist was already bloated, and his sharp, shrewd eyes were now filled with turbidity and desire. However, due to his excellent maintenance, his face had almost no wrinkles, and his black hair was still thick. Odis glanced at him twice before turning her gaze elsewhere. There was indeed a sequence 5 next to Duke Negan, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in an evening suit, with a cold look in his eyes. Odis, fearing discovery, did not have time to examine it closely. At this moment, Odis glanced at the ladies and young women, and an exceptionally beautiful figure appeared in Odis's line of sight. She had golden hair, a pure and elegant temperament, and emerald green eyes like the purest gemstones. She was none other than Justice Audrey Hall. Audrey wore a gorgeous but not complicated evening gown today, and every movement was elegant and natural, prompting Odis to exclaim, "She is truly a work of art by the creator." Odis then spotted the large golden dog in the corner of the ballroom. The dog immediately turned its head away after noticing Odis's gaze. Oops. Odis realized, my gaze seems to have lingered on Audrey for a little too long, well, more than a second. Ordinary people certainly wouldn't notice this, but it's hard to say what the audience would think. So, besides occasionally keeping an eye on Duke Negan and the extraordinary beings around him, Odis would also keep an eye on the golden-haired dog Susie, lest the guy cause trouble. About 20 minutes later, Audrey politely ended the conversation and walked towards the terrace outside the ballroom. She had just seen Susie wink at her, but she didn't know what Susie wanted to talk to her about. After the assassination attempt on Duke Negan, Audrey became extremely cautious whenever she attended a ball. However, she still had to deal with the ladies and young women at the ball, and it was inevitable that she would miss some details. Therefore, she knew very well that Susie's observations were very important. On the spacious terrace, several men were smoking and talking. When they saw Audrey come out, they politely put out their cigarettes and returned to the ballroom. Audrey thanked them politely. Once everyone else was on the terrace, Audrey asked softly, "What's wrong, Susie?" "Audrey, there's a servant who's acting strangely," Susie said. "He's clearly a second-class male servant, but I've seen him looking at Duke Negan several times. Generally speaking, the Duke and his guests are served by a chief valet or a first-class valet, and with them around, there is no need for a second-class valet to pay attention to the area. And I noticed that the way he looked at you was a little strange." Susie continued, "Most importantly, while the other male servants were mostly bowing their heads and slightly bending over, he was the only one with his back straight." Snap, snap, snap. Before Audrey could respond, applause rang out from behind, and a male voice said, "Your pet has a very keen eye." Audrey turned around abruptly and was surprised to see a man dressed as a servant come onto the terrace, which surprised her greatly, as her spiritual sense had not noticed it at all. Just as she was about to call for help, the man quickly said, "I am the captain." Audrey paused for a moment, then her expression turned to surprise. "You are?" Odis made a shush gesture, then said, "I have other things to do today, we'll talk later." "Okay." Audrey nodded immediately. Having managed to calm Audrey and Susie down, Odis quickly returned to the ballroom to avoid arousing suspicion. Susie looked at the surprised girl and asked, "Audrey, did he see me speak?" "It seems so." Audrey quickly composed herself. "Even if he didn't see it, he probably heard it. But don't worry, he will definitely keep it a secret for us." Susie then asked, "Who is he?" Audrey considered for a moment before smiling and saying, "A friend of mine." Then she added, "He is a very powerful, extraordinary being. I didn't expect you to discover his traces. You did a great job and you can be rewarded with a bag of cookies." "That's wonderful," Susie exclaimed, spinning around happily. At the ball that followed, Audrey remained a spectator and did not pay any attention to the servants until the ball ended and she rode back home in a carriage. After attending the ball, Audrey rode home alone. In her car were her personal maid, Annie, and her golden retriever, Susie. Just as Audrey was pondering how Mr. the Hermit would contact her, she suddenly saw a moving carriage. The door opened, and the Hermit casually got in and sat opposite Audrey. "Hello, Miss Hall." Upon learning that the Hermit was Lelouch, Audrey, meeting a member of the Tarot Club in the real world for the first time, was both surprised and nervous, and said, "Hello, Mr. Captain, or rather, Mr. Gar." They tacitly avoided using their code names at the Tarot meeting. As she greeted him, Audrey observed the young man opposite her. He was younger than she had imagined, with bright, intelligent eyes and a handsome face. The mustache on his upper lip added a touch of maturity to his appearance. At the same time, she noticed that Mr. Gar's suit had several creases that were difficult for ordinary people to notice, which suggested that he was a man who wouldn't pay much attention to such details. The trench coat he wore over his coat reflects his dislike of constraints and his free-spirited personality. Then Audrey noticed that and Susie seemed not to have seen Odis and did not react at all. Odis explained, "I have a seal on the audience pathway. I hypnotized them as you were leaving, so they can't see me now." Audrey smiled and said, "I never thought hypnosis could be used like this." Then she asked, "Mr. Gar, is there something you need that brings you to Blackhand?" Odis grunted in agreement, "I'm here to assassinate Duke Negan." Since she had run into righteous Audrey tonight, Odis figured the assassination attempt would be exposed soon enough. To prepare her mentally, Odis decided to explain her purpose. Audrey took a deep breath. "It's Duke Negan again." She continued, "You may not know this, but Hurricane General had previously attempted to assassinate Duke Negan, but Mr. Fool's angel killed Hurricane General. Audrey meant that the Fool did not want Duke Negan to be killed. The key point is that she really doesn't want Mr. Gar to hurt the people she knows. "I am also very familiar with the details of that assassination attempt," Odis said. Mr. Fool did not support Duke Negan. At this point, Odis shrugged and said, "I will ask the Fool to pass on some information about Duke Negan in a moment. I think you will have a new perspective on this nobleman after reading it." Audrey frowned slightly and said, "No matter what, please don't kill innocent people. After you've reviewed the information, you can choose to report me or pretend you know nothing about it," Odis said with a smile. "Do you remember what I said when I was still Lelouch? I don't have prejudices against all nobles." Chapter 335, Chapter 334 Assassination of Duke Negan. Inside the moving luxury carriage. Odis's words startled Audrey. She thought for a moment before saying, "Duke Negan's reputation is fairly good." "What you call reputation is just the evaluation of the aristocratic circle," Odis said. "There are also things that the nobles disdain to discuss." He smiled and said, "Let's take a look at the information I provided first." Audrey nodded slowly and said nothing more. Odis smiled and said, "It's been a long time. Let's talk about something happy." "But I have a hard time finding topics that make me happy," Audrey lamented. Audrey was far from happy after learning that the Hermit's target was Duke Negan. "I have another purpose for coming to Blackhand," Odis smiled. "During an exploration mission, I found a gentleman who was trapped in a special space. He is a Blackhand, and has been trapped there for over 100 years. Now he has finally returned to the real world, and he hopes I can help him find his family." "More than 100 years?" Audrey was drawn to the new topic. What an amazing experience. Did it help him find his family? Found it. Odis began to talk about Longsel, and as he had expected, Audrey temporarily stopped talking about Duke Negan. After chatting for a few more minutes, Odis said goodbye and left. After the carriage door was closed again, Anne and Susie, who were in the same carriage, seemed to suddenly come back to their senses, feeling as if they had been in a daze for a moment. Then Susie wondered why Audrey's expression had become so serious in the blink of an eye. But now was not the time to ask these questions. After they got home and the maids helped Audrey change into her pajamas and left, Susie dared to ask, but Audrey spoke first. "Susie, keep watch at the door for me, I have something important to do." Seeing Audrey's serious expression, Susie realized that now was not the right time to offer a dog treat as a reward, so she replied, "Okay, Audrey." While Susie waited outside the door, Audrey entered her study and obtained a stack of documents through a bestowal ritual. Only then did Audrey give Susie a bag of dog biscuits, and then she began to carefully examine the ingredients. The more you look at it, the more shocking it becomes. You never imagined that the Duke of Negan had brutally suppressed a workers' strike and even killed a farmer working on his estate, simply because the farmer's greeting was not polite enough. There are also several legal brothels in Byam, which are also owned by the Duke of Negan, and the women there are almost all lured there from the east side of Blackhand. Their fate was tragic. After falling ill or growing old, they were driven onto the streets, and most of them died miserably in Byam. These things account for less than 1/20th of the entire document. For a moment, Audrey fell silent. She had no intention of reporting Mr. Hermit. Her original plan was to pray to Mr. Fool, explaining that Mr. Hermit intended to assassinate Duke Negan, and asking Mr. Fool to step in and resolve the matter. But at this point, she didn't know how to tell the Fool about it. In Audrey's mind, Mr. Fool had always been the nemesis of evil, but now Duke Negan was clearly evil. Moreover, she never expected that Duke Negan, who always seemed so kind, had a vicious side. 68 West 2nd Street, West Blackhand. Following Bernadette's directions from the afternoon, Odis arrived at the townhouse, and as he was about to ring the doorbell, the door opened by itself. However, there was someone in the living room this time. Bernadette sat on the sofa and asked, "Have you had dinner yet?" "I've already eaten." Odis went to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water, glancing around as she did so. The environment here is quite nice. Bernadette noticed that something seemed off with Odis. Is the mission not going well? Odis gave a wry smile. Weepin noticed. You noticed? Bernadette was taken aback. Who? Fortunately, she was someone I knew before, Odis said. I managed to calm her down for the time being. However, the assassination needs to be brought forward. I plan to carry out the assassination tomorrow morning. Bernadette frowned. It's too rushed. Yes, it was too rushed. Odis smiled. But it's all right, as I said before, that Duke wasn't difficult to kill. Bernadette nodded. Don't hesitate to ask if you need help. Odis hummed in agreement and finished the water in her glass. I need to rest early tonight. I'm going to Queen's Road at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bernadette got up and led Odis to the room prepared for him. Lying in bed, Odis immediately used meditation to fall asleep. Tomorrow would be a fierce battle, and he had to be in top condition. At 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, a spiritual reminder made Odis suddenly open his eyes. After a short while, he got up, put on his nightly clothes that allowed him to move around easily, then took his leather bag and checked the scrolls. Then he took out all the sealed items, placed them beside him, put on the leather sheath containing the Gus staff, and finally put on the black spider arm guards with 2-meter-long blades, changing his appearance. The final preparation was to use a crystal ball to divine whether today's actions would go smoothly, and the result was, there will be twists and turns, but overall it will be smooth. Having made all the preparations, Odis used her ability to travel to arrive at a corner of Queen's Road. The moment Odis appeared in the real world from the spirit world, she used an invisibility scroll and waited quietly by the roadside. According to the information about the Duke of Negan that Odis had accumulated before, as he grew older, the Duke of Negan's sleep time decreased significantly, and he would leave for his office before 6 o'clock in the morning. Odis hid in the thin mist, waiting quietly. After using many invisibility scrolls, the iron gates of Duke Negan's mansion suddenly opened, and 7 luxurious carriages sped out. The convoy sped past Odis, the curtains all closed, obscuring the view inside the carriages. Odis had a vague feeling that there seemed to be a sequence 5 in one of the carriages at the back. He didn't chase after them immediately, but instead planned to wait and go to the first fork in the road to see which way the convoy would take. There are 5 roads leading from here to the office in the North District, and the convoy may not necessarily take any of them. Just as Odis was about to use his travel ability, he suddenly thought, I wonder if Duke Negan has any magical items that can grant him travel ability. But then he thought that even if he had one, it was unlikely that he would use it when commuting to and from get off work, since he was always under the protection of his secretary and bodyguards. He couldn't possibly equip each of his secretary and bodyguards with a magical item that could travel, could he? Otherwise, if he were the only one to teleport to the office would become the most dangerous place. The key point is that these nobles are very particular about appearances and are unlikely to do anything on their own. Oedipus felt that the dignity of the nobility was a joke, and it was with this mindset that he did something like traveling directly from home to the office. With these thoughts in mind, Odis used travel to reach the first fork in the road. After learning which route the other party would take, he used travel again to reach the first good ambush location. Because it was still quite early, there were only a few homeless people on the streets. While invisible, Odis put on the ceiling artifacts one by one and waited quietly. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Odis saw the lantern swaying back and forth in the dim mist before dawn. Odis planned to attack the second carriage, hoping to glean a rough idea of which carriage the Duke of Negan was in by observing their reaction. The carriage continued its rapid journey, and the destination arrived near Odis. Odis took a deep breath and struck suddenly. A spider leg over 2 meters long suddenly extended from the arm guard on his right arm, and with the ease of slicing tofu, he sliced the second carriage in half. Sitting in the carriage was a young man with a surprised expression. Before he could even draw his gun, the half of the carriage he was in, which had been cut off, crashed into the wall. Adi immediately sensed something was wrong, so instead of attacking immediately, he observed the reactions of the other carriages. The other carriages ignored Odis and drove past her as quickly as possible. At that moment, the door of a carriage at the rear opened, and a man in his 30s with a cold expression jumped out. It was a Sequence 5 user. He raised his hand and said, "Imprison." At the same time, a firework was set off from a carriage ahead. Odis used Flash to dodge the opponent's imprisonment, and at this point he was certain that Duke Negan was not in the caravan at all. Otherwise, these carriages would definitely be full of staff or bodyguards, and there wouldn't be a situation where there is only one person in such a large carriage. Moreover, this Sequence 5, Punishment Knight, did not choose to immediately protect a carriage, but instead immediately planned to stall the assassin. That firework was meant to send a message, calling for more people to come and help. With this in mind, Odis did not linger in the fight. Instead, he deliberately used the Hermit ring to slip into the shadows in front of the Punishment Knight. Odis's plan for this assassination was not to use the Scepter of Disaster. Although this level 1 sealed artifact was powerful, it would cause too much of a commotion and could also expose him. Then, by using sealed objects and scrolls, the clues are guided towards the Aurora Society, at least creating the illusion that this is an extraordinary individual through the secret prayer pathway. So for this attack, Odis simply used her trench coat to cover the leather bag containing the scrolls and the leather case containing the goose's staff. Since he hadn't yet used his highly discerning abilities, Odis immediately withdrew, escaping from the shadows to the next street, and then immediately entered the spirit world. The Punishment Knight was stunned for a moment, not expecting the assassin to disappear so suddenly. Then, as if he had just remembered something, he quickly ran back. A second or two later, Odis reappeared in front of Duke Negan's mansion, and he immediately cast an invisibility scroll on himself. It was still dark, and many rooms in the official residence still had lights on. Odis estimated the time, quickly made a prediction, and flashed along Queen's Road toward the north end. As they left Queen Street and arrived at Jonathan Avenue in the Hilton district, Odis saw 3 carriages rushing toward them. Just as Odis had predicted, since there was a caravan providing cover, the real Duke Negan's carriage must have set off shortly after the fake caravan departed. It's impossible for the convoy providing cover to have already arrived at its destination while the real convoy hasn't even set off yet, otherwise, the cover would have been wasted. Therefore, Odis did not break into Duke Negan's residence, but instead quickly searched along the route. Jonathan Avenue is not the best ambush location because it is too close to Queen's Road. Many noble families have extraordinary bodyguards in their homes, or the nobles themselves are extraordinary. If a fierce battle breaks out here, they will definitely come to check, and then the enemy will likely increase in number. Therefore, we must end the battle as soon as possible. Odis lunged forward, throwing out a scroll designed specifically for this assassination. Charge! A scroll made from the Stone of Iron Laws was thrown out, creating a powerful spiritual impact within a radius of tens of meters. The horses pulling the 3 carriages, as well as the drivers, immediately fainted. Not only them, but also ordinary people within a radius of several dozen meters, as well as all sentient beings, fainted. Odis's bottom line has always been that it's okay for one more extraordinary being to be killed, but he should try his best not to involve ordinary people. After all, from the moment they take the potion, the extraordinary individuals enter a very cruel world, and the power they gain from taking the potion is tantamount to them accepting everything in this cruel world. Because the horses suddenly fell, all 3 carriages went out of control one after another. However, extraordinary individuals will not faint, especially those in the middle sequence of extraordinary individuals. They will only feel a throbbing or uncomfortable sensation in their head, which will subside after a few seconds. Odis had already rushed forward and used a second scroll, Dream. This scroll was created using the Imagination Fruit. In an instant, Lockhart Syakam, the Duke of Negan's secretary, fought against the imagined enemy and jumped off the carriage. Duke Negan was trying his best to blow the conch shell he had imagined, hoping to get the Singer of God, Ace Snake, to come and help as soon as possible. When Odis saw that Duke Negan's secretary alighted from the second carriage, he immediately had a target in mind, death. He burst through the wooden carriage door, punching Duke Negan out of the carriage and sending him crashing to the ground. At this moment, the effect of the Imagination Scroll had worn off, and the seriously injured Duke Negan regained his senses and quickly reached out to grab the real conch shell. Of course, Odis wouldn't give him that chance. From the black spider arm guards, long spider legs extended, piercing the conch shell, causing it to deflate, and also piercing Duke Negan's chest. Chaos. Lockhart, the secretary who had recovered from his daydream, immediately used his extraordinary abilities on Odis. Odis's mind went somewhat confused, and instead of delivering the final blow to Duke Negan, he took out the Gus staff and charged toward Lockhart. The secretary breathed a slight sigh of relief, but at that moment, the head of the Gus staff shone brightly, and the light of dawn descended upon the surroundings. The dawn's light had the power to unravel all extraordinary illusions, and the confusion in Odis's mind was alleviated. But instead of returning to attack Duke Negan, who was struggling to escape, he used a scroll on the secretary, who was at sequence 5, Chaos. Lockhart hadn't expected the assassin to have a scroll with similar abilities to his own, so he quickly went to the location where the twisted scroll had exploded. He discovered that the scroll was of very high quality, and his ability to twist it had almost no effect on it. The next second, Lockhart was affected by the scroll and fell into a state of confusion. He abandoned the enemies in front of him and rushed to protect Duke Negan. The starlight on the tip of the staff of Goose in Odis's hand shone brightly, and a dawn-like light descended around him once again. The light quickly solidified, forming a huge two-handed greatsword, which stabbed fiercely towards the secretary's back. Imprisonment. A sequence 6 judge climbed out from another carriage and stopped Odis in time. But the Sword of Dawn in his hand could cut through all the extraordinary. Odis shattered the cage and once again stabbed Lockhart. At this moment, Lockhart's chaotic state was almost over, and he was on guard, avoiding vital points. Odis only stabbed him in the right shoulder, almost severing his entire shoulder. The intense pain brought Lockhart's chaotic state to an early end, but Odis immediately followed with another scroll, saying in ancient Hermes, "Art." Lockhart's spirit immediately sensed the threat and fled in a different direction from Duke Negan. At this point, attracting the assassin's attack is also a good thing. But to the secretary's surprise, the scroll contained an area of effect attack skill. Odis snapped his fingers with a snap. The chest cavity of Duke Negan, who had previously been wounded in the chest, was blown open right in front of Lockhart, with his spine and ribs exposed and his internal organs almost completely destroyed. But Duke Negan, being an extraordinary being, was not completely dead, he was simply lying on the ground, unable to get up. Even a Sequence 6 would not survive such severe injuries, his brain might still function normally for a while. Instead of immediately killing Duke Negan, Odis snapped his fingers at Lockhart again. Snap. Wait a minute, Secretary Lockhart hadn't finished speaking when he was blown into the sky. Because his injuries were more severe than Duke Negan's, the explosion was more powerful, blowing his head, along with half of his chest and left shoulder, off. When it hit the ground, it was already in 2 pieces. The scroll that Odis used was created using the talks of the true creator and the blood of the black spider. It is much more powerful than a regular flesh bomb and is a scroll specifically designed for this battle. Moreover, Odis knew what the secretary wanted to say, because this guy seemed to be an informant for the Twilight Hermits and was probably trying to save his life by exposing his identity. How could Odis possibly give him such an opportunity? His first mate, Bazel, was waiting for this secretary's promotion. If the Twilight Hermits ask, just say you don't know, since they haven't said anything anyway. Of course, the Twilight Hermits will most likely not ask such a question. Odis then looked at the judge who had just climbed out of the car. The man had been affected by the Impact Scroll and the Imagination Scroll in succession, and had only just recovered when he covered Lockhart's movements. At this point, seeing that Duke Negan was beyond saving and Lockhart was also dead, the judge immediately fled. Snap. Another snap of the fingers. The judge had just scraped his left hand, and it was this minor injury that was blown away by his own flesh and blood. Odis suddenly used Flash to follow up, Harvest. He killed the severely injured Sequence 6 with a single punch. Meanwhile, Duke Negan finally died in agony. At this moment, Odis raised the Staff of Gus, its tip gleaming with starlight. The corpses of the 3 extraordinary beings were blown together and then fell to the distance of the battlefield. Then, the staff of the Gus staff shone brightly, and a layer of white light belonging to the death pathway descended around it, and the extraordinary characteristics of the 3 people quickly emerged. After picking up the trait, Odis didn't have time to search the person before throwing out a scroll, whispering. This scroll was designed using the whispers of the true creator. Odis invested a considerable amount of money in this assassination mission because the whispers of the true creator could only produce 9 scrolls, and 2 of them were used here. A maddening, hysterical murmur resounded, and the remaining spirits of Duke Negan and the other 2 were completely powerless to resist. They were immediately corrupted, and even if they tried to communicate with spirits, they would not be able to obtain any useful information. Not only their spirits, but also the surrounding natural spirits were affected, unable to provide any useful clues to the official extraordinary beings. This is why Odis blew their corpses far away, otherwise, the unconscious ordinary people and horses would be affected by the talking and turn into monsters. Odis quickly checked the scene to make sure no clues were left behind, and then, adhering to the principle of making the performance complete, she quickly jumped back into the shadows. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. This scene was witnessed by the Punishment Knight, who came to provide support from the fake convoy. Seeing the scattered internal organs and flesh fragments on the ground, as well as large patches of blood, the Punishment Knight was stunned for 3 seconds before reacting and checking if Duke Negan could still be saved. Afterwards, Duke Negan's bodyguards arrived one after another, and some extraordinary individuals from Queen's Road also came to check the situation. However, because the fireworks set off earlier misled the first batch of extraordinary forces providing support, the police and official extraordinary individuals arrived more than 20 minutes later. About half an hour after Duke Negan died, Ace Snake, the Singer of God, arrived by flying. He had been taking a walk in the park and hadn't received the message from his subordinates immediately. Byam Port. A middle-aged man with deep-set eyes disembarked from the passenger ship with simple luggage. This is Klein's new look. He plans to stay in Byam for a while before heading back to Backlund. Klein quickly left the port, intending to find a hotel to stay in first. As soon as he stepped off the dock, he was about to wave to the horse-drawn carriage not far away when he heard a newsboy shout, "A special edition just delivered from Backlund by airship. Duke Negan has been assassinated." Klein took out a penny. A newspaper, please. After taking the newspaper from the newsboy, he read the contents while thinking to himself, the Hermit is really fast. Klein felt something was wrong when the Hermit suddenly provided Justice with information about Duke Negan yesterday. He glanced through the materials and guessed that the Hermit might be plotting against Duke Negan, hoping that Miss Justice could provide some information. In order to better persuade Miss Justice, the Duke Negan's evil deeds were exposed. But Klein did not expect that the next morning he would see the news of the assassination of the Duke of Negan. After glancing at the report briefly, Klein put away the newspaper and walked toward the horse-drawn carriage. Klein didn't have much subjective opinion about the death of Duke Negan. As someone from the Eastern University in the Common Era, he didn't hate the nobles of that time, but he certainly didn't admire or like them either. Klein got involved in the assassination attempt on Hurricane Admiral Zelingus because both Justice and the Hanged Men were involved in the incident, and he was dragged into it as well. It doesn't mean that he secretly supported Duke Negan. Backlund, Queen's Road, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey, who hadn't slept well the night before, arrived at the restaurant and, finding neither her father nor brother there, asked her mother, Caitlin, where's father? I had to go out urgently. Caitlin took a sip of juice and said, with the assassination of the Duke of Negan, both the conservatives and the progressives will be very busy today. What? Audrey didn't hide her surprise. So, when did this happen? She had just blurted out so fast. Yesterday she had just encountered the Hermit spying on her at the ball, and today Duke Negan was killed. It's said to have happened around 5 a.m. today, Caitlin, who knew some of the details, said. The assassins ambushed Duke Negan on his way to work. Audrey sat down in her seat, took a deep breath, and said, Mother, I remember that Duke Negan has some special abilities. She was subtly reminding her mother that Duke Negan was an extraordinary being, and whether his death was also related to being extraordinary. I don't know the specifics either, Caitlin said. I've only heard that the scene was horrific. Audrey was at a loss for what to do. Although she knew the killer was probably the Hermit, she couldn't provide these clues to the official extraordinary. But doing nothing made her feel inexplicably guilty. After quickly sketching her own psychological profile, Audrey probably realized that the reason she felt guilty was because the Duke of Negan had always been kind to her, often giving her gifts, and even giving her a large rubber plantation after exposing the assassination attempt on Zelingus. But she didn't choose to help Duke Negan, which is why she felt somewhat guilty. Audrey ate breakfast in a somewhat downcast mood and seemed preoccupied all morning. At lunchtime, Earl Hall, Audrey's father, and Hilbert Hall, Audrey's older brother, appeared in the dining room. Audrey quickly inquired about the assassination of Duke Negan. Judging from the scene, it was probably done by an organization called the Aurora Society, Earl Hall said, referring to the information he had received from the official extraordinary individuals. The only thing that puzzled the police was that the members of that organization were extremely crazy and brutal. The assassins brutally murdered Negan and his secretary, but the coachmen were only knocked unconscious and were not seriously injured. Hilbert said, perhaps time was of the essence, and the assassins didn't have time to kill them. Count Hall said nothing, but clearly had a different opinion. Audrey had a corresponding understanding of this. In the heat of battle, killing an ordinary person was often easier than stunning them. Hearing this news stopped Audrey from wavering. Clearly, the Hermit's bottom line was still intact, and he had not killed any innocent people. Then she recalled the information provided by the Hermit that Duke Negan was guilty of heinous crimes and deserved to be punished. 68 West 2nd Street, West Backland. Sitting on the sofa, Odis looked at the newspaper in his hand. These reporters are really good at making things up. They actually said that I had been lying in wait for several weeks and that I even used a small cannon during the assassination. Bernadette, who was standing nearby, said, judging from the situation at the scene, it does look like it has been bombed by artillery shells. Odis folded the newspaper. The more they can fabricate, the safer I am. Then he stood up and said, I heard there's a restaurant in Byam that makes pretty good fish soup. Let's go there for lunch. I'll go back to Backlund this afternoon and visit the National Art Gallery. I've heard it has a lot of collections from kings and nobles. Art galleries occasionally invite nobles to display their collections, which is an opportunity for the nobles to demonstrate their taste and power, so they are generally happy to send their collections. Bernadette smiled and said, you don't seem to be under any pressure at all. Right now, all the official beyonders in Backlund probably want to catch you. Odis smiled and said, what does the assassin who tried to kill Duke Negan have to do with me, a tourist? Let's do whatever we want. Bernadette thought it made sense, so she had no objection and got up with Odis to use her extraordinary abilities to have a meal in Byam. Byam, Old Quinn Fish Restaurant. Klein was enjoying the restaurant's signature fish soup when suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked towards the restaurant's entrance. Then his eyes lit up as he saw Bernadette, with her heroic air, enter wearing a simple yet beautiful long dress. Klein was slightly dazed, as if he had returned to the common era and was seeing a woman from high society. He then thought to himself, Bernadette's style of dress was indeed greatly influenced by Roselle. Then Klein looked at Bernadette's side, where a young man stood, handsome and cheerful, with a mustache on his upper lip that gave him a mature air. Gar. Odis Gard. Klein immediately recognized that the person who came in with Bernadette was the Hermit. Although he was made up and had a completely different appearance and demeanor than when they explored Whale Island together, Klein, who had the ability of the Faceless Man, still recognized him immediately. However, he concealed his surprise well, looked away, and continued eating. Moreover, his gaze just now wasn't abrupt. After all the men in the restaurant had looked at Bernadette. It would have been suspicious if Klein hadn't looked over. Klein then thought to himself, the Hermit's mental fortitude is truly remarkable. He completed the assassination this morning and still has the mind to come to the restaurant for lunch. This indirectly shows that the Hermit is very confident in his actions and is not afraid of being found by the official extraordinary individuals. Neither Odis nor Bernadette noticed Klein. The main reason is that Gehrman Sparrow's character is highly recognizable, while Klein's new image is quite common in Backlund, so neither of them paid attention to Klein. Odis thought the fish soup in this restaurant was alright, or rather, he felt that the food in various countries of the northern continent was all pretty much the same and not to his liking, so he could only describe it as alright. During their conversation, Odis told Bernadette that he should be able to establish a cooperative relationship with the Church of Knowledge soon, and that he would be going to Remburg to develop his career in the near future. Bernadette paused for a moment, then casually uttered an "oh." In the afternoon, the two returned to Backlund and strolled around the art museum. Odis personally felt that it was more meaningful than the Kingdom of Lone Museum. At least he saw many precious artifacts, although most of them were looted. On the return journey, Odis bid farewell to Bernadette, having been away for several days to see the sea. Odis's favor of the night has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it is very easy to completely hide one's tracks, and even demigods would have difficulty detecting them. The downside was that even Odis's messengers couldn't find him, so they had to deliver the letter to a fixed place, which was the captain's cabin of the Argo. So if a friend or subordinate has an emergency, they can't find Odis at all. Odis hasn't been to the captain's cabin for 4 days, he needs to go back and check on it. Back at their lodgings, Bernadette watched as Odis left the living room, using a journey to travel. After a few minutes of traveling in the spirit world, Odis returned to the captain's cabin and continued his voyage to Cruz Island. The following morning, a thin fog rose over the waters surrounding Cruz Island, where a heavy rain had just fallen. The Argo and Golden Dream sailed through the mist and across the sea, arriving near Cruz Island as the island's inhabitants were having breakfast. Odis flew aboard the Golden Dream and smiled as he said to the Iceberg Admiral standing at the bow, "We've come at just the right time. We'll be dismantling the dam soon and filling the newly renovated port with seawater." Iceberg Admiral Edwina looked at the dam for a while before saying, "Those dams seem to be made of wood, don't they?" Odis smiled and said, "I designed a waterproof array on it, which is more convenient than a concrete dam for short-term use." Edwina nodded and said, "I'll go take a look." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly turned azure, and a gust of wind blew her up, carrying her towards the dam. Odis, as the master, also flew over. Upon arriving at Moon Bay, Edwina realized that the port renovation project was extensive. Inside the dam was a large and deep pit, with a layer of stones lining the bottom to effectively prevent the seawater in the port from becoming turbid. Lieutenant General Iceberg made a quick visual estimate and found that most of the docks in this port were at least 20 meters deep. A rectangular dock extends from the front of the town. The soil beneath the dock was not removed, instead, a sturdy dock was built on top of that soil using concrete. The shoreline of the circular bay has also been transformed into a wharf. Edwina didn't know what the port used to look like, but it was now an excellent deepwater port capable of accommodating more than 100 large ships. This is definitely a huge undertaking for a remote island. However, Edwina did not reveal her true thoughts, but instead began to examine the magic circle inside the dam. At the same time, she noticed that the area around Moon Bay was already crowded with people, who were probably all there to see the water being released into the harbor. These people were probably ordinary people, but they didn't seem very surprised by the flying technique and wind control technique. Instead, they pointed at the dam rather than the two people flying in midair. There were also a few people at the bottom of the port, seemingly conducting a final inspection. Besides that, there were two people guarding the dam, each carrying a sealed bucket on their back. While observing the details around her, Edwina also took in the magic circle. To her disappointment, this magic circle, like the previous spirit-trapping magic circle, was filled with many Gar runes that she couldn't understand at all. Beep. Just then, a whistle rang out from the shore. Odis said, "We're starting the final preparations for the flood discharge." Edwina had memorized all the runes and symbols of the magic circle, so she looked toward the port, wondering how to dismantle the wooden dam with the magic circle. Beep. At this moment, the second whistle sounded, and the few people who had been doing the final check at the bottom of the harbor had already left. The two men guarding the dam suddenly jumped and quickly climbed to the top of the dam, which was more than 20 meters high. It was only when they moved that Edwina realized they were two extraordinary puppets. Judging solely from their appearance and movements, they are indistinguishable from real people. Although Odis didn't say anything and Edwina didn't ask, she knew very well that these puppets had definitely undergone some improvements compared to the extraordinary puppets she had seen for the first time on the Argo. Beep. The third whistle blew, and two extraordinary puppets standing on top of the dam took off the buckets on their backs, unscrewed the lids, and then quickly poured the liquid from the buckets from the middle to both sides onto the inner wall of the dam. The liquid in the bucket was a special and extraordinary potion. It flowed down the inner wall, washing away the magic array above it completely. Click. Ordinary wood simply could not withstand the pressure of seawater. Initially, a large hole was torn open from the bottom, and then the hole in the wooden dam grew larger and larger until the entire wooden dam collapsed rapidly. A massive amount of seawater surged into the harbor, startling onlookers on the surrounding docks who screamed and retreated in terror. However, no seawater ultimately crashed onto the shore. It simply filled the harbor quickly and soon returned to calm. The crew of the Golden Dream were stunned by what they saw. They had thought it was just a small island with a small port. Only when the seawater filled the harbor did they realize that it was actually a port at the level of a small city. After the sea level returned to normal, someone started cheering at the port. Soon the cheers infected those around them, and cheers rose and fell. Amidst the air, Edwina asked Odis, somewhat bewildered, what are they cheering for? Celebrate the completion of this port. Odis smiled and said, during the construction of this port, we always told the workers that it was thanks to their hard work that this port was able to be transformed. Chapter 336, Chapter 335, Iceberg Admiral visits Cruz Island. At the new pier on Cruz Island. Odis explained to Edwina, at first, nobody took it seriously because they thought that since I paid for the construction of this port, it was my property and had little to do with them. But things are different now. The spectacular sight they just witnessed has ignited their sense of pride, making them realize that they also contributed to such a magnificent project. Edwina paused for a moment, you plan to give this port to the residents here. But she suddenly realized halfway through her sentence, you're not trying to cultivate their sense of collectivism, are you? Taiwanese novel website. Upon hearing the phrase, collective consciousness, Odis recalled the relevant knowledge. It was a concept proposed by Emperor Roselle, also known as national consciousness or state consciousness. The general idea is that by ensuring the public has sufficient understanding of their nation and country, and by cultivating their sense of national and patriotic pride, they can be more effectively organized and made clear to them who they should be loyal to and who their enemies are. When Edwina saw Odis smiling without saying a word, she knew that her guess was roughly correct. At this moment, she felt something was strange. A pirate was cultivating a group of natives' collective consciousness. This sounds magical. Odis did not continue the conversation but instead waved to the Argo and directed it into Moon Bay. Next, the Argo and the Golden Dream became the first ships to enter the port. After both pirate generals ordered their respective crews to move around freely, Odis led Edwina to the streets of the port town. Odis pointed to the wide street and explained, in the beginning, the street wasn't this wide. Back then, this place was just like a typical pirate town, with buildings all over the place and the alleys being very winding. Fortunately, those are all wooden houses, and as long as we have enough manpower, we can move them to a relatively easy location. So I seriously renovated this town. At this point, he suddenly remarked, these well-organized streets still look more comfortable. Edwina noticed that the main street of the town had been paved and that workers were installing streetlights on both sides of the street. However, these streetlights were higher than normal gas streetlights, and Edwina did not see any workers laying gas pipes. Odis led Edwina to a street lamp that was about to be installed, and the surrounding workers quickly bowed to Odis. Odis waved for them to continue and said to Edwina, this is what I wanted you to see. As he spoke, he squatted down and pointed to the metal parts in front of him, saying, the structure of this street lamp is very simple, consisting only of a base, a pole, a lampshade, and a light bulb. The base isn't anything special, I just wanted you to see the light bulb. As he spoke, he picked up a wooden box from the side, opened it, and a bright light shone out, so bright that even in daylight, it was a bit dazzling for Edwina. Inside the wooden box were palm-sized, spirit-storing crystals, crystals brimming with spiritual energy, their brightness comparable to the streetlights Odis remembered. Odis took one out and handed it to Edwina, hold it in your hand and feel it. Edwina took it and immediately felt the surging spirituality stored within the spirit storage crystal. She paused for a moment before asking, what kind of material is this? Edwina initially thought it was an illuminating crystal, a type of crystal that emits light for a long time, but because it is rare, it is very expensive. Edwina thought that the mysterious admiral had discovered a batch of lighting crystals somewhere, which was why he planned to use them here. She believed it was a discovery of crystals, rather than a purchase, because she knew very well that it would cost a fortune, and Odis wouldn't waste gold pounds on such a place. It was only when Edwina held the light bulb in her hand that she realized it seemed to be a material she had never seen before, capable of continuously emitting light as long as it possessed a spirit. This is a material I discovered by chance during one of my research projects. Odis reached out and took the light bulb. As long as it's infused with spiritual energy, it can maintain this brightness for a whole year. Edwina looked at the spirit storage crystal in front of her and asked, "What's the cost?" Stein replied honestly, "In the long run, it is much cheaper than using gas." Edwina then asked, "Is the manufacturing process complicated?" "It's a bit complicated, but the production process is simple. Most of the procedures can be handled by ordinary workers after sufficient training. This is definitely a material that can change the lighting industry," the iceberg general concluded. Odis put the energy storage crystal back into the wooden box, then smiled and said, "How about we go up to the top of the mountain and talk?" Edwina nodded, "Okay." Odis grabbed Edwina's arm and used travel to take her to a giant rock on a high mountain. From here, you can overlook the east and south of Cruz Island. Edwina saw a large construction site on Lighthouse Hill, on the seaward side, where permanent military facilities were being built, including bunkers, turrets, and fortified positions reinforced with concrete. On the inner side of Lighthouse Hill, government buildings and residential buildings are under construction. The military facilities were already completed, and Edwina saw Noy, a crew member on the Argo, directing the extraordinary puppet to assemble the extraordinary machine gun. On the inner construction site, at least 5,000 or 6,000 people were busy at work, and such a scene of labor was somewhat shocking to Edwina. Odis sat on the rock, enjoying the sea breeze, and said, "The crystal I showed you earlier, I named it Spirit Storage Crystal. Its primary use is not to emit light, its most important use is to store spiritual energy. The spiritual energy stored in a spirit-storing crystal, the size of an open palm, is enough to unleash 10 extraordinary abilities at the sequence 6 level, or 3 or 4 extraordinary abilities at the sequence 5 level." Edwina glanced at the street in the port town. In that case, these crystals would be 3 times more valuable than illumination crystals, no, 5 times more. Odis continued, "This is a very important part of my research. The most direct use is that by replacing the spirit storage crystal, the extraordinary weapons and tools I invented can avoid rest and continue to be used as long as the other parts are not damaged." Edwina finally asked, "What is the production cost of such a spirit storage crystal?" "Around 20 pounds. Odis was exaggerating as much as possible. The actual cost was less than 1 sol, since the raw materials were just sand. The reason why the cost is as high as 1 sol is because Odis included the machinery, magic arrays, and extraordinary puppets on the assembly line. At the current production level, the cost is 1 sol. However, as production increases, this cost will decrease significantly. After all, once the machinery is built, the magic array is constructed, and the extraordinary puppets are deployed, they can be used for a long time. Production costs will decrease over time. If we continue producing at a leisurely pace for a year or 2, and then calculate the costs, these palm-sized spirit storage crystals might cost less than a quarter of a penny. The reason Odis quoted such a high price was mainly because the biggest cost in the production process was actually the use of demigod abilities. That's the biggest cost. You need a demigod or an extraordinary being with a level 1 sealed artifact to be willing to help. Edwina was somewhat shocked when she heard Odis's offer. Because it's so cheap. At this moment, Edwina probably understood why Odis was looking for her. Such a discovery would be a huge treasure, or perhaps not just huge, but an enormous treasure. No extraordinary organization would let such an opportunity pass by, and if too many people knew about these inventions, Odis would be in great danger. Then Odis continued, "The path I'm on now is one that no one has ever walked before. The most difficult section of the research and development phase is over. The most difficult section after that is how to promote these things." He looked at Edwina and said, "I need a partner." Edwina didn't reply immediately, but thought for a moment before saying, "Why don't you cooperate with the Church of the Goddess of Night?" "It's not that we're not going to cooperate," Odis explained, "but rather that our cooperation with the Church of the Goddess of Night means that the main location for this cooperation will be Rune. The interest groups in this country are very powerful. I not only have to share the spoils with the Church of the Night, but also with those interest groups. This will be a huge loss for me. I have done some research and found that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom is quite powerful in countries like Rembrandt and Maisie. The interest groups in these small countries are not very complex, and as long as they have the support of the Church, they will not encounter much resistance. Once I've accumulated enough power, I can go to Rune to develop my business without having to be polite to those interest groups." After a few seconds of silence, Edwina took a deep breath and said, "I will report this matter to the Church, and I will also report the plan you just mentioned to higher authorities." Odis smiled and said, "How can I thank you?" "If this collaboration is successful, it will be of great benefit to me as well," Edwina said frankly. "Besides, you saved my life, so theoretically I shouldn't ask for any reward. But I really want to learn how to decipher the magic circles you drew." Odis smiled and said, "You should have said so earlier. This matter doesn't need to involve the issue of payment. We are friends, and as friends, such requests should be met." Edwina found these words very comforting. At the same time, she also realized that such a private gift could not be handed over to the church for the time being. It must be handed over to the church after Odis's consent is obtained at the beginning of the cooperation. "That's a rune I invented myself," Odis explained simply. "Not long after I started learning about mysticism, I made a big discovery: the mystical symbols we use today are simplified versions. True mystical symbols should be symbols that can express extraordinary power, so I began to search for ancient mystical symbols. During this search, I came across ancient giant script and ancient dragon script. While studying these two types of symbols, I made a significant discovery: mystical symbols do not have fixed runes or writing formats. As long as the runes are written out using a certain algorithm, it is certain that they can mobilize natural and extraordinary forces. The search for ancient occult symbols offered no hope, so I began to invent my own runes. The initial invention process was very difficult, but as more and more runes were mastered, the subsequent inventions became simpler and simpler. Until about a year and a half ago, I finally invented a set of runes that are suitable for human writing habits and thinking, which I named Gar runes." Edwina was silent for a few more seconds, but this time it was because of shock. She thought she knew the man in front of her quite well after spending time with him, but today's conversation overturned her understanding of Odis once again. After a long pause, she said, "Your achievement is as great as that of Hermes, who invented the ancient Hermes language." She had previously thought this was an ancient rune mastered by Odis, never imagining that it was actually a rune invented by Odis. This made General Iceberg realize that Gar runes was Odis's first collaboration with the Church of Knowledge. Because this is so important, it will surely be recorded in the future history of extraordinary events that the Church of Knowledge played a crucial role in promoting the Gar runes. "I don't know if it's great or not," Odis laughed. "I only know that if I reveal the Gal rune too early, the Church of the God of Steam and Machines and the Hidden Sage will definitely come to snatch it." This also indirectly explains why the relationship with the Steam Church fell apart. Due to ideological differences, they failed to establish a good cooperative relationship. As he spoke, Odis took out the secondary array of the spatial array, and pulled out a booklet from it. "This is a table of the meanings of the Gar runes that I have compiled. The following are the rules for using the array and geometry." After learning from Benova that they were deliberately concealing advanced magic arrays and ancient runes, Odis hoped that the Gar runes could be popularized to more people as soon as possible. Now is a good opportunity, and Odis can also use it as leverage to establish a cooperative relationship with the Church of Knowledge. Edwina took the booklet and flipped through a few pages as if it were a treasure. After reading for a while, she finally closed the booklet with great restraint and continued talking to Odis. Odis smiled and said, "This is what I said before, that I hoped you would help me. Now that we've finished discussing the important matters, let's go together and release Grosser and the others." Edwina was taken aback. "You've already found enough fraudster traits?" Odis nodded and smiled, "Yes." Edwina didn't say anything, but she was thinking to herself, he has a wide network of connections. Odis grabbed Edwina's arm again, and the two of them went to the hillside opposite Lighthouse Hill. There is a small valley here, where a large number of workers are currently logging and clearing weeds, creating a fairly large open space. The arrival of Odis and Edwina prompted them to bow in greeting once again. Rupert, who was supervising the work, laughed and said, "All right, as long as you respect the mayor in your heart, there's no need to bow so respectfully. Let's get back to work." Then he strode toward Odis and Iceberg Admiral, "Captain, Madam." After a pause, Rupert reported to Odis, "If we want to build a village, we must first clear away all the vegetation here. This process will be a bit slow. No rush." Odis looked around before saying to Edwina, "I plan to build a village here and settle Grosser and the others here. Once they adapt to modern life, if they do not wish to remain on Cruz Island, Odis will expand the village and make it part of the new town of Lighthouse Hill in the future." At this moment, the ascetic snowman, who was helping out there, also came over and greeted Odis and Edwina. Edwina looked around and said, "The environment here is nice." Odis took out the travels of Grosser from the teleportation array. "I'll go in, you stay outside and keep watch." Edwina hummed in agreement. Rupert, who was standing nearby, saw the captain cut his finger, smear the blood on the book, and then, in the next instant, the captain was gone. About 10 minutes later, a tall door appeared in front of Rupert, and he saw a giant step out of it. The second mate of the Argo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What emerged from the tall double doors in front of him was indeed a giant over 4 meters tall with huge vertical eyes. When the captain said he was going to build a house for the giant, Rupert thought the captain was joking. At this point, Rupert was no longer able to laugh. After the enormous figure appeared, Shadas, with black hair and soft facial features, followed. Rupert was taken aback, an elf. The legendary elf. The lumberjacks were also stunned, staring blankly at the tall Grosser, forgetting their work. At this moment, Rupert fully understood why the captain wanted to build a separate village. If the giants and elves had been assigned to the port town and the plain town, it would have caused a sensation and unrest. At this moment, Odis came out with the last two people. One of them was dressed in rune-style clothing, and the other was dressed very strangely, with the left and right sides of his clothes completely different. Odis explained to them, I have already organized people to build a new village for you here. However, we are still in the process of preparing the site. During this period, you will stay in a newly built workshop across the street. As he put away the travels of Roselle, he chuckled, the accommodations are a bit lacking, but this matter is too urgent. For now, I can only find you shelter from the wind and rain. Seeing the blank looks on Siatas's and the others' faces, he slapped his forehead and said in Old Fuzak, I'll use a magical item to make you understand rune. Then, somewhat awkwardly, he explained to Shadas and Grove in ancient Elven and ancient giant languages. Edwina remarked, luckily, you know many languages. Odis smiled, then put away the travelogue and took out the helmet of wisdom, giving it to Shadas and Solomon's nobleman Mobert. Although Grosser's head is large, this technique utilizes spiritual infusion, so there's no need to completely encase his head, normal activation is sufficient. Once everyone understood the rune language, Odis said to them, most people in modern times have never seen giants and elves, so Grosser and Shadas should not move around for now. Give the ordinary people here some time to react. In a week or two, you can go and explore the island again. I will prepare houses for you here and build a village for you alone. I suggest you stay on this island for a month or two, fully adapt to modern life, and then leave. Grosser, holding an exaggeratedly large greatsword, laughed twice and said, I'll do whatever you say. Siatas and the others had no objections. After all, Odis had only been inside the travels for a day or two, unlike them, who had spent a long time together. They were already very grateful that they were able to rescue them as agreed. Odis said to Grosser, I've heard there are giant tribes in the northern continent. I'll send someone to inquire about them for you beforehand. Once I have news and you've adapted to modern life, I'll take you to the giant tribe. Grosser exclaimed, that's wonderful. I'd love to ask them what the giants have been through all these years. Odis then said to Shadas, I do know of a family that is an elven family, but after thousands of years of reproduction, the appearance of elves has changed quite a bit. Shadas's appearance also has obvious Eastern features, which is one of the reasons why Odis was willing to help them. Among these 5 people are descendants of their fellow countrymen. However, the facial features of Vice Admiral Constantine are already quite similar to those of the people of the northern continent, which is probably the result of intermarriage with humans over a long period of time. Odis continued, I've heard that there are other elves in the depths of the sea. I can inquire about them for you and send you a ship to sail out to sea in the future. Shadas breathed a sigh of relief, thank you. Odis then said to Mobert, who was standing next to the female elf, I do have a clue about the Zoroaster family, but I'm not sure if it will help you. You may need to go to the northern continent to find it yourself. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Mobert smiled and said, to be honest, even if I find the descendants of the family, I don't know what to talk to them about. There's no rush. I'll go with Shadas to look for the elves first. Odis hummed in agreement, then said to Snowman, who had been out for about a week, as far as I know, there is no longer a church dedicated to the ancient sun god. If you stay on this island, I can build you a small church. Snowman said, the people here are very kind and honest, and I am willing to stay here to continue my ascetic practice. Odis immediately instructed Rupert, build a small church in the tertiary style, and consult Snowman for specific architectural details. Rupert nodded immediately, yes. By this time, he had a rough idea that the people in front of him seemed to be from different eras. Finally, Odis said to the young Longsel, I briefly talked to you about this in my travelogue. Your situation is the most special. You need to take the potion again to recover to the sequence 5 level. However, since you have already digested the potion in the travelogue, as long as you are in good condition and can find the main ingredients of the potion in time, you should be able to become a true punishment knight very soon. As for the main ingredients of the potion, you can try to collect them yourself, or you can choose to ask me to provide them for you. If you search on your own, be careful not to expose yourself, because you are from over 100 years ago. If the official extraordinary individuals target you, they will definitely arrest you and investigate you thoroughly. And after becoming a judge, return to me the magical item that possesses the extraordinary characteristics of a judge, and after becoming a punishment knight, return to me the magical item that possesses the ability of imagination. If you need me to provide features for you, then you need to work for me. After all, features at the sequence 6 and sequence 5 levels are extremely valuable to any organization. Longzayer thought for a moment and said, please let me think about it, but I prefer the latter. He was well aware of how difficult it was to establish connections in the extraordinary world, and there was no reason for him to ignore the channels that were right in front of him. Odis added, You should be the one who adapts to this era the easiest, but I still suggest you stay on this island for a few days to make sure that the magical items I designed are working properly before I arrange for you to go to Backlund. Before that, I can send someone to inquire about your family. Long Zaire rubbed his hands together, expressing his gratitude with some excitement. That noon, the group had lunch together in the wild. Odis gained a concrete understanding of the giant's appetites. Grosser ate a roasted pig and a stewed sheep in one meal. They don't spit out the bones when they eat, they just chew them up with a crunching sound. Odis and the others drank their mutton soup from bowls, while Grosser simply picked up the pot and drank from it. This made Odis realize that the town of animal husbandry needed to be twice as big to support the giant. Before the expansion, he planned to have Rupert order some meat from Byam and have it delivered daily via the teleportation array. Actually, Odis had some selfish motives in rescuing these 5 people. If they could serve him, it would be equivalent to having 5 more level 5 subordinates, instantly elevating his extraordinary power. However, such words cannot be said outright. One can only cultivate a good relationship with them and extend an invitation when the time is right. Snowman has already agreed to stay, and Lonzel will most likely stay as well, which is a very good start. That afternoon, Edwina said goodbye and left. After arranging accommodations for Grosser and the others, Odis returned to the ship and, through a sacrifice, gave the travels of Klein, telling him that those who had entered the travels of Klein had all come out. He breathed a sigh of relief. The hot potato had finally been passed on. Odis had only just received the book of travels when he had a discussion with Adam. He didn't want to hold on to this book for even a minute longer. On the Golden Dream. Edwina stood on the deck, glanced at the port town one last time, and then hurried back to her study to report Odysseus' situation to her new teacher, Douglas, by writing a letter. After summoning her teacher's messenger and sending out the letter, Edwina waited nervously for her teacher's reply. For her, this was definitely a big deal. She was well aware of the significance of the Gar rune, which was a major invention that could change the current state of the extraordinary realm. This could even be an opportunity for the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom to further expand its influence. Just over 10 minutes after the letter was sent, the space in the middle of the study suddenly became illusory, and Douglas, dressed in the robes of the Church of Knowledge, stepped out from the spirit world. Edwina paused for a moment before quickly stepping forward and calling out, "Teacher." She realized that the Church also took this matter very seriously. Or rather, this is definitely something the Church takes very seriously. Douglas, a seemingly approachable middle-aged man, nodded to Edwina and then said solemnly, "Tell me in detail the process by which Odis designed the Gal rune and discovered the spirit storage crystal. Edwina immediately gave a detailed account, and Douglas let out a long sigh. No wonder the great embodiment of knowledge and wisdom would send a divine message to the Pope about Odis. It turns out Odis was hiding such a great secret. Edwina paused for a second or two before asking in surprise, the embodiment of knowledge even sent down a divine oracle. She suddenly understood why the sealing artifact given to Odis had been approved so quickly. It must have been divine revelation that made the Church's higher-ups take it seriously enough, which is why the process was simplified. This level of attention surprised Edwina somewhat. Douglas added, "After the search for extraordinary qualities is over, try to get Odis to go to Lenberg. If he is willing to be baptized, he will immediately become a chosen one of the gods." After a pause of a second or two, Edwina said, "I'll do my best." Byam, Azure Hotel, Room 203. Klein returned to the real world from above the grey fog, where he had just explored the travels of Grosser. Since the story has ended, you can now freely enter and exit Travelogue. At the same time, he discovered that Grosser and others were still in the Travelogue. He initially thought Odis might have made a mistake, but after careful observation, he realized that it was likely the mental residue left by Grosser and others. They continued the story of the original work in the book. This gave Klein a sudden idea. He could obtain information about the second and third ages by entering their dreams. However, we'll have to wait and make some preparations before exploring. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Klein looked towards the door and asked in a cold voice, "Who is it?" "Sir, someone has delivered a letter to you." It was the waiter's voice. Klein was taken aback. He went to the door and the scene outside appeared in his mind. A waiter was standing at the door holding a letter. The letter didn't seem dangerous. So Klein opened the door, took the letter, closed the door, and did some divination to make sure the letter was safe before opening it. In the center of the letter were 2 lines, "Please investigate the Miracle Drugstore on Kentland Street. The reward is £80. If you can find the owner of the drugstore, the reward is £300. If you agree to accept this commission, please place a potted plant on the windowsill. If you do not see the plant within 2 hours, it will be considered that you do not wish to accept the commission." Klein smiled. This guy is even more cautious than I am. He lay back in his armchair, holding the letter in his hand, silently thinking, the source of this letter. The source of this letter. He then fell asleep through meditation and used his dream divination ability. The moment Klein fell asleep, his vision was hazy, but soon the scene before him stirred, sketching out an image. A man in his 30s, wearing a black robe, with a round face and a plump figure, was hunched over a walnut desk, writing 2 sentences on a piece of paper. Upon seeing the other person's physique, Klein recognized him as Fat Pharmacist Darkwell. The next scene shows Darkwell arriving at the Blue Inn by carriage and giving the waiter a 5p tip to deliver the letter to room 203. Klein then woke up from his dream, pondered for a moment, picked up his cane, and went outside. Klein hurried to the back of the hotel and found an owl staring at the window of room 203 from a building on the street behind it. That was Harry, Darkwell's pet. Harry saw Klein and was about to fly away when Klein said in a cold tone, "Tell Darkwell to come over within 3 minutes." As he spoke, he shook the envelope and letter in his hand. Harry paused for a moment, nodded, and immediately flew away. Less than 3 minutes later, Darkwell came running over, a thin layer of sweat on his round face. "Are you the guest in room 203? Klein hummed in agreement. "If only I had known." Darkwell thought to himself, "If only I had just gone to visit him directly, I would have saved myself the trouble of writing a letter." Klein looked around and, seeing that there were few people on the street, asked, "How did you know I lived here?" "Old man, my teacher told me." Darkwell was somewhat guilty. His teacher's exact words were that he should go to room 203 of the Azure Hotel to find someone who could investigate the owner of the magical medicine shop. Darkwell was being clever, intending to use this method to hide his identity. He actually had another letter on him, which detailed information about the miracle drugstore and the direction of the investigation. As soon as Harry the Owl sees a potted plant on the windowsill of 203, he sends a second letter. Darkwell was quite pleased with himself, feeling that he had devised a plan that would never expose his identity. Actually, there's an even simpler way to find out what happened if we use the channels of the Life School of Kleist. However, because Rupert did not report this to his teacher, the Life School was still unaware of what had happened. Klein wasn't too surprised to hear what the Fat Pharmacist said. Demigods of the monster pathway were always mysterious, but they could always find someone who could help them. He then said, "Tell me about that pharmacy." Klein was particularly interested in what kind of pharmacies the School of Life was investigating, perhaps because there was some secret hidden behind it. "It's a pharmacy that just opened a little over a month ago," Darkwell explained. At first, everyone thought it was just an ordinary pharmacy, but soon a rumor spread throughout Byam that the medicine there could cure malaria within 3 days. You may have heard that if you get malaria, whether you survive depends on luck unless you meet a real pharmacist. So many people went there to try their luck, and after drinking the first dose of the medicine, their malaria symptoms immediately lessened. After drinking the second dose, they were basically cured. After drinking the third dose, they were truly cured. Klein had a guess in his mind: this should be an extraordinary potion, that is, a potion concocted by a pharmacist. Then he had some questions. What's there to investigate? Shouldn't Byam have more than just Darkwell as a pharmacist? At that moment, Harry the Owl landed on the rooftop and kept watch for the two men. Darkwell continued, "At first we all thought it was a pharmacy opened by a pharmacist, and that such a pharmacy would not last long and would soon be targeted by the official extraordinary beings. But more than half a month later, the pharmacy not only did not close down, but its business was booming, and the medicines were even sold for more than £10. I heard that in order to prevent the medicine from being resold, pharmacies have a rule that patients must drink the medicine in front of others, so that the medicine can actually enter the mouths of malaria patients. Strangely, the official extraordinary individuals didn't care about this pharmacy at all. Just a few days ago, this pharmacy opened 5 branches on major islands such as Orvie and Tyrenius, and has started stocking new medicines." Klein nodded slowly. The fact that the official extraordinary individuals don't care means that this pharmacy has an official background. At this time, a piece of news, whether true or false, appeared in Byam, Darkwell said, saying that the pharmacy had hired more than a dozen pharmacists at high salaries to provide the pharmacy with enough medicine. But I don't know if the pharmacy's owner is doing charity work, selling each dose of medicine for only 15 sulfurs. Logically speaking, this price is not enough to pay the pharmacist's salary, because the pharmacist has limited spirituality and can't prepare many potions in a day. That's why the potions I prescribe cost £10. Even if this herbal medicine shop has good sales, its costs shouldn't be this low. So the teacher asked me to investigate, and I found that the nurses and waiters selling medicine there were just ordinary people. Furthermore, I observed for several days and never found anyone delivering medicine to that pharmacy. I originally thought that the pharmacists were making potions in the basement of that store, until I found out from the landlord that the basement of that store was not very big. At this point, the fat pharmacist shrugged. I didn't know how to investigate anymore, so I wrote to my teacher, and he told me to come here to find you. If you can find out how they make the potion, you can get an £80 reward. If you can find out who the boss is, you can get £300. £500, Klein said. Because this matter is very strange, no one would take such a commission for £300. Darkwell opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "All right then." He had to pay for the investigation himself, but his teacher promised to give him a sequence 7 potion recipe as long as he found out who was behind the apothecary. After commissioning Gehrman Sparrow on an escort mission last time, Darkwell gave all his money to the mad adventurer as payment. His business had been doing well lately, and he had just saved up about £500. Unexpectedly, it ended up in Gehrman Sparrow's pocket again. Chapter 337, Chapter 336 Obtaining the Hermit card. After agreeing on the payment, Klein, who played Gehrman Sparrow, said, "Take me to that pharmacy." Darkwell quickly hailed a horse-drawn carriage, and the two of them boarded and headed to the pharmacy. On the carriage, the fat pharmacist said, "I won't go into the pharmacy for a while. I've been in there several times recently, and if I go in again, people will get suspicious." Klein hummed in agreement. Having this guy around was indeed very inconvenient. Soon the carriage arrived at the magical medicine shop. Before even getting out of the carriage, Klein saw a long queue outside the shop. Many patients were carried in, while others were helped in by their family members. After getting off the carriage, Klein was wondering whether he should pretend to be a patient and sneak in to gather information. At this moment, a waiter came out of the shop and shouted, "There are only 30 doses left of the effective medicine for treating malaria. Give them to the seriously ill patients first. The patients who were carried in, please come forward. Also, those 2 who are severely dehydrated, the rest of you can go back first, or let your family members stay here and continue to queue." Many people were somewhat disappointed, because some people die within a day of contracting malaria, while others can survive for 1 or 2 weeks. Those lying down are basically in acute or very serious condition, while those who can still stand generally won't die for 2 or 3 days. Because the daily supply of medicine is limited, this scene often occurs in the afternoon, and everyone is used to it. Family members continued to queue for the patients, who then left with the help of other family members or insisted on leaving on their own. Klein seized the opportunity, pretending to be a patient's family member, and followed a patient lying on a stretcher inside. As an extraordinary being, Klein was not afraid of being infected by the patients. Inside the pharmacy, there are 2 hospital beds on the right and a medicine cabinet on the left with some medications on it. These medicines are contained in delicate glass bottles, each of which is small and can usually be drunk in 3 or 4 sips. After several patients lying on stretchers and several critically ill patients entered, a doctor in a white coat and mask first made a diagnosis. After confirming that the patient had malaria, the nurse was asked to write up a prescription for medication. The first dose of medicine must be drunk on the spot, and then 2 more doses must be taken away. The nurse also instructed the patient and their family that only after drinking all 3 doses can the patient be cured, otherwise, the first dose would be wasted. After observing for more than 10 minutes, Klein confirmed that the doctors, nurses, and waiters here were indeed ordinary people. Based on the patient's reactions after taking the medicine, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. It is indeed effective in treating illnesses and has significant results, so it must have come from a pharmacist. Klein glanced at the door on the inside. According to what Darkwell had learned from the landlord, it led to the basement. He noticed that it was an ordinary wooden door, but it was locked. Klein then quietly transformed a nearby rat into a secret puppet, and then suddenly scurried into the pharmacy. Amidst the waiter's attempts to shoo it away and the nurse's screams, the rat quickly scrambled to the wooden door. Then the mouse gave a sudden push, bending one corner of the wooden door and creating a crack. This was actually far beyond the strength of a mouse, but Klein used illusion magic to make everyone around him ignore the scene of the mouse pushing the door open a crack. The rat was then killed by the waiter and thrown outside, and the farce caused by the rat quickly subsided. There are many rats in Byam, and the rat's intrusion just now didn't attract much attention. However, through the crack that the rat had just pushed open, Klein had already clearly seen that there were only some transfer boxes, which were probably used to hold medicine. In the basement, there was nothing else. He planned to come back in the evening to check again to see if there was any secret room. By this time, the treatment of several critically ill patients had been basically completed, and Klein was about to leave with the patients when a fine carriage stopped outside. The door opened, and a very elegant woman stepped out. Behind her was a bodyguard and an assistant. All 3 of them wore masks and walked around the patients to enter the room. Klein recognized this elegant woman as Ms. Mandy, the manager of the Nanma ballroom. "I've seen him a few times before when I was in Backlund." Mandy looked at Klein and suddenly asked, "Are you sick too?" Klein immediately realized that the other party recognized him, not because he was Sherlock Holmes, but because he was the great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow. Klein once again admired the shrewdness and competence of the dance hall manager. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to recognize the famous adventurer from the Rothschild Islands at a glance. He said in a tone devoid of much emotion, "I came with someone else." Mandy hummed in agreement and didn't press further. Instead, she turned to the doctor, who was now somewhat free, and asked how the new drug was selling. Klein just learned from Darkwell that the pharmacy has recently started selling medicines for treating cholera and leprosy. These are 2 more diseases that are common in the colonies, but are also very troublesome and highly contagious. Klein deliberately walked a little slower, listening to the doctor's report on the situation over the past few days. Many cholera and leprosy patients had come to buy the medicine, and he believed that the 200 doses of medicine per day would be sold out in a few days. Mandy then said that she plans to open a branch in Byam, and doctors who have friends or classmates looking for jobs can come here for interviews. In this era, being a doctor is considered a very respectable job. However, not every doctor is so famous. Most doctors can only work in clinics or hospitals, and sometimes clinics and hospitals have to lay off staff when they are not doing well. After listening for a while, Klein was certain that Mandy was the manager of the pharmacy. So the real owner behind this pharmacy must be Mr. Gard, now known as General Mystery. Then Klein realized that the reason why the official extraordinary individuals hadn't investigated this pharmacy was because Admiral of Mystery had close cooperation with the Navy and the Church of the Goddess of Night. Back in the carriage, Darkwell immediately asked, "How did it go?" "We found an important lead," Klein said. He didn't reveal the result directly, intending to pretend to investigate further, otherwise it would seem like he earned that £500 too easily. Darkwell remarked, "Indeed, professional tasks should be left to professionals." Then he asked, "Do the pharmacists make their potions in the basement?" "No." Klein was now certain that there was no secret room in the basement. He even guessed that the mysterious admiral might have sent him directly to the basement using travel. After Klein found out how to contact Fat Pharmacist, he got off the bus midway and went into a bar, pretending to continue his investigation. He simply ordered a beer and started drinking it. Then, they went to the bar's restroom and entered, above the grey mist. Using the grey mist's power, they fabricated a scene of the world praying, alerting the Hermit that someone was investigating the magical medicine shop. The Hermit quickly responded, thanking the world for the reminder and telling the world that he was prepared and that the people currently investigating would not be able to find any clues. At this point, Klein was completely certain that Mr. Gard was the real owner of that pharmacy. Back at the bar, continuing to drink, Klein realized that Mr. Gard was unlikely to be involved in charity work, or rather, unlikely to be involved in a losing business. At that moment, a scene appeared in his mind. Pharmacists were locked in small dark rooms, and they had to complete their tasks on time every day to produce enough medicine. It seems that only in this way can the cost be controlled within 15 sol. No, in this way, 15 sol can still make a lot of money. In the workshop of the Argo. Odis was somewhat taken aback by Klein's reminder. He hadn't expected Klein to already know that he was the mastermind behind the magical medicine shop. However, he didn't take it too seriously. Every day, the medicine was first sent to the manor using a teleportation array, then transported by train to Byam, and finally moved to a small warehouse. There is a short-range teleportation array in the warehouse. Have a reliable subordinate use that array to move the potion to the basement of the pharmacy. Judging from the current sales figures of pharmacies, although they have attracted the attention of some organizations, they have not yet taken them seriously. After dinner, Odis read for a while, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep to the gentle rocking of the waves. Suddenly, Odis became alert. He immediately opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the studio. At the same time, he noticed that the view outside the window seemed somewhat unreal. Odis then realized that she must be in a dream. He got up and walked quickly to the door. He opened the door and saw Kent, an old man with white hair and sharp eyes, sitting at his workbench, carefully examining a pair of pliers that Odis had slightly modified. "It's really hard to find you." Before Odis could say anything, Kent said, "Fortunately, the Argo is relatively easier to find." Like Odis's messenger, since they could not find Odis, they had no choice but to mark Odis's ship. Odis sat down in a chair nearby. "You're quite trustworthy." Because Odis also had difficulty finding Kent, a member of the Twilight Hermits. "You've done a great job," Kent said. "The official investigations by the Extraordinary have basically all pointed to the Aurora Society." As he spoke, he took out a small playing card and handed it to Odis. "This is the second payment we agreed on earlier." Odis took the profane token and glanced at the image of Roselle on it, who was wearing a hood, carrying a lantern in one hand and leaning on a wooden staff in the other. He seemed to be a guide in the fog, leading one confused person after another out of the fog. As soon as Odis held it in his hand, he knew for sure that it was the Hermit card. However, he didn't look closely, but instead looked at Kent. "Do you know the dangers on that island with the psychedelic red coral?" "I don't know the specific dangers." Kent shrugged. "Each island in the Gods' War ruins has its own different dangers." Odis looked at the other person but said nothing more. He secretly resolved to trick the old man if he had the chance. Kent, of course, saw through Odis's thoughts. He smiled and said, "You don't need to hold a grudge against me for this, because we were only trading clues about psychedelic red coral back then, not handing this extraordinary material directly to you." Odis laughed and said, "You're overthinking it. I don't hold a grudge against you." Kent chuckled and didn't continue the topic. "Are you interested in joining the Twilight Hermits? I can be your introducer." Odis was taken aback, not expecting such an invitation. He then carefully considered the matter before shaking his head and saying, "Forget it, I already have the background of the Church of the True God, so I won't join any other secret organizations to avoid trouble later." Kent really wanted to ask him, "Isn't Elements Dawn a secret organization? Can't you put a little more effort into your excuses?" However, since Odis expressed his unwillingness to join, Kent did not force him, but simply said to him, "If we have any other missions in the future, we may ask you to take them on. As long as the compensation is reasonable and doesn't violate my principles," Odis said readily. Kent nodded, then got up to take his leave. The moment the old man left, the scene before him shattered, and Odis sat up abruptly. He was still in bed, but now he had a playing card in his hand. Odis immediately turned on the light and sat down at his desk to study it seriously. This Hermit card is already in its open state. Odis infused it with spirituality, and it gained height, so that it could be turned like a book. Odis quickly turned to the last page, which contained not only an image of a hermit resembling Roselle, but also some text. Sequence 0, the Hermit. Main material, the uniqueness of the Hermit pathway, and the 2 Sequence 1 properties other than itself. Supporting materials, 9 books by the promoted individual, preferably from different periods. The ritual, spread the light of knowledge throughout the world, then conceal it for a period of time until most people have forgotten the Ascended One, yet people can still benefit from the knowledge the Ascended One once imparted. The more people the Ascended One's knowledge helps, and the more people forget the Ascended One, the better the effect. Odis paused for a moment. Hidden Sage is chasing after extraordinary individuals of the same path to impart knowledge. Could it be because he is preparing for an ascension ceremony? This guy has completely gotten the direction wrong. Odis shook his head. It was spreading the light of knowledge, not directly imparting knowledge. Moreover, it's about using knowledge to help others, not to kill with it. The previous sages did this very well, truly spreading knowledge to the public. Then Odis looked at the auxiliary materials item. Originally, I didn't plan to write any more books after advancing to Sequence 5, but now it seems I have to write another one. Furthermore, a book must be written for each subsequent series to meet the requirement of being a work from different periods. By this time, he had written 4 books: Herbal and Mystical Common Sense, Fighting Guide, The Complete Book of Witchcraft, and Scrolls, From Beginner to Expert. Herbal and Occult Common Sense was written before he met Bernadette, and he wrote one after each promotion. Because the previous sequences were all research-oriented, writing the book was both digesting the potion and playing a role. However, once one becomes an astrologer, there is no need to do so much research, so Odis had no plans to write. It doesn't seem right now, I need to write another book. I'll think about what to write first. At the same time, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had written works at different times before, and at this crucial moment, he received the Hermit card, which gave him the mental preparation to write a book for each subsequent series, since he had no intention of writing a book. He then turned to the page with Russell dressed as a scholar, and the content of that page was: Sequence 4, The Mystic. Main materials, core crystal of psychedelic red coral, head crystal of the flower and bird phantom hidden-tailed cockroach. Additional materials, 15 grams of psychedelic red coral powder, a pair of wings of the phlox, 12 milliliters of pine resin, 1 golden grape, and a small piece of fine parchment. Ritual, to fully analyze a drop of blood from a mythical creature and gain complex and vast knowledge from it. Odis smiled slightly. The next step was to find the flower phantom hidden-tailed cockroach and find a way to obtain a drop of the mythical creature's blood. Taking a deep breath, Odis placed the Hermit card into the wilderness of knowledge, then lay down on the bed as if nothing had happened, seemingly falling asleep again. In fact, it is through meditation that one enters the wilderness of knowledge. Upon entering the tower composed of spheres of light, Odis saw the Hermit card floating in midair, while the surrounding spheres of light seemed to be trembling slightly, as if they were being shaken. Odis reached out and grasped the Hermit card, which instantly transformed into a lamp and simultaneously formed an illusory hooded cloak that was draped over Odis's body. Odis seemed to be deep in thought. He returned to the real world and took the Staff of Gus back to the Wilderland of Knowledge. When Odis picked up the Hermit card again, the hooded lamp reappeared. With his other hand, Odis took the Gus staff, which immediately grew longer and became the wooden staff in the Hermit's hand. In an instant, the power of the wilderness of knowledge converged on Odis's spirit like a vortex, and he immediately felt himself become very powerful, more powerful than ever before. He then realized that with the blessing of the Hermit card and the Gus staff, he could now use the reappearance ability ahead of time. However, it is limited to the wilderness of knowledge, and can only be used by the Gus staff in the form of a hermit. Back in the real world, nothing has changed. Another limitation is that certain materials are needed to use reproduction. This is somewhat similar to using witchcraft at the wizard level, where certain materials are required to perform witchcraft. And by using materials that reproduce the gods, one can start as a demigod. Odis glanced at the shelf over there, at his demigod-level material reserves. These materials are quite plentiful if they are only used for making scrolls, but now that they are also used for reproduction, they are becoming a bit scarce. Odis sighed. The ability to reproduce should be used sparingly. By releasing the Hermit card and the Gus staff, Odis reverted to her previous state. He realized that the Hermit card would definitely bring him some benefits, but he didn't expect it to make him much stronger. This essentially grants Odis higher authority, allowing him to draw upon more of the power of the wilderness of knowledge. Unfortunately, Odis himself did not yet possess divinity at this time. It is believed that after becoming a demigod, the power of the greater Hermit would become even stronger. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After a moment of joy, Odis remembered another purpose for entering the wilderness of knowledge, to monitor Rosalind Ray, one of the 10 pillars of the Moss Ascetic Order. Odis had previously planned to obtain a drop of mythical creature blood from Rosalind, who, although not an angel, should be able to get her blood from an angel. Although Odis had saved Rosalind once, this matter still needed a suitable opportunity. Odis drew on Klein's use of the large and small accounts and came up with a general idea: the Hermit's follower needed a drop of mythical creature's blood. However, there is a paradox here. If this lantern-bearer is a high-sequence being who is suspected of being a Hermit, why would he need to obtain such a need from the Moss Ascetic Order? Therefore, we must be mindful of the methods and approaches. First of all, this matter should not be discussed by the recluse, but by someone using a pseudonym. Secondly, it's important to make it clear that you don't really need it, but since you don't seem to have anything else to offer, you'll have to reluctantly accept this. We also need to pay attention to the details. In short, we need the big and small voices to work together to put on a flawless performance. This requires constantly observing Rosalind in order to seek opportunities. If you can't find an opportunity, then wait for a serpent of destiny that is about to be born. This is a backup option. Recently, Odis has been taking time to observe Rosalind every day, and today was no exception. He saw Rosalind sitting in meditation through the Gus staff. Since Odis saved her last time, Rosalind no longer carries the staff with her, but instead has a wooden stand made to place it on the table. At this moment, Odis's perspective was directly in front of Rosalind. Odis then looked around and found a tattered piece of cotton cloth on Rosalind's simple desk. This is something Rosalind obtained a few days ago. There is a broken magic circle on the cotton cloth. Rosalind had previously asked Gus staff about it very respectfully. To be precise, ever since she was saved by the staff of Gus, she has often asked the staff of Gus questions or expressed her gratitude. A couple of days ago, Odis did some research and learned that this was a magic circle that survived from the 4th epoch, and its main function was to seal chaos. This should be a magic circle invented by an extraordinary being through the arbitrator pathway. To be precise, this magic circle can restore order to a certain area. Such magic circles have a wide range of applications. For example, if a companion shows signs of losing control, this magic circle can be used to buy time, since losing control is also a kind of chaos. For example, in the event of extraordinary events that alter the original order, this magic circle can be used to resolve the problem to some extent. This is a widely used magic circle. Odis has spent time completing the incomplete magic circle and has conducted further research. If an extraordinary trait of a hereditary sequence 8 arbitrator is used in the magic circle, the level and function of the magic circle are greatly enhanced. Odis has been planning for the past 2 days to use this magic circle as a breakthrough to establish a more stable relationship with Rosalind. However, this also requires an opportunity. At this point, Odis could understand Klein's bitterness. Lacking the level of a god, yet impersonating an evil god, he had to be extremely careful. This world is becoming increasingly gloomy, and cities are gradually becoming breeding grounds for evil gods. If people in the countryside are not careful, they will lose all their assets. How can we view such changes with a peaceful perspective? Is there still any point in asceticism? Rosalind suddenly asked the Gus staff in front of her. Odis paused for a moment, then realized that Rosalind hadn't noticed him watching her. She had simply had a sudden realization, and that's why she asked her question. Based on his recent understanding, Odis discovered a misconception among the ascetic faction within the Moss Ascetic Order. They believe that by using asceticism to restrain one's desires, control one's emotions, and concentrate on research and thinking, one can effectively combat loss of control and chaos. It must be said that this does have the effect of preventing things from getting out of control, but it also makes them seriously disconnected from the world, and they are now showing a tendency to get stuck on trivial matters, hoping to solve all the problems they encounter through hard thinking and research. As a result, the misconceptions of the ascetic school became increasingly apparent, especially when they discovered that they could not solve the problems they encountered in the real world, which created a huge sense of disconnect in their thinking. One of the problems Rosalind is currently contemplating in meditation is how to resolve this immense sense of division. To be precise, anyone with a normal mind would not ignore the changes happening in the modern world. It's just that ascetics like Rosalind would find it strange why such changes were happening. The faction that wanted to corrupt Rosalind saw an opportunity to exploit the desires and suffering of ordinary people to achieve their own goals. Thinking about all this, just as Odis was about to continue looking at the magic circle over there, he suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. The most natural way to establish a stable relationship is to answer Rosalind's questions. After a moment's thought, Odis came up with an explanation, for he happened to know how to resolve Rosalind's question. Odis quickly took the Hermit card and the Gus staff back into his hands and channeled his power into Rosalind's Gus staff. Rosalind felt that if she couldn't resolve the problem she was facing, her own condition might be affected. At that moment, the Gus staff placed in front of him suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Rosalind saw again in the light emanating from the Gus staff a majestic being wearing a cloak, holding a lantern in his right hand and a staff in his right. That is the light in the darkness, the Hermit, who uses knowledge as a guiding light to show the way for the lost. Moreover, Rosalind noticed that the figure of this great being was more majestic and more sacred than before, and she was convinced that this must be a god. However, considering the existence of the hidden sage, this deity's state might be somewhat special. The immense mental pressure caused Rosalind to lower her head, unable to directly observe the deity. At this moment, the majestic being spoke in a grand voice. Asceticism is not just about thinking, participating in human society is also very important. We cannot forcibly separate knowledge from action. Knowledge must be put into practice, and practical experience can lead to more knowledge. Odis had previously noticed that Rosalind and others had a misconception. They only thought about things but didn't put them into practice. This will cause their ascetic practices to gradually become empty. Although their thoughts have risen to a very high level, their ideas cannot solve practical problems. The solution is simple: combine theory with practice. Upon hearing that magnificent voice, Rosalind realized that he was answering the question she had raised earlier. After a moment's thought, Rosalind's mind still couldn't immediately process it, but people's desires and emotions affect the extraordinary, and there isn't even a peaceful place for them to practice asceticism. This question was not difficult for Odis either. He continued in a majestic voice, asceticism does not necessarily refer to physical asceticism, but also to mental asceticism. To remain steadfast in one's beliefs amidst chaos, and to maintain one's integrity despite the impact of human nature, that is true asceticism. Upon hearing this, Rosalind felt herself trembling. We're going in the wrong direction. I'm going in the wrong direction. We're doing our ascetic practices in the wrong direction. Rosalind's thinking may have been somewhat rigid and inflexible, but as one of the 10 pillars, she was by no means a fool. She immediately understood the key point and realized that there was a serious problem with her ascetic practices. Immediately following was a chilling sense of enlightenment that swept over her, as if the problems she had faced over the years had been solved all at once. Rosalind prostrated herself on the ground. Praise be to you, great being. Then she asked, excuse me, what exactly should I do? After a second or two, Odis said, go and modify a carriage, turn it into a mobile library, and use books to teach people knowledge, especially the poor who are hungry for knowledge. Teach them patiently and let them experience the joy of acquiring knowledge. Rosalind felt a tingling sensation in the back of her head. She had read in some ancient texts that members of the Order of Moor had done this during the Quaternary period. Rosalind had previously thought it was just about spreading knowledge, but now she realized that perhaps that was the right way to practice asceticism. So Rosalind thought of an even more important question, and asked in a very respectful tone, how should I address you? After a few more seconds, the majestic voice said, you may call me Lord of Mysteries. Odis almost blurted out, you can call me the Hermit, but then he thought that if his title were the same as the sequence 0 name of this path, it would seem a bit beneath him. He quickly thought of a name and finally decided that he could call him Lord of Mysteries. Rosalind was taken aback, not the hidden sage. Then why would he give me such guidance? She then quickly and respectfully said, praise be to you, great Lord of Mysteries. Odis slowly nodded, withdrawing all his power. Rosalind lay on the ground for another 10 seconds before slowly getting up. By then, her eyes had become very bright. In the wilderness of knowledge. Seeing that Rosalind was still thinking, Odis knew that she was changing her mindset, so he went back to the real world to rest. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that the tarot meeting was to be held tomorrow, but he had not yet activated the 2 Gush staffs in the Forsaken Land. So he poured his spirituality into one of the Gush staffs in the Forsaken Land. The land forsaken by God, near Silver City. In the intermittent flashes of lightning, Derek Berg's exploration team could already make out the outline of Silver City. They quickened their pace, hoping to return to Silver City and reunite with their families as soon as possible. At that moment, everyone's spirituality seemed to be suddenly awakened, and they all looked towards the mountains in the south of Silver City. There, a dazzling light rose, radiating a beautiful glow in midair. Those were colors they had never seen before, as if they illuminated the sky beautifully, with strange points of light twinkling within them. After a dozen or so breaths, the dazzling light disappeared, and it took a few more seconds for everyone to realize what had happened. One of the team members asked, was that the star mentioned in the book? Once Derek recovered from the shock, he remembered the request that Hermit had made at the last tarot meeting, to keep an eye out for any strange occurrences near Silver City. Is this the strange thing that the Hermit was talking about? At this point, Colin, the chief leading the team, said, "Let's move forward." Derek snapped out of his reverie, realizing that the tarot gathering was almost here and he could ask the Hermit what was going on. In the wilderness of knowledge, Odis discovered that if he held the Hermit's card, he could make the Gus staff from the outside world fly directly into the air. If that staff were near Silver City, Derek would probably have noticed it. He then infused another Gus staff in the Forsaken Land with spiritual power, and just like before, slowly withdrew the spiritual power after a dozen seconds. Just then, Odis noticed that the staff's field of vision suddenly began to spin rapidly. Odis's vision quickly returned to normal, and she saw that the goose's staff was in the hand of a man wearing a monocle and with a slightly mocking smile on his face. "It's Amon." Odis twitched the corner of his mouth. The god of mischief in the Forsaken Land looked at the staff and smiled. "It's actually a goose staff, not bad, not bad." Then, he casually tucked it into his waistband and looked up in the direction Odis was looking. "You're awake." Immediately, Odis's true vision was stolen, and she could see nothing. This made Odis scratch his head and sigh. This staff has fallen into the den of thieves. Then Odis's spiritual senses revealed that Amon could not steal the connection between the Wilderland of Knowledge and the Staff of Gus indefinitely, and he could still occasionally see what was happening on Amon's side. However, it is very likely that as soon as he looks over, Amon will notice and steal his true vision again. This made Odis realize that the one who obtained the staff was likely Amon's true form, or at least an angelic avatar. Odis sighed, resigning himself to the fact that the Gus staff was lost. He couldn't very well ask Amon for it back, could he? If that were the case, Odis herself would likely also lose. At this point, all he could do was pray that the other staff wouldn't fall into Amon's hands. Finally, Odis remembered what Amon had just said. He must have recognized me as a sage, which is why he asked me if I was awake. Odis didn't take it too seriously and returned to the real world, comforting herself. "It's just a staff, the loss isn't that great." He then continued to rest using the method of meditation. On Monday morning, after getting up, Odis first took a walk around Cruz Island. Seeing that everything on the island was functioning normally, he returned to the ship to ponder the problem of writing a book. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. At 3 o'clock sharp, Odis, who was lying in an armchair, had his vision covered by grey mist. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Tarot Club's meeting place, on one side of the bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." As usual, Justice Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt slightly, and began the greeting. Fool Klein nodded in response with a smile, but during the subsequent greetings, he noticed that Miss Justice seemed to have something on her mind. He guessed that the assassination of Duke Negan by the Hermit had touched Justice to some extent. Klein didn't intend to get involved in the matter, so he pretended not to have seen it. After the members greeted each other, the priestess Catlia was the first to speak. "Fool, I only managed to collect one page of Roselle's diary this time." This surprised Klein somewhat, since Bernadette should have had access to many diaries, but he showed no outward signs of anything amiss and simply nodded slightly. Catlia immediately conjured a brownish-yellow opportunity, watching it fall into the hands of Mr. Fool. Klein casually glanced down at the page, which, though only one page long, contained a wealth of information. Part of it was about Roselle capturing several followers of the Primordial Moon, along with some of his investigations and speculations. Klein was slightly taken aback, because last week, the Moon Emlyn got into trouble while hunting followers of the Primal Moon, and it was Klein who helped resolve the situation. "I didn't expect to get Russell's diary with the Primitive Moon content so quickly. Most of the other entries are conversations between Russell and Mr. Men, revealing some secrets of the Quaternary period, though this information had already been negotiated with the Hermit beforehand." After reading the diary, Klein pondered the matter of the Primordial Moon while making the diary disappear. He smiled and asked the priestess, "What is your request?" Catlia repeated the question posed by the Queen. "Besides Emperor Roselle, who else is the protagonist of this diary?" Chapter 338, Chapter 337, The Tarot Meeting discusses the Primordial Moon. At this week's tarot reading, the High Priestess Catlia only collected one page of the diary. Her question, or rather, the question of the mysterious Queen, Bernadette, is, who else, besides Emperor Roselle, is the protagonist of this diary? This question immediately made the slightly downcast Justice Audrey straighten up and turn her head to look at the Fool. Alger the Hanged Man and others were also very interested in this. Someone who could be written about in Emperor Roselle's diary must be no ordinary person. The Fool, Klein thought to himself, it's only because this diary was carefully selected by Bernadette. If it were anyone else, I would have to tell you that the other protagonist is a witch, a noble lady, or a noble young lady. While making sarcastic remarks, Klein casually replied, "Dor Mr. Primitive Moon. After last week's trade against Roselle, no one was surprised that Mr. Gate would appear in the diary, after all, the emperor was greatly influenced by him. But to everyone's surprise, the diary also contained descriptions of the primitive moon. Emlyn, the moon, was most interested and wanted to know what the diary contained, but he was troubled because he didn't have anything that Mr. Fool was interested in and couldn't make a deal with him. Both Catlia and Alger had heard some information about the primordial moon, but they only knew that it was a not-so-active evil god. It was only through their previous deal with the Hermit that they learned that this evil god seemed to be of a high level. Apart from Odis and Klein, the other members had no concrete concept of this evil god and therefore no corresponding association. After a brief moment of surprise, Gadria quickly replied to the fool, "Thank you for your answer." Klein simply nodded slightly, then said, "You may begin." After saying that, he seamlessly transitioned and immediately manipulated the world, saying, "I'm going to make use of a magical item, its name is Biotoxin Bottle." He recently planned to return to Backlund, so he was getting rid of some things he didn't use much anymore. The world explained, the ability is that as long as the cap of the poison bottle is opened, it will keep spreading the poison outwards. As for which poison the opponent will be poisoned by, it is completely random and even the holder cannot control it. Several types I know of include severe coughing, which can even lead to death if left untreated. Some toxins can cause the skin to feel very itchy. If not treated in time, they can scratch the flesh and blood until the bone is exposed. Some toxins can cause two people of the same sex to embrace and fall in love. Audrey had initially felt a chill run down her spine, but upon hearing about the last type of toxin, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The world continued, the negative effect is that even if the holder doesn't open the bottle, their health will gradually deteriorate, they will slowly contract diseases, and these diseases will gradually become more serious. He then briefly described the effective date and preventative measures. Finally, Klein manipulated the world and said, "Price, £5,200. After quoting the price, he couldn't help but glance at Audrey out of the corner of his eye. The target customer for this magical item was Miss Justice. However, Audrey preferred a more aggressive magical item, so she had no intention of buying it. Alger is currently short of money. Although the magician, Furs and the moon, Emlyn are no longer poor, they are not yet at the point where they can easily come up with more than £5,000. Catlia seemed to suddenly realize something, and then quickly said, "It's not necessary for me." Justice Audrey keenly noticed, the priestess lady seemed to be afraid of something. When World was making its offer, Catlia initially thought that the biotoxin bottle was a good fit for toxin expert Frank Lee, and was about to buy it for him. But then she thought about what terrible experiments Frank might do after obtaining this magical item, and a chill ran down her spine, causing her to abandon her initial idea. She certainly didn't want to see the Cruz children growing on the deck of the future, especially the mooing kind. Odis was also very interested in this magical item. He thought that the toxins could be used in the scroll, so he asked, "Can I have a look at the actual item first before deciding whether to buy it?" "Of course," World replied. "But the price is too high," Odis countered. "How about £4,200? Klein considered for a moment, then manipulated the world and said, £4,500. Odis nodded, "Deal." The deal was agreed upon, and then the world sold the Book of Secrets to Justice Audrey for £1,000. Klein manipulated the world and warned, "I must remind you, never pray to the primordial moon, or you will turn into a monster that mates wildly with different species and gives birth to all sorts of children." Audrey was frightened and couldn't help but change her sitting posture. At this point, Emlyn, the moon, finally asked after a long period of restraint, "World, do you know exactly what kind of deity the primordial moon is?" When Mr. Fool mentioned the primal moon, he was about to ask the other members for advice, but the world started the transaction first, so he had to choose to be patient. Now, when the topic of this evil god came up again, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Klein paused for a moment before manipulating the world and said, "I don't know more than you do. I only know that this is an evil god who is suspected of having the authority of the moon. Emlyn nodded with some disappointment, and then, after obtaining Mr. Fool's consent, materialized the moon doll, which was as thin and long as a wooden stake, that he had seen when hunting the primal moon believers. He was in danger because of this moon doll, but fortunately, Mr. Fool provided timely help. Emlyn asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, does any of you know what it is?" The priestess, Catlia, examined it for a few moments, then slowly frowned and said, "This should be the moon messenger. It is an item made by believers of the primordial moon through bloody rituals that have lasted for hundreds of years. It is said to be blessed by the gods, and each one possesses unimaginable horror. Where did you get this? It's dangerous. You'd better hand it over to the higher-ups of your vampire clan." Emlyn, the moon, said with a hint of pride, "I obtained it while hunting a primordial moon believer. Based on the clues provided by Miss Magician, he has already killed one of his prey." He then asked, "Priestess lady, do you know any detailed information about the primordial moon?" After considering for a moment, Gadria countered, didn't your vampire superiors explain what kind of deity this is? They only say it's a god who stole part of the progenitor's authority, Emlyn said. I recently discovered while hunting the followers of the primordial moon that the barons and viscounts I know don't really know what kind of god this is. All we know is that it is an evil god, and that it is our enemy. Audrey and Furs, among other members, also sensed something amiss. Theoretically, there should be more detailed descriptions and legends about the enemies of the vampires, such as what despicable means they use to steal the authority of the progenitor of the vampires, or how they oppose the vampires. Catlia nodded slowly, then said, I've heard a rumor that the primordial moon is your ancestor. Emlyn denied it almost without thinking, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He then explained, how could the progenitor possibly create enemies for my vampire clan? You know, those who believe in the primordial moon are all artificial vampires, and the ancestor would never allow such creatures to exist. Moreover, the ancestor occasionally responds to the prayers of dukes and marquises. I joined the tarot club under the guidance of the ancestor. The other members were all stunned, and almost simultaneously thought to themselves, so that's how it is. Klein almost covered his face, don't get so excited. You've revealed all your secrets. Having unexpectedly gained a lot of information, Catlia nodded nonchalantly, I know, this rumor may be wrong. Emlyn nodded, but was still somewhat agitated, saying, there's definitely something wrong with this rumor. Then he asked the Hermit, Hermit, do you know anything about the primordial moon? Odis thought for a moment before saying, I do know some things, but not all of them. I hope to make a deal with you, Emlyn said quickly. I'll trade as much as you know. Odis thought for a moment before saying, all right, 3,000 pounds. Moon, Emlyn immediately replied, no problem. Justice, Audrey said with a slight raise of her hand, I also hope to be included in the deal. Other members also expressed their desire to join the deal, and even Sun, who might not be of much use to such information, wanted to hear what was going on. After negotiations among the members, the initiator of the deal, Moon, Emlyn, contributed 1,000 pounds, Justice, Audrey contributed 500 pounds, and the other members each contributed 300 pounds. After quickly determining the percentage of payment, the transaction began. After organizing his thoughts, Odis said, the higher-ups of the vampire clan did not explain clearly what kind of evil god the primordial moon is, which is probably to prevent ordinary vampires from being corrupted. We've talked about this before. When we're not at a high enough level, some information can be contaminated just because we know it. The information related to the original moon falls into this category, so after the transaction, we all need to ask Miss Justice to hypnotize us. After the tarot meeting, without Mr. Fool's protection, we all need to forget some key information. Only in the Tarot Club meeting room can I recall the information about today's transactions. Everyone was stunned, not expecting the trade involving the primordial moon to be so sophisticated. Klein thought to himself, I never thought there was a way to avoid pollution. However, theoretically speaking, this method should be feasible. Odis added, therefore, even if Miss Justice hasn't paid a third of the fee, you can still ask questions. According to the previous agreement, one can only ask multiple questions if one shares 1/3 or more of the reward, while one can only ask one question if one shares only 1/10 of the reward. Justice, Audrey smiled and said, thank you for your generosity. After stating this premise, Odis began to speak, in this transaction, I will not only talk about the god, primordial moon, but also share some of my discoveries while investigating this evil god. First of all, it is certain that this deity possesses certain authority through the moon pathway, so if you are investigating this evil god, you can look for clues in this direction. Specifically, we can start by focusing on the sequence 1 characteristics and uniqueness of the moon pathway. When it comes to the high sequence characteristics and uniqueness of the moon pathway, one cannot avoid mentioning an ancient god, the progenitor of the vampires. Emlyn took a deep breath, straightened his back, and turned to look at the Hermit, afraid of missing a single word. During the Second Age, this ancient god was severely injured in a war of the gods and is suspected to have perished, Odis deliberately stated vaguely. Emlyn said, it was severely damaged. It wasn't, it didn't perish. As I just said, our vampire dukes and... Odis quickly raised his hand, don't get excited, listen to me first. Emlyn took a deep breath before nodding, indicating that he could listen to what was going on first. In short, the uniqueness and high sequence characteristics of the moon pathway seem to have disappeared since then, Odis said. And today, there are 4 deities who possess the authority of the moon pathway. They are Goddess of the Night, Vampire Ancestor, Primordial Moon, and Mother Tree of Desire. Emlyn paused for a moment, then said with some surprise, our progenitor couldn't have been the night. No. Before the other person could finish speaking, Odis interrupted their speculation, we said before that the Goddess of the Night is a demon wolf. Emlyn, the moon, sighed. Then our progenitors. Odis smiled helplessly, why don't you calm down first, and then we can continue the transaction. Emlyn smiled helplessly. Sorry, I was indeed a little excited. After all, that was the god Emlyn had always believed in, and he spoke of him with reverence, considering him more sublime than any other god. It was easy for Emlyn to be moved by the words of the hermit. Emlyn then took a few deep breaths and felt a little better. The other members used this time to make connections between the information the hermit had just mentioned. Klein first recalled that in Russell's diary, Mr. Dorr said that night meant stars rather than moon. Then he had a question: why does the goddess have authority over the moon? Alger then made the following conjecture: the 3 sequence 1 characteristics and uniqueness correspond exactly to the 4 gods. Other members had similar conjectures, but Kadria quickly realized something was wrong. Goddess of the Night is a true god and cannot be a god who only possesses a sequence 1 characteristic or is unique. Odis paused for a moment before continuing. First, let's talk about the Goddess of the Night. Undoubtedly, she is a true god of the sleepless pathway, and she is in very good condition, unlike an ancient god with different pathway characteristics within her. I think it's possible that the goddess has a high-level sealed artifact from the moon pathway. As far as I know, the Goddess of Night was also a participant in the War of the Gods in the Second Age. Of course, she was not the protagonist in that war, but she had the opportunity to acquire the advanced extraordinary characteristics of that path. Therefore, the authority over the moon pathway that the goddess possesses is very likely derived from that advanced sealed artifact. At this point, everyone suddenly had a sense of realization. Klein thought to himself, that makes sense. How come I didn't think of such a simple question before? Catlia thought to herself, although the hermit said, very likely, she felt that the truth was probably roughly like that. The other members also felt that although the hermit was speaking in a speculative tone, it made a lot of sense. Emlyn rubbed his hands together and said, in that case, we. Odis understood his meaning, and then smiled and said, do you think they would return it to the vampires if we asked the Church of the Goddess of Night for it? Emlyn smiled helplessly, probably not. Odis then said solemnly, don't doubt the intelligence of your vampire high command. They should be able to guess this, but they have been pretending not to know all along. Why do you think that is? Perhaps. Emlyn said with a complicated expression, perhaps he wouldn't dare to ask for it. No, this is to protect the vampires. Odis's tone remained very solemn. Klein and Alger immediately understood the meaning of hermit, but the other members clearly hadn't yet grasped it. Odis further explained, if everyone pretends not to know anything, then the vampires and the Church of the Goddess of Night can still have normal communication. But if the vampires try to reclaim that trait, the goddess will definitely refuse. If the vampires then spread rumors that the goddess stole their advanced traits, what consequences do you think will occur? Alger thought to himself, the Kingdom of Night is the perfect example. Although Klein and Audrey were reluctant to make such a connection, they knew that what the hermit said was true. Catlia exclaimed again, the hermit's speculation is brilliant. The magician first thought to himself, here it comes, that feeling is back. The hermit once again revealed the human side of the god. Emlyn said with a serious expression, so, I'll pretend I don't know anything. Odis smiled but did not respond. Instead, he continued, as for the progenitor of the vampires, I have a fairly detailed understanding of this when I was investigating the War of the Gods in the Second Age. I won't go into the details of the War of the Gods, or the possible plans and schemes of the vampire ancestor, Seeing Emlyn's urgent expression, Odis said, how about this, we'll trade information about that War of the Gods at the last tarot meeting. Emlyn nodded repeatedly and continued listening. Odis continued, I'll only talk about the final result. At that time, the progenitor of the vampires was indeed severely injured, and most of the gods believed that he had perished. However, since Mr. Moon can confirm that the higher-ups of the vampire clan can still receive divine pronouncements from the ancestor, then some of the speculations I've heard might be more reasonable. In my opinion, there are 2 reasonable guesses. One is that the progenitor of the vampires did not perish and still possesses uniqueness or a sequence 1 characteristic. However, his condition is very poor, and he can only maintain his condition in a certain area. When his condition is good, he can occasionally listen to the prayers of the vampires. The second guess is that the progenitor of vampires only has a part of his spirit remaining, and this part of his spirit is attached to a high sequence property, which is why he can occasionally respond to the prayers of vampires. Alger couldn't help but exclaim, this is like a high-level sealing artifact. These words made everyone sit up straight. If it were a high-level sealed artifact, who would have it in their hands? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Gadria guessed, could it be, the sealed artifact in the hands of the Goddess of the Night? Even Emlyn sat up straight immediately, because it wasn't impossible. If this speculation is true, then the goddess may very well use that sealed artifact to control the vampires. Odis said, everyone should know that seals at this level have a certain degree of activity, and there is also the term wild seals. I think if vampire progenitor is the second state, it should be more like wild sealed artifact. Emlyn let out a long sigh of relief. Odis's next words completely put his mind at ease. If it is some being who uses a sealed artifact containing the remnants of the vampire progenitor's spirit to manipulate the vampires, it might fool ordinary vampires, but it certainly won't be able to deceive the 3 vampire dukes for long. Therefore, I believe that even if the progenitor of the vampires is just a spiritual remnant, it is enough to point to the remnant of this progenitor, and not just a spiritual remnant with negative effects. The crowd nodded slowly, feeling that what the hermit said made a lot of sense. Emlyn, after letting out a sigh of relief, eagerly asked, "How do we restore the ancestor to its original state?" Odis raised his hand and said, "I said this is just a guess, it may not be true. I'll say it again, trust the higher-ups of your vampire clan. Because this involves a problem, if we offer help without being absolutely certain, it would be tantamount to exposing the state of your ancestor and putting your ancestor in danger." Emlyn quickly replied, "I understand, but I'll pretend I don't know." Then he asked the hermit, "Which guess do you prefer?" Odis thought to himself, "These 2 guesses are the result of me splitting the truth in 2, and both of my guesses are biased." At this crucial moment in the Goddess of the Night's conspiracy, Odis does not intend to reveal this secret about the progenitor of the vampires in any setting. He also believes that Lilith is currently focused on playing the role of Earth Mother Goddess. In order to avoid the sight of other gods, when she contacts the high-ranking vampires, she is likely using a Sequence 1 property of the Moon pathway. This creates the impression that the ancestor of the vampires is dead but not stiff, while also completely distinguishing the Earth Mother Goddess from the ancestor of the vampires. Odis pretended to think for a moment before answering, "I think these 2 guesses don't seem to conflict, because in a sense, they are actually the same result." Emlyn thought about it and agreed. Both states indicated that the ancestor's current state was quite special. The other members nodded slowly, with Katlia thinking to herself, this transaction is equivalent to sorting out the entire Moon pathway. It's not just about trading information about the primordial moon. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the next piece of information, as they were quite unfamiliar with the other 2 evil gods. "We cannot take any of the following information outside this hall," Odis said. "The situation with the primordial moon is somewhat special. According to some information I have obtained, the primordial moon should be the fallen mother goddess." Everyone was a little confused because they didn't know much about the fallen mother goddess. After seeing everyone's reaction, Odis adjusted her narration. "The fallen mother goddess is an evil deity from the depths of the universe. She has always wanted to invade the real world and spread her corruption. But he hadn't found a good opportunity all along, and he didn't know exactly when, but he realized that the moon in the sky was a good opportunity. So they took over the crimson moon and used it to exert influence on the real world." "What? Has the crimson moon been taken over by the outer gods?" Everyone adjusted their posture to varying degrees, including the fool Klein behind the grey fog. Fortunately, no one's attention was on him, so his slight surprise went unnoticed by the other members. Klein frowned. No wonder Mr. Dor was so certain that the crimson moon did not refer to the goddess when he talked to Roselle about the goddess of the night. A flicker of fear even crept into Furz's heart. So this outer god has been watching us from the crimson moon all along. And what about when the blood moon appears? Is that the process by which that god projects its power into the real world? After her initial surprise, the priestess Katlia had a question in her mind. The fallen mother goddess seems to be at a very high level, so why can't she invade the real world? Who is blocking her? Could it be the 7 gods? After her initial surprise, Audrey, the justice woman, had another question in mind and asked, "Hermit, is the goddess entitled to the corresponding authority of the moon because she may possess a high-level sealed artifact of the moon pathway? Could it be that the evil god who possesses the crimson moon also gains corresponding authority through this path?" Everyone looked at the hermit, a question that lingered in their minds. "This approach is somewhat special," Odis said. "We have already briefly mentioned the relevant concepts before. Some pathways, in addition to their uniqueness, also have corresponding entities. For example, the abyss through which the demon passes is the embodiment of all evil. The moon route is also quite special because there is a moon in the sky, which is the physical manifestation of this route. Although the crimson moon itself does not possess the authority of the moon pathway, it has a very close mystical connection with this pathway and often plays a role similar to uniqueness." With this explanation, the other members understood, and Derek, that sun, even made a connection. That sun pathway also has similar entities. "Although I have never seen the sun in the normal sky should be related to the pathway I am in." Odis said, "The fallen mother goddess has taken over the crimson moon and transformed into the primordial moon, thus influencing the real world. That's how the primordial moon came to exist. They are outright cultists. However, the pollution from these cultists was ultimately limited. I don't know about before the 4th Age, but during the 4th Age, it was Mr. Dor who truly brought the pollution of the primordial moon into the real world. We've mentioned this information before. When Mr. Dor was traveling to an alien planet, he was corrupted by the primordial moon, and was later sealed away by the Goddess of Night and the Lord of Storms. By chance, he also influenced Emperor Roselle, who was ultimately forced to halt the resurrection process. The priestess Catlia frowned, gaining a more concrete understanding of the corruption that had befallen the emperor. At the same time, she had a deep worry, not knowing how to remove the pollution from the emperor's body. Klein sighed inwardly. Roselle's situation was more complicated than he had imagined. The other members also did not expect that this evil god had such a great impact on the real world. Audrey and Furs, among other members, were still somewhat unclear about the level of this evil god. In their perception, the power of the primordial moon seemed to be inferior to that of evil gods such as the true creator and the primordial witch. Because they rarely hear any information about the primordial moon in normal times, this has greatly misled them. Odis continued, the last one is the Mother Tree of Desire, an evil god who seems to possess authority similar to the moon pathway. Because I learned from another source that there seems to be some contradiction between the Mother Tree of Desire and the fallen Mother Goddess, which is likely because they have a relationship with similar authority. Of course, I also have another guess. This evil god may have seized, or someone may have sacrificed to him, a moon pathway sequence 1 characteristic, so that he has the corresponding authority. He should represent desire, spirituality, curse, and evil, the authority to reproduce and give birth to living beings. He is somewhat related to desire and spirituality, but he seems out of place compared to the other two authorities. Audrey asked, who sacrificed the properties of the moon pathway to him? I only have some guesses about this, Odis said with a smile. During the Second Age, the Mother Tree of Desire influenced the God of Spirits. Back then, the God of Spirits also participated in the War of the Gods in the Second Era and had the opportunity to obtain the extraordinary characteristics of the moon pathway. However, this is just my guess, and I'm not sure if it's true. He paused for a moment and then continued, one thing is certain, the Mother Tree of Desire has authority that is suspected to be related to the moon pathway. He has been competing with the primordial moon for believers. Many believers of the primordial moon mistakenly take the Mother Tree of Desire as the primordial moon and thus believe in the Mother Tree of Desire and join the Rose School. This is also why I believe that the moon pathway has higher level characteristics at the Mother Tree of Desire, otherwise, it would be very difficult to locate those followers of the primordial moon. At this point, Odis recalled the internal strife within the School of Life and said, the defection of some members of the School of Life was probably a process of the primordial moon and the Mother Tree of Desire fighting for believers. The final result was that the Mother Tree of Desire side won, and some of the primordial moon followers became members of the Rose School. Of course, it doesn't mean that these two evil gods personally took action. This is just a struggle between their subordinates. At present, it seems that the influence of these two gods on the real world is very limited. Klein was taken aback, not expecting there to be such a reason behind this matter. He manipulated the world to ask, so, the Mother Tree of Desire is stronger than the primordial moon. Theoretically speaking, the original moon, which is the fallen Mother Goddess, should be more powerful, Odis said. But the truth is quite the opposite. This is because the Mother Tree of Desire seems to have a stronger influence in the real world than the primordial moon. I heard that the followers of the primordial moon have only formed a relatively loose organization, while the Mother Tree of Desire has basically controlled the Rose School. Even if it is difficult for him to issue divine pronouncements, the leaders and high-ranking members of the Rose School will help him manage the organization. Klein nodded and said, I understand. However, he thought to himself, the process of the Mother Tree of Desire sending down divine pronouncements doesn't seem too difficult. For example, it sent down the divine pronouncement to the leader of the celestial cult that it would corrupt me. Emlyn then said, whether they are followers of the primordial moon or followers of the Rose School, they are all our enemies. Odis smiled and said, as the saying goes, once you choose a path, you determine which extraordinary beings will be your enemies. However, the state of the original moon and the Mother Tree of Desire is somewhat different from the normal path, so this statement is not very applicable. It can only be said that they have acquired the extraordinary characteristics of the vampires, which is why they are your enemies. He paused for a moment and then said, that concludes all the details of this transaction. Do you have any further questions? Catlia asked, how can we remove the pollution from the original moon? Odis took a deep breath and said, the corruption of this evil god is difficult to eliminate, or rather, because of his authority, his corruption is almost impossible to completely eliminate. However, it's also possible that I'm not at a high enough level to access such advanced intelligence, which is why I don't know the specific methods. Catlia's brows furrowed even deeper. If even Odis wasn't entirely sure how to eliminate the pollution, she had even less of a way of knowing such information. At this point, Alger the Hangman asked, the primordial moon and the Mother Tree of Desire seem to be at a high level, so why aren't they active? Catlia looked at the fool, she had a similar question. After a moment's thought, Odis said, the answer to this question is not in this transaction. He took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I only know a rough answer, further investigation is needed. However, I am certain that it is a very valuable piece of information, perhaps even more valuable than the information about the ancient sun god." Everyone was taken aback, realizing that there seemed to be a significant secret involved. So Audrey asked the Hermit, "What kind of transaction is this?" Regarding the deal from the Second Age, Odis said, deliberately keeping his tone vague. "I need to conduct further investigations into the specifics." Audrey nodded and said, "Let's trade the remaining information from the Third Epoch. All the information about the Fourth Age has already been traded. The information about the Third Age is relatively simple, and half of it has already been traded. I suggest we wait a little longer," Odis said with a smile. "I have received a prophecy that key evidence regarding that intelligence will be found soon." The so-called prophecy was just a pretext. He remembered that Klein and Alger seemed to be going to explore that mysterious island soon, where they would obtain the key evidence provided by Adam. He planned to release the remaining information after they had finished exploring the island. Audrey sighed, "When can we trade information about the Second Age?" "Perhaps soon," Odis said, "because some information from the Second Age is not necessarily related to information from the Third Age." Audrey nodded. "All right then." A few seconds later, Klein manipulated the world and said, "I also have a copy of the Interrogator Extraordinary ability here, only £1,200. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected World to sell so many things all at once. Odis thought to himself, is this the end of the road? Should we sell everything that can be sold? Klein's expression remained unchanged behind the grey fog, but he glanced at the magician, furs out of the corner of his eye, because the target customer for this special feature was Miss the Magician. To be precise, she is a good friend of the magician. To Klein's disappointment, the magician remained unmoved. He was unaware that Odis had just bestowed the interrogator trait upon Hugh as a reward, and that Hugh had already been promoted and was now an interrogator. Odis suddenly said, "I want this property." After gaining his own power, Odis realized that he should accumulate some extraordinary traits if the opportunity arose. In particular, the arbitrator pathway is unique in that several important managers, including Mandy, have taken the potion from this pathway, which has greatly helped their work. If he could train an interrogator, he would gain far more than £1,200.